My name is Mizuki Kiyoshi. I will turn 5 years old after my birthday this year. That I reside in the 7th district of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, and of course, I am unmarried. As a child, I have never excessively refined my chakra, nor have I rigorously trained my body. I go to bed at 11 o'clock every night, ensuring I get a full 10 hours of sleep. Before sleeping, I indulge in a warm glass of milk, followed by 20 minutes of stretching exercises to warm up, ensuring I do not carry fatigue or stress into the next day. My neighbors all say I am quite normal. However, Mizuki Kiyoshi harbors a secret that he has never revealed to anyone. He is a transmigrator from the blue planet. Yet, the manner of his transmigration differs slightly from that of other predecessors. He was neither overworked to death by unscrupulous capitalists nor taken by the fateful truck of destiny. Instead, one day, a meteorite with a diameter exceeding 24 kilometers struck the blue planet at a speed surpassing 24.5 kilometers per second, delivering a cataclysmic blow. Before the impact, officials attempted to suppress the news, but such events cannot be contained. Thus, the information about the meteorite, named 2019 OK, heralding the impending end for humanity, spread like wildfire. People remain unaware of whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Fortunately, Mizuki Kiyoshi had a clear understanding of his demise. He had just graduated from university and had only been free in society for a year before facing the apocalypse, which is somewhat regrettable. However, Kiyoshi never anticipated that he would reincarnate in the world of Naruto with memories of his past life. His rebirth did not occur during the era of the Hokage 60 years later, but rather in the middle of the Second Great Ninja War, during the prime of the Third Hokage. It is worth noting that Kiyoshi's mother, Chiyoko Mizuki, a formidable ninja, was forced to retire from her shinobi career due to injuries sustained in battle. Unfortunately, her health continued to decline after giving birth to Kiyoshi, leading to her untimely passing. Despite spending less than a year together, Kiyoshi, endowed with the memories of his former life, retained some recollections of his mother. Contrary to what one might expect from the name Chiyoko, her temperament was fiercely volatile. Though physically weak and unable to walk unaided, she frequently lashed out at Kiyoshi's father, Kenji Mizuki. Kenji, on the other hand, was the epitome of a good-natured individual. Although Kiyoshi had never encountered this character in the manga, Kenji's prowess was surprisingly commendable. Before Kiyoshi arrived in this world, he had already completed multiple A and even strength missions. As an elite jonin, those with great strength often attribute the misfortunes of their loved ones to their own failings, and Kenji was no exception. He believed that his focus on missions had caused him to overlook Chiyoko's struggles to keep pace with him. She has always been pushing herself too hard. I am to blame for her plight. Burdened by this guilt, Kenji wore a facade of forced cheerfulness when facing Chiyoko, a fact that did not escape her notice. Chiyoko, with her strong-willed nature, felt her dignity and path as a ninja were being insulted by Kenji's self-pity. Such an uncommunicative pair, Kiyoshi sighed internally. Many opportunities, once missed, will never return. They will undoubtedly regret this in the future. Nevertheless, Kiyoshi had already resolved to play the role of a mediator when he grew older to help the two communicate openly, for they were family in this lifetime. Yet, Kiyoshi felt increasingly constrained by his infantile form. He could not control his waking hours and would often inexplicably drift off to sleep. However, as previously mentioned, one can never predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Chiyoko's death, though anticipated by Kenji, given her deteriorating health, struck him profoundly. He had exhausted all possible connections, even enlisting the services of the most renowned medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade Senju. Nevertheless, her health did not improve. Kiyoshi bore witness to his father's relentless efforts, and as a knowledgeable transmigrator, he understood that Kenji had indeed done all he could. Even if Kiyoshi were in his father's position, he would not have fared any better. Perhaps the legendary healer, Uchiha, could have used his abilities to save Chiyoko, but at present, Kiyoshi's infantile state would render communication impossible, and even if he could convey information, the source would be unexplainable. The impact of Chiyoko's death profoundly affected Kenji, and it is evident that the ravages of war would not cease for the misfortunes of any individual. After organizing Chiyoko's funeral, Kenji could only care for Kiyoshi for a few months before he had to return to the battlefield. As for the infant Kiyoshi, It is somewhat of a dark irony that the Hidden Leaf Village has a well-established system for caring for children left unattended during such times. The child care center of Konoha, established by the second Hokage, continues to operate to this day, catering to the needs of children whose parents are away on wartime missions. In summary, Kiyoshi's life was not in immediate danger. Indeed, as a single father, Kenji would likely care for Kiyoshi no less attentively than the women in the center, many of whom were seasoned mothers with experience raising multiple children. Since Kenji's return to the battlefield, Kiyoshi could sense the uncontainable emotions, particularly hatred, that surfaced in his father's countenance during his return visits to the village. Kiyoshi had always perceived Kenji as a kind-hearted ninja, akin to Kakashi Ataki, warm and gentle with friends yet cold and merciless toward enemies. However, he had not anticipated the profound impact that Chiyoko's death would have on Kenji. In truth, Kiyoshi was deeply concerned for Kenji under such circumstances. Even having lived in a peaceful era in his previous life, he understood that allowing personal emotions to seep into war could ultimately lead to one's demise. My name is Mitsuki Shimizu. This year, after my birthday, I will turn 5. I reside in the 7th district of the Land of Fire, in the village of Konoha, and I remain unmarried, of course. As a child, I have never excessively refined my chakra, and my physical training has been rather superficial. That I go to bed at 11 p.m., ensuring I get a full 10 hours of sleep each night, and before retiring, I indulge in a warm cup of milk. Afterward, I engage in 20 minutes of stretching exercises to warm up before sleep, resolutely refusing to carry fatigue and stress into the following day. My neighbors often remark that I am quite normal. Yet, Mitsuki Shimizu harbors a secret he has never revealed to anyone. Is, in fact, a traveler for Blue Star. However, the manner of his transmigration differs somewhat from that of other seasoned travelers. He was neither a victim of ruthless capitalism, working himself to death, nor was he struck down by a fateful truck. Instead, one fateful day, a meteor over 24 kilometers in diameter collided with Blue Star at a velocity exceeding 24.5 kilometers per second, delivering a cataclysmic blow. Prior to the impact, officials attempted to suppress the news, but such attempts proved futile. Thus, the impending catastrophe, dubbed 2019 OK, spread like wildfire among the populace. People remain oblivious to what tomorrow may bring or what unforeseen events lie ahead. Fortunately, Mitsuki Shimizu had a clear understanding of his demise. Having recently graduated from university, he had only enjoyed 1 year of free life in society before facing the apocalypse, a rather regrettable circumstance. However, to his astonishment, Mitsuki Shimizu found himself reborn in the world of Naruto, not during the era of the 4th Hokage 60 years later, but in the prime of the 3rd Hokage during the Second Great Ninja War. Perhaps it is fitting for the world of Naruto that Mitsuki's mother, Chiyo Shimizu, was forced to retire from her ninja career due to injury, and her health continued to decline. After giving birth to Mitsuki, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Yet, as a reincarnated soul with memories of his past life, Mitsuki possessed the capacity for thought from birth. Thus he retained some impression of Chiyo, despite having spent less than a year with her. Contrary to what one might expect from a name like Chiyo, her temperament was fiercely passionate. Though her frail body rendered her unable to walk unaided, she often lashed out at Mitsuki's father, Kenji Shimizu. Kenji, on the other hand, was the quintessential nice guy. Though Mitsuki had never encountered this character in a manga, he was surprised to discover that Kenji's abilities were unexpectedly formidable. Before Mitsuki arrived in this world, Kenji had already executed numerous rank, even strength missions, establishing himself as an elite jonin. Those with great power often attribute the misfortunes of their loved ones to themselves, and Kenji was no exception. He believed that his focus on missions had caused him to neglect Chiyo, who had always strived to keep pace with him. She has always pushed herself too hard. I am the one who harmed her. Burdened by such guilt, Kenji wore a facade of forced cheerfulness whenever he faced Chiyo, perhaps unaware that this self-righteous demeanor was precisely what irked her. After all, Chiyo was a proud woman. Kenji's self-pity made her feel that her dignity and ninja way were being insulted. What a pair of insincere individuals, Mitsuki sighed inwardly. Some opportunities, once missed, will never return. These two will surely regret it in the future. Despite these thoughts, Mizuki had already resolved that once he grew older, he would play the role of a golden mediator, helping the two to communicate openly. After all, they were his family in this life. Consequently, Mizuki felt increasingly constrained by his infantile form. His waking hours were beyond his control, and he often fell asleep inexplicably. Yet, as previously stated, one can never anticipate whether tomorrow or unforeseen events will arrive first. Chiyo Kiyomizu passed away, a reality Kenji had anticipated, given Kiyo's poor health. He exhausted every connection he could muster, even enlisting the aid of the foremost medical ninja in the realm, Tsunade, princess of the legendary Sannin. Still, he could not restore Kiyo's health. Mizuki witnessed all of his father's efforts, and as a plot-savvy traveler, he understood that Kiyo's husband had done all he could. Even had Mizuki been in his place, he would not have fared better in such dire circumstances. Perhaps the legendary healer, Uchiha Madara, could have utilized Hashirama cells to heal Chiyo, but not only was Mizuki's current body incapable of conveying information, even if it could, he would struggle to explain the source of such intelligence. Kiyo's death profoundly affected Kenji, a reality that was all too clear. Yet the monstrous war would not cease its ravaging for the misfortune of one or a few. After conducting Kiyo's funeral, Kenji attended to Mizuki for only a few months, before he was once again compelled to return to the battlefield. As for the mere months-old Mizuki, what was to become of him? Ironically, Konoha had established a comprehensive system for caring for children, left unattended during wartime. The Child Respite Center, founded by the second Hokage, was designed to address such situations and continues to operate today. The staff consisted of male ninjas, often the primary breadwinners of their families, who were away on wartime missions, leaving their wives at home. In short, Mizuki's immediate future was secure. Indeed, Kenji, as a single father, might not provide any less care than these women, many of whom were seasoned mothers with experience raising 2 children. Since Kenji returned to the battlefield, every time he returned to the village after a mission, Mizuki could sense the uncontrollable emotions in his father's troubled expression, an emotion known as hatred. Mizuki prided himself on his perceptiveness and had always viewed Kenji as a ninja akin to Kakashi Hatake, a gentle, sunny disposition towards allies, yet cold and ruthless towards foes. However, he had not anticipated the profound impact Kiyo's death would have on Kenji. Truth be told, Mizuki harbored deep concern for Kenji under these circumstances. After all, even someone like him, who had lived in an era of peace in his previous life, understood that allowing personal emotions to intertwine with the chaos of war would inevitably lead to one's demise. Returning to the present, in the year 38 of the Hidden Leaf, the child Mitsuki will soon celebrate his 5th birthday. The weather today is extraordinarily pleasant, as if the village has gained an advantage on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist. The villagers outside engage in cheerful conversations, their smiles noticeably more abundant compared to the previous winter. It seems that the war is nearing its conclusion, much to the villagers' gratitude towards the 3rd Hokage. Harboring hopes for a peaceful future, the citizens of the Hidden Leaf reflect on this sentiment. Yet, can war truly conclude so effortlessly? As a knowledgeable traveler familiar with the unfolding narrative, Mitsuki understands that the conflict is far from over. In fact, it is about to enter its most brutal and intense phase. Even the leaders may perish in this protracted struggle. As for his own life, Mitsuki does not harbor excessive concern, for as a reincarnated individual, he possesses a unique system of his own. Moreover, the age of 5 holds significant importance for Mitsuki's system. Although the system is rather simplistic, perhaps even too basic to be considered sophisticated, it comprises 4 fundamental functions. 1. A data panel displaying Mitsuki's current skills. 2. A wish function, which consumes a wish heart for each attempt. If successful, it grants the most suitable skill for the host. The system had gifted him 1 at the time of binding. Yet the success rate for a single wish is merely 1%, culminating in a guaranteed success on the 10th attempt. 3. A daily sign-in feature that automatically registers once the system panel is opened. Completing a full year of sign-ins rewards an additional wish heart. 4. An email function, seemingly the least useful, offers limited utility. However, on Mitsuki's birthday each year, the system sends a congratulatory email along with a wish heart as a gift. Thus, the age of 5 is particularly significant for Mitsuki, as upon receiving the system's gift this birthday, he will be able to attempt the 10th guaranteed wish. When he first reincarnated into this world, he had attempted a single draw, hoping to acquire a skill that could save Chiyo. The outcome was predictable. He received nothing of value. It seems that to obtain something worthwhile, he must wait for the guaranteed draw. What skill will be most suitable for me at this moment? With such thoughts, Mitsuki eagerly anticipates the arrival of his birthday. The following morning, he asks, "Father, is there a new mission today?" Upon hearing the sound of Kinto Shimizu meticulously counting his ninja tools, Mizuki Shimizu set aside the frying pan in which she was preparing fried eggs. She leaped down from the small stool beside the stove and peeked through the kitchen door, feigning ignorance as she inquired. "Ah, yes, over in the hidden mist, well. In any case, there are numerous tasks in the village that require manpower." As Kinto Shimizu diligently counted the number of explosive tags, he responded to Mizuki, "I will depart tomorrow. If anything arises, you may reach out to Mrs. Noera at the caretaker's office." "Understood, father." Speaking of the children's caretaker's office, although all the children were under the collective care of the matrons to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, each matron was primarily responsible for a select few children. Mrs. A.I. Noera was the one tasked with caring for Mizuki Shimizu. Mrs. Noera was exceptionally enthusiastic when her daughter turned 1 year old. Noticing a lack of personnel at the caretaker's office, she expressed her desire to find playmates for Rin and promptly came to assist. When Mizuki turned 3, he was finally granted permission to freely traverse between the Shimizu residence and the caretaker's office. It wasn't that the caretaker's office was undesirable, on the contrary. All the matrons were mothers with prior experience in child rearing. However, their overwhelming enthusiasm was a bit much for Mizuki, who, as a reincarnated individual with memories of a past life, found it challenging to cope with their exuberance, especially when they would occasionally playfully collide with him. Perhaps he lacked an understanding of how to savor the affections bestowed upon him. Yet, one could hardly blame the matrons for their fervor, truth be told. Mizuki's appearance in this life was indeed striking, embodying the finest qualities of both Chiyako and Kinto Shimizu. Chiyako was beautiful, though she possessed a somewhat androgynous charm. Her sharp features complemented by cascading golden curls reminiscent of a Hokkaido babe in modern terms. Kinto Shimizu sported a neat, short white hairstyle, exuding the aura of a respectable intellectual. Had it not been for his captivating gaze, he could easily have donned glasses and portrayed a classical detective. Mizuki, inheriting the exceptional genes of both parents, shared his father's hair color but bore a uniquely artistic flair with his short, somewhat unruly white curls, crowned with a defiant tuft. His eyes, sharp and spirited, were chiseled from the same mold as Chiyako's, complemented by a pair of tranquil blue irises reminiscent of a serene lake. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In truth, Mizuki had initially intended to grow his hair long. Much like his mother Chiyako, as he had always sported short hair in his previous life due to prevailing aesthetic trends. He recalled that in the world of Naruto, there were indeed many male ninjas with long hair. After all, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had hair that flowed down to his waist. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Kinto Shimizu, who was preparing for a mission at the time. Upon hearing Mizuki's thoughts, he paused momentarily, hastily replied, and then turned to leave. "I don't believe long hair would suit you, Mizuki. This is the opinion of Kiyomizu Kenjin. As for Kiyomizu Mitsuki, it is of little concern to him. His desire to grow long hair is merely a fleeting whim. However, it is quite rare for his father to directly reject his request. Previously, Kiyomizu Kenjin had always acquiesced to Mitsuki's various requests, including the one for him to teach the art of chakra refinement. It is worth noting that children of the same age were still playing ninja-themed games, and Mitsuki himself had not anticipated that a casual request would be granted. How fortunate! Reflecting on the matter, it seems that even his indulgent father, who typically grants his every wish, must have deemed long hair unsuitable for him. Mrs. Noera had once expressed her desire to see a long-haired version of Mitsuki, a rather mischievous notion, as if she viewed him as a dress-up doll, wishing to drag the future luminary of the ninja world into the realm of cross-dressing. Thankfully, his father thwarted Mrs. Nohara's scheme, thus sparing the illustrious Mitsuki from the embarrassment of a tarnished legacy. Indeed, greatness speaks for itself. After reminiscing about these trivial matters, Kiyomizu Mitsuki returned to the present, setting the breakfast he had prepared on the dining table and beckoning Kenjin to join him. The Kiyomizu family, having been commoners for generations, had no strict rules regarding silence at mealtime. Thus, Mitsuki raised his gaze slightly towards his father and inquired, "How long will your mission take this time?" "Ah, of course. I am not prying into your mission details. It's nothing really." He sighed inwardly, pondering whether the age of his body influenced his mental maturity, perhaps due to hormonal changes. Though he had met an untimely end in his previous life, it was ultimately beyond his control, as humanity itself had perished, and he had spent his final moments with family, leaving little room for regret. Therefore, in this new life, Mitsuki harbored the intention of starting afresh, approaching life with the mindset of a new beginning. Yet, the awkwardness of his half-finished thoughts caused a flush to rise to his cheeks. "You wish for me to return before your birthday, do you not?" Kenjin, perceptive as ever, discerned Mitsuki's inner turmoil. "Rest assured, I will return before then. Until that time, look forward to your birthday gift, Mitsuki." "Yes, I will eagerly anticipate it." Kiyomizu Kenjin has passed away, ultimately unable to fulfill the promise made to Mitsuki. His life was spent largely under the shadow of war, failing to protect Chiyoko, unable to resolve misunderstandings with her, and missing the final birthday promise with his son. Thus, this man's life concluded, laden with profound regrets. Mitsuki bowed his head as he sorted through Kenjin's final belongings sent by the Umbu. Among the items were merely personal effects. His body would be retrieved by the Konoha Umbu and interred in the Konoha cemetery following the funeral. Prior to that, family members could visit the wartime retrieval unit to see their loved ones one last time. Among these belongings, a rectangular gift box stood out, starkly contrasting with the other war-worn items. It is evident that this is an early birthday gift prepared by Kaido Shimizu for Mizuki. Hesitating for a moment, Shimizu Mitsuki ultimately chose to untie the satin ribbon and open the box, while the exterior of the box hinted at its contents. The actual gift still elicited a sense of astonishment. Previously, Mizuki had mentioned to Kaido Shimizu the concept of a lightning-release ninjutsu, suggesting that a weapon forged from chakra-conducting metal could potentially become a jutsu without hand seals. This was merely Mizuki's whimsical musings, an attempt to foster a conversation between father and son. To his surprise, Kaido had remembered this notion, and within the box lay a short sword elegantly housed in its scabbard. Mizuki drew forth the short sword, which was a straight blade approximately 30 centimeters in length, considered rather long among its kind. The blade shimmered with a cold, white gleam, creating an illusion as if it could cleave the night itself. Logically, although Kaido Shimizu was an elite jonin and certainly among the higher echelons of income within Konoha and the ninja world, such a weapon, entirely forged from chakra-conducting metal, was still beyond his means. Mizuki recalled that only the second Hokage and the future Asuma had wielded such advanced ninja tools within the entirety of Konoha. Could this possibly be a trophy from my father's exploits on the battlefield? Mizuki pondered as he noticed a card tied to the sword's hilt. "Happy birthday, from Uchiha N to Kaido Shimizu." Mizuki had a faint recollection of the name Uchiha N. He seemed to have been a comrade of his father, as gifts from him had graced every birthday in the past. Given this context, it was no longer surprising. The Uchiha clan shared a close relationship with the Ninja Cat clan, which controlled a significant portion of the forging and trading of high-grade ninja tools in the ninja world. Considering this connection, the origins of the short sword became clear. Yet Uchiha N's relationship with Kaido Shimizu appeared to be quite significant. After all, despite the close ties with the Ninja Cat clan, acquiring such a short sword was not a trivial matter. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Shimizu Mitsuki closed the scabbard and returned it to the gift box, carefully readying the satin ribbon, intending to unveil it once more on his birthday. There is a saying that seeing an object can evoke memories of a person. As Mizuki organized his belongings, a flurry of disordered thoughts overwhelmed his mind. He reclined on the living room floor, contemplating whether his sadness stemmed from genuinely viewing Kaido as a father or if it was the reminder of his previous life as family that brought forth his sorrow. Frankly, upon receiving the news of Kaido Shimizu's demise, Mizuki did not feel an overwhelming grief that left him breathless. Although he intended to embrace this new life with the heart of a newborn, the time he spent with Kaido was relatively brief. Ever since Chiyoko's passing, Kaido had been unraveling in a frenzy on the battlefield, channeling his pent-up emotions of guilt and hatred, a state that only began to ease when Mizuki turned 3. Thus, Kiyomizu Kenji and Minetsuki are often apart, compounded by Kenji's taciturn nature. Most conversations between father and son are initiated by Minetsuki. But is it truly so? Minetsuki senses an emotion within him, quietly taking root and blossoming. The following morning, a series of knocks on the door rouses Mitsuki from slumber. Thump, thump, thump. He had unknowingly fallen asleep in the living room, and had it not been for the knocking, he might have remained there, vulnerable to illness despite the robustness of his young body. He rose, shaking off the remnants of sleep, and opened the door. Standing outside was Rinne Noera, the daughter of Madame Noera. Mitsuki, of course, recognized Rinne from the comics, but in reality, they had met at the care facility. One of the reasons Madame Noera initially volunteered there was to find playmates for Rinne. Good morning, Mitsuki. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? My mother made some delicious tamagoyaki before heading off to work. I felt a bit lonely eating alone, so I was hoping you would join me, Rinne said cautiously, her gaze flickering away from Mitsuki. This was a falsehood. Rinne had come to visit because she had heard from her mother about the passing of Mitsuki's father, Shimizu Kenji. Though her mother assured her that Mitsuki was a capable child who could pull himself together, Rinne remained genuinely concerned for his well-being and felt compelled to see him for herself. Mitsuki, understanding Rinne's true intentions, considered his own emotional state to be fairly composed. Nonetheless, it would be impolite to keep her waiting at the door, so he beckoned her inside. Now that you mention it, I haven't eaten yet. I seem to have overslept today. Thank you, Rinne, you've been a great help. Please, come in. With that, Rinne entered the Shimizu household, carrying a lunchbox. Mitsuki was indeed hungry and devoured the perfectly sliced tamagoyaki with gusto. Madame Nohara's tamagoyaki was truly a masterpiece. The ratio of egg to milk was impeccable, and even its presentation was exquisite. When he gently prodded it with his chopsticks, it wobbled like a pudding, revealing an astonishing elasticity. Watching Mitsuki devour the food, Rinne couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if he were eating something she had made. Yet she wondered, would he enjoy it as much? Mitsuki caught a glimpse of Rinne, who had yet to touch her chopsticks, her chin propped up by her hands as she gazed at him in a daze. What is the matter? Am I eating too voraciously for your liking? How strange. I used to eat like this at the care facility, he pondered. In the land of fire, consuming another's culinary creations with such fervor was the highest form of praise for their skills. Hence, every time Mitsuki devoured his meals in that manner at the care facility, Madame Noera would beam with delight, even exclaiming, "Oh, if only Mitsuki could be my daughter. I could witness him eating every day." As for why she wished for a daughter, that is another story altogether. In summary, confronted with Lin, who seemed lost in thought, Jinyu gently cleared her throat to remind her, "The thick omelette will harden once it cools down. Is that not what you taught me, Lin?" "Ah, my apologies," Lin stammered, finally snapping back to reality upon hearing Jinyu's voice, and began to devour the thick omelette before her. In truth, she had not fully grasped what Jinyu had just said, yet she felt too embarrassed to inquire further. Thus, she decided to focus on her meal instead. This was a lesson from Jinyu. When one feels awkward, finding something to do to appear busy is the way to go. Thinking back, what Jinyu taught me always proves useful, Lin mused, drifting off into her thoughts again. Qing Shui Jinyu was left speechless, pondering if Lin was akin to an elderly lady of 80. However, after this brief interlude, her spirits lifted considerably. One must always look forward. After all, she considered herself an adult at heart and could not afford to hesitate like a child. Cheer up, Qing Shui Jinyu. Since I've been given a second chance at life, I must showcase my true abilities. With this resolve, Qing Shui Jinyu extended her chopsticks, snatched Lin's thick omelette from her plate, and popped it into her mouth. Upon hearing Lin's surprised gasp, she chewed thoughtfully and mumbled, "Lin, dear, please help me tidy up the house. I've come down with an ailment that causes me to perish from excessive housework." Lin, having genuinely understood this time, puffed out her cheeks in indignation at Jinyu's mischievous behavior, resembling an irate pufferfish. Yet, upon hearing Jinyu's plea, she deflated like a balloon. "All right, but you must not bully me anymore, and that illness sounds entirely fabricated. It's a bit challenging, but I shall do my best," Jinyu replied, her tone playful. It was still the 38th year of Konoha, and the weather had been overcast for several days. The funeral for Qing Shui Jian, held alongside those of the other fallen ninjas, was approaching. Prior to the ceremony, Qing Shui Jian had visited Jian's remains. Fortuitously, amidst misfortune, Qing Shui Jian's body was relatively intact. According to the accounts provided by the Umbu, a recent mission had encountered a dire situation. Days prior, several frontline outposts along the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire had been breached by unknown assailants. However, the enemy had not occupied these outposts. Instead, They had infiltrated deeper into the coastline, reaching the vicinity of Ushuaia port through the breach. The mission assigned to Qin Shui Jian's team was to investigate this hidden foe. The operation proceeded smoothly, and intelligence revealed that the enemy was none other than the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Unfortunately, the withdrawal was fraught with peril. The enemy appeared to have devised a baiting strategy. When the reconnaissance team noticed them, the adversaries had simultaneously become aware of the team's presence. The 7 ninja swordsmen consisted of 7 elite jonin, each wielding a sword imbued with unique abilities. It was said that when they joined forces, they could conquer a small nation overnight. Faced with such formidable opponents, it was no small feat for the reconnaissance team to relay their findings back to the village. Especially as only Qin Shui Jian and Uchiha Yen among the team possessed the strength of elite jonin, while 4 of the remaining 6 members were merely chunin. Moreover, the enemy had made ample preparations at the Fishwater Harbor. When the investigative team arrived, only the figures of Pai Jia Shizong, Shigua Shan, He Tun Gue, and Gue Deng, Qian Ren were visible. The remaining 3 had concealed themselves outside the harbor and under the pressure of a pincer attack. The scales of victory naturally tilted in favor of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Qin Shui Jian was unaware of the specific details of the battle, but it was easy to imagine how dire the situation was when faced with such formidable opponents. With the valiant protection of Qin Shui Jian Ren and 5 other ninjas, Uchiha Yen and another elite from the Yunf clan successfully relayed critical intelligence back to Konoha. Konoha's response was swift. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, promptly dispatched Jiraiya to lead a team to pursue the enemy at Fishwater Harbor. However, the team found nothing, for the 7 ninja swordsmen had not brought any subordinates. Moving with remarkable agility, following the sensory cues of the Inuzuka clan's elite, they made their way to the coastline where the breach had initially occurred. Clearly, this was a strategic fishing operation orchestrated by the Hidden Mist Village, leveraging the formidable prowess and mobility of the 7 ninja swordsmen to achieve certain objectives before swiftly retreating back to the mist. This also served to restrain a portion of Konoha's elite forces. After all, upon discovering that the enemy was the 7 ninja swordsmen, Konoha could not continue deploying weaker ninjas. In truth, the 7 ninja swordsmen had indeed been fortunate. Had they delayed their withdrawal even slightly, they would have found themselves pursued by Jiraiya, inevitably losing a few members in the process. Returning to the funeral, Qin Shui Jian donned a black mourning attire, gazing at Jian Ren, who had already been laid to rest. Surrounding him were the families of other fallen ninjas, some children, like Jian struggling to stifle their sobs, yet making a concerted effort to remain silent. The 3rd Hokage was present, presiding over the ceremony for the sacrificed ninjas, where the leaves danced. The fire continued to burn brightly. The flames would persist in illuminating the village and nurturing the new leaves to sprout. This was the first time Qin Shui Jian had truly heard this sentiment from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and while it did not evoke any particular emotion in him, the attendees around him seemed to brighten with renewed hope. This world is fraught with ceaseless warfare, leaving the human spirit profoundly hollow. Qin Shui Jian mused, perceiving the ninja world as a vast pyramid scheme. After the funeral concluded, he made his way home, recalling the man adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem embroidered on his attire. He must be Uchiha Yen, Jian Ren's friend. Qin Shui Jian had intended to thank him after the ceremony, especially for the precious gift he had bestowed upon him. However, it appeared that Yen had no intention of conversing, as he had departed midway through the funeral. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qin Shui residence and preparing to open the door, it unexpectedly swung open from within. Startled, Qin Shui Jian instinctively prepared to leap back, creating distance. "Do not be alarmed. It is I," Uchiha Yen said casually as he emerged from the doorway, regarding the seemingly startled Jian. At that moment, Qin Shui Jian was engulfed in confusion. Although infiltration was a fundamental skill for ninjas, Uchiha Yen had just opened the door from the inside. He distinctly remembered locking the door securely before leaving. He had pondered the extraordinary relationship between Uchiha Flame and Shimizu Ken, likely stemming from their time as teammates since graduation. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that even Uchiha Flame possessed a key to his home. As Shimizu Mitsuki contemplated this, he turned his gaze towards Uchiha Flame, preparing to extend an invitation for a visit, when he noticed a transformation in Uchiha Flame's eyes. The black pupils morphed into 3 swirling tomo, swiftly shifting into 3 interconnected teardrop shapes. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shimizu Mitsuki was internally astounded, filled with questions about why Uchiha Flame would reveal such eyes to him. But his confusion was fleeting. Uchiha Flame halted the release of the genjutsu and swiftly caught the almost toppling Mitsuki, placing him gently onto the living room sofa before departing after performing some actions. Before long, Shimizu Mitsuki awoke, surveying his surroundings. He had returned home after attending a funeral and encountered Ken's teammate, Uchiha Flame, at the door. How had he lost consciousness? The long-absent system finally updated its prompt panel. Host, Shimizu Mitsuki. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique, Body Replacement Technique. Transcription Seal, Eternal Heaven, One-Time Use. Wishes, None. Emails, No new emails. Shimizu Mitsuki was momentarily dumbfounded. How had he inexplicably acquired a skill, and a one-time one at that? He was familiar with the transcription seal, a high-level sealing technique that embeds ninjutsu within other objects, which would automatically release upon meeting certain conditions. In the manga, Itachi had sealed his Amaterasu within Sasuke's eyes. Considering that the last person he saw before fainting was Uchiha Flame, a simple analysis illuminated the situation. This so-called Eternal Heaven must pertain to Uchiha Flame's ocular technique. Could it be that it was unlocked due to Ken's demise? It seemed he had underestimated the bond between Uchiha Flame and Shimizu Ken. With this thought in mind, Shimizu Mitsuki opened the introduction for Transcription Seal, Eternal Heaven. Transcription Seal, Eternal Heaven will reverse time when the host receives fatal damage, reverting the host's body to its state 24 hours prior. From the name of this ocular technique, Shimizu Mitsuki anticipated its connection to time. After all, the name Eternal Heaven in Japanese mythology refers to a deity that governs time. However, he did not expect the power of this technique to be so formidable. Akin to a mini version of Izanagi, it appears Uchiha Flame is concerned for the safety of Ken's orphan, thus taking measures to ensure his own protection. With this realization, Shimizu Mitsuki felt a surge of frustration. Those who have never experienced reincarnation may find it difficult to comprehend such emotions. He was not truly Shimizu Ken's child, but rather a counterfeit from Blue Star, and he had merely consoled himself in the face of Chiyo's and Ken's passing. Yet, he had accepted numerous gifts from the parents of this life. Shimizu Mitsuki could undoubtedly continue to comfort himself, as a child could hardly refuse. However, this time, Kiyoshi Mitsuki no longer wished to excuse his indifference. He yearned to take action. At the very least, I must enhance my strength and devise a means to avenge Chiyo and Kentaro, confronting the 7 ninja swordsmen in the Hidden Mist Village. Kiyoshi had been in this world for nearly 5 years, and once today concluded, it would mark his 5th birthday. For others, this day might merely hold a hint of significance, but for Mitsuki, it was second only to the day of his rebirth in importance. As the clock struck midnight, his system would dispatch this year's birthday email, accompanied by a wish heart, along with a full-year sign-in reward on the morrow. At last, the notification arrived. Ding! You have received a new email, which will expire in 365 days. Please check promptly. The content remained predictable. Dear host, thank you for your support and companionship to the system over the past year. Herein lies a wish heart for you, wishing you smooth sailing in your new life. Having claimed the system's gift, along with an additional wish heart earned from a full year of sign-ins, Mitsuki's trembling hand opened the wish panel. The 10th consecutive wish boasted a 100 success rate. According to the system, this wishing function differed from certain lottery mechanics in his previous life. Upon a successful wish, it would reward the most suitable skill for him. Thus, Mitsuki need not worry about acquiring a useless skill. Let the wishing commence. Do you wish to expend 9 wish hearts to perform 9 wishes? Note that the 10th wish is guaranteed to succeed. Confirm. 9 wish hearts have been expended. The wishing process begins. Wishing failed, wishing failed, wishing succeeded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 6 eyes of the celestial eye. 6 eyes. Is this truly the most fitting skill for him at this moment? Having drawn it, he decided to explore it further. Mitsuki contemplated this as he opened the skill introduction. Skill, 6 eyes ability 1. 1360-degree long-distance vision ability 2. See through most ninjutsu principles ability 3. Track and predict chakra trajectories ability 4. Refine chakra manipulation ability 5. Minimization of chakra consumption. The presentation exuded the system's signature simplicity. Yet, the clarity of the ability description sufficed. It was a chakra version of the six eyes. It was unsurprising that he did not acquire the limitless technique. As the two were fundamentally different, the system was not engaging in a buy one get one free promotion. Therefore, Mitsuki felt no profound disappointment. He retrieved a mirror from the bedside drawer to examine his newly acquired six eyes. Perhaps due to his original blue pupils, the change was slight. They merely appeared brighter. A cursory glance around revealed an astonishing sight. Mitsuki had never experienced such a sensation before. In his field of vision, encompassing a radius of several dozen kilometers from his center, everything lay bare before him. Was this genuine? Kiyoshi Mitsuki knew that the Naruto world possessed a perception ability known as the Kagura Shingon. Its perceptual range extends for several dozen kilometers. However, in terms of the information it can perceive, Kagura's heart eye pales in comparison to the six eyes. Perhaps it is due to the fact that, in contrast to cursed energy, chakra encompasses both mental and physical energies. As a result, Tsukuyomi feels that the burden on his mind is not particularly heavy. In Tsukuyomi's eyes, the surrounding buildings and human forms can be effortlessly penetrated, allowing him to glimpse what lies beyond, and he can freely observe the chakra within each individual. This ability resembles that of the Byakugan, but its range far surpasses that of the latter, which has an effective detection range of merely 1 kilometer. Although a 1 kilometer range is impressive for an ordinary ninja, it is still significantly inferior to the several dozen kilometers of perception offered by the six eyes or Kagura's heart eye. Tsukuyomi suddenly wishes to see what Rin is doing at this hour. However, given Rin's level of discipline, she is undoubtedly already asleep. Thus, he directs his gaze towards the Noera household, only to find that Rin is still awake. She is lying on her back in bed, clutching an unattractive shark doll, her adorable little head hanging over the edge of the bed, seemingly engaging in a monologue. Tomorrow marks Tsukuyomi's birthday, and with Mr. Kin's recent passing, it is imperative that Tsukuyomi does not feel alone on this day. Rin abruptly sits up, as if struck by a sudden thought. I should just stay over at Tsukuyomi's house tomorrow. Surely, Mom will agree. Whether Mrs. Noera will consent remains uncertain. At that moment, Shimizu Mitsuki discovers a flaw in the six eyes. He can see Rin speaking, but cannot hear her voice. It seems he must learn lip reading. Do the Hyuga clan's ninjas know lip reading? Or have they simply never considered it? It seems unlikely, yet this aspect is notably absent from the manga, presenting a worthy subject for exploration. For Tsukuyomi, the six eyes possess a level of information gathering comparable to the Byakugan and a perceptual range akin to Kagura's heart eye. This ability appears to hold significant potential in the theater of war. However, he is yet to enroll in a ninja academy, and it is not yet his turn to step onto the battlefield. When that time comes, he could disguise himself as possessing exceptional sensory abilities. After experimenting with the first two abilities, Tsukuyomi turns his attention to the last one, the exquisite control of chakra. He ponders that the most indicative technique of chakra control would likely be medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, he has never engaged with medical ninjutsu, nor does Kin possess any such techniques in his collection. As for other ninjutsu, one particular technique comes to Tsukuyomi's mind, the Rinnegan. In the manga, the training method for the Rinnegan is among the most detailed of all ninjutsu, with each stage rigorously testing one's chakra control. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading for even more excitement. With this thought, Shimizu Mitsuki extends his hand, attempting to recreate the Rinnegan. According to the manga, he must alter the form of the chakra to create a sphere, within which the chakra spins wildly. As he releases the chakra, a deep blue orb gradually materializes in Tsukuyomi's hand. He gazes in astonishment, questioning, did I succeed so easily? Could it possibly be a counterfeit? He gently pressed the Rinnegan against a corner of the bedside table. With a crack, the corner was utterly obliterated, revealing a multitude of jagged wooden splinters. Undoubtedly, it was genuine. Observing the destruction wrought by the Rinnegan, Jinue released the chakra from his hands. Such immense power could be summoned with merely a touch, confirming his success. However, he found the creation of the Rinnegan did not demand considerable exertion. Is this what one would call supreme chakra control? He even sensed that the depletion of his own chakra was minimal. This indicated that his chakra was utilized without a trace of waste during the formation of the Rinnegan. How splendid! The technique I casually concocted earlier regarding the use of chakra to channel metal weapons for unleashing the unmarked lightning release could truly be worth developing. That short blade indeed seemed poised for practical use. Perhaps he ought to bestow upon it a name. Regrettably, whether in his past life or the present. Jinwei had always struggled with naming things. After pondering for a while, he relinquished the endeavor, as his mind was only filled with names like Frost Morning and Fire Joy. The 6 eyes he had acquired brought him great satisfaction, and he immersed himself in research until late into the night before finally drifting into a deep slumber. Happy birthday, Jinwei-chan. Happy birthday, Jinwei. Ultimately, Jinwei celebrated his birthday at the Noera household, as both Jinwei and Madame Noera rejected Rin's request for a gathering. After enjoying a delightful dinner at the Noera residence, Jinwei returned home with 2 gifts in hand. Ever since being ambushed by Uchiha-in, he felt he had been living rather comfortably in this world. Having reincarnated, he had not ventured beyond the confines of Konoha and was oblivious to the living conditions of people in other countries and shinobi villages. However, based on the narrative backdrop retained in his memories, it was evident that the common folk in various small nations lived in precarious circumstances. Even to maintain his current tranquil existence, Jinwei felt compelled to become stronger for compelling reasons. Seated on the living room sofa, he unwrapped the gifts from Madame Noera and Rin. The former presented him with a ninja vest, while the latter gifted him a shinobi tool pouch, both exceedingly practical gifts, aligning with the contemporary gifting trends within the shinobi realm. With this in mind, Jinwei made his way to Kinrin's room and retrieved the birthday gift box he had discovered while sorting through his belongings. Thank you for your gift. I have received it, Jinwei murmured softly as he untied the satin ribbon and opened the box, revealing a precious short blade meticulously prepared by Uchiha-un and Shimizu Kinrin. Jinwei intended to name this blade Mikazuki, hoping to one day wield it personally to sever the spine of the Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the 39th year of Konoha, Jinwei was 6 years old, and today marked the commencement of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Throughout the past year, Jinwei had not overexerted himself in response to Kinrin's death. As a reincarnated individual with memories of a previous life, particularly as an ambitious youth from the information-rich 21st century, he naturally understood the principles of scientific training. One cannot expect a 5-year-old's frail body to endure daily laps around Konoha as a form of exercise. Even if Jinyu could withstand it, Lin certainly could not. Indeed, upon learning that Jinyu had mastered chakra refinement at such an early age, Lin felt a pang of guilt for her own lack of diligence and earnestly requested Jinyu to include her in the training regimen. Thus, even to prevent the adorable Lin from transforming into a muscular little girl, Jinyu could not impose an excessively strenuous workout. Jinyu, how splendid. We are in the same class, Lin exclaimed, her fists clasped over her heart, beaming with joy. Yes, indeed, we are in the same class, Jinyu replied casually, her gaze drifting around the vicinity. Many familiar faces were present. Kakashi, Rin, and that curly-haired figure must be Kurenai, while the one beside her is Asuma. Surely not. Kurenai is so young, yet Asuma appears to harbor ulterior motives. What are you staring at, Jinyu? Lin noticed Jinyu's attention lingering on the surroundings, and upon following her gaze, her smile faltered slightly. My apologies, I was lost in thought, Jinyu replied, quickly folding her hands in an apologetic gesture to soothe Lin. Nevertheless, there are indeed many people here. I had thought that due to the war, numerous villagers would be reluctant to send their children to become ninjas. Jinyu's naivety led her to a common misconception. In the ninja world, becoming a ninja had supplanted the samurai as a legitimate profession. Although fraught with danger, the remuneration for missions was substantial, allowing even a low-ranking ninja to easily support a typical household. Moreover, in such tumultuous times, who would not desire power? Coupled with the 3rd Hokage's ongoing promotion of the valiant exploits of common ninjas on the battlefield, it was no surprise that the residents of Konoha were willing to send their offspring to the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing Jinyu's musing, Lin responded, "Oh, is that so? However, when I told my mother I wanted to attend the Ninja Academy, she readily agreed. It seems I was presumptuous. In any case, let's find our seats in class," Jinyu said. "No worries, Jinyu. Adults' thoughts are often difficult to decipher," Lin replied, ever so understanding. Meanwhile, a bespectacled boy was assisting a frail old lady, burdened with a large backpack, who was struggling to walk. "Thank you, Obito, but it will likely take a long time to find the place I need to go. Are you really okay with this?" "It's no trouble at all. It must be quite inconvenient for you to be alone," Obito reassured her. This kind-hearted villager was indeed Uchiha Obito, who was supposed to be starting school today, though it seemed he either forgot or deemed helping the old lady more important. In any case, he was bound to be late. Back at the Ninja Academy, Jinyu and Lin had located their seats. Since they enrolled together, it was only natural that their seats were adjacent. What a surprise to find us in the same class. Jinyu Lin, by the way, have you seen that full Obito? Kakashi approached and greeted them before inquiring. Before attending the Ninja Academy, Mizuki, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito had already forged a friendship due to various circumstances. Has Obito not arrived yet? Class is about to begin, and if he doesn't show up soon, he will be late. It would reflect poorly on him on the first day of school, Rin voiced her concerns. Meanwhile, Mizuki pretended to survey the surroundings, but secretly scanned the entirety of Konoha. To his relief, he had indeed located Obito. Kakashi, worry not. Obito is probably off helping an elderly lady find her way or rescuing a lost cat or dog. Prepare yourself for the likelihood that he may be tardy today, Mizuki remarked, narrowing his gaze. Isn't this the worst-case scenario, Mizuki? Rin quipped. Never mind. I shall seek the teacher's assistance to help Obito receive his enrollment notice, Kakashi sighed. Ding, the bell rang, and the trio returned to their seats as a middle-aged ninja clad in a flak jacket entered the classroom. Greetings, everyone. I am Morinai Taiyu, and I will be your homeroom teacher. My classes are quite rigorous, so brace yourselves, Morinai Taiyu declared with a stern countenance. Mizuki, it seems that teacher Taiyu is rather strict. Obito is in for quite a challenge, Rin whispered to Mizuki. It's all right. Kakashi will be the one to explain for Obito. Even the most severe of teachers would relent when faced with a plea from Kakashi, Mizuki reassured, confident that Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy had already spread before his enrollment. Not to mention that Kakashi's father was the esteemed Hatake Tsukuyomi. The saying, a tiger father does not raise a dog son, is quite prevalent even in the ninja world. Now, starting from the first on the left, you shall introduce yourself, Morinai Taiyu instructed, pointing at a boy with a pineapple hairstyle. This is troublesome. What should I say? Teacher? The pineapple-haired boy seemed uncertain about his self-introduction. Simply state your name, what you like and dislike, and your dream, Morinai Taiyu suggested, as if anticipating the question. How bothersome. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I enjoy lounging at home, detest troublesome matters, and my dream is to marry a wife who is neither beautiful nor ugly, and live out my life. Nara Shikamaru concluded his introduction and took his seat. Very good, quite spirited. Next, please, Morinai Taiyu remained unfazed by Nara Shikamaru's lackadaisical attitude, as his aim was merely to foster initial impressions among the students. I am Mitarashi Anko. I love rice dumplings, despise food without sugar, and aspire to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade. I am Saratobi Asuma. My name is Shimizu Mitsuki. I enjoy studying ninjutsu, dislike unexpected occurrences, and my dream is to protect my peaceful life. Mizuki completed his introduction with decorum and resumed his seat. So handsome, a girl in the class whispered. This was hardly surprising, as in a world where the average lifespan is under 40, children often mature early. Moreover, Jinyu indeed possesses a striking appearance, one that he himself admires. Otherwise, he would not have kept a mirror in his bedside drawer. Ignoring the infatuated young girls around him, Jinyu cast his gaze out the window. Indeed, his seat was in the legendary second row by the window, aptly dubbed the king's hometown. However, the crux of the matter lay not in his seating arrangement, but rather in the green figures darting about on the playground outside. Behind one of them fluttered a banner proclaiming that completing 500 laps would grant admission. That must be Might Guy. And the large figure clad in a green bodysuit beside him would undoubtedly be Might Dai. According to the storyline, the third Hokage should be observing the new student's enrollment process. Upon witnessing Guy's tenacity, the third Hokage would likely add him to the list of potential candidates, despite initially being overlooked. It is difficult to ascertain whether Guy's profound respect for the third Hokage stems from this very incident. Nevertheless, after school, it would be prudent to offer encouragement to this father-son duo. Setting aside Might Dai for the moment, Jinyu recollected that Guy, at this stage, was quite concerned about how others perceived him. In his previous life, he had held a fondness for Guy's character. Thus, for the young Guy of the present, having another peer who acknowledges him could certainly help clarify his ninja way more swiftly. My name is Shimizu. No, I am Noera Rin. I enjoy cooking. I have no particular dislikes, and my dream is to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade. What am I even saying? Rin quickly sat down, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks as she recalled her recent slip of the tongue. Her mind had been preoccupied with Jianyu's earlier introduction, pondering what he meant by detesting the unexpected, and before she realized it, the words had escaped her lips. Ah, Jin, you won't think I'm strange, will he? Rin, still just a young girl yet to become a ninja, often fretted over her image in the eyes of others. In truth, her blunder had gone largely unnoticed by most, including Jianyu himself, who remained focused on the two green figures outside. At that moment, the self-introductions were nearing their conclusion. Jianyu suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon him, one that was not Rin's. Had it been her, his body would not have reacted with such alertness. Utilizing his six eyes panoramic vision, he traced the source of the gaze to a girl with long black hair. Judging by her attire, she appeared to belong to the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is replete with striking individuals, and her straight black hair was quintessentially beautiful. Had this been his previous life, a throng of admirers would certainly have proclaimed her as their beloved. Before long, the girl diverted her gaze from Jianyu, as it was her turn to introduce herself. My name is Uchiha Ruri. I aspire to grow stronger, disdain weakness, and dream of becoming a figure akin to the first Hokage. Her voice, a perfect embodiment of a diligent academic, compelled attention. No, it necessitated a closer observation of this Uchiha Ruri. The coursework at Konoha's Ninja Academy was not overly demanding, allowing for an early dismissal in the afternoon. As numerous families of ninjas enroll their children in schools, it is primarily to ensure that their offspring form reliable bonds and connect with peers from other ninja clans. These children, born into esteemed ninja families, must dedicate additional hours after school to master their family's secret techniques. Thus, the Ninja Academy does not encroach excessively upon their time. As for the commoners who genuinely aspire to acquire more ninja knowledge, their plight is rather bleak. The ninja world is one where the chasm between common ninjas and clan ninjas is vast, and without extraordinary encounters, they may only ever attain the rank of Chunin. Only a rare few, such as Minato Namikaze and Kinji Shimizu, managed to transcend these limitations. As Jianyu and Rin exited the classroom, Kakashi went to assist Obito with his enrollment documentation. Outside the school, 5-year-old Guy, having failed to complete his 500 laps, was despondent and began to question whether he was truly cut out to be a ninja. His father, Might Dai, imparted wisdom on the essence of self-discipline, reigniting Guy's motivation. Under the setting sun, the father and son embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Witnessing such a poignant scene felt akin to watching a grand historical drama. Let us depart. Rin, Jianyu remarked, feeling as though his gaze had been sullied by the beauty of this masterpiece. Yet, did it truly not concern these two? Rin expressed her inability to comprehend, but showed her respect for their emotional expression. It is perfectly all right. This is merely their way of conveying feelings. Jianyu, observing Rin's astonishment, offered a brief explanation. However, as they passed the father and son, Jianyu paused and addressed Might Guy. I have witnessed your efforts on the playground. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future. Keep it up. With that, he promptly resumed his pace. It was imperative to move swiftly. Should they embrace him too and weep together in a celebration of youth, one must always be cautious. After Rin also offered a word of encouragement, she swiftly bounded to catch up with Jianyu. Behind them, Guy stared blankly at his father and said, Father, they were not mocking me. They were encouraging me. Indeed, Guy, his father replied. Realizing the truth, Guy hurriedly called out his gratitude towards the departing figures of Jianyu and Rin. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Thank you for your support. After Jianyu and Rin traversed the remainder of their shared path and bid each other farewell, Jianyu returned home and opened his system panel. Host, Shimizu Jianyu. Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique, Transcription Seal of the Eternal Firmament, One-Time Use, Spiraling Sphere, Fire Release, Fireball, Lightning Release, Earth Walk, Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Wishes, to attain the eyes of heaven, the 6 eyes, male, no new emails. As a newly admitted student of the Ninja Academy, such a panel is indeed quite luxurious, thanks to the chakra control capabilities bestowed by the 6 eyes. The more Jianyu practiced the ninjutsu scrolls left behind by Kenji, the more he could appreciate the seemingly inconspicuous, yet profoundly intricate nature of chakra control, realizing just how extraordinary it truly is. The innate chakra attributes of Jianyu are fire, lightning, and wind, while Rin possesses only the fire attribute and the lightning attribute acquired through training. Therefore, Jianyu can only reference fire and lightning ninjutsu for his cultivation. Since obtaining the 6 eyes last year, Jianyu's strength has significantly improved within just 1 year of training, particularly in the realm of ninjutsu. For instance, techniques like the shadow clone technique and the Rinnegan required minimal practice. He mastered them on his very first attempt. The technique of shuriken shadow clones bears a striking resemblance to that of the shadow clone technique, and with just slight variations, he was able to learn it effortlessly. Furthermore, Jian Yu has devoted considerable energy to studying the nature and transformation of lightning chakra, aspiring to develop a technique akin to the lightning release chakra mode of the third Reikage from the hidden cloud village. It is well known that most ninjas in the Naruto world are akin to fragile glass cannons, and Jian Yu is quite envious of the defensive capabilities offered by the lightning armor technique. However, Jian Yu has recently encountered a stalemate in his research, realizing that aside from his prayers, it is challenging to rapidly attain the honed physique of the third Reikage, which has rendered his body slow to adapt to the stimulation of lightning chakra. This has led Jian Yu to understand that even with the assistance of the six eyes, the study of many ninjutsu remains far from simple, and he suddenly finds himself admiring research-oriented geniuses like Orochimaru and Hashirama Senju. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique. Rin hurled a shuriken, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, the shurikens soaring through the air multiplied into dozens, clattering as they embedded themselves into the wooden target ahead. Hooray, Jian Yu, I did it. This took place in a small grove on the outskirts of the 8th training ground in Konoha, a prime location that Jian Yu discovered after scanning several circles around the village with his six eyes. Rarely trodden by others, it also featured a small river, making it an excellent venue for ninja training. As Jian Yu approached the target where Rin had just thrown the shuriken, he nodded in satisfaction at the depth of their penetration. The force is quite decent, and the quantity is commendable. Congratulations, Rin, you have fully mastered this technique. He pondered what training task to assign to Rin next. Since Rin began training with Jian Yu, she had learned basic chakra control exercises such as tree climbing and water walking. In terms of ninjutsu, Jian Yu had also taught her the shadow clone technique and the shuriken shadow clone technique. Presently, Rin is remarkably powerful compared to her peers from other clans, and she can already be deemed a genius. Admittedly, the label of genius holds a somewhat diluted significance in the Naruto world. As Jian Yu contemplated, Rin, upon hearing his praise, felt her cheeks flush slightly. With her hands clasped behind her back and her toes lightly tapping the ground, she said, "Hee, this is all thanks to you, Jian Yu." In truth, this was indeed the case. Although Rin's chakra control abilities were commendable, achieving such strength at her age is not solely a result of effort. While diligence holds significance, the paramount aspect resides in the subtle assistance that Jian Yu provides to Lin. It is imperative to recognize that Jian Yu's six eyes endow him with an exceptional mastery over chakra control. When Jian Yu engages with others, provided they do not resist, he can enter their bodies and manipulate their chakra flow. Naturally, Lin would not refuse Jian Yu's intrusion. Thus, he can seamlessly assist her in guiding and controlling the chakra within her, significantly accelerating her learning process. Returning to the essence of the matter, Lin's chakra attributes are fire and water. Fire release is manageable, as Kenrin left behind an array of fire ninjutsu in his secret archives, and Jian Yu himself possesses fire affinity, making it effortless to instruct Lin. However, when it comes to water release, Jian Yu pondered for a moment, struggling to identify any viable sources for acquiring proficient water ninjutsu. For now, it would be prudent to commence with fire release. Lin, there are more challenging training tasks ahead. Do not become overly complacent with your current achievements. Understood, Teacher Jian Yu. Excellent, young Lin. Your next training objective is. As he spoke, Jian Yu plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, pinching it between his fingers. Suddenly, a flicker of flames erupted, swiftly reducing the leaf to ash. Just like that. What? Lin blinked her large, round eyes in astonishment, and promptly inquired with genuine curiosity, Jian Yu, how did you accomplish that? You didn't even form seals. Yet the leaf ignited on its own. I am intrigued. Oh dear, how utterly charming. Even after all this time together, Jian Yu found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Lin's innocent display of cuteness. Ahem. Jian Yu cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he commenced his teaching session. This phenomenon is known as chakra nature transformation, an advanced technique that utilizes chakra, which even seasoned jonin may struggle to master fully. Remarkable. Lin never failed to express her enthusiasm. Once you become proficient in utilizing chakra nature transformation techniques, you can integrate them into your ninjutsu, just as I am demonstrating. Jian Yu, a practitioner of hands-on methods, believed that first-hand observation is far more enlightening than theoretical discourse. He retrieved a shuriken from the ninjutsu pouch Lin had gifted him, deliberately slowing his movements for her benefit. With precision, he hurled the shuriken while immediately forming seals, exhaling a jet of flames that enveloped the projectile. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Jianyu swiftly formed additional seals, employing the shuriken shadow clone technique, resulting in the fiery shuriken multiplying into a dozen replicas. Boom. Upon striking the target, the flaming shurikens did not merely conclude their trajectory, but instead triggered a series of miniature fire explosions. This is the fire release, Impatiens Balsamina, enhanced by chakra nature transformation. Ordinary Impatiens Balsamina can only attach flames to the shuriken to slightly increase its attack range and damage, but cannot create subsequent explosions upon impact. In truth, Jianyu could easily generate multiple shadow shurikens, yet it was merely a demonstration, rendering such an endeavor unnecessary. One might ponder why he did not simply hurl several shurikens at once. By doing so, he could minimize the enemy's reaction time without the need for shadow clones, consequently conserving a considerable amount of chakra. Lin, ever the astute thinker, raised her inquiries following Jianyue's demonstration. Indeed, this is a valid point. However, the transformation of chakra properties is an intricate technique. Merely imbuing a single shuriken with chakra presents a significant challenge, while employing shadow shuriken techniques greatly simplifies the process, serving as a clever composite ninjutsu. Furthermore, there exists a limit to the number of shurikens one can throw unaided. Once Lin's chakra capacity increases, utilizing shadow shurikens will enhance the technique's potency, allowing this composite ninjutsu to truly shine. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for a continuation of the riveting tale. The cunning Jianyu had anticipated Lin's questions and had prepared his responses in advance. Yet, there was another reason he refrained from disclosing. Shurikens are prohibitively expensive, particularly in times of war. It is crucial to understand that those shurikens imbued with fire chakra lose their lethality after a single use, their tips rendered dull. While training allows for their recovery and reuse, on the battlefield, discarding them indiscriminately results in significant waste. Though convenient, Jianyu cannot afford to employ such tactics regularly. In the manga, the effectiveness of the shadow shuriken technique varies among different practitioners. Beyond the physical differences in the shurikens themselves, some employing wind-style shurikens, others using kekkei, this ninjutsu can be categorized into two types, one utilized by various individuals and the other by Namikaze Minato. In the Luolan movie, Minato's shadow shuriken technique exhibits tremendous destructive power. If others' techniques are akin to small firearms, his resembles a floating cannon. Thus, Jianyu speculated that Minato must have integrated wind chakra transformation into the shadow shuriken technique, resulting in the substantial disparity between his technique and those of others. Consequently, Jianyu embarked on a study of the effects of different chakra attributes on shurikens, yielding promising results. The compatibility of chakra types with their respective vessels is indeed noteworthy. As previously mentioned, Jianyu's innate chakra affinities are fire, wind, and lightning. For instance, fire chakra is better suited to shurikens with larger surfaces. In contrast, wind and lightning chakra are more appropriate for kekkei and senbon, respectively, showcasing Jianyu's innate aptitude for research. After completing their daily training, Jianyu and Lin decided to visit the ninja tool shop, as their recent training had led to considerable expenditure. The life of a ninja, while lucrative, also entails significant costs. On their way to the ninja tool shop, Jianyu and Lin overheard several villagers engaged in hushed conversations. Have you heard? The White Fang, Hatake Tsukuyomi, has voluntarily abandoned his mission. What? You mean that esteemed White Fang? Esteemed? The hard-won advantage on the front lines has been squandered. I hear the village has suffered greatly. It seems it has indeed turned into a suicide incident for the White Fang. The timing aligns perfectly, Jianyu mused inwardly. In the original narrative, during Kakashi's first year at the Ninja Academy, his father, the renowned White Fang of Konoha, met his demise by suicide. The events unfolded as Tsukuyomi, during a mission, chose to abandon it to save a comrade whose life was in peril, thereby inflicting considerable loss upon the village. Upon returning home, while his comrade's life was spared, villagers began to castigate Tsukuyomi upon learning of the incident. An overwhelming wave of public outcry descended upon him, with even unfounded rumors of his betrayal of the village circulating. Ultimately, Even the very ninja whom Tsukuyomi had saved turned against him, leading to his tragic end. Frankly, prior to Tsukuyomi's suicide, no one could have fathomed that a figure of such valor could meet his end in such a shocking manner. Jinwei, it seems they are discussing matters related to Kakashi's father, Lin spoke up. Yes, it appears to be about that, though one cannot draw conclusions solely from the villager's words. Jinwei replied, fully aware of the situation, yet uncertain of the role he should play in this unfolding drama. Naturally, he felt compelled to help, as he lamented the untimely passing of the White Fang in his previous life. Moreover, Kakashi was a good friend to both him and Lin. Yet, amidst this tragic event, the extent of manipulation and intrigue remained unknown, and Jinwei could not guarantee the impact he might have. While he contemplated, he suddenly felt Lin tugging at his sleeve. Jinwei, look ahead. Lin pointed to a small gathering of people not far away, where she could not discern the situation. It was Kakashi and Obito, embroiled in a conflict with several villagers. Jinwei, utilizing his 6 eyes, swiftly gleaned the information. At the heart of the storm, Kakashi was acutely aware of his father's precarious standing in Konoha. Despite being labeled a genius, he found himself at a loss for effective means to rehabilitate his father's reputation, which only heightened his agitation. Presently, Kakashi resembled a barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode at the slightest spark, resulting in the scene Jinwei and Lin now witnessed. The altercation on the street continued, showing signs of escalating tension. You brats, do you know how many ninjas have sacrificed themselves on the front lines to gain an advantage? The duty of a ninja is to fulfill their mission. Is it truly fitting for someone who interrupts a mission without authorization to be called a ninja? Several villagers seem to have found an outlet for their frustrations, vehemently directing their ire towards Obito and Kakashi. My father, he is not that kind of person. Though angered, Kakashi's verbal retorts still lacked the potency required. You scoundrels, Kakashi's father interrupted the mission to protect his comrades. Don't you all have friends? At that moment, Obito, rarely in agreement with Kakashi, found himself standing on the same side. Although he often found Kakashi's arrogance irksome, deep down, he regarded him as a true friend. To voluntarily abandon such a crucial mission, I say that Konoha's White Fang is nothing but a traitor. This statement resonated ominously among the loudest of the accusers. Kakashi, who had initially sought to downplay the situation, felt his temper flare, and his hand instinctively reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Oh, to betray the village. How audacious of you to say that. In an instant, Mitsuki appeared beside Kakashi, restraining his hand while whispering, do not act impulsively. Your father's circumstances cannot be resolved by silencing a few individuals. And who might you be, here to defend that person? One of the loudmouths retorted, glaring at Mitsuki. What of it? Interrupting a mission without permission, why should I not voice my opinion? Before he could finish, Mitsuki interjected, the Hokage has never claimed that Tsukuyomi-sensei betrayed the village. What gives you the audacity to slander a hero of the village? Or are you questioning the Hokage's judgment? You little brat, I have no intention of questioning the Hokage. The lanky man stammered, about to retort when Mitsuki continued, gathering in the village to create disturbances and spread rumors. I see you wish to pay a visit to the Uchiha Police Department, don't you, Obito? The department will surely apprehend you ruffians. Upon hearing Mitsuki's words, Obito seized the moment to respond. Indeed, these are merely a bunch of insolent brats. After hearing the exchange between Mitsuki and Obito, particularly the Uchiha clan emblem adorning Obito's attire, the lanky man and his companions exchanged a few parting jabs before departing. Although somewhat remorseful towards the Uchiha, one must admit that sometimes it takes a villain to confront a villain. In the face of these ignorant villagers, the Uchiha's threat proved rather effective. Thank you, Mitsuki. Kakashi expressed his gratitude, realizing that had Mitsuki not intervened, the situation could have escalated further. As the crowd dispersed, Rin finally managed to reunite with everyone outside. Mitsuki, you startled me when you suddenly vanished. I apologize, it was an urgent matter. Just as Kakashi was about to take action, Mitsuki had only time to utter a brief warning to Rin. This is troublesome, before utilizing the body flicker technique to appear by Kakashi's side. Kakashi, now fully aware, recognized that the speed at which Mitsuki had appeared was a mastery of the body flicker technique reserved for Jonin. In the face of conflict, Jinyu remains composed, while he himself acts impulsively. Compared to Jinyu, his reputation as a genius appears to be greatly exaggerated. Thanks to you, Jinyu, you've been immensely helpful. Despite these scoundrels, Obito is still seething with anger. Don't rush to thank me. The important question is, what are your plans moving forward, Kakashi? I don't know. My father has been reclusive and has made no comments regarding the village's gossip. Are you going to stand idly by? Of course not. But with so many people in the village discussing my father and the reality of him abandoning his mission, I am at a loss for what to do. This is indeed the case, regardless of whether there are deeper calculations and darkness amidst the village's tumult. It remains a fact that White Fang's abandonment of the mission has caused losses for the village. So, Kakashi, seek our assistance. Do not bear the burden alone. It is not shameful to rely on friends in times of difficulty. Or do you not consider us friends? Upon seeing Jianyu's serious expression, Kakashi paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure and, with a determined gaze, said, I need your help. Jianyu, Obito, Rin, please assist me. You need not say it. I will help you, arrogant Kakashi. Obito said with a proud expression as he observed Kakashi's renewed spirit. Although I may not be able to offer substantial aid, I will do my utmost, Rin responded earnestly. Then, without further delay, let us find a place to discuss our battle plan. There is much to be done ahead. Agreed. In a park within Konoha, the four of them were deliberating their plans. The information at hand indicates that your father, White Fang, voluntarily abandoned the mission. Rather than encountering an insurmountable situation, Jianyu said, looking at Kakashi. Indeed, given my father's strength, he could have accomplished the mission alone. Could it be possible for Kakashi's father to feign an encounter with formidable enemies that rendered him unable to complete the task? Obito pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. That won't do. Setting aside whether Mr. Tsukuyomi would be willing to lie, the fact remains that the mission was not completed, and the outcome would not change, Jianyu countered. What if the ninja that Uncle Tsukuyomi saved comes forward to explain the situation? If it truly was dire, the villagers should be able to understand, Rin added her thoughts. That is not feasible. You may not be aware, but the person my father saved was also part of the group attacking him, Kakashi sighed, a bitter smile on his face. What does Mr. Tsukuyomi think about this? Jianyu inquired again. My father is in good spirits. He simply does not wish to go out and has not informed me of his plans. Kakashi expressed his frustration, seemingly displeased with Tsukuyomi. Is Uncle Tsukuyomi hoping to let time pass until the storm settles? Rin felt a hint of confusion, wondering if this was somewhat passive. Although it is difficult to believe, there is indeed such a possibility. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why my father, despite being calm, remained shut away. Kakashi found himself agreeing with Rin's perspective. No, that is not a possibility, Jianyu stated emphatically. Why not? I also think Rin's reasoning is sound, Obito questioned. Indeed, during times of intense public scrutiny, remaining silent until the storm passes may be a passive yet pragmatic approach. However, you seem to have overlooked a crucial aspect, Jianyu explained to the three individuals, who were bewildered. Noticing their inquisitive gazes, she continued without hesitation. Lin, in your opinion, if you had to choose between saving a companion's life or completing a mission vital to the village's interests, which would you select? Lin tilted her head, pondering deeply, as she recognized the difficulty in making such an immediate decision. On one hand, she yearned to prioritize her companion's life. On the other, her ninja training and life experiences had ingrained in her the belief that the rules of the ninja world dictate the importance of mission completion. I don't know. Perhaps I could only make a choice when faced with the actual dilemma, she ultimately confessed. Let me rephrase that. If I were gravely injured and saving me would result in mission failure, what would you do, Lin? Of course, I would save you, Jianyu. Lin responded without a moment's hesitation. In her eyes, the choice between saving Jianyu and fulfilling the mission was not a dilemma at all. And therein lies the crux of the matter. Jianyu, are you implying that the essence of the situation does not hinge on how the villagers perceive my father, but rather how the person who was saved views him? If, in a moment of decision, one chooses to prioritize saving a companion over mission success, then I cannot believe that Mr. Tsukuyomi was unprepared for public condemnation. Only the reproach of the individual saved would be the true dagger aimed at White Fang. Jianyu articulated her thoughts candidly. Damn it, that scoundrel. If he was saved, he ought to express his gratitude. After hearing Jianyu's analysis, Obito couldn't help but curse. Thank you, my internet mouthpiece. One must admit that having a forthright friend like Obito is, in fact, quite a blessing. Therefore, our primary objective should be to locate the individual who was saved, compelling that scoundrel to apologize to Kakashi's father. Obito continued his tirade. Undoubtedly, If Uncle Tsukumo's mission failure resulted in losses for the villagers' ire would be unavoidable. However, that individual should not adopt the position of a victim to blame Uncle Tsukumo. Lin considered herself willing to sacrifice her life for the village. Yet, if she were saved without her knowledge and her companion faced blame, she would only internalize the fault, never directing harm towards her well-meaning ally. Moreover, the failure of a mission is inherently the responsibility of the entire team. Even if Tsukumo is the captain, it remains a fact that the injury of a team member affects the continuation of the mission. All right, Jinue remarked, noting the consensus among her peers. Since we have devised a plan, let us commence execution. First, we must locate that scoundrel. Ah, I meant the individual who was saved. Kakashi, you must have some intelligence on this matter. Jinue was inadvertently led astray by Obito, yet she could not deny that a bit of banter was indeed a form of enjoyment. Upon hearing Jinue's question, Kakashi reflected briefly before responding. The companion saved by my father is named Shimura Arima. He should still be hospitalized in Konoha. Shimura, you say? Jinue murmured. Have you discovered anything, Jinue? From the moment he first laid eyes on Jinue, Obito was fixated on every movement she made. He found himself admiring, or perhaps even envying, the quick-witted nature of individuals like Jinue and Kakashi. Her recent analysis had left him in awe, as he repeatedly thought to himself, this is truly me. On the way to the Konoha hospital, Kakashi inquired of Jinue, what should we do to persuade Shimura Arima to apologize to his father? This was also a question that Lin and Obito harbored in their hearts. I don't know, Jinue replied calmly. What? Hey, this isn't a funny joke, Jinue. Please, share your brilliant idea. Obito expressed, feeling that Jinue was merely jesting with him. I'm not joking. I genuinely haven't thought of how to make that Shimura Arima apologize to Mr. Tsukuyomi, Jinue stated once more, slowly. Shouldn't we discuss our plan further? Since Shimura Arima has already chosen to betray Uncle Tsukuyomi, a person who evades responsibility is unlikely to willingly apologize, Lin suggested, wanting to convene another strategy meeting. Jinue, you must have another method in mind. It seems you never intended for Shimura Arima to apologize but only inquired about his whereabouts, Kakashi remarked, suddenly realizing something. It seemed Jinue indeed had not specified what she wanted Shimura Arima to do. Obito strained to recall their previous discussions, while Lin cast a curious glance at Jinue, her expression revealing her intrigue. Jinue smiled at Lin and began, the crux of the matter lies with Shimura Arima, but it extends beyond him. She then turned to Kakashi and continued, and you, Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Kakashi pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? Precisely you. The focus has never been whether Shimura Arima would apologize to Mr. Tsukuyomi. Rather, it is you, Kakashi, as the sole son of Mr. Tsukuyomi, who must confront Shimura Arima and demand his apology, Jinue said earnestly, looking directly at Kakashi. From the outset, Jinue's goal was to prevent the suicide of White Fang. The opinions of the villagers, or any other external factors, were secondary. Upon hearing the surname Shimura, he understood that persuading Shimura Arima to apologize in order to rekindle White Fang's will to live was likely an impossible endeavor. Anyone familiar with Naruto knows precisely who the most renowned individual bearing the Shimura surname is, without a doubt. It is the fifth Hokage, Shimura Danzo. This is not merely a baseless conjecture from Jinue. The original storyline mentioned that White Fang led a team on a covert mission deep within enemy territory. A task whose outcome would not be widely disseminated within the village, regardless of success or failure. Such confidential missions inherently carry significant value, irrespective of their outcomes. During times of war, every village inevitably harbors local spies. If every result of a secret mission were made public, chaos would ensue among the ninja villages. Moreover, public opinion is ultimately just that, opinion. While the collective disdain of villagers might slay a samurai, attempting to extinguish a ninja's spirit with mere words would indeed be laughable. The motives of the orchestrators behind this matter have become quite apparent. Their intent is to render the esteemed Konoha White Fang despondent for a period, burdening him with infamy and disgrace. Considering Danzo's objectives, he likely fears that as Kakashi Hataki's father, Shomo Hataki, garners more accolades on the battlefield, it may ultimately jeopardize Orochimaru's succession as the fourth Hokage. A tarnished reputation would inevitably place Shomo at a disadvantage against the illustrious disciple of the third Hokage. Such machinations would not escape the notice of the third Hokage, yet during this period, He held a particular favor for his apprentice, Orochimaru, thus tacitly endorsing Danzo's clandestine schemes. However, there exists a singular aspect that neither the third Hokage nor Shimura Danzo had anticipated. They had been indoctrinated into the ninja way of life from a young age. Under the tutelage of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. In their perspective, the pressures of public opinion were inconsequential to a ninja. Yet, the Hatake clan was distinct. It had evolved from a lineage of samurai, and thus, the insults and slander inflicted upon Shomo would bear significant weight. In simple terms, Shomo Hatake was vulnerable. Consequently, the aim of Mitsuki became clear: to provide Shomo Hatake with a reason to persevere. When an individual finds an excuse to live, the decision to succumb to death is no longer a simple one. Furthermore, Mitsuki surmised that Shomo lacked the ambition to become Hokage. Rather, he yearned to conclude the war and nurture Kakashi into adulthood. Kakashi, you are the sole kin of Shomo, as long as he witnesses your resolve and determination. If his mindset remains unaffected, any external criticism will eventually fade with time. Yet, with so many in the village feeling betrayed, I do not doubt your sincerity, Mitsuki. Although Kakashi believed in Mitsuki's words, trepidation lingered. There are no buts. Trust my judgment, Mitsuki responded, unperturbed by Kakashi's concerns, for he understood that the more one cares, the more cautious one becomes. He had experienced this mindset when confronting Kenta. After revisiting their plan, the four of them arrived at the Konoha hospital. Inquiring with the on-duty ninja, they proceeded to the hospital room of Arma Shimura. Upon knocking lightly on the door, a voice beckoned them in. Inside, they were greeted by a man reclining partially on his hospital bed, his short black hair disheveled, his body encased in bandages, and his complexion wan. Despite the ongoing war, Konoha Hospital, being the largest in the ninja world, did not suffer from overcrowding. Arma Shimura occupied the room alone. You are Arma Shimura. Are you aware of your actions? Obito began to vent his frustrations upon encountering the very individual he sought to confront. After all, he understood that their objective did not necessitate Arma to do anything, but to berate this traitor to his comrades. That hair, you're Kakashi, aren't you? Arma Shimura disregarded Obito's presence and directly addressed Kakashi by name. As Obito attempted to interject, Mitsuki and Rin each grabbed an arm, pulling him behind Kakashi. All right, Obito. Let Kakashi take the lead now, Rin softly spoke to Obito. Although Obito was dissatisfied, he fell silent. I wish to know why you cast aspersions on my father. If he was willing to forsake his mission to save you, it stands to reason that your relationship must be quite amicable. So why utter such words? Kakashi's voice rose slightly towards the end. As he gazed at Kakashi, whose expression remained obscured by his mask, Shimizu Arma refrained from responding. Instead, he grasped the cane at the edge of the bed and, with some effort, descended from the bed towards the door. It was then that everyone noticed that Shimizu Arma was missing half of his lower leg. He limped in front of Kakashi and softly uttered, I'm sorry. To everyone's astonishment, he knelt before Kakashi, performing a traditional bow. However, before Kakashi could respond, Shimizu Arma quickly rose again, leaning on his cane. And Kakashi instinctively reached out to assist him, only to be met with a dismissive wave from Shimizu Arma. This chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Eventually, Shimizu Arma reclined back onto the hospital bed, rejecting any further interaction. After several attempts at conversation proved fruitless, the group exchanged glances and exited the Konoha hospital. Kakashi had envisioned countless scenarios for encountering Shimizu Arma, yet none of them had prepared him for this moment. Although Mitsuki had not anticipated this either, he could comprehend the situation. Mr. Shikumo was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. The decision to interrupt a mission to save a teammate could hardly be attributed to a nefarious character. Furthermore, Mitsuki observed a bouquet of carnations by Shimizu Arma's bedside, their vibrant colors suggesting they had been freshly replaced that morning. However, the underlying reasons for Shimizu Arma's unusual behavior were not essential to unravel, as they would not impede Mitsuki and his companion's subsequent actions. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? Mitsuki inquired, eager to understand Kakashi's perspective. I sensed that Shimizu Arma did not intend to reproach my father. Perhaps there are reasons unbeknownst to me, Kakashi pondered, resting his chin on one hand. But he has no desire to converse with us at all, Obito interjected, muttering in frustration. At the very least, we now recognize that Shimizu Arma harbors feelings of guilt towards Uncle Shikumo. I believe Uncle Shikumo's spirits might improve upon learning this, Rin added to the discourse. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Mitsuki concluded that he needed to provide Kakashi with a more compelling motivation. He grasped Kakashi's shoulders, compelling him to meet his gaze. Kakashi, there is but one course of action you must undertake. You must prepare for the worst. Your father, Tsukuyomi Hatake, succumbing to the pressures of public opinion and taking his own life. You must persuade him. I understand, Kakashi replied, refraining from questioning Mitsuki's rationale. There was no need to do so. Acknowledging that his own strength was insufficient, he resolved to place his trust in his comrades. Kakashi was acutely aware of this truth now. The group arrived at their intended destination, the Hatake residence. With a deep breath, Kakashi led them into the reception room. All right, here I go. Stinky Kakashi, you can surely do it. Keep going, Kakashi. Rest assured, Kakashi, in the worst-case scenario, you can simply lie on the ground and feign helplessness. Sometimes, it is better for a child not to act too maturely, Jinwei remarked with a knowing expression. I would never stoop to the level of using such tactics like Obito, Kakashi retorted, though internally he considered that perhaps Jinwei's suggestion was not without merit. It is no wonder that he would later become a man capable of reading the royal decree in front of his students. Kakashi turned resolutely to seek out Tsukuyomi Hatake. The remaining three sat on the tatami in the reception room. After Kakashi departed, Obito could not help but ask Jinwei, why do you think Uncle Tsukuyomi might contemplate suicide? Rin, equally curious, furrowed her delicate brows and looked at Jinwei with confusion. Are you all perhaps overestimating Mr. Tsukuyomi's ability to cope? Yet, Uncle Tsukuyomi is renowned as the White Fang of Konoha. How could such a ninja possibly take his own life? Besides, Kakashi is here. Surely he would consider him as well. That is merely your naive perception of adults. A kind-hearted person like Mr. Tsukuyomi is, in truth, quite sensitive. Just like Ken, who thought to himself that he was being self-righteous, but did not voice it. Jinwei refrained from further elaboration. Before such events occur, most individuals would find it hard to believe. Had he not been familiar with the storyline, he too would not have considered the possibility of the White Fang taking his own life. Even now, having reached this point, Jinwei could not guarantee that he could alter the original outcome, but he believed he had done his utmost. Leaning back, he reclined on the tatami. Hey Jinwei, I didn't quite catch that. Could you elaborate a bit more? I'm sure next time I'll understand. Rin, you surely didn't comprehend either, right? I got it. Ignoring the clamor around him, it was worth mentioning that Rin's father had perished on the battlefield before her memories began, and Obito was also an orphan. As for Jinwei, his own circumstances were no better. Now, he could only hope that Kakashi would successfully counsel Tsukuyomi Hatake. Otherwise, their quartet might as well rename themselves the Alliance of Parental Grief. Meanwhile, outside the Hatake family shrine, Tsukuyomi had been secluded within. Kakashi collected his thoughts and raised his hand to knock on the door. Is it you, Kakashi? It is I, father. Upon hearing the response from within, Kakashi pushed the door open, and the long-awaited sunlight poured into the room. Previously, Kakashi had only noticed his father's usual smile, but had overlooked the disheveled white hair, the deep-set eyes, and the sunken cheeks. Father, I have something to discuss with you. Oh no, Kakashi hasn't found Uncle Tsukuyomi yet, has he? It's been so long. The impatient Obito could no longer sit still. Obito, please quiet down. We are guests in Kakashi's home. Rin finally could no longer tolerate Obito's restlessness. Jinwei, don't fall asleep. Kakashi must have messed things up. Now it's time for Lord Obito to take action. Jinwei lay on the tatami, oblivious to the happenings outside, though he was not asleep. He was keenly observing Kakashi's actions with his Byakugan. Not long after acquiring the six eyes, Jinwei had already taught himself oral interpretation, allowing him to experience the unfolding events as if they were being broadcast live. Truly remarkable. Kakashi, indeed, it must be said. Who would have thought, Kakashi, that you would employ such a method? It seems the third Hokage has his hands full. Observing the conversation between father and son come to a close, Jinwei finally sat up as they approached. It is over. Kakashi must have succeeded. Just then, Kakashi and Tsukuyomi Hatake pushed open the door to the reception room and entered. I have heard Kakashi express his gratitude. Thank you for everything you have done. I am an inadequate father and have caused you trouble. The first thing Tsukuyomi and Kakashi did upon entering was to deeply bow in thanks to Jinwei and the others. No need for formalities. We merely did what comrades ought to do, Jinwei replied first. Hee, Uncle Tsukuyomi, no need for that. Kakashi, you must sincerely thank Lord Obito. As Obito observed Kakashi bowing, he couldn't help but smile. his lips stretching almost to his ears. Uncle Tsukuyomi, please rise. It was primarily Jianyue who provided the ideas. Rin did not feel she had played a significant role, yet she once again recognized how extraordinary Jianyue was. Not only in terms of ninja prowess, but in many other aspects as well. Tsukuyomi and Kakashi straightened themselves. Tsukuyomi's gaze swept over the three of them, lingering on Jianyue for a few seconds before finally addressing Kakashi. Kakashi, it is truly your fortune to have such companions. You must cherish them. Indeed, father. Kakashi replied with pride. Well, it is getting late. I would like to invite you all to dinner. Please feel free to express your preferences. Tsukuyomi said with a smile. Hooray, I want to eat barbecue. Obito was the first to raise his hands in agreement. Of course, Tsukuyomi was more than capable of treating a few children. Thus, the group set off towards the barbecue restaurant. Although whispers could still be heard along the way, Tsukuyomi Hatake now had new reasons to continue living. In short, he had grown a thicker skin. Well, humans are merely evolved monkeys. They will always grow. There are many barbecue restaurants in Konoha, but the one they were heading to was renowned for its exceptional flavor, albeit with the highest prices. Oh, it is Lord White Fang. It has been a while since we last saw you out and about. You have brought quite a few children today. The owner of the barbecue restaurant seemed to recognize Tsukuyomi. This was not surprising, as the owner had once been a ninja and naturally knew of the illustrious Kakashi Hatake. Yes, these are all friends of Kakashi. We have a larger group, so please arrange for a private room. Tsukuyomi responded warmly to the owner. At the dining table, Obito, who had been holding back questions all along, finally asked Kakashi numerous inquiries. Retired? Indeed. Uncle Tsukuyomi is retiring? Is that true? But if so, wouldn't it be a pity for someone as powerful as Uncle Tsukuyomi to step down? Perhaps Uncle Tsukuyomi could indeed become the fourth Hokage. What an exciting turn of events. Obito. It is no wonder that even Obito has recognized Tsukuyomi Hatake's potential as a contender for the Hokage position, leading to the current circumstances, thought Mitsuki. I believe retirement is a commendable choice. Mitsuki expressed his support, having been aware of this matter during his time at the Hatake residence, as he had witnessed the entire live broadcast. Well, Obito, Rin, since Mr. Tsukuyomi has made his decision, our role is merely to offer our support. Strength holds significance only when it is wielded to protect those who matter, not necessarily as a ninja. Mitsuki felt as though he had transformed into a kindergarten teacher, playfully entertaining a group of children with delightful tales. The meal was a joyous occasion, with Mitsuki and his companions not being particularly voracious eaters, thus avoiding the all-too-familiar scenario of empty wallets. The restaurant owner generously gifted them 2 plates of grilled meat. It was evident that many in the village still held great respect for Tsukuyomi Hatake. In Konoha, as long as the ninja fulfill their missions, they are deemed satisfactory. However, we students at the Ninja Academy have much more to contemplate. Am I being a bit too forceful? Rin's voice drifted into Mitsuki's ears. No, that pressure is just right. The morning classes had yet to commence, and Mitsuki reveled in Rin's shoulder massage. Having spent the previous day engaged in ninja games, he now faced the monotony of school. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Anko entered the classroom, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Rin, Anko approached with a skewer of dango, her demeanor sharp as she quipped. Don't spoil Mitsuki too much. If you two marry, Rin, will you not be under his thumb for a lifetime? Married? Me and Mitsuki? Rin exclaimed. Indeed. Didn't you mention during your self-introduction? I am Mizuki Yu. Rin, blushing, hurried to cover Anko's mouth, only to end up with sticky dango sauce on her hands. You two should act a bit more ladylike, Kurenai interjected, pulling them apart. Honestly, Mitsuki, didn't you say life doesn't have many spectators? By the way, Anko, didn't you claim you couldn't hear my self-introduction when I enrolled? Huh, if I couldn't hear it, how could I possibly tell you I didn't catch it? Ignoring the daily squabbles of the girls beside him, Mitsuki estimated that the time was nearly right and activated his 6 eyes, directing his attention toward the Hokage building. Ever since acquiring the 6 eyes, Konoha had become an open book to Mitsuki, devoid of any privacy. He was even privy to the number of times Danzo visited the restroom at the Root. Unfortunately, most of the intelligence from Root was transmitted in encrypted formats, and without access to their codebook, he remained unaware of their current undertakings. Thankfully, he had inquired yesterday about when Tsukuyomi Hatake intended to submit his retirement papers to the 3rd Hokage. Such a significant event as Tsukuyomi resigning from the ninja ranks was not one he could afford to overlook. Hurry and present it. On the other side, Tsukuyomi Hatake, being a man of action, proceeded the following day to the Hokage building with his retirement papers in hand. In the Hidden Leaf Village, ninjas typically sustain injuries while undertaking missions or due to various unavoidable circumstances, which compel them to retire from their profession. Instances of voluntary retirement are rare, generally. Only those lower-tier ninjas, gripped by the fear of war, choose to step back. Inside the Hokage's office, a member of the Umbu suddenly materialized. Hokage-sama. Hatake Tsukuyomi requests an audience. During wartime, seeking an audience with the Hokage necessitates prior notification from the Umbu. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in reviewing mission scrolls, heard the Umbu's announcement, he replied, "Let him in." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving permission, Hatake Tsukuyomi approached the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." "Ah, Tsukuyomi. Recently, there have been some unfavorable remarks about you circulating in the village. I hope you do not take them to heart." In truth, Sarutobi had not contemplated taking any action regarding Tsukuyomi's mission failure. The war already consumed enough of his mental faculties. Engaging in internal strife would be decidedly foolish. Yet, there indeed existed a foolhardy individual, his dear old teammate, Danzo, who had surreptitiously leaked the news of Tsukuyomi's interrupted mission. Once the information had spread, Sarutobi found himself powerless to rectify the situation. After all, the fact remained that Tsukuyomi's mission had failed, resulting in tangible losses for the village. His decision not to impose any punishment upon Tsukuyomi was the utmost he could manage. If he attempted to suppress the news, it was likely that the very next day, he would be accompanying Tsukuyomi in facing the villagers' ire. As Hokage, he felt a certain anxiety about his public image. Furthermore, Sarutobi, having navigated the political landscape for years, could discern who stood to gain the most from Danzo's actions. Orochimaru had once been his candidate for the Hokage position, but lately, he had been drawing closer to Danzo. Sarutobi worried that should the Hokage position fall into Orochimaru's hands, it might not bode well for the village. Unbeknownst to Tsukuyomi, Sarutobi's thoughts ran deep. His purpose for visiting today was singular: resignation, resignation, and once more, resignation. Hokage-sama, I recognize that this mission failure has inflicted significant losses upon the village, and I must bear the brunt of the responsibility. No one can succeed indefinitely. As Hokage, I too share a portion of the blame. There is no need to console me, for this experience has illuminated my unsuitability for the ninja life. Here is my resignation letter. With both hands, Tsukuyomi presented the meticulously prepared document to Sarutobi. Is there a procedure for resignation? Sarutobi, taken aback, rose from his chair. The details of the unfolding events are best left unspoken, though on the other side, Mitsuki undoubtedly enjoyed the scene. Particularly, after Tsukuyomi departed, Sarutobi shouted, "Bring Danzo to me." Sarutobi was now exceedingly incensed. The situation at the front was already dire, and the village had its own inept allies hindering progress. He found himself increasingly nostalgic for the days when his mentor was still around. How had he failed to notice the foolish side of Danzo back then? Is Danzo not here yet? Hiruzen, what is it that you require of me? Tozo, leaning on a cane, entered the Hokage's office. As the Hokage's advisor, he was not required to announce his arrival, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen had actively sought him out. "See for yourself," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, tossing the retirement papers of Kakashi Hatake towards Tozo. "This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Tozo narrowed his eyes, and after perusing the scroll, he seemed to realize his culpability. However, he would never admit fault, particularly to Hiruzen. The two engaged in a silent exchange, their gazes locked, which left the observing Mitsuki feeling anxious. "Are you two performing a silent play?" Ultimately, Tozo broke the silence. "Hiruzen, have you consented?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, replied, "What other choice do I have? This incident stemmed from your prior breach of the mission's confidentiality. On what grounds could I refuse Kakashi's request? You are too soft-hearted, Hiruzen." Tozo retorted, his voice laced with reproach. "It is you who has gone too far, Tozo." Hiruzen shot back, his anger intensifying upon witnessing Tozo's refusal to acknowledge any wrongdoing. "Everything I have done has been for the village." Tozo defiantly countered. "It seems more for Orochimaru, doesn't it?" Hiruzen challenged. After a heated exchange, Hiruzen eventually regained his composure. Given the circumstances, it would be more prudent to contemplate the next steps rather than engage in mutual blame. Outside, Toka Kamachi and Mito Menka entered without needing an announcement. As elders of Konoha, A glance was all it took for Hiruzen to recognize that Tozo had summoned them as reinforcements. Hiruzen, Tozo has indeed erred this time. Yet we must prioritize the front lines, Toka stated. Indeed, Hiruzen, without Tozo's roots, the front lines will only become more precarious. Whatever the matter, let us discuss it after the war concludes, Mito added. Hiruzen was at a loss for words. How could they come to Tozo's defense without knowing the full context? He slowly returned to his chair, internally pleading, Teacher Tobarama, save us. In the year 44 of Konoha, the specter of war still loomed over the ninja world. This year, the 11-year-old Mitsuki was on the verge of graduating from the Ninja Academy, provided he could successfully pass the graduation assessment today. Failing the assessment was simply not an option. Although the front lines were currently stable, the need for fresh troops was ever present, and even the last-ranked students could graduate. At that moment, Mitsuki and Rin were walking to school. Sigh. Mitsuki, what's wrong? You've been sighing since this morning. Were you truly exhausted yesterday? Rin inquired with concern, though her words could easily be misconstrued. Rin's concern stemmed from the knowledge that today marked the graduation assessment, which, during wartime, inevitably involved practical combat. Consequently, Mitsuki had assisted Rin with last-minute cramming after school yesterday. It's nothing related to Rin. I just suddenly realized that I am already 11 and still not invincible in the ninja world. How embarrassing. This was a falsehood. The man sighed heavily, lamenting the fact that he had surreptitiously used his 6 eyes to glance at the latest student grouping list from the Ninja Academy, only to discover that he had not been placed in the same team as Len. Instead, she remained paired with Kakashi and Obito. It is worth noting that since Tsukuyomi Hatake did not take his own life, Kakashi had no reason to apply for early graduation. Initially, Mitsuki had entertained the hope that Kakashi's continued presence might allow him to team up with Lin, yet it seemed that was a mere illusion. Good morning. He greeted his classmates as he and Lin returned to their seats. At that moment, Obito stealthily approached. Mitsuki, have you heard? What is it with all this and that? Mitsuki replied, exasperated. How could anyone possibly guess? You fool, Obito, even if that person were to come and serve as a guiding jonin, you would not be chosen. Kakashi, with his lifeless gaze, ambled over to join the conversation. Upon hearing Kakashi's remark, Mitsuki grasped that it must pertain to Minato Namikaze's imminent arrival to mentor students. The way Obito spoke so mysteriously left Mitsuki unable to decipher the matter, but Kakashi, as always, seemed to understand the full well. It appeared that the third Hokage had begun to favor Minato, a highly mobile and advanced combat force who should not be wasting time on teaching children. It was likely that Konoha was resorting to their old methods, fostering bonds and whatnot. Everyone, assemble at Training Ground 7, called out Teacher Mori, prompting all to gather at the designated location. Why didn't we just meet at Training Ground 7 from the outset? Obito shouted in frustration. This time, it was hard to argue against his lack of foresight. The first match, Asuma Sarutobi versus Mitsuki Shimizu, announced Teacher Mori, holding the grouping sheet aloft. What? I'm fighting Mitsuki? Is this for real? Asuma, who had been joking around with Kurenai, widened his eyes and pointed at himself in disbelief. Such a scenario was not unexpected, as Mitsuki had no intention of hiding his true capabilities. With a few cards held close, he had consistently secured first place in all practical courses since his enrollment. For context, Asuma had never even made it into the top 3. In summary, Asuma felt disheartened. After all, he had spent the previous night contemplating how to impress Kurenai with his charm, only to find himself facing the prospect of embarrassing himself instead. As Mitsuki and Asuma took their positions on opposite sides of the training ground, guided by the referee, Teacher Kato, Asuma initiated the pre-match banter. Hey Mitsuki, I've been training hard lately, so don't underestimate me. Sure, Mitsuki replied nonchalantly. It was not that Mitsuki underestimated him. Rather, the level of combat they were about to engage in was far too effortless for him. At this point, Mitsuki's skills placed him among the elite of the Genin exam. With both sides forming their hand seals, Teacher Kato raised the flag. The first match of the 31st graduating class of Konoha, Asuma Sarutobi versus Mitsuki Shimizu, commence. As soon as the words fell, Asuma swiftly approached Jinyue, aware that Jinyue's ninjutsu prowess was formidable. If he did not close the distance, he would have no chance of victory. Jinyue observed Asuma charging towards him, pondering whether he wished to engage in a taijutsu contest. Jinyue was confident in his own physical skills and felt no pressure in facing Asuma. However, he had a more effective strategy. With a single hand, Jinyu formed a sign. A cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 thunderbirds erupted, and his right hand radiated a dazzling lightning glow. What is this? Teacher Kato's eyes widened as he fixated on Jinyu, particularly on the irregular arcs of electricity dancing in his right hand. The surrounding classmates were witnessing Jinyu employ such a visually spectacular ninjutsu for the first time. Previously, he had primarily utilized the unadorned earth-style techniques in competitions. In truth, Jinyu favored earth-style ninjutsu simply for its practicality. To him, the choice of ninjutsu mattered little in combat, as its low energy consumption and reduced risk of collateral damage made it preferable. Jinyu's chakra was composed of fire, wind, and lightning, while earth and water were developed later. Without concern for the emotions of his classmates witnessing such a magnificent display, Asuma felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he faced Jinyu's Chidori. As if every cell in his body were sounding an alarm. He believed he would perish. At that moment, this singular thought consumed him. Asuma forcibly halted his advance. However, Jinyu had no intention of waiting for his opponent and surged forward with the momentum provided by the Chidori. Simultaneously, he launched a shuriken with his left hand and formed a hand sign. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This technique was among Jinyu's most frequently employed ninjutsu, and he had streamlined the hand signs to just 3, Z, Hi, In. In an instant, the shuriken transformed into dozens, hurtling towards Asuma at high speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Asuma rapidly formed hand signs, his chest swelling, and then expelled a powerful gust of wind from his mouth, dispersing Jinyu's shuriken. Taste this move, a result of my recent rigorous training. Asuma, aware that he would likely be swiftly defeated in close combat, channeled a significant portion of his chakra. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball, a composite ninjutsu. The wind amplified the flames, and the C-rank fireball, enhanced by the wind generated from the great breakthrough, escalated in both power and range. My goodness, Jinyu remained unperturbed, even finding the leisure to jest, realizing he should not have experimented with Chidori. Indeed, he was more suited to being a heavy artillery output. Nevertheless, this would not hinder Jinyu from claiming victory. Earth release, earth-style return. A massive boulder rose, blocking the fireball like an impassable chasm. Asuma, still contemplating his next move, suddenly heard the sound of a bird's cry. He turned swiftly, only to see Jinyu, wielding radiant lightning, thrusting towards him. Realizing there was no time to evade, Asuma shouted, "I concede." As Jinyu's Chidori was about to strike Asuma, he dissipated the electric arcs in his hand. Yet his motion remained unbroken, delivering a punch that was firm but not heavy to Asuma's abdomen. Their amicable relationship precluded him from striking too forcefully. "Jinyu, your move is simply extraordinary," Asuma exclaimed, clutching his abdomen while speaking to Jinyu. The vivid memory of the breathtaking scene lingered in his mind. Dazzling bolts of lightning entwined around Jinyu's arms, emanating an unparalleled aura of power and destruction. In the realm of shinobi, most battles primarily relied on physical prowess, and for the average ninja, the chakra they wielded was often quite limited. Not everyone possessed the luxurious resources to squander chakra. Jinyu's technique stood out for its immense deterrent effect in close combat. Any adversary daring to approach would be mercilessly struck by the lethal lightning, suffering devastating consequences. Reflecting on this, Asuma silently congratulated himself for not recklessly confronting Jinyu directly. The ramifications would have been unthinkable. Nearby, Teacher Kato wiped the cold sweat from his brow, marveling, "Goodness, is this really the Leaf Village? Is this how our lower-ranked ninjas fight now?" After witnessing Asuma concede, Kato raised the flag. Thus, the first match between Sarutobi Asuma and Shimizu Jinyu concludes with Jinyu's victory, and both parties form a reconciliation seal. After following the formalities, Asuma and Jinyu returned to the spectators' area. The next match featured Yamashiro Aoi versus Obito Uchiha. Upon returning, Kakashi immediately inquired of Jinyu, "Jinyu, did your Chidori only require one-hand seal?" "Indeed, I optimized the seal that was previously used to channel chakra and stimulate the nerves," Jinyu replied. "Incredible. Just how formidable is your chakra control?" Kakashi marveled. Jinyu had replicated the Chidori last year, having already understood its principles and the sequence of seals. It would indeed be strange if he could not develop it. Jinyu intentionally contributed to Kakashi's development of the Chidori, providing a valid reason to teach him the technique, albeit an enhanced version. Jinyu had added an extra step to invigorate the optic nerves. Although this introduced an additional use seal, it effectively resolved the issue of visibility and directional control when unleashing the Chidori's thrust. On Kakashi's side, he had always felt that his contribution during the technique's development was minimal, leaving him with a sense of indebtedness to Jinyu. The kind-hearted Jinyu, unwilling to see his dear friend burdened by guilt, insisted that Kakashi treat him to several meals of Konoha barbecue. "Ah, magnificent, no words are needed," Asuma interjected. "Jinyu, how did you move behind me just now?" Asuma asked, aware that Jinyu's Doton Tsuchirukai had obstructed his view, but perplexed as to how Jinyu had approached from behind. "I simply used earth release to tunnel beneath the surface, you fool," Jinyu thought, observing from the sidelines. "I just didn't want to be mocked by the likes of you." Frustration bubbled within Asuma. He was keenly aware that once Obito took the stage and inevitably lost, he would relish the opportunity to ridicule him. Winning? Asuma had no concerns regarding Obito's chances. He would eat his words if Obito triumphed. The next match was between Uchiha Ruri and Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Teacher Sino announced the match pairings. Upon hearing that he was to face the formidable woman, Obito's countenance paled in an instant. Hilarity erupted as Asuma exclaimed, "Obito, you're up against Uchiha Ruri?" The mirth from Asuma was unabashedly exuberant. "You scoundrel! I shall have my revenge," Obito retorted, feeling the heat of embarrassment flood his cheeks at Asuma's mocking demeanor. "Obito, Uchiha Ruri has already taken the stage," Kakashi urged, noting Obito's hesitance. Recognizing the significance of this graduation assessment, Obito shot Asuma a glare before leaping down from the spectator's platform to prepare himself. It had been noted earlier that Asuma had failed to secure a position in the top 3 of this cohort, while the honors were claimed by Mizuki, Uchiha Ruri, and Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, having yet to embrace his father's legacy, found himself overshadowed by Uchiha Ruri. To Mizuki, Uchiha Ruri was an enigma, a character absent from the original narrative, prompting him to delve into her background, utilizing his 6 eyes to assume the role of an observer. Mizuki uncovered that Uchiha Ruri was the daughter of Uchiha In, a former comrade of his mentor. However, his observations revealed a rather strained relationship between the father and daughter. Uchiha In, a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, lacked ambition and spent his days inebriated at home. Ruri's mother had a memorial at their residence, her demise shrouded in mystery, perhaps due to war or other circumstances. The lack of communication between Ruri and In was palpable, as they seemed to regard each other with utter indifference, as if their presence was but a whisper in the air. Nonetheless, it was evident that Uchiha Ruri possessed considerable strength, aside from Mizuki. None among the new generation of Konoha could rival her prowess. Once both parties were prepared, Teacher Kato signaled the commencement of battle. The combat unfolded swiftly, yet there was little of note to elaborate upon. Unlike Obito, who was perceived as the underdog, Uchiha Ruri had long since awakened her Sharingan. With her exceptional combat skills and keen perception, she dominated Obito solely through taijutsu. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Obito found himself at a loss. Despite his utmost efforts to counterattack, he could not surmount Ruri's relentless pressure, never even finding an opportunity to employ ninjutsu. Before long, the outcome was clear. Uchiha Ruri decisively triumphed over Obito with overwhelming ease, the entire engagement executed with precision. As the final blow landed, Obito collapsed heavily to the ground, his expression rife with frustration. Uchiha Ruri stood quietly, unperturbed, feeling no pride in triumphing over Obito. Ultimately, it was Obito who bore the brunt of the encounter. As both combatants performed the seal of reconciliation, Obito staggered towards his companions, his body swaying as if deprived of balance. He had just endured a punishing kick from Uchiha Ruri, and the muscles in his arms trembled from the effort to defend himself. "Do not be disheartened, Obito. It is entirely normal to lose." Jinyu took a moment to console his companions. "Rest assured, even if we fail, graduation is still within our grasp. The assessment merely reflects our performance," Kakashi reassured Taito with a pat on the shoulder. This sentiment held truth. For Sensei Sanai was not only responsible for calling names, but also for meticulously recording each individual's performance after every match. Seconds ticked by, and battles among ninjas typically concluded swiftly. The assessment came to an end in no time. The final results were unsurprising. Everyone graduated successfully. Observing the smiles adorning his classmates' faces, Jinyu found himself at a loss for words. The Second Ninja World War had fortunately ceased around the time of his enrollment, and most believed a prolonged period of peace would ensue. However, just a few years later, the Third War erupted once more. Today's graduation signified their imminent deployment to the battlefield, leaving Jianyu uncertain about which of those smiling faces would be forever lost in a month's time. Jianyu was not overly concerned for his own safety, as he had performed a 5-year prayer ritual on his birthday last year. According to the system, a successful prayer would grant him a skill most suited to himself. While the initial 6 eyes might not be deemed ideal, he found it quite comfortable to use. Thus, as he prepared to head to the battlefield, he anticipated that his next prayer would enhance his defensive capabilities. He had initially believed that his second prayer would bestow upon him a technique compatible with the 6 eyes, one that would offer both defense and offense. To his surprise, the outcome was otherwise. Full counter. This ability belonged to Meliodas, the sin of wrath from the 7 deadly sins. In stark contrast to the intricate 6 eyes, the description of full counter was succinct. Full counter returns all non-physical attacks. It must be said that this newly acquired ability effectively alleviated Jianyu's greatest concern regarding defense. Unlike the unlimited technique, this ability not only ensured his survival on the battlefield, but also provided protection for his teammates. In terms of defensive capabilities, it surpassed the unlimited technique, though its offensive potential might be less stable. Nevertheless, its upper limits were undeniably higher. Jianyu speculated that the system's prayers not only considered his lacking attributes, but also took into account his innermost desires. Before he had learned about the groupings last year, he had contemplated the possibility of being grouped with Rin due to the butterfly effect of his transmigration. Protecting Rin held greater significance for him than the prospect of winning the war. Ninjas were predominantly high-attack, low-defense fragile beings, a fact Jianyu understood well. He recognized that his most pressing deficiency was combat experience. His ninjutsu power was sufficient for the Third War era. Moreover, with the aid of the 6 eyes, and as he matured, his chakra reserves would continue to grow, alleviating any concerns regarding his offensive output for the time being. With robust defensive capabilities, his margin for error on the battlefield would significantly increase, thus reducing the trial and error costs associated with gaining combat experience. Overall, Jianyu was quite satisfied with the results of this prayer. In the future, with more references, he should be able to analyze the parameters influencing the system's prayers with greater accuracy. In a manner akin to the grouping observed by Jianyu with the moon, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were assigned to the same team. Meanwhile, he found himself paired with Uchiha Ruri, placed in a frontline squad that was short 2 members. During the tumult of war, a portion of Konoha's Ninja Academy graduates would be directly allocated to frontline teams suffering personnel losses. These replenished squads, now fully staffed, would soon embark for the battlefield under the guidance of their captain over the coming days. Presently, Konoha was engaged in a 3-front conflict, primarily contending with the Mist Village in the east and the Sand and Rock villages to the west. However, the Cloud Village also eyed Konoha with predatory intent. Should Konoha reveal any signs of fatigue in battle, they would be met with the brutal fate of being torn apart by a pack of wolves. After the final bell rang that afternoon, Jianyu and Rin walked home together. With her hands clasped behind her back and her head slightly bowed, Rin softly spoke. "Jianyu, we will part ways for missions starting tomorrow, won't we?" "Yes," he replied. "It feels a bit strange all of a sudden." Jianyu observed Rin's downcast demeanor, fully aware of her sentiments at that moment. After all, since their acquaintance at the orphanage, they had scarcely spent a day apart. Jianyu himself felt a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, he was cognizant of his past life's memories, preventing him from viewing himself purely as a child. On the other, his greatest aspiration in this world was simply to lead a tranquil and stable life. Yet, arriving in this new existence only to face the loss of his mother, followed a few years later by Ken's departure, left him somewhat despondent. He had experienced a moment of self-despair, considering that his previous life had ended for absurd reasons, and now he was thrust into a new life as an orphan. Was it too much to hope that a traveler from another world might enjoy the presence of loving parents in a harmonious family? Human beings are inherently social creatures. Without a resolute will, it is challenging to live in solitude. Jianyu did not consider himself someone with an unwavering spirit. Living alone in a foreign city was already daunting, let alone in an entirely different world. As the novelty of his arrival faded, only loneliness remained. Had he not been aware that Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a deception, Jianyu might have found solace in the beautiful dream of the infinite dream. At that time, Ensnared in an indescribable solitude, it was Rin's presence that transformed his experience, allowing him to feel that at least there was someone in this world who empathized with his melancholy. This connection filled his heart with an inexplicable warmth. In this world, the time Jianyu spent with Rin surpassed even that with Ken. If rescuing Kakashi's father, Tsukuyomi, could be seen as a mere act of convenience, then ensuring Rin's safety amidst the brutal ninja world war became his paramount objective, a bond he was determined to protect with all his might. The moment for class division arrived. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, students were called one by their respective squad leaders. Kakashi Hitaki, Rin Noera, and Obito Uchiha. I am your guiding Jonin. Please follow me. A bright, sunlit smile accompanied by golden hair entered the classroom. This individual is destined to become the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Behold his undeniable charisma. He possesses formidable strength, yet remains humble, exuding a modest demeanor that does not suggest weakness or vulnerability. It is no wonder that Orochimaru was defeated by him. After all, Orochimaru's cold and brooding appearance pales in comparison. Unlike other ninja villages, the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf must not only possess sufficient power, but also embody approachability. What? Kakashi? Am I dreaming? Our teacher is none other than the Yellow Flash. Obito pinched his cheek, confirming that this was indeed reality. No need for such exclamations. Let us proceed, Kakashi said with feigned aloofness, wishing to avoid leaving a reckless impression on Minato Namikaze. After a brief farewell from Rin and Obito, the group departed alongside Minato. As they left, Shimizu Mitsuki found herself intrigued by what kind of mentor awaited her. Her teammate, Uchiha Ruri, was under the guidance of the top instructors from their year. Surely, he must be a Jonin. Shimizu Mitsuki, Uchiha Ruri, follow me, she instructed. Under Mitsuki's gaze, a man with a long ponytail, clad in a ninja vest, entered the classroom. After exchanging greetings with Akane and Anko, Mitsuki also made her exit. In a secluded clearing within the village's woods, a man introduced himself. I am Yamanaka Hachi, your guiding instructor and the captain of Team Hachi. He turned to the remaining member of the team, beckoning him to introduce himself. This individual was a boy of approximately 12 or 13, with long black hair and striking white eyes, unmistakably a member of the Hyuga clan. I am Hyuga Heiji. His demeanor was rather cold, leaving one to wonder whether he shared Kakashi's stoic expression or if there were other reasons for his reticence. My name is Shimizu Mitsuki. I look forward to our future together, she replied politely, considering herself quite courteous. In the world of ninjas, those who are overly enthusiastic upon meeting are often the most perilous. I am Uchiha Ruri. I hope our team will not be burdened with tedious missions, she remarked, unfazed by Heiji's frosty demeanor. Do not be misled by Heiji's demeanor. He merely struggles with expression. He is, after all, just a couple of years older than you. So it is not inappropriate to regard you all as peers, Yamanaka Hachi interjected, sensing the tension in the air and striving to lighten the mood. Leading a team is no simple task, he mused internally, hoping these youngsters would forge bonds through their missions. You all seem quite spirited. Let us converse further. What are your strengths and current objectives? For instance, I excel in sensory ninjutsu, and my goal is to help our village swiftly secure victory in this war and restore peace. Heiji, please share your thoughts. As you can see, I am from the Hyuga clan, specializing in taijutsu and sensory techniques. My current objective is merely to survive this war, Heiji responded, his introduction aligning with Mitsuki's expectations. After all, who in the ninja world was unaware of the Hyuga clan's specialties, much like the Uchiha clan's prowess in genjutsu and fire techniques? I excel in the illusion techniques and fire release of the Uchiha clan, and my immediate objective is to enhance my strength. Apart from that, I harbor no other ambitions. Uchiha Ruri held her head high, her expression brimming with pride. This woman seemed rather elated upon learning that the graduation assessment would lead her to the battlefield. Tsukimi found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of a battle enthusiast like Uchiha Ruri. Surely, she could not be looking forward to war. Even the most hardened martial practitioners of the Uchiha clan could not genuinely relish the prospect of conflict. If that were the case, Uchiha Ruri had indeed been born in the wrong era. Had she been present when Madara departed from Konoha, she would undoubtedly have prevented him from leaving alone. I specialize in lightning and earth release, along with sensory ninjutsu. My goal, for the time being, is merely to survive this war. The thought of seeking retribution against the hidden mist was left unspoken. After all, It seemed utterly fantastical for a freshly graduated ninja academy student to claim they would confront one of the 5 great shinobi villages. "Oh, I see you carry a short blade. I assumed you were skilled in swordsmanship," Teacher Hai remarked, pointing at the dagger strapped to Tsukimi's waist. "This blade?" Tsukimi replied as she unsheathed it. "It's called Kirigiri, a birthday gift from my father and his comrades." When she mentioned her comrades, she couldn't help but glance at Ruri beside her. Uchiha Ruri observed Tsukimi with a puzzled expression, seemingly questioning why she was introducing her weapon. It appeared that communication between Uchiha In and Uchiha Ruri, this father-daughter duo, was indeed sparse. Tsukimi had no intention of meddling in their familial discord. Her primary focus remained on the imminent war. "What a beautiful blade," Teacher Hai exclaimed, albeit feeling a bit awkward. Having acquainted himself with Tsukimi and Ruri's backgrounds after receiving the group assignment, he was well aware that Tsukimi's parents had perished in the war. He preferred not to delve further into that topic. Beside them, Heiji felt compelled to contribute to the conversation and intended to compliment Tsukimi's blade as well. However, Teacher Hai interjected, swiftly redirecting the topic. "Now that everyone seems to be acquainted, shall we head out for ramen together?" "My treat." "Sounds good. All right, I'll pass. Since there's nothing pressing, I would like to return to my training," Uchiha Ruri stated, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters. "Oh, this could be a bit of a conundrum," Teacher Hai said, somewhat troubled. "Ruri, why not join us? If team members are not sufficiently familiar with one another, it may hinder our cooperation and ultimately affect our task efficiency." Having been classmates with Ruri for several years, Tsukimi had developed a set of strategies to deal with her. Uchiha Ruri envisioned a future where poor coordination would consistently slow down their mission's progress. She glanced at Tsukimi, then quickly averted her gaze, reluctantly conceding, "Very well. If it might affect our task efficiency, I suppose we must go. Let us hurry." On their way to the ramen shop, Hai discreetly gave Tsukimi a thumbs up from behind. "By the way, Teacher Hai." "Yes, what is it, Tsukimi?" "I have heard that typically, newly formed teams often have a kind of assessment for their captains. However, that seems unnecessary in your case, as both you and Lioli are the top graduates of this cohort. If you two were to fail, it would imply that this entire graduating class might have to return to restudy." "Ha." After finishing the ramen, Teacher Hai addressed the trio, stating, "Class Hai, listen carefully. Upon returning home today, ensure that you prepare your equipment. We will gather at the village entrance at 7 tomorrow morning for a mission escorting supplies to the front line of Sunagakure. I will provide detailed information about the mission on the way tomorrow. Are there any questions?" "No." "Very well, Class Hai, you are dismissed." The dismissal was swift. After parting ways, Jianyu strolled through the streets of Konoha. Uncertain of the situation with Lin, Jianyu mused that with Minato's character, they might be competing for bells. "Should I use the 6 eyes to check?" "Never mind. That would seem rather perverse." Jianyu internally dismissed the thought. Next, he decided to practice ninjutsu. Realizing there was little to organize at home, Jianyu prepared to head to the secret training ground he shared with Lin to continue his studies in ninjutsu. A substantial convoy was steadily traversing a narrow path amidst a dense, verdant forest resembling a green ocean. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that cloaked the entire procession in a veil of mystery. The escorting ninjas exhibited a hint of vigilance and caution. After all, the supply transport line was the lifeline of the front, and no one could predict whether enemies awaited to ambush. The sounds of hoofbeats and rolling wheels shattered the forest's tranquility, startling birds into flight as they flapped their wings and soared away. Towering trees flanked the road, their branches intertwined to form a natural barrier. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. One must admit, the greenery of the Land of Fire is exceptionally well maintained. This escort mission was a large-scale wartime operation, and the convoy comprised more than just Team Hai. It included sensory units, combat teams, and command groups. Even several medical ninjas were present. Given the substantial quantity of supplies, the village could not afford any mishaps. Jianyu and his companions occupied the front row of the escort team, a position advantageous for Teacher Hai to conduct reconnaissance and relay information swiftly to the command unit. At that moment, Teacher Hai was briefing Jianyu and Lioli, who were embarking on their first mission outside the village, about the task at hand. "Our team has 2 objectives for this escort mission. First, to sense any potential attacks. Second, to engage in counterattacks alongside the combat team should enemies appear." While listening, Jianyue scanned the vicinity for several kilometers and found no signs of enemies, yet he maintained an air of vigilance. As a newcomer in the team, it was essential for him to appear earnest. Teacher Hai nodded, genuinely pleased with Jianyue as a team member. He possessed the prowess of a top graduate without the eccentricities often found in certain prodigies. Do I have any questions, Teacher Hai? No, nothing at all. Uchiha Ruri stands in stark contrast to the serene moonlight. Despite being a member of the Uchiha clan, her comprehension of warfare remains rather superficial. Sighing inwardly, Yamashiro Hai reflects that it is not uncommon for a newcomer like Ruri to possess such naivety, as it is simply that Kageyuki is far too mature for her age. One can only hope that she swiftly adjusts her mindset on the battlefield. Suddenly, Kageyuki's gaze catches sight of a group of sand ninjas gradually approaching the escort team. Their numbers total 20, and they have split into 2 squads of 4, maneuvering to flank the team. Kageyuki discreetly glances at Yamashiro Hai, seizing this opportunity to gauge her teacher's perception range. As the sand ninjas stealthily close in to within 8 kilometers of the team, Hai's warning arrives. Caution, the enemy consists of 20 members. 12 are positioned at the 12 o'clock direction, while 4 are located at both 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock, seemingly intent on executing a secondary ambush. The abilities of the Yamashiro clan are indeed invaluable. Without the need for verbal communication, intelligence can be transmitted directly through thought. Utilizing this skill to unleash a flurry of taunts during battle could prove to be an entertaining tactic. Naturally, the leader of the command team also received Hai's alert. Shortly thereafter, the leader issues commands. The Hai squad will engage the right side enemies, while a small team from the combat squad will eliminate the left side foes and then provide support to the Hai squad. Hai promptly relays the operational plan to Kageyuki and her companions. Let us move. With those words, the Hai squad advances towards the right side of the convoy. Through her heightened senses, Kageyuki discerns the chakra levels of the 4 enemies on the right, each unmistakably strong, for seasoned jonin. The same can be said for the left side. Furthermore, the strength of the main force directly ahead should not be underestimated. The sand ninjas are indeed coming in forcefully. However, Kageyuki remains unfazed, for the escort team is comprised of elite ninjas from the village, with the leader being a distinguished jonin from the Sarutobi clan. She need only focus on the adversaries before her. Our objective is merely to stall and await reinforcements. Eliminating them is not our primary goal. I will engage the 2 enemies on the right. Heiji, you take on one, Ruri, and I will handle the last one. Understood. Not a problem. Meanwhile, the sand ninjas are still awaiting instructions from their main force, unaware that Konoha's sensory ninjutsu has already detected their presence. Captain, we are nearly at striking distance. If we do not launch our attacks soon, Konoha will come looking for us. A tall sand ninja, his face painted with war paint, furrows his brow. Do not be hasty. Our squad's purpose is to draw out a portion of Konoha's escort ninjas. The sand ninja leader maintains his composure. And what about the main force? Indeed, the main force will not provide us with instructions. Instead, once Konoha takes the bait, we will send them a signal. Then why didn't you inform us of this from the start? The sand leader begins to regret explaining this to his dim-witted subordinate when suddenly, his expression shifts. Foolish black sand. Enough questions. The enemy is upon us. As the shadow shuriken clone technique unfolded, Jianyu awaited the arrival of the sand ninjas within the lethal range of his jutsu before launching an all-out assault. With a swift motion of his arm, a kunai, glimmering with a chilling light, hurtled forth from his grasp, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards the concealed location of the 4 sand ninjas with astonishing speed. Subsequently, Jianyu formed hand seals with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, the solitary kunai, which had previously soared alone, multiplied into thousands. These clones densely populated the entire expanse of space. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. This was not merely the technique Jianyu demonstrated while training with Lin, but rather an advanced version, infused with wind nature chakra, known as the wind shuriken shadow clone technique. Each kunai, resembling a floating artillery shell, showcased the might of a ranged weapon while maintaining the form of a cold steel armament. The once thick forest crumbled before this overwhelming force, trees collapsing and the ground erupting into varying depths and sizes of craters. The entire scene resembled the aftermath of a fierce bombardment, leaving devastation in its wake. Observing his handiwork, Jianyu couldn't help but reflect that had he been in a past life where environmentalism prevailed, such an act might have landed him in dire consequences. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure naturally cultivated formidable ninjas, and despite the suddenness of the shuriken rain, evasion was not beyond their capabilities. The squad leader, Matthew, after narrowly escaping, swiftly launched a red flare into the sky. That technique was initiated by you, right? Quite an impressive display, Konoha brat, Matthew remarked. His gaze fixed on Jianyu with an air of caution. Throughout his illustrious career, having traversed numerous battlefields, Matthew had developed his own survival philosophy. The most perilous adversaries on the battlefield were those ninjas of a caliber akin to the kage of each village. Moreover, one must exercise utmost caution around the prodigious talents of each village, especially the young ones from Konoha, as these geniuses often possessed an unreasonable strength. From his analysis, it was evident that the eldest among the opponents was already nearing his limit, while the Hyuga clan member should avoid close combat with him. As for the young girl, she posed little concern, for the emergence of formidable female warriors in the ninja world was exceedingly rare. Only that brat warrants my utmost attention, Matthew mused internally. With determination, Matthew surged forth against Yamanaka Hachi, calling out, "Leave their captain to me and Black Sand. Shaolin, you take care of that shuriken-throwing brat." Upon hearing these orders, the tall sand ninja, adorned with face paint, responded affirmatively and engaged in combat with Matthew and Yamanaka Hachi. On the other side, upon hearing his captain's command, Shaolin naturally felt no inclination to refuse, for it was merely a matter of dealing with a child. As Jianyu noticed the approaching adversary, he resolutely drew his sword, missed cutter, and engaged in combat. Although he harbored aspirations of wielding great power, the battlefield demanded pragmatism, despite possessing the 6 eyes, which allowed him to utilize chakra with near-perfect efficiency. Jianyu still needed to conserve his chakra due to the constraints of his developing body. Moreover, the current Jianyu is no longer the fragile ninja he once was, despite his lack of progress in defensive capabilities prior to last year. His recent success in the second prayer has rendered him remarkably formidable. What do you think, system? Quite astonishing, isn't it? After using Mist Cutter to deflect the kunai from his opponent, Jianyu discreetly formed seals with his left hand. Like 1,000 thunderbirds screeching, dazzling lightning erupted from the blade of Mist Cutter. Perceiving the imminent danger, Shaolin attempted to retreat, but was momentarily paralyzed by the electric current, halting his movements. This is dire. Panic surged through Shaolin's mind. With such a potent technique, when did this brat form the seals? A technique without seals? What manner of monster is this? Reinnegan. Seizing the opportunity, Jianyu unleashed a Reinnegan, colliding it directly into Shaolin's left chest, sending him crashing against a large tree. His left chest was nearly obliterated, leaving him utterly lifeless. Indeed, from a distance, Matthew observed the grim fate of Shaolin and understood that such a genius, when deprived of information, could easily lead some overconfident experts to their downfall. Shaolin still had several trump cards, yet battles among ninjas do not hinge on concealment. It is the survivor who emerges victorious. Lu Li, you assist Hinata, while I go to aid Teacher Hai. After dispatching his opponent, Jianyu called out to Lu Li before hastening towards Teacher Hai. Uchiha Lu Li said nothing, merely acquiescing to Jianyu's command and moving to support Hinata Henji in battle. Fire release, great fireball technique. Taking advantage of the skirmish between Hinata Henji and the enemy's puppet, Uchiha Lu Li launched a fire technique directly at the enemy's true form. The sand ninja controlling the puppets, taken aback by the inability of his teammates to contain 2 mere children, hastily evaded the fireball's path. However, this diversion inevitably caused the puppets he controlled to stagger in their movements. Seizing the moment, Hinata Henji shifted from a defensive stance and advanced boldly. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The puppets were instantly shattered into fragments. With his Byakugan activated, Hinata Henji was acutely aware that Jianyu had just eliminated the enemy responsible for his side. With Lu Li and himself against the now defenseless puppeteer, the advantage was clearly theirs. Thus, he resolved to press the attack. Even though Teacher Hai had instructed merely to hold the line, eliminating the enemy would be even better. As for Teacher Hai, with Jianyu's arrival, there was no cause for concern. Thank goodness Jianyu is here, was the profound thought echoing in the heart of Yamanaka Hai. The 2 sand ninjas he faced were no weaklings. The one clearly leading the group possessed impressive wind techniques, while the other, a tall figure adorned with face paint, exhibited exceptional taijutsu skills. Their proximity and distance created a harrowing challenge for him. Earth release, groundquake core. After forming seals, Jianyue struck the ground, causing the earth beneath the towering sand ninja engaged with Teacher Hai to suddenly collapse. Observing this, Teacher Hai immediately hurled a kunai at the opponent, then leapt back to create distance, detonating the explosive tag attached to the kunai's end. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as the smoke enveloped the pit created by Mayuki's earth technique. Teacher Hachi and Mayuki converged, observing the haze with caution, aware that chakra responses still lingered. Unlike Hachi's perception, Mayuki had a clear view of the towering sand ninja, who, upon losing his balance, decided to utilize earth techniques to burrow underground, evading the explosion's reach. In that moment, numerous concealed weapons emerged from the smoke, glimmering with a sinister purple hue, indicative of their venomous nature. Although the team boasted a medical ninja, Mayuki had no intention of falling victim to such an unknown poison. Chidori stream. The cry of the Thunderbird resounded once more, this time with even greater fervor, as brilliant lightning enveloped Mayuki entirely. Foregoing any futile probing, Mayuki, harnessing the acceleration of Chidori stream, surged forward instantaneously, positioning himself before the sand ninja, who had just resurfaced. Chidori stream, flash. The dancing arcs of electricity coiled gracefully around his blade as Mayuki, gripping the mist cutter, delivered a swift and formidable strike. So rapid was the attack that the black sand ninja, realizing evasion was futile, attempted to withstand the blow with hardened earth techniques. Yet he gravely misjudged the strength of the strike. With a resounding crash, the ground blackened under the thunderous impact, and the black sand ninja's arm was nearly severed. Such an injury was indeed dire. However, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, he tensed his muscles with all his might, preventing Mayuki from withdrawing the mist cutter at once. Ultimate technique, sandstorm flow. The black sand ninja stomped the ground with tremendous force, transforming the earth beneath them into a quagmire that ensnared Mayuki, rendering him immobile. This little brat must not be allowed to grow. The sand village could not bear another Konoha white fang. With this determination, the black sand ninja resolved that even if he perished here, he would ensure the demise of this Konoha prodigy. Matthew, attack now. You wretched captain, remember to provide clear mission intel next time. In the distance, Matthew's expression darkened. This fool, always pestering him with foolish questions on the battlefield, had the audacity to berate him even in the face of death. Although these events transpired in mere moments. From Mayuki unleashing Chidori stream, flash to being ensnared by the sandstorm flow, less than 2 seconds elapsed. This is dire. Teacher Hachi, not particularly known for his speed, could not swiftly rescue Mayuki, so he resolved to disrupt the sand ninja captain's assault instead. Mind disruption technique. He invoked the secret technique of his Yamashiro clan towards Matthew. In previous skirmishes, Hachi had been engaged in a 1 versus 2, and with the large sand ninja closing in, he had not found the opportunity to employ his secret arts. So it is the Yamashiro clan of Konoha? Yet do not underestimate my resolve. Matthew forced himself to regain clarity, launching several kunai embedded with explosive tags towards Mayuki, who was perilously ensnared by the black sand ninja. He then formed hand seals. Wind release. Air slash. A flurry of razor-sharp wind blades hurtled towards Mayuki. Thus, it seemed the end was nigh. My apologies, had it not been for this war. Your future would have surely been brighter. As Hekisha observed Matthew successfully launching his attack, he addressed the entrapped Jinyu with a profound sense of dread. The horrors of war were palpable. When had he transformed into one capable of ruthlessly striking at children? In the face of such a dire stalemate, how did Jinyu feel? The answer was one of utter indifference. Defense had never been a concern for Jinyu, at least not since he turned 10. As the wind blades and explosive talismans approached, Jinyu's response was swift. The explosion, the wind blades, the shifting sands, all were turned upon themselves. Confusion and bewilderment filled Hekisha's mind in his final moments. Damn it! Matthew, drenched in crimson, witnessed his attack inexplicably reversing direction, and he exerted all his strength to escape. Yet, he was interrupted by Hakai's heart-disrupting technique, causing him to be struck by his own wind-based attack, resulting in extensive lacerations across his body. Although Hakai was unaware of the trump card Jinyu had employed, he, as a seasoned jonin, would not squander the opportunity that had just presented itself. As the dust settled, the area that once confined Jinyu had transformed into a stark, barren pit. Standing unscathed, Jinyu held the mist cutter, his body unmarred. In his line of sight, Hekisha lay charred and lifeless not far away, having borne the brunt of the explosive talismans. The flicker of life had truly departed from Hekisha, who had already been on the brink of demise. Now, Jinyu's panel was publicly displayed. Host, Jinyu. Skills, chakra refinement, body flicker technique. One-time sealing technique, eternal heaven, shuriken shadow clone technique, 5 nature transformation techniques, spiral sphere, secret sword, flash, wish acquired, azure eye of the heavens. Full counter, no new mail, full counter, returns all non-physical attacks entirely. The full counter skill transformed Jinyu from a fragile magic caster into a formidable tank. This was due to the remarkably low cost of using full counter, which remained unaffected by the potency of the reflected attacks. Even if a tailed beast bomb were to be launched at Jinyu, he could simply rebound it with full counter. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the system. Meanwhile, severely injured, Matthew sensed a grim fate approaching. It seemed that this time he might meet his end. He thought to himself, though his chakra reserves remained ample, the injuries he sustained were too grave. Observing Matthew's defensive posture, Jinyu had just mentally communicated tactics with Kekkei. Heart disruption technique. A single move that could dominate the battlefield, Kekkei unleashed the signature secret technique of the Yamamoto clan. I am uncertain of your remaining cards, but my patience is waning. Let us end this. Jinyu formed a spiral sphere with one hand. Matthew, aware that escape was futile, could only hope to take that little brat down with him. That was the technique that had vanquished Shaolin. Truly a ninjutsu without hand seals. But why? The essence of the unmarked ninjutsu lies in its element of surprise. Its immediate revelation raises questions about the practitioner's intentions. Battles among ninjas are, at their core, contests of intelligence. Upon observing his opponent's demeanor, Jinyu instinctively understood that no good would come from their intentions. Engaging in close combat might lead to an ambush akin to that of the formidable sand ninja encountered earlier. Focusing his chakra, he intensified the rotation of his Rinnegan, which emitted a violent hum, extending deadly blades reminiscent of shurikens from its periphery. Jinyu was no ordinary, delicate ninja. He possessed both strength and cunning. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The highly compressed wind chakra was launched by Jinyu as if it were a mere throwing weapon. What? He's thrown it, exclaimed Teacher Hai, his eyes widening in astonishment. With Jinyu's unparalleled chakra control, he could indeed launch the spiraling shuriken, even manipulating its trajectory slightly post-release. A technique for curving shurikens, perhaps? The spiraling shuriken, radiating an ominous aura, swiftly approached Matthew. The prodigies of Konoha, after all, were unfathomable. This advanced wind ninjutsu, performed without hand seals, was something Matthew had neither seen nor even heard of. Upon striking Matthew, the spiraling shuriken detonated instantly, engulfing a 10-meter radius in its explosive aftermath. Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of slicing, it felt as if the very fabric of reality were being torn apart. A furious gale arose, conjuring countless sharp wind blades that ruthlessly sliced through everything in their path. Dust, trees, and even the air itself were mercilessly shredded by the ferocity of the wind chakra. In truth, even without Teacher Hai's interference, the sheer speed of this technique would have rendered Matthew incapable of evading its lethal reach. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the technique, Teacher Hai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Jinyu, what is this technique? It is a ninjutsu of my own creation, an advanced version of the unmarked Rinnegan technique, replied Jinyu nonchalantly. Although at this time, Minato Namikaze had yet to conceive the Rinnegan, Jinyu shamelessly registered the copyright for this technique. I see. That is truly remarkable. Teacher Hai pondered whether he should consider passing the captaincy to Jinyu, for this technique surely possessed the power befitting an S-rank jutsu. Indeed, the unmarked ninjutsu was insidiously potent. He believed that aside from preparing to evade, there was no feasible way to counter such a technique. Even with his thick skin, Jinyu felt a flush of embarrassment at the relentless praise from Teacher Hai. Deep down, he mused about the possibility of teaching Minato a series of techniques related to the Rinnegan when the opportunity arose. Not only had Jinyu replicated the wind release, spiraling shuriken, but he had also invented various derivative techniques of the Rinnegan. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. Otherwise, had he merely mastered the basic elemental techniques? Jianyu would still regard himself as a mere mage. After a brief exchange, Hai, upon realizing that Jianyue's chakra reserves were adequate, joined forces with Jianyue to support Uchiha Lioli and Hyuga Pingji. There is no need to elaborate on the battle against the last remaining member of this Sand Ninja team. With Lioli disrupting the enemy's main body and assisting Pingji in shattering a puppet, the two should have been able to swiftly eliminate the puppet master. However, the puppet master possessed a significant advantage and retrieved another puppet from a ceiling scroll, forcing Lioli and Pingji to engage in a war of attrition. By the time Hai and Jianyue arrived to provide assistance, the three valiant warriors were still locked in a fierce struggle. Witnessing this, Jianyue couldn't help but internally scoff, thinking that both he and Hai had already dispatched three foes. Surely these two weren't merely staging a mock battle. In truth, it was not entirely fair to blame Hyuga Pingji and Uchiha Lioli. Their strength did not match that of a Jonin, and Pingji's expertise in taijutsu was rendered ineffective against the poison-coated puppets. Lacking medical ninjutsu, any poisoning would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, every offensive move he made was exceedingly cautious. Their objective was merely to delay the enemy. As for Uchiha Lioli, her illusions were futile against such an experienced puppet master, who avoided making eye contact with her. After casting several fire release techniques, her chakra reserves dwindled. In summary, they had done their utmost. Hai employed the mind disruption technique, and after a grueling battle, the enemy's mental state had deteriorated, leaving them unable to escape Hai's control. Jianyue drew his sword, Mist Cutter, and executed a swift Chidori stream, closing the distance to the enemy's main body and decisively severing them in one clean stroke. The synergy between Jianyue and Hai had become increasingly harmonious. "Are you two uninjured?" Hai inquired with concern. It was clear that facing a Jonin was quite a stretch for them, whereas Jianyue, being an undeniable prodigy, was an exception. "No injuries, my apologies," Hyuga Pingji succinctly replied. Although Jianyue had not spent much time with Pingji, he understood the reason for the apology. "It's all right. The enemy was a Sand Ninja puppet master. Indeed, a formidable opponent," Jianyue reassured Pingji. Meanwhile, Uchiha Lioli, seemingly affected by some unforeseen stimulus, uncharacteristically murmured that it was nothing. Usually, her speech was marked by an inexplicable rise in pitch at the end of her sentences, often giving off an unapproachable vibe. Based on Jianyue's assumptions, she would typically express something along the lines of, "Even without your help, I could have handled it," accompanied by her peculiar verbal quirks. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. After a brief tidying of the battlefield and a quick adjustment of their states, they hastened back to escort the convoy. Ultimately, for Hai's team, the mission objective was to guard supplies, not to eliminate enemies. If the transport line were to be disrupted, the mission would still end in failure. Halfway through their journey, Hai's team encountered a small squad from the combat unit that had come to provide support. The fact that they could spare a team to assist Hai's group indicated that the main force escorting the supplies had successfully overcome the Sand Ninja ambush. They returned to the escort team. Under the watchful gaze of Jianyue, the supplies remained unscathed, yet numerous injuries were reported, notably that of an elite Jonin from the Sarutobi clan. Aside from the fallen ninjas, his wounds were the most severe, his body exhibiting signs of extreme dehydration. Akin to a desiccated corpse, Jianyue pondered the nature of the jutsu that could inflict such grievous injuries. Eventually, the team pressed onward, while the Sarutobi clan leader was escorted to the front lines of the Land of Rivers. Conventionally, he should have been returned to the village for treatment. However, due to the severity of his wounds, he was sent to the front lines where the legendary medical ninja Tsunade resided. Jianyue deduced the identity of the enemy, Yakura, the war hero of the Sand Village. Only her kekkei genkai, the scorch release, could produce such devastating effects, evaporating all moisture and leaving behind a cadaverous semblance. To repel such a formidable foe, the elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan must have fought with all his might. The Sarutobi clan has always enjoyed a commendable reputation within the village. Though lacking a bloodline limit, their mastery of fire release techniques is renowned throughout the ninja world. As one of the founding families of Konoha, they have consistently been at the forefront of every battle. As dusk fell, Team Hachi gathered to share rations and converse. Teacher Hachi mentioned Jinyue's impressive display of power earlier that day, prompting him to inquire about the name of Jinyue's technique. The blue orb technique was known as the Rinnegan, while its advanced form was called the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Incredible, Teacher Hachi praised without reservation. Truly formidable, added Pinksie, though he was usually reticent. He never missed a chance to contribute. By the way, Miss Ruri, is there something on your mind? Humph, Uchiha Ruri scoffed lightly, turning away to scribble aimlessly in the dirt with a stick she had found. Jianyue was at a loss as to how he had offended her. Ever since returning to the escort team, she had been casting glances his way. He was particularly sensitive to the feeling of being watched, to the extent that he found it difficult to relieve himself in such circumstances. Why didn't you showcase your true abilities at the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Ruri suddenly posed, her tone laced with an unusual inflection. Jianyue hesitated, unsure how to respond. It seemed inappropriate to suggest that adults need not go easy on children. Well, I forget it. You wouldn't tell the truth anyway. Uchiha Ruri interrupted, muttering, I really don't understand what motivates people like you to grow stronger. At her words, Jianyue set down his rations, disagreeing with her assessment of himself as a good-natured person like Ken. He turned to face Uchiha Ruri, ready to retort, but found that she had discarded the stick, now sitting quietly with her hands resting on the ground behind her. Her once-tied black ponytail cascaded down her back, and she gazed up at the night sky, lost in thought. It seemed that Teacher Hachi had long since departed, taking Pinksie with him. Jianyue felt it was prudent to satiate his hunger, and it would be wise to depart for now. Just as he was about to rise, Uchiha Ruri spoke up. I will not yield. In Jianyue's eyes, Ruri's gaze transformed. Her dark pupils morphed into the swirling patterns of the 3-tomo Sharingan, revealing a third tomo. 3-tomo Sharingan. You are correct, but that is the essence of the Uchiha clan. While ordinary ninjas can grow stronger through mere training, we Uchihas have far more to contemplate. Achoo! Lin, who was resupplying on the front lines, sneezed. Are you unwell, Lin? Kakashi, a member of a nearby squad, inquired. Jianyue had entrusted him with the care of Lin. He could not betray the trust of his dear friend. It's nothing, just a bit of sand in my nose. I wonder how Jianyue is faring. Do not worry. Jianyue is exceptionally strong. If we encounter trouble, he will surely be unharmed. Foolish Obito, you should say that even if we face peril, the three of us will remain safe. What? Can the Riddler just leave Konoha? Jianyue despises riddles. Last night, Uchiha Ruri inexplicably declared, I will not give up. Before activating her 3-tomo Sharingan, Jianyue had asked her what she would not abandon, but she had ignored him, rising to dust off her clothes and walk away. The latter half of their mission proceeded smoothly, devoid of further attacks. Throughout this journey, Jianyue gained a profound understanding of the so-called lamentations of small nations, as articulated by Nagato in the original narrative. In the land of rivers, many villages along the way had been ravaged by bandits, leaving them desolate and uninhabited. The fields lay barren, and wandering refugees from the land of rivers were a common sight. They were scantily clad, their faces gaunt, and devoid of any spark in their eyes, akin to zombies from a post-apocalyptic world, meandering across this hellish landscape. No major nation would accept these refugees. For those trapped in the crevices between great powers, the arrival of death might even be seen as a merciful release. Konoha's front lines were situated in the land of rivers, where the main camp for the Sand Village's frontline operations was established. There lay the mission hall, the temporary medical unit, and there, Teacher Hai was introducing the battlefield to the newcomers, Ruri and Jianyue. After emphasizing the important considerations, he guided them to their assigned tents before departing alone, as the handover of tasks was not a matter for mere team members to ponder. Jianyue instinctively activated his 6 eyes to sense the surroundings. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Ruri, Ping, I shall scout the vicinity. You both return to the tent and rest. Without waiting for their responses, he dashed away. All right, stay safe, Ping replied, never missing a chance to respond. Uchiha Ruri said nothing, merely observing the direction in which Jianyue had sprinted, her gaze flickering. Jianyue, swift as the wind, reached a point not far from the mission hall of the frontline camp. He suddenly came to a halt, took a moment to steady his breath, and after waiting for approximately 2 minutes, he approached the entrance of the mission hall. At that moment, the Watergate team had just emerged from within. Oh, you are here too, greeted Jianyue. Ah, Jianyue, you are here as well. Lin, upon exiting, unexpectedly encountered the person she had been longing to see, and each syllable she uttered seemed to reveal her unrestrained delight. Lin's radiant smile, reminiscent of the sun, was unveiled before Jianyue, dispelling the irritable feelings he had accumulated from witnessing the tragic plights of numerous refugees along the way. Lin cautiously approached Jianyue and then circled around him slowly. Her gaze, akin to that of a scanner, meticulously examined every detail of Jinyue's body, fearful of overlooking any sign of injury. Once she confirmed that he bore no wounds, the tension that had been gripping her heart began to ease, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Obito, with his hands clasped behind his head, remarked, "Now that Jinyue is here, it seems like our class is only missing that guy Kai from this camp. By the way, Jinyue, what have you been up to? Why did it take you so long to arrive?" Kakashi shot him a disapproving glance. "Fool, don't pry into others' missions." "I wasn't trying to be nosy. I was just curious," Obito replied, having spent a few days on the front lines and learned a bit about discretion, realizing he had just misspoken. "You mustn't, Obito. No matter how curious you are, you should never inquire about others' missions." Minato seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to his student. Obito hung his head, acknowledging, understood. "Teacher Minato." Kakashi surveyed their surroundings and asked, "Is it just you, Jinyue? Where are your teammates?" "My teammates? They were too exhausted and have gone to rest. I still have plenty of energy, so I decided to take a stroll," Jinyue chuckled. Obito seemed to catch the scent of a lie. "Jinyue, you didn't intentionally come here to wait for Lin, did you?" The atmosphere appeared to freeze momentarily. A stiff smile froze on Jinyue's face. "Obito, Liuli has recently awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's rise in power is quite unreasonable, wouldn't you agree?" "What? You mean that fierce girl has already awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan? How infuriating." Jinyue felt a bit speechless, thinking to himself, "You truly are something else, Obito. I mentioned it to provoke a sense of shame in you, yet you didn't reflect on yourself, but instead blamed others for their rapid advancement." Just as the four were engrossed in their lively conversation, Minato suddenly interjected, "I apologize for interrupting your reunion, Jinyue, but I have something to discuss with you." Jinyue looked at Minato in confusion. Minato glanced around and said, "This isn't a suitable place. Let us move to another location." He then led the four youngsters to his quarters within the camp. As an elite jonin of Konoha and a high-ranking combatant, Minato enjoyed certain privileges, such as this single tent. Upon entering, Jinyue surveyed the interior. The tent was modest in size, furnished simply with essential living items, and Minato had kept it remarkably tidy. Undoubtedly, the enchanting yellow flash exudes an irresistible charm, embodying a perfection that transcends the realm of ordinary existence. "Thus, Lord Minato, what brings you to seek my presence?" Jimming speculated that it might pertain to Jianshi, as he seemed to have no conceivable connection to the yellow flash. The only possibility lay with Jianshi. Minato and Rin exchanged glances before turning their attention to Jimming. "I am truly sorry, Jimming." They both bowed in apology. "What is happening here?" Jimming inquired, increasingly perplexed. Kakashi, standing nearby, began to explain, but Minato interjected, "Allow me to elucidate. The situation is rather straightforward. Previously, Minato's team undertook a mission to investigate a village where several enemies had mysteriously vanished, leading the frontline command to suspect the existence of a concealed Suna stronghold. Upon arriving at the village, the team opted for a divided approach to enhance efficiency, with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin assigned to the western sector, while Minato ventured eastward. Ultimately, the trio discovered a Suna stronghold, akin to a safe house, which was not consistently occupied by Suna ninjas. However, fate was unkind, as they encountered 3 Suna ninjas arriving for resupply, prompting a skirmish. By the time Minato arrived, drawn by the sounds of conflict, he witnessed Rin executing the Rinnegan. At that moment, Minato was grappling with the need for a ninjutsu that could seamlessly integrate with his flying thunder god technique. He envisioned a technique akin to the Rinnegan. Yet despite extensive research, he had been unable to grasp that elusive spark of inspiration. However, upon seeing the blue orb in action, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was the path he, Namikaze Minato, was destined to tread. The subsequent events unfolded with relative simplicity. Having long studied the concept of non-Hanseal ninjutsu, Minato merely required that final push of inspiration, which he found as he observed Rin repeatedly employing the Rinnegan in battle. Consequently, he transcended that threshold, becoming a ninja proficient in the art of Rinnegan. Nevertheless, Minato's moral compass remained steadfast, despite never having inquired about the Rinnegan from Rin. He felt compelled to apologize and offer some form of restitution. It was then that he learned the technique had been conceived by Jimming, thus adding another individual to his list of those he owed an apology. Indeed, Minato did not perceive this as a misallocation of his apologies, but rather as an expansion of his moral obligations. Meanwhile, Rin felt a complex mix of emotions upon discovering that her teacher, Minato, had yet to instruct her in any ninjutsu before she had already mastered the Reincarnated taught by Jimming. It was not that she feared Jimming's ire. Rather, she would have preferred a confrontation, as it would have been easier to bear. Rin simply felt disheartened by the notion that she had inadvertently disclosed Jimming's technique without his knowledge. And thus, this encapsulates the entirety of the affair. I believe I comprehend the situation, Jimming mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. He had initially intended to teach the Reincarnated to Minato, only to find that Minato had already acquired the skill. Jinyu found this situation rather agreeable and thus spoke. Lord Minato, you have merely witnessed Rin employing the Reincarnated and subsequently deduced the technique yourself. In my view, this is not something for which you need to apologize. So there is no need to harbor any guilt. Furthermore, Rin need not dwell on it. I have forgiven you both. Jinyu, embodying the essence of a protagonist, audaciously proclaimed his forgiveness to the original inventor. In the world of shinobi, where strength reigns supreme, if one shinobi observes another's technique and later masters it, the onlookers would not regard it as thievery. Rather, they would commend the shinobi's exceptional talent. It is merely Minato's inability to reconcile his feelings that compelled him to apologize to Rin and Jinyu. Upon hearing Jinyu's magnanimous forgiveness, both Rin and Minato sighed in relief. Minato sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Jinyu. By the way, please refrain from calling me Lord. Simply use my name. That cannot be. You are a senior and a teacher to Rin and the others. Then you may call me Captain Minato. Huh, Captain? Jinyu was perplexed by the sudden emergence of this title. You will understand tomorrow, Minato replied with a playful wink. Now, getting back to the matter at hand. The Reincarnated has been immensely beneficial to me. Is there anything I can assist you with, Jinyu? It felt as though they were engaged in an RPG simulation game. And now a reward must be chosen. All right, let me think. I have a keen interest in sealing techniques. If possible, please teach me a random sealing technique. Jinyu recalled that Minato had inherited the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and he had no intention of leveraging the Reincarnated to gain anything from him. Therefore, his request for a random sealing technique was indeed meant in its literal sense. Sealing techniques, you say? I understand. I have a technique that would suit you well. However, it is not one of my own creation, so I will need some time to consult the original owner. Nevertheless, I believe there should be no issue, Minato replied earnestly. Naturally, Jinyu had no objections. Minato was a good person, evidently unwilling to simply hand over a sealing technique without proper consideration. The owner he intended to consult was likely the last legitimate heir of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. After clarifying everything, Minato excused himself, citing pressing matters. In truth, Minato was quite busy, and as a semi-elder figure, he suspected that the children might not feel entirely at ease. Therefore, he chose not to intrude upon the reunion of Jinyu, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito, who had not seen each other for quite some time. Once Minato departed, Obito, feeling liberated, immediately said, Jinyu, since you are new here, let us go outside for a stroll. You are surely unaware that Asuma and Kurenai are also in this camp. Ah, sure, Jinyu replied, somewhat nonchalantly. Rin excitedly recounted her recent experiences on the battlefield. Jinyu, what you said was indeed correct. There are rivers in the desert, and even lakes. Just as you mentioned, there are mirages, which I have yet to see. This was a topic Jinyu had previously discussed with Rin before she began her schooling, sharing wondrous tales of the world. He was pleasantly surprised that Rin still remembered them. Kakashi began to incessantly grumble, recounting numerous instances of how Obito had hindered their missions after the formation of the Minato team. I even suspect this fool deliberately stepped into traps after noticing them. Hey, conceded Kakashi, don't get too arrogant. The following morning, Mitsuki emerged from his tent, brimming with vitality, stretching languidly as he engaged his shoulders beneath the sun's embrace. After spending a day with Rin, he was rejuvenated, fully replenished with Rin energy. Following breakfast with Ruri and Hinji, a ninja clad in a vest approached Mitsuki with a hurried demeanor. Mitsuki Shimizu, please proceed to the command center. The commander wishes to see you. After delivering the message, the ninja hastily departed. Although unaware of the reason behind this special summons, Mitsuki felt he had no authority to decline. Hinji remarked, I recall the commander is the esteemed Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Ruri furrowed her brow and inquired, what could she want with you? Have you had any prior interactions? Mitsuki replied, no recollection. Aside from when Kin sought Tsunade's help for Chiyo, I have no other connections to her. Ultimately, he decided, I shall go and see. As he made his way to the command center, Mitsuki instinctively utilized his 6 eyes to peer inside. Ah, quite a crowd, he mused. Notable figures included Jiraiya, Minato, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, and even teacher Haichi. Upon receiving permission from the ninjas stationed at the tent, Mitsuki entered the command center. Leaf Genin. Mitsuki Shimizu, reporting for duty. Despite the presence of many acquaintances, Mitsuki maintained a demeanor of decorum, unlike Obito's casualness in formal settings. There is no need for excessive formality. Mitsuki Shimizu. It was mentioned in the previous escort mission report that you possess a particularly extensive S-rank wind release technique, correct? Tsunade, seated at the head of the table, clasped her hands beneath her chin, addressing Mitsuki with a tone that, while interrogative, bore an affirming quality, devoid of any air of arrogance. Perhaps it was Mitsuki's inherent fondness for favored characters, or perhaps Tsunade's formidable presence that influenced his perception. Of course, I refer to her status. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade is recognized as a princess by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, bearing the title of Lady Tsunade. Yes, the technique is called the spiraling shuriken. However, as I have not trained in any other S-rank ninjutsu, I cannot ascertain if the spiraling shuriken possesses the requisite power of an S-rank technique, Mitsuki replied candidly. There is no need for modesty before me. The individual beside you with the blonde hair is Namikaze Minato. I assume you've heard of him, Tsunade stated without reservation. Minato, standing nearby, offered a sheepish smile to Mitsuki. Mitsuki nodded, acknowledging, of course, I am familiar. Upon hearing this, Tsunade clapped her hands on the table, exclaiming, excellent. That saves me from further introductions. The village requires you to form a surprise attack team with Namikaze Minato. He will provide mobility with his flying Thunder God technique, while you will utilize that wind release technique to destroy the essential facilities of Sunagekyu's camps. Little wonder that Watergate declared yesterday he could also be called captain. It seems the village's higher-ups have decided how to leverage his formidable abilities after reviewing the report on the escort mission, thought Mitsuki to himself. Truth be told, the prospect of undertaking this task alongside Watergate filled him with a sense of trepidation. The danger level for Rin would undoubtedly escalate. Frankly, he was rather reluctant to accept this assignment. However, in times of war, ninjas lack the authority to decline orders from above. Even if it entails a lower-ranked ninja being dispatched to assassinate the leader of another ninja village, a preposterous task that cannot be refused. As Mitsuki sank into contemplation, a crisp and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from the main seat. What is this? Are you unwilling? Tsunade inquired, raising an eyebrow at Mitsuki, who had yet to respond. Of course, I am willing, but what will happen to my original team and Captain Watergate's squad? Mitsuki was well aware of Tsunade's temperament. A delayed response might earn him a reprimand akin to the one Naruto received. He had no desire to endure such a fate. Your original team will not be disbanded. Your formation with Watergate is merely temporary. I understand, Lady Tsunade, Mitsuki replied, recognizing he had no choice but to acquiesce. If the temporary arrangement yielded favorable results for the surprise squad, it might not remain temporary for long. And what about you, Watergate? Though Tsunade had a domineering personality, she still sought the opinion of her seasoned apprentice. I have no objections, Lady Tsunade. However, I must insist on naming the squad myself, Watergate said, his face brimming with anticipation. Tsunade, indifferent to such trivial matters, valued only the successful formation of the squad. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Watergate, who wore an expression of pride and confidence, seemingly eager to bestow a name upon the team. Curiosity welled within Tsunade. She was intrigued to see what striking name this promising young ninja would conjure. You may name it as you wish, she casually conceded. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Thus, our squad shall be named the Gale's Blade, Radiant Spiral of the legendary Storm Zero Squad. Watergate declared with enthusiasm. A multitude of enormous question marks seemed to hover above the heads of Tsunade and the others present. Ha ha, I knew it, Watergate, ha ha. Jiraiya could no longer contain his laughter, fully aware of his apprentice's unique talent for naming. Yet, even he was taken aback by the name Watergate had chosen. Watergate, witnessing the amusement of his teacher, awkwardly scratched his head. The Gale refers to my wind release techniques. Radiant symbolizes Captain Watergate's flying Thunder God technique. And combined with the Rinnegan that connects us both, it's splendid. This name is so fitting. Captain Watergate, You truly are a genius. Mitsuki had initially anticipated that Watergate would concoct a nonsensical abstract name, but upon reflection, he realized the name was indeed quite appropriate. However, Captain Watergate, I have a slight suggestion. Mitsuki raised his hand to speak. Wolfgang Watergate was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that anyone could so thoroughly comprehend the profound significance behind the name he had chosen. It is noteworthy that even his erudite and seasoned mentor, Jiraiya, could not grasp it to such an extent. At this moment, upon hearing that Jin, you seem to have some valuable suggestions. He could not contain his excitement and swiftly interjected, Jinyu, please feel free to speak your mind. His tone was imbued with eagerness and anticipation, as if he feared missing even a single word. With a smile, Jinyu began. I believe the most crucial element in this team is Captain Watergate's Flying Thunder God technique. It is what enables the construction of this tactical framework. Therefore, we should place Flash at the forefront of our team name, dubbing it the Flash Spiral Wind Blade Legendary Storm Super Roar Zero Squad. Upon hearing this, Watergate repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, Jinyu, your Spiral Shuriken is far more significant. The gale must come before the Flash. Observing the two, who were entirely oblivious to the presence of those around them, passionately engrossed in a discussion regarding an exceedingly abstract and perplexing name, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Narashikaku, and Yamanaka Ino experienced a peculiar sensation, as if they were isolated despite their larger numbers. Ultimately, Jinyu yielded to Wolfgang Watergate. Very well. I shall defer to your judgment, Captain Watergate, he lamented. Thus, the name of the surprise attack squad was decided as the Galeblade Flash Spiral Legendary Storm Super Roar Zero Squad. How delightful, how commendable. So, what exactly distinguishes the Galeblade Flash Spiral Legendary Storm Super Roar Zero Squad from the Flash Spiral Galeblade Legendary Storm Super Roar Zero Squad? The crowd pondered in confusion. Upon returning to the tent assigned to Class High E, Jinyu briefly recounted the matter of his temporary departure from the squad. The surprise attack squad. How magnificent! Ping Chi expressed his astonishment, an unusual display for him. He understood the implications of being incorporated into such a squad, especially alongside the recently renowned Yellow Flash. This signified that Jinyu had transcended the limitations typical of civilian ninjas, as long as he did not meet an untimely demise. He would undoubtedly ascend to the true echelons of power within Konoha. Congratulations, Jinyu. Hinata Ping Chi sincerely expressed his joy for Jinyu. A flicker of envy passing through his eyes, unnoticed by others. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, his life had been predetermined from birth. A singular path devoid of any crossroads, leading directly to its conclusion. Although supported by the illustrious Hyuga clan, branch ninjas had a significantly higher survival rate on the battlefield compared to ordinary civilian ninjas. Some even envied the branch members of the Hyuga clan. Yet, the philosophical question of whether freedom or life holds greater importance remains nebulous and unanswerable. Thank you, Ping Chi. However, my squad with Captain Watergate is merely temporary. If the results are unsatisfactory, the squad will likely disband. This encapsulates the formidable nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. While other teams are likely to suffer losses or even face complete annihilation during missions, the presence of Minato Namikaze reassures Tsugetsu, who, despite not successfully sabotaging the Sunagakure stronghold, need not worry about personal safety. Space-time ninjutsu. Even Otsutsuki has praised its efficacy. With your innate talent, Tsukugetsu, I have no doubt you will excel. Heiji possesses unwavering confidence in Tsukugetsu. Uchiha Ruri, arms crossed over her chest, remarked with a sense of pride, Stop feigning modesty. You are truly formidable. Unmatched, even among the Uchiha. Thank you, Ruri, Tsukugetsu replied. Although Ruri's tone was somewhat brusque, their years of camaraderie allowed Tsukugetsu to perceive Ruri's true nature, a classic, proud academic. Though her haughtiness has dimmed in recent times. Biting her finger, Uchiha Ruri expressed her frustration. I cannot fathom how you train. Even now, with my 3-Tomo Sharingan activated, I still cannot defeat your instincts. Having been overshadowed by Tsukugetsu throughout their lives, it seems Uchiha Ruri has developed an obsession with surpassing her. Kawanokuni, a diminutive nation nestled at the intersection of the wind and fire countries, derives its name from its mountainous terrain. This region was not originally a nation. Its origins trace back to the conclusion of the Warring States period, when the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, observed the harsh conditions of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind and allocated this relatively fertile land to the inaugural Kazekage, Reto. However, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind later grew concerned that this territory might incite rebellion within Sunagakure, and thus employed measures to facilitate Kawa no Kuni's independence. To modern observers, this action may seem akin to self-mutilation, yet Tsukujetsu, having navigated this world for so long, comprehends that it is a profound misunderstanding. In the ninja world, the elite of various nations continuously intermarry. The so-called lords of these nations are, in essence, one extended family. Therefore, while the independence of Kawa no Kuni represented a significant loss for Sunagakure, for the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, it merely delineated a portion of territory for a relative. Naturally, Sunagakure was unwilling to accept this silent grievance and covertly exerted influence to prevent the establishment of a ninja village in Kawa no Kuni, thus preserving a portion of the latter's mission resources. Let us momentarily pause our historical and geographical discourse of the ninja world. Presently, Tsukujetsu is traversing the border between Kawa no Kuni and the Land of Wind alongside Minato Namikaze. Their objective is to uncover a clandestine transportation route of Sunagakure concealed amidst the swirling sands. The intelligence was sourced from an individual who claims to be the leader of a seasoned information network, dubiously named the Dark of Konoha. This marks the inaugural mission of the Blade of the Gale, Flashing Spiral Legend Storm Super Roar Squad. Minato Namikaze holds this undertaking in high regard. Tsukujetsu. Just ahead lies the pivotal stronghold for the Sunagakure supply line. He indicated towards a sand ravine engulfed in wind and dust. I have heard you possess sensory abilities. Have you sensed anything? The presence of numerous chakra reactions is palpable, an astonishing revelation that they are concealed within the shifting sands. The swirling sands, however, cannot obstruct the gaze of Jinyue's celestial eyes. Not far ahead, the movements of the sand shinobi lay bare before Jinyue's discerning sight. In this regard, the seasoned intelligence organization has much to say. This is the sand dust concealment technique of Sunagakure, a collaborative endeavor in the desert that gathers vast amounts of sand to form a natural barrier, making it exceedingly difficult to detect without exceptional sensory abilities. Jinwe, your innate talent for sensory perception is as formidable as your prowess in ninjutsu, praised Minato. I have much to learn, and in the presence of Captain Minato, even the most gifted of talents would seem dim, Jinwe quipped, borrowing a phrase from Jiraiya. After a round of mutual flattery, the duo stealthily approached the periphery of the hidden sand base shrouded in the tempest of sand. The merits of this sand dust concealment technique are evident. It allows for multiple users, incurs low energy expenditure, and can be maintained continuously by rotating individuals. However, its limitations are equally clear. It is suitable only for desert terrains, and if discerned by adversaries, it merely serves an ornamental purpose, akin to not employing the technique at all. Based on Minato's observations, the likelihood of silent infiltration is minimal due to the terrain's constraints. He also noted that the time interval for the ninjas stationed at the nearest entrance to him and Jinyue is 15 minutes. Thus, he resolved to enter through this specific entrance, which is guarded by 2 sand shinobi. Minato and Jinyue communicated succinctly using Konoha's hand signs. Secret Blade Flash. Jinyue executed with remarkable chakra control, diminishing the effects of lightning chakra stimulation to an almost imperceptible level. In a swift, decisive motion, he drew his blade and dispatched one of the sand shinobi effortlessly. With a barely audible rush of movement, Minato too struck, using a kunai to sever the throat of the other sand shinobi. A single strike, a testament to Minato's legendary speed in the ninja world, renowned as the fastest of all. The two exchanged no words and directly entered the interior of the sand base, optimistically estimating they had less than 15 minutes before their presence might be discovered. Though unforeseen circumstances could arise, Minato and Jinyue split up according to their original plan, heading toward the various warehouses within the sand base. Thanks to the invaluable intelligence provided by a certain esteemed organization, specifically the elite information from the roots of Konoha, they had a general idea of the warehouse locations. Their task now was to confirm these locations and leave Minato's specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai as a marker. Once all markers were placed, Minato would utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Jinyue along, executing multiple pinpoint detonations with the Spiral Shuriken in a very brief time frame. Indeed, Minato was not being modest. The successful realization and implementation of this strategy owe much to Jinyue's contributions. Unlike various esoteric forbidden techniques, the attainment of an S-rank evaluation in ninjutsu relies solely on the metric of power. The last renowned S-rank ninjutsu from Konoha was the Water Release, Hard Vortex Waterblade, devised by the second Hokage. In the face of such formidable S-rank techniques, no matter how many potent barrier jutsu the Sand Village has established around their storehouses, their efforts will prove futile. This is the final phase. Captain Minato should be nearly ready as well. Concealing a kunai in a hidden spot, Mitsuki gazed at the expansive storehouse before him, pondering to himself. Some of these warehouses stood empty, while others housed various war supplies. Indeed, some items caught Mitsuki's eye with their allure. Yet, given the significance of the mission and the urgency of time, Mitsuki wisely chose to restrain himself. Refraining from any actions that might disrupt or hinder the progression of the task, he was determined to complete this mission successfully. After agreeing to join Tsunade's assault squad, Mitsuki resolved to earn sufficient prestige during this war, allowing him to participate in the village's command system. This way, he could remain acutely aware of Rin, Kakashi, and Obito's movements on the battlefield, enabling him to respond promptly to any unforeseen circumstances and effect a rescue if necessary. Alas, I truly worry for these few friends. Yet Obito is even reluctant to call me father. The internet mogul, Mitsuki, mused inwardly. Am I late? A flash of yellow light heralded the arrival of Minato at Mitsuki's side. Shortly after the formation of the assault squad, Minato had gifted Mitsuki a Flying Thunder God kunai. No, your timing is impeccable. It aligns perfectly with the intelligence reports. I have marked 3 locations here. Mitsuki quickly relayed his findings to Minato. I have also successfully marked the other 3 locations mentioned in the reports. But I discovered an additional concealed warehouse, Minato responded, sharing his own findings. A hidden warehouse? Amidst the vast, desolate expanse of the desert, with yellow sands swirling in the air, stood uniquely styled edifices radiating an exotic charm and an aura of mystery. Beneath this architectural ensemble, a sand ninja squad responsible for routine patrols was gathered, engaged in lighthearted banter. Clad in uniform ninja attire predominantly in earthy tones, their garments seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Adorning their foreheads were the signature forehead protectors, etched with the emblem of the Sand Village. This war is undoubtedly in our favor. That Tsunade from Konoha is utterly inept, remarked a ninja named Shabin, discussing national affairs with his teammates. In this large stronghold devoid of any entertainment facilities, such conversations were among the few means they had to alleviate their boredom. His companion, Shagia, appeared to wholeheartedly agree, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, what about the legendary Sannin? They merely hide in the rear. I have never even seen her on the battlefield. I say, you too. Do not be too complacent. The Wagakure has yet to make a move. Who knows what they might concoct in the meantime? The captain of the training squad could not restrain himself from joining the discussion, offering his own insights. With the wisdom of advisor Hozuki, he would not be easily deceived by the stone monkeys that sprouted from the earth of a Wagakure. Shabin, who possessed an almost blind trust in his own village, flushed with indignation as he retorted. In Shabin's eyes, Sunagakure was undeniably the foremost village in the ninja world, and he would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of it in his presence, not even if it were the captain from his own village. Curse that Konoha. If they hadn't assassinated the 3rd Hokage, we in Sunagakure would have already triumphed in this war. This sentiment was one Shabin had expressed countless times before. Like the majority of his fellow villagers, he believed that the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage was a conspiracy orchestrated by Konoha. Indeed, they must pay a price for their treachery. Suddenly, a piercing and abrupt alarm resonated throughout the entire Sunagakure stronghold. The sound sliced through the tranquil night like a sword, instantly alerting everyone. Some ninjas sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of phantoms toward the source of the alarm. Yet, deep down, each individual understood that this unexpected alert was no trivial matter. An unknown threat was perhaps encroaching upon them. Enemies have infiltrated through Gate 8. All units, be on high alert. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the world. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave erupted, spreading outward with astonishing speed. The sand ninjas gazed in terror at the nearby supply warehouse, now entirely consumed by an enormous, radiant blue orb of light. This orb resembled a resplendent jewel, yet within it lay boundless energy and peril. The surrounding air warped due to the formidable energy fluctuations, forming visible whirlpools of turbulent currents. The jarring hum, more grating than the previous alarm, assaulted their senses. Even from a distance, Shabin, Shajia, and the others felt fierce gusts brush against their bodies, bringing with them a sharp sting. Shajia's already simple mind now felt utterly blank as he murmured, "Is this the manifestation of a tailed beast?" Moments earlier, after swiftly exchanging intelligence with Mitsuki, Minato Namikaze perceived the positions of the flying thunder god Kekkei. Excellent. Several Kekkei had yet to be discovered by the sand ninjas. Minato addressed Mitsuki. "Our mission this time is to destroy more than half of Sunagekyu's supply warehouses. Do you have sufficient chakra reserves?" Though framed as a question, Minato held great confidence, believing that with Mitsuki's temperament, he would have raised concerns if he lacked assurance. "Not a problem. I can obliterate all marked locations." Mitsuki replied with a confident smile. With his adept chakra control, he could maximize the utilization of his chakra, not only in releasing jutsu, but also in the refinement of chakra itself. Regardless of whether they are elite jonin or ordinary genin, all ninjas inevitably waste some chakra when utilizing ninjutsu. This wastage is consistent even during extraction, differing only in the degree of loss. However, Jianyu stands apart, endowed with the extraordinary chakra control afforded by the six eyes. If a typical elite ninja extracts a chakra amount equivalent to 1 from a single cell, Jianyu's extraction amounts to 10 or even more. One should not underestimate this seemingly tenfold disparity. Take the example of Minato Namikaze, whose chakra control is already renowned within the ninja world. If Minato and Jianyu were of the same age, Jianyu would be capable of extracting over 10 times the chakra that Minato could. Coupled with the fact that he incurs no loss when releasing ninjutsu, Jianyu's endurance as a ninja is truly formidable. In summary, it is a trivial task for Jianyu to obliterate all those resource warehouses using the Rinnegan. Minato Namikaze is not one to dawdle during missions. Upon hearing Jianyu's confident response, he smiled and declared, "Let the operation commence." Placing his hand on Jianyu's shoulder, he prepared himself, stating, "I am about to take flight." Jianyu offered no words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He and Minato had trained and harmonized several times at the Konoha camp, making him quite familiar with the space-time technique of the Flying Thunder God. In a flash of spatial movement, Minato and Jianyu instantaneously appeared at a marked location of the Flying Thunder God Kekkei. At that moment, alarms blared within the Suna stronghold, and countless Suna ninja squads rushed out from various passages, systematically inspecting potential hiding spots for enemies. From the time Minato and Jianyu infiltrated until now, only 8 minutes had elapsed. According to Minato's observations around the perimeter of the Suna stronghold, the time of death for the guarding squad at the entrance should have been 15 minutes. It appeared that unexpected circumstances had arisen, possibly due to other techniques capable of detecting intrusions, for this was one of the 5 great hidden villages with a profound foundation. Yet, Suna was ultimately outmaneuvered. The mark of the Flying Thunder God Kekkei had already been established. Jianyu raised his right hand, swiftly gathering and compressing wind attribute chakra, which then began to spin furiously without interruption. The originally smooth chakra sphere instantaneously extended into razor-like blades reminiscent of shuriken. Minato, having witnessed this technique before during their training at the Konoha camp, was not unfamiliar with it. However, at that time, it had merely been practice, and Jianyu had not truly unleashed the technique. Thus, he had only learned of its specific power from Lady Tsunade. The ability to push the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra to such extremes, and to be able to release such a violent technique, is truly a testament to remarkable chakra control. Minato mused internally, fully aware of the immense difficulty in mastering such an unstable technique with precision. And this was only the beginning. Since the intention is to cause destruction, why not directly unleash an even larger assault upon the Sand Village? As Mitsuki increased the output of his chakra, the size of the spiral shuriken continued to ascend. The shrill, urgent alarms from the Sand Village stronghold echoed in the air. A faint smile graced Mitsuki's lips as he noted their rapid realization. However, it was too late. The seeds of fate had already been sown. Prepare to witness the grandest fireworks display of your lives. With that, he hurled the formidable giant shuriken with great force. Wind release, great shuriken technique. It has been said that war is a mother-s child traveling great distances to slay another mother-s child. Such a notion indeed evokes sadness. Yet, when one finds themselves ensnared in the chaos, The choice to preserve oneself by vanquishing an enemy is not without merit. Mitsuki never regarded war as righteous. He felt a pang of regret for the sand shinobi who might perish by his hand today, yet he would show them no mercy. In your next life, may you not be born into this world, Mitsuki sincerely remarked. Behold, the colossal, radiant great shuriken surged forth like a wild stallion, racing for Mitsuki's grasp with astonishing speed. With boundless might and power, it collided fiercely against the robust walls of the supply warehouse. The seemingly impregnable barrier was utterly incapable of halting the advance of the great shuriken. With a deafening roar, the wall shattered and crumbled, debris scattering and dust swirling. Yet, the momentum of the great shuriken remained unabated, akin to a razor-sharp sword, as it continued its relentless charge. The meticulously crafted defensive barrier of the sand village was brutally torn asunder by the great shuriken, revealing its fragility, as if it were made of mere paper. As the barrier crumbled, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone within the warehouse gaped in disbelief at the colossal shuriken that had appeared from nowhere. How on earth did this formidable entity breach their defenses? Under Mitsuki's keen observation, the great shuriken swiftly reached the center of the supply warehouse. With a single hand raised in command, he uttered a command: explode. The great shuriken, with its amplified power and expansive range, enveloped the entire vast warehouse, continuing to expand further. Upon seeing the impending blue radiance, Minato Namikaze felt an immediate sense of danger. He quickly placed a hand on Mitsuki's shoulder and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the next marked location. This spot had been designated with a kekkei he had placed himself, having gleaned crucial information about Mitsuki's jutsu from Tsunade. He had meticulously calculated the potency of Mitsuki's technique and the warehouse's position before deciding to leave the kekkei there. Little did he anticipate that Mitsuki would conjure an even larger spiral shuriken. However, such details were trivial and would not impede the completion of their mission. On the other side, amidst the astonished, fearful, or enraged gazes of the sand shinobi who arrived upon hearing the commotion, the immense blue orb of light gradually dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a vast, empty pit over 100 meters deep, as if nothing had ever existed there. This was entirely expected. Under the meticulous slicing of the great jade spiral shuriken, not only would the individuals or supplies within be obliterated, but even the smoke would leave no trace. Is there such a thing as a law of no injuries with smoke? Absolutely not. The sand shinobi stationed here would likely never forget this day. For them, the nightmare had only just begun. Who was the enemy? Unknown. What was the enemy's method of movement? Unknown. Even the number of enemies remained a mystery. Today, the sand-hidden base was filled with an unsettling, overwhelming hum. The speed of the enemy's movement was beyond the imaginations of the stationed sand shinobi. Meanwhile, the leader of this sand-hidden stronghold was in a furious rage. After so long, still not knowing who the enemy was, are you all useless? The one fuming was a young female sand shinobi, clad in a revealing outfit that exuded sensuality. Forgive me, Lady Yakura. It seems the enemy possesses some means of instantaneous movement that can breach our encirclement. We suspect the assailant may be the yellow flash from Konoha, reported a sweating sand jonin to Yakura. According to frontline intelligence, the yellow flash had never utilized such a powerful ninjutsu. Was it a newly learned technique? Or had a new powerhouse emerged from Konoha? Yakura swiftly analyzed the situation before her. Her presence here was indeed related to the escort mission previously undertaken, during which an elite jonin from the Sarutobi clan had desperately repelled Yakura's team. At that time, the Inoshikacho team had not been on the main battlefield, but had annihilated a sand shinobi squad attempting a flank attack on the other side. Thus, it was Yakura's first encounter with the spiral shuriken technique. For Konoha, as long as the most vital supplies could be successfully delivered to the front lines, some personnel losses were entirely acceptable. However, for the Sand Village, the ambush team led by Yakura had been given considerable expectations. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Following the failure of the mission to ambush the Konoha transport units, some classic criticisms of Yakura began to circulate within the Sand Village. This revealed that incidents akin to that of White Fang were not uncommon in the ninja world. Indeed, all crows in the world are uniformly black. Yet, Yakura was not a fragile, delicate ninja. She possessed both strength and cunning. Aware that she was likely becoming a source of annoyance within the village, She hastily accepted an external mission to this stronghold to evade the storm, knowing that such baseless criticisms would eventually fade away. Now, returning to the matter at hand. Although Yakura suspected the enemy was the yellow flash of Konoha, she found herself at a loss for immediate solutions. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. The space-time ninjutsu is an exceedingly rare phenomenon in the ninja world, surpassing even the bloodline limits. The enemy arrives and departs at will, holding absolute sway over the battlefield. They remain elusive, rendering any attempt to thwart them futile. A resounding explosion reverberates through the air. Yakura strides purposefully to the window, her long legs carrying her swiftly. She gazes out as yet another supply warehouse is enveloped by a surging blue orb of light. Her brow furrowing deeply, her expression darkening. Damn it, that's the fourth one. How many times will they unleash such a formidable ninjutsu? She muses, dread creeping in. Surely, Konoha hasn't dispatched the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Yakura realizes that this is no longer a moment for capturing the enemy. With their mastery of space-time ninjutsu, their only course of action is to mitigate the losses as much as possible. Turning on her heel, she strides out, no longer wishing to behold the devastation wrought by the perilous technique. What is there to see? In the end, once the chakra dissipates, all that remains is a gaping pit. As she walks, she issues a loud command for her elite forces to converge, instructing them to return to the 7th warehouse and meticulously search the surrounding areas for any semblance of spatial coordinates to be obliterated immediately. But Lady Yakura, what about the intact 3rd and 6th warehouses? Asuna Jonin inquires, perplexed. I said return to the 7th warehouse. Do you not comprehend? Yakura's voice chills the air, as if she might erupt in wrath at any moment. I understand, Lady Yakura. The Jonin dares not inquire further and hurriedly mobilizes the troops back to the 7th warehouse. Yakura has no intention of lingering in the command center. She must personally safeguard the critical 7th warehouse, where lies the greatest asset of Tsukuyomi's ambition to wage war against Konoha. It is absolutely, unequivocally indispensable. This so-called 7th warehouse is, in fact, the hidden repository discovered by Minato Namikaze and Jinyu, located within the Tsukuyomi stronghold. Boom, boom. Another pair of thunderous roars erupts in quick succession. The last 2 supply warehouses outlined in the mission plan are now succumbing to the blinding blue radiance, disintegrating without resistance until they dissolve into nothingness. The warehouses, once brimming with goods, intricate instruments, and precious resources, bearers of Tsukuyomi's hopes and future, now vanish as if mere illusions. Jinyu can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the enemy. A wave of spatial distortion ripples through the desert. Behind a steep cliff on the outskirts of the Tsukuyomi stronghold, 2 figures lie hidden, Jinyu and Minato Namikaze. They are currently employing their unique methods to remotely observe the bustling Sunan ninjas within the stronghold. This intelligence is crucial, as it will directly influence their forthcoming strategic decisions. As time ticks by, suddenly Minato seems to sense something amiss. Jinyu, I can no longer perceive the flying thunder god kekkei left at that hidden warehouse. It must have been discovered and sealed by the Sunan ninjas, he remarks. This complicates matters. Jinyu rests a hand on her chin, pondering alternative approaches to reach the warehouse. Although his spiral shuriken could be released from a distance, under the scrutiny of his 6 eyes, it became apparent that the enemy had meticulously arranged their forces in a carpet-like formation around the 7th warehouse. After analyzing the deployment of the enemy troops, their defensive structures, and potential vulnerabilities, Jinyu realized that it was impossible to stealthily infiltrate the most effective range for casting the spiral shuriken. Furthermore, if he chose to throw it from a distance, there was a high probability that the sand-hidden village's leaf warehouse would intercept it mid-flight with their scorch release, causing it to detonate prematurely. Well-versed in the original narrative, Jinyu understood the formidable power of the scorch release. Indeed, none of the space-time ninjutsu were simple. It is worth noting that even if the flying thunder god kekkei hidden by Minato Namikaze remained undetected, it would not alter the current situation. The hidden warehouse was heavily guarded from the outset. To avoid alerting the enemy and jeopardizing the original objectives, Minato chose not to approach and investigate what lay within. Even the coordinates he placed were exceedingly conservative, making it unlikely that he could successfully breach the warehouse, even if he managed to fly over. Unlike Minato's sensory abilities, Jinyu's 6 eyes operated similarly to the Byakugan, utilizing vision to gather information. Thus, he was able to see inside the warehouse. However, it proved of little use, as it contained only sealing scrolls, revealing nothing of consequence. Observing the layers of sand ninjas surrounding the area, Minato, after careful consideration, declared that their mission objectives had been more than fulfilled. Although curiosity lingered, it was prudent to retreat for now. This was a reasonable judgment, as the war progressed. Whatever secrets the sand-hidden village harbored would inevitably be unveiled. Typically, objects that warranted such attention and rigorous defensive measures fell into one of two categories. Either they were weapons of formidable destructive power capable of inflicting catastrophic damage upon the enemy, or they constituted an astonishingly vast amount of funding necessary for warfare. Both factors were critical to determining the outcome of the war and the survival of nations, and neither side could afford to be complacent. For the former, falling into enemy hands or being destroyed would mean losing a crucial strategic asset. For the latter, any issues could directly impact military supplies and operational capabilities, potentially leading to a reversal of the entire situation. Therefore, regardless of the scenario, such matters would evoke heightened vigilance and prompt all necessary measures to ensure their security. Suddenly, Jinwei recalled that since his arrival on the battlefield, he had not heard mention of the future fourth Kazekage, Raza, from the sand-hidden village. It seemed as though this name had been deliberately concealed. After a flicker in the air, gazing at the Konoha camp at the sand front line, Jinwei could not help but envy the convenience of the flying thunder god technique. How he longed for it. Yet, it remained but a fleeting desire, as the flying thunder god technique was an S-rank space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage and recorded in the sealing book of Konoha. Although the ninjutsu inscribed in the Book of Seals predominantly belongs to the S rank and above, there exists a meticulously structured hierarchy among the techniques. For an ordinary ninja like Mitsuki, if he were to achieve significant merit on the battlefield, he could generally submit a request to learn certain jutsu from the Book of Seals. Techniques previously mentioned, such as the S-rank ninjutsu water release, hard vortex water blade, along with shadow clone technique, spirit transformation technique, and water release, water severing wave, could potentially be granted as rewards. However, techniques with perilous effects, like flying thunder god technique, corpse demon seal, and Edo tensei, would not be easily disseminated under the cautious disposition of the third Hokage, unless the recipient were a truly loyal ally, such as if Mitsuki were to apprentice under one of the legendary Sannin. In such a case, the third Hokage would be more than willing to offer the flying thunder god technique as a reward, possibly even grooming him as a candidate for the fifth or sixth Hokage. Thus, for Mitsuki to obtain the training method for the flying thunder god technique from the third Hokage, the initial hurdle would be whether he could become a disciple of the Sannin. Naturally, as a reincarnated individual familiar with the original storyline, Mitsuki believed he possessed a clever scheme. He had an alternative approach. This chapter still has more to offer, so please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. That alternative involves awaiting the ascension of Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. In the original narrative, Minato had indeed transmitted the flying thunder god technique to his bodyguard squad. The members of Minato's bodyguard include Shiranui Gunma, Futon, Shikamaru Nara, and Iwa Shiki. The first two are Mitsuki's classmates, and they share a certain familiarity, whereas he has yet to meet Iwa Shiki. Though the prowess of these three is not particularly formidable, they have successfully inherited Minato's flying thunder god technique, albeit only capable of utilizing it in unison. This does somewhat squander the technique's formidable mobility. Moreover, as Minato typically fought alone, requiring little assistance, these three were more akin to a flying thunder god delivery team rather than protectors of the fourth Hokage. Mitsuki felt confident that, due to his relationship with Minato, his request would not be met with refusal. Although slightly embarrassed, Mitsuki would be prepared to offer his own techniques in exchange. The allure of the flying thunder god technique was irresistible, and with the assistance of the Six Eyes, Mitsuki was confident in his ability to master this notoriously challenging space-time ninjutsu. Upon entering the camp, Mitsuki intended to bid farewell to Minato. However, Minato preemptively called out to him, stating, "Mitsuki, this is our team's first mission. Let us report to Lady Tsunade together." Minato extended the invitation with his characteristic sunny smile. "All right, you are the captain," Mitsuki replied with a resigned chuckle, spreading his hands. Rather than engage in the mundane task of reporting, he was more inclined to find Rin to replenish his Rin energy, share some banter with Kakashi regarding Obito, and inquire about the recent happenings of Heiji and Ruri. Nevertheless, considering that the surprise squad had accomplished such a significant task, it was likely they would enjoy a few days of respite. So Mizuki was in no rush at that moment. The frontline command post of the Hidden Leaf Village stands before the Sand Hidden Village. This marks the inaugural mission report of the Blazing Wind Blade, Glorious Spiral Legend Storm's Roar Zero Squad. Namikaze Minato meticulously relayed the mission details to Tsunade, while on the other side, Mitsuki remained quietly observant. He yearned to expedite this tedious report so he could attend to his own affairs. Paying no heed to the oddly named squad, Tsunade, unabashedly crossing her legs, leaned back in her chair, propping her chin on her hand, and addressed Mitsuki. "Oh, the power unleashed is even greater than what was demonstrated in the forest, and you managed to release it 6 times consecutively? Such an impressive chakra capacity. If I recall correctly, the Mizuki clan does not possess a bloodline limit." Initially idling within the tent, Mitsuki, upon hearing Tsunade's words, flashed a confident smile and replied, "I have a bit of insight into chakra control." Gazing at the confident smile that adorned Mitsuki's face, Tsunade was unexpectedly reminded of Shosuke, who had similarly exuded confidence years ago, claiming he would one day become Hokage. Unfortunately, he lacked Mitsuki's innate talent and met an unremarkable end on the battlefield. Tsunade feigned casual curiosity as she inquired, "What are your dreams, kid? Surely it isn't to become Hokage?" Mitsuki felt no need to put on airs in front of Tsunade and replied sincerely, "Hokage? I have no interest in that. My dream is simply to lead the happiest life possible with my most trusted friends. That is enough for me." "Hey, kid, do you even understand what being Hokage entails?" They say a woman's thoughts are difficult to discern, yet Tsunade's thoughts were particularly enigmatic. Even she was unaware of her own feelings at that moment. She had anticipated that this boy, so reminiscent of Shosuke, would express a desire to become Hokage. As nearly all children in Konoha at that age aspire to such a goal, she had planned to loudly proclaim to Mitsuki that the position of Hokage was essentially meaningless, and that the village was fraught with issues. However, upon hearing Mitsuki express his disinterest in becoming Hokage, she felt a pang of dissatisfaction. After all, this was a village established by her grandfather, and to not aspire to be Hokage? Did this boy truly comprehend the weight of his words? Mitsuki, at a loss for how to respond to Tsunade, opted to cross his arms and close his eyes in meditation, remaining silent. There was little to be done. Despite her youthful appearance, Tsunade was nearing middle age, and in the wake of years of conflict, few in this world could claim to be psychologically unscathed. In any case, understanding reigned supreme. While Mitsuki had grasped the situation, Tsunade's irritation only grew, though she herself could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Yet, it was undeniable that she felt unsettled, particularly when observing Mitsuki's indifferent silence, his eyes closed in apparent disregard. It proved that even the legendary Sannin could not endure the cold violence of silence. Although Tsunade genuinely harbored disdain for the village and the position of Hokage, even contemplating leaving Konoha after this war, she still held a deep-seated affection for the treasure for which her grandfather had sacrificed his life. Tsunade surveyed her surroundings, realizing that Jiraiya, who usually clung to her like a stubborn leech, was nowhere to be found. This absence left her in a state of frustration. As she sought an outlet for her pent-up emotions, her gaze inevitably shifted to the source of her irritation, the young and soon-to-be 12-year-old Mitsuki. Due to years of rigorous training, Mitsuki had developed a well-proportioned physique, neither overly muscular nor frail. "Little brat, do you dare to defy me? Would you like to step outside and train?" Tsunade remarked, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she raised an eyebrow in provocation. Konoha's own Kakashi, observing nearby, felt compelled to intervene but found himself at a loss for words. It was hardly appropriate to suggest that Mitsuki was merely a child and that Tsunade should not stoop to his level. From Kakashi's perspective, it seems Tsunade was indulging in a personal whim, while Mitsuki bore no fault in this matter. However, as one of Jiraiya's disciples, and thus Tsunade's junior, Kakashi lacked the audacity to confront her directly. Mitsuki, upon hearing Tsunade's taunt, was unperturbed. He was not one to coddle her like the third Hokage might have. "As you command, Lady Tsunade, I shall not refuse your orders," he replied, stepping forward to exit with determination. Though not overly competitive, Mitsuki was no pushover. He would not allow anyone, not even one of the legendary 3, to belittle him. His admiration for Tsunade stemmed from her ability to confront her inner truths and recognize what truly mattered, rather than the resentful figure she had become. Feeling the world owed her for her losses. While Tsunade had initially relished her challenge, she soon regretted her decision to provoke a child. How had she allowed herself to engage in such a petty dispute? This reminded her of a recent distressing event on the battlefield. Chiyo from Sunagakure had developed a new poison, one that was not particularly lethal but acted with alarming rapidity. Although Tsunade had swiftly concocted an antidote, numerous shinobi suffered injuries from the toxin before its introduction, placing immense pressure on the medical department. With Shizune invariably occupied with medical duties, Tsunade found herself increasingly irritable, often resorting to irrational behavior in her frustration. Just the other day, she had sent Jiraiya flying from the command center over a trivial matter. No wonder Jiraiya had been avoiding her lately. Realizing Jiraiya's absence and the presence of his disciple, Tsunade's gaze landed on Kakashi, hoping he might provide an excuse. A graceful way to defuse the situation. Yet, Kakashi stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. These two are indeed master and apprentice, both displaying a cowardice reminiscent of their mentor at critical moments. At this juncture, what thoughts occupy the mind of Minato Namikaze? In this moment, he is engulfed in profound regret, questioning why he had called upon Kiyamizu to join him in this mission report. His initial intention was to leverage Kiyamizu's evident potential, anticipating that he would soon ascend to the rank of Chunin or even Jonin, leading missions on his own. Thus, he thought it prudent to bring Kiyamizu along to familiarize him with the process. Moreover, presenting Kiyamizu's contributions during this mission would send a clear message to those around them regarding his significance. Yet, why did this seemingly fortuitous convergence of events devolve into such chaos? Tsunade observed Kiyamizu, who was already at the doorway, and found herself in a precarious position. Never mind. She decided to dismiss her concerns. A confrontation might serve as a fitting opportunity to gauge the abilities of this extraordinary youth, whom Minato had glorified. With determined strides, Tsunade exited the command center. Minato, witnessing the unfolding events, was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Faced with such circumstances, he felt compelled to follow closely, daring not to lag behind. As he walked, his mind raced with potential scenarios. Should an unexpected altercation arise, he would undoubtedly intervene forcefully. Kiyamizu exited the command center without hesitation, utilizing his teleportation to reach the outdoors. Now that he had made up his mind, he sought a venue conducive to his skills. An open space at the periphery of the camp beckoned, a location neither too far nor too close, resembling a natural depression. The undulating terrain encircled them like a miniature basin. Tsunade surveyed the surroundings, initially expecting Kiyamizu to choose a more complex landscape. Such an open area seemed ill-suited for a ninja specializing in ninjutsu. Enough of the idle chatter. My strengths extend beyond mere ninjutsu, she retorted, her frustration mounting. Although she recognized her own impatience, Kiyamizu undeniably provoked her ire. Tsunade resolved that once she subdued this brat, she would ensure he learned a lesson. Minato followed, aware that persuasion was futile and thus refrained from further attempts. Let us consider this a friendly sparring session among comrades. Is that acceptable? He proposed earnestly. Should either party decline his suggestion, he would, despite any subsequent reproach, prevent them from harming one another. He would never allow such discord among comrades. Suit yourself, Tsunade responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Minato turned his gaze toward Kiyamizu. Of course, Kiyamizu readily agreed. With both parties affirming their consent, Minato felt a slight sense of relief. Then allow me to serve as the judge, he declared, picking up a stone from the ground. When this stone touches the ground, the spar shall commence. With that, Minato tossed the stone into the air. It spun briefly before landing with a sharp crack. Konoha Tsunade instantly collected her thoughts. While she contemplated the prospect of punishing Ketsuki, she would not underestimate her opponent. That wind release technique was formidable. Even if she were struck, the consequences would be dire. Of course, this was contingent upon Ketsuki being able to land a hit. Noticing that Ketsuki remained motionless at a distance, Tsunade smirked. What is the matter? Are you not going to unleash your ninjutsu? If you allow me to strike first, the battle may conclude in an instant. Upon hearing Tsunade's taunt, Ketsuki understood that the other would not make the first move. Thus, he initiated his own attack. With a chorus of chirping birds, dazzling arcs of electricity danced through the air like nimble silver serpents. converging at astonishing speed to form an impenetrable net of lightning, enveloping Ketsuki as if it were an energy shield. Chidori stream. Full power. In the blink of an eye, Ketsuki, suffused with boundless lightning, traversed several meters, appearing at Tsunade's right side. The mist cutter was swiftly drawn, and the ferocious lightning chakra surged unimpeded along the blade. Chidori stream flash. Tsunade, with her wealth of combat experience, sensed Ketsuki's approach and promptly stomped the ground. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth beneath Ketsuki, within a 10-meter radius, collapsed entirely. With his footing compromised, Ketsuki was forced to abandon his attack and retreat. Tsunade, however, would not afford him this opportunity. Though perplexed as to why Ketsuki relinquished his initial advantage and opted for close combat instead of employing the wind release technique, she thought, since you've come to me, don't blame me for taking advantage. How long does it take to transition from charging to dashing? The answer is less than a second. In mere fractions of a second, Tsunade completed her charge and dash. The ground, already littered with debris from her earlier stomp, now cracked further under the immense force she exerted, fissures radiating outward. In an instant, Tsunade surged before Ketsuki, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she unleashed a powerful punch. Super Strength Fist. This iconic technique of one of the legendary Sannin was delivered without reservation. After all, even if she were injured, she could heal. On the sidelines, Minato Namikaze was poised to intervene. Upon witnessing Ketsuki's aggressive advance, he had anticipated this outcome. Tsunade's martial prowess was undoubtedly among the top ranks in the ninja world, if not the foremost. The reality aligned with Minato's thoughts. In this initial exchange, Ketsuki found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. Yet, the same question lingered in Tsunade's mind, as it did in Minato's. Could Ketsuki truly be unaware of this? Naturally, he was not. Gazing at the approaching, youthful fist, Ketsuki felt no doubt that this punch could shatter several of his ribs. He swung the mist cutter, the short blade slicing through the air, appearing to struggle in vain. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. However, the reversal always comes unexpectedly. Full counter. Victory? Fatal blow? Conclusion? All of it dissipated into nothingness as Tsunade's formidable punch was abruptly deflected by an inexplicable force. The chakra that had been amassed in her fist seemed to be subjected to some unseen rule, erupting uncontrollably before her. Subsequently, a familiar surge of immense strength struck her. The brazen smile that once adorned Tsunade's face was replaced by sheer astonishment. What is this? With questions swirling in her mind, Tsunade was swiftly sent back along the same path, crashing onto the hard ground, causing debris to scatter and a cloud of dust to rise. Not only was Tsunade astonished, but the nearby Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also found himself in a state of disbelief, almost stumbling as a result. Of course, there was no misunderstanding. Minato was not staggered by the events that had just unfolded, but rather because he had intended to use his body flicker technique to rescue Shizune from Tsunade's overwhelming punch. At this distance, he had confidence in his ability to accomplish such a feat, yet he was taken aback when Shizune employed a unique ninjutsu, instantly reversing the tide of battle. This forced Minato to perform an involuntary sit-up, halting his intended body flicker technique. Though Tsunade had been struck by her own overwhelming punch, her physical resilience, bolstered by the abundant yang chakra coursing through her, remained formidable. Blunt force attacks such as this inflicted minimal damage upon her. As she stood amidst the dissipating smoke, Tsunade discerned that Shizune had likely utilized a technique akin to an eye for an eye. Emerging from the fading fog, Tsunade appeared largely unscathed. Holding a blade in one hand, Shizune realized her plan to counter Tsunade's immense punch had failed. Thus, it was time for a round of ninjutsu combat. Just now, my strength was deflected by some unknown technique. Is it similar to the Hyuga clan's Kaiten? No. It defies logic even more than Kaiten. Tsunade's mind raced as she analyzed the recent encounter. As long as that unknown technique existed, attempting to breach Shizune's defenses head-on would be akin to chasing a fool's dream. A sense of panic washed over Tsunade. Could she truly lose to this young opponent, who was a generation her junior? Suddenly, she recalled that Shizune had initiated that enigmatic ninjutsu with a swift motion of her short blade. Was there a connection? Perhaps an attack from behind would be effective. With numerous theories flooding her mind, Tsunade knew she had to verify each one, despite the lack of information. However, Shizune would not grant Tsunade a moment's respite. With a subtle twist of her upper body, she violently flicked her left hand. A massive, tempestuous surge of wind chakra was instantly compressed to its limits, coalescing into a specially weakened spiral shuriken that was hurled forth. Tsunade, leveraging her strength, forcefully stomped the ground. Utilizing the recoil to propel herself swiftly to the side, she was not foolish enough to meet such a perilous technique head-on. That would be far too naive. Shizen, well aware of Tsunade's speed and reflexes, understood that she could easily evade the explosive range of the technique before the spiral shuriken could make contact. After all, the technique known as moon viewing is not an intricately complex ninjutsu, but rather one characterized by its formidable power and rapid execution. However, even the simplest of ninjutsu can be transformed into something extraordinary under the exquisite precision of chakra control that moon viewing provides. The spiraling shuriken, initially hurtling straight towards Tsunade's original position, did not explode as anticipated. Instead, it executed a sudden turn, as if guided by an unseen navigation system, pursuing Tsunade, who had leaped aside. At that moment, suspended in midair, Tsunade found herself with no solid ground to brace against, embodying the phrase "a place without heaven or earth," seemingly on the brink of being struck. Although Tsunade was internally astonished that this ninjutsu could alter its trajectory a second time, her physical response was swift. With immense strength, she unleashed a punch into the air. A tremendous force erupted, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a sonic boom. An unbelievable sight unfolded. Tsunade, suspended in midair, adeptly adjusted her body's position by striking the air around her, successfully altering the trajectory of the shuriken. This technique surpassed the realm of ordinary imagination. Believing she had evaded the attack, Tsunade exhaled in relief. Yet, had she truly escaped? The spiraling shuriken executed yet another sharp turn, this time crossing an acute angle directly toward her. Is this for real? Tsunade observed the shuriken, which moved with an almost mocking agility, attempting to change direction once more. However, the brief moment of respite after narrowly dodging two attacks had allowed time to slip away unnoticed. At this instant, the buzzing shuriken hurtled toward her with astonishing speed, bearing down on Tsunade with relentless pressure. She could even feel a slight sting against her skin. Tsunade-sama. Minato Namikaze was poised to employ the body flicker technique to intervene and extract Tsunade from the oncoming assault. Confident in his reputation as the fastest man in the ninja world, he believed that upon his arrival, moon viewing would also slow the shuriken speed. He had not anticipated the terrifying power of such wind-based ninjutsu could maneuver so fluidly in midair. Truly, moon viewing was impressive. Yet, Minato was about to be caught off guard once more. A large hand clapped down on his shoulder from behind. Turning, he saw Jiraiya. "You finally arrived." However, this delay proved costly. The shuriken was now mere moments away, poised to explode directly in front of Tsunade, a blue sphere of light re-emerging, seemingly ready to slice through everything within a 10-meter radius. As Tsunade was engulfed in the blue luminescence, Minato could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Yet, with Jiraiya intervening, he hoped that Tsunade would be safe. "Sensei," a rustling sound interrupted. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito emerged from behind Jiraiya. "What are you doing here?" Minato inquired. Having recently been unable to take Kakashi and the others on missions, allowing them to roam freely in the camp during this time. "Ha ha." Jiraiya chuckled softly, yet remained silent. Kakashi adjusted his mask and began to explain. "During this period, Lord Jiraiya has been instructing us. Upon hearing an explosion outside the camp, we ventured out to investigate." "I see. Thank you for looking after them, Teacher Jiraiya," Minato Namikaze said, clenching his fist in gratitude towards Jiraiya. Rin, upon witnessing the duel between the two combatants, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, why is Jinue fighting against Lady Tsunade? Are they arguing?" Obito, with an excited expression, remarked, "I knew it. Jinue, like me, despises that drunken commander." Having spent considerable time at the front lines, Obito had indeed encountered Tsunade, though the experience was rather unpleasant. After all, he had unwittingly stepped on a landmine in her presence, repeatedly declaring his aspiration to become Hokage and even boasting about quelling this war. Naturally, Tsunade had retorted with sharp sarcasm, leaving Obito flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to reason with her. The result was a swift blow that sent him crashing out of the command tent. Now, witnessing his good friend stand up for him, Obito felt compelled to support Jinue as his closest ally. He rushed closer, cupping his hands to form a megaphone, and shouted, "Jinwe, keep it up. With our bonds. We must reclaim our dreams." What is this guy talking about? Jinwe had already noticed Jiraiya and the others approaching, but was baffled by Obito's words. Bonds and dreams. Were these really his lines? Did he perceive Tsunade as some sort of boss? In a sense, Jinwe was not entirely mistaken. The joys and sorrows of individuals often remained disconnected. Tsunade, amidst the chaos of the spiral shuriken explosion, could only perceive their clamor. As the saying goes, what is heard is often misleading, while what is seen holds truth. The distinction between what one witnesses and what one hears can be substantial. Furthermore, Tsunade was now experiencing the full force of the spiral shuriken firsthand, finally understanding the weight of Minato's words regarding a genius who surpassed her by 100-fold. Regardless of the personal bias imbued in Minato's statement, Jinwe was the sole individual from Konoha who could elicit such admiration from him. Although reluctant to admit it, Tsunade found herself cornered. She acknowledged the prowess of that young lad, Jinwe. Release of the Yin seal. The azure light gradually dissipated. Under the gaze of all present, Tsunade stood firmly within the massive crater created by the spiral shuriken. Her attire was tattered, adorned with numerous minor cuts, yet she bore no injuries. The diamond mark on her forehead had vanished, indicating that she had completely unsealed the Yin seal typically used to store her chakra. Dark seals extended from her forehead, spreading across her entire body. Jinwe had anticipated this. Tsunade could not withstand the slicing power of the spiral shuriken with mere surface-level yang chakra. Now that the shadow seal has been completely lifted, the next step is undoubtedly the ninjutsu, creation rebirth of the 100 heroes. It is through this formidable technique that Tsunade withstood the Rinnegan. Faced with Tsunade in this state, one can only resort to even more powerful attacks to eliminate her instantaneously. Otherwise, as long as her shadow seal chakra remains unspent, Tsunade is an indomitable force. This is rather troublesome, thought Mitsuki inwardly. He indeed possesses a more potent trump card. Yet truth be told, should he unleash that technique, he fears Tsunade might be fatally harmed. They are not mortal enemies, after all. There is no need to escalate the conflict to such extremes. However, without resorting to a mightier jutsu, he finds himself at a loss against Tsunade's formidable defense. On the other side, Tsunade finds herself in a similar predicament, her entire output concentrated in her incredible strength. Currently, she is utterly unable to breach the defenses of Mitsuki's unknown technique. With Mitsuki holding absolute initiative, Tsunade realizes that her only chance of victory in this contest lies in one strategy: to prolong the battle. Although Mitsuki possesses a fair amount of chakra, Tsunade, as a member of the Senju clan, already boasts a considerable reserve, further augmented by the vast chakra within the shadow seal. She is confident that her chakra surpasses Mitsuki's, and if they continue to wear each other down, victory will inevitably be hers. However, this approach feels rather humiliating. Tsunade does not consider herself so shameless as to rely on merely exhausting chakra to triumph over a younger opponent. She is not Jiraiya. What to do? Should she concede? Alas, had she known, she would have refrained from losing her temper. While Tsunade and Mitsuki ponder their next moves, an unexpected interruption occurs. Jiraiya suddenly barges into the fray, arms wide open, palms raised, signaling for both sides to cease hostilities. Upon seeing Rin's arrival, Mitsuki, already reluctant to continue the fight, slowly sheaths his sword and appears beside the others. Tsunade breathes a sigh of relief, reactivating the shadow seal. All right, let us conclude with a peace seal, Minato declares, clapping his hands together, convinced that this resolution is a satisfactory outcome. A peace seal? Hearing Minato's words, Tsunade is suddenly engulfed by a wave of nostalgia. Back in the day, Sarutobi-sensei had uttered similar sentiments, encouraging her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to engage in friendly sparring. Tsunade feels an inexplicable shyness wash over her. After all, she is not a freshly graduated child. This is merely a contest. Minato sighs, speaking earnestly. Lady Tsunade, you yourself agreed to have me as the judge. Yet Tsunade attempts to dispute this. This is just the procedure, Minato promptly counters. As Jiraiya, Tsunade's longtime comrade, quickly discerns her thoughts, he muses, could it be, Tsunade, that you are feeling bashful? Fuming with indignation, Tsunade retorts, are you looking for a fight? As she gazes at the playful antics of Jiraiya before her, a sudden memory strikes her. Since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, aside from Jiraiya, Orochimaru had not been in contact with them for a considerable period. No, it was not merely after the war had ended, but rather after the sacrifice of Shotri. Tsunade found herself reflecting on matters she had previously overlooked. At that time, the death of Shotri not only caused her profound anguish, but Orochimaru, as Shotri's mentor, must have felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as well. Yet, she had been so consumed by her sorrow that she realized she had never communicated with Orochimaru. Surely he must not think she blamed him. After all, he had always been the type to conceal his feelings deep within. A voice broke through her tangled thoughts, pulling her back to reality. "Come on, Lady Tsunade." Mitsuki extended his right hand, forming the sign of reconciliation, and smiled at her. Tsunade, suffering from the hereditary myopia characteristic of the Hokage lineage, found Mitsuki's visage gradually merging with that of Shotri, the one she longed to see most. How wonderful it would be if Shotri were standing here, she mused. Had Shotri possessed Mitsuki's talents, he would not have perished on the battlefield, and Orochimaru would not have become so distant from them. Instead, under the collective blessings of her, Jiraiya, and Master Sarutobi, he would have ascended to become the fourth Hokage of Konoha. As Orochimaru's disciple, Shotri would have eventually risen to be the fifth Hokage, allowing the name Senju to resonate throughout the shinobi world once again. If only the world were as such, how beautiful it would be. Lost in thought, Tsunade reached out her hand, leading Mitsuki to believe she was about to form a seal, prompting him to lean in closer. However, Tsunade did not seal. Instead, she tenderly caressed Mitsuki's cheek. "Lady Tsunade." Mitsuki looked at her in confusion, preparing to withdraw and create some distance between them. Yet, without warning, Tsunade drew near and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "I have always wanted to see you." Tsunade seemed to be enveloped by an invisible shroud of sorrow. A series of soft sobs escaped her throat. "Why were you able to leave so effortlessly? It is unjust." Each utterance felt like long-suppressed emotions ready to erupt, but forcefully restrained. One could sense that her heart harbored countless words yearning to be expressed. Yet, these words weighed heavily like stones, and even in this moment of genuine vulnerability, she could only manage to articulate a few scattered phrases. Perhaps the burden of those memories was too great, or perhaps the pain buried deep within made it difficult for her to speak. Regardless, Tsunade held Mitsuki tightly, striving to contain the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Feeling Tsunade's slight tremor, Mitsuki found a sense of relief. Considering his age from his previous life, he could be deemed a middle-aged man, and there was no need to engage in petty quarrels with Tsunade, who was, well, a middle-aged woman. He retracted his earlier sentiment. Having lost his only family and beloved was indeed quite pitiable. Though Mitsuki was also an orphan, he still had Rin. Sooner or later, they would become a family. And in that moment, he would no longer be alone. Reflecting on Tsunade, it is evident that she has truly lost everything. Just look at this wretched ninja world. It has driven children to such extremes. Well, today, Lord Mizuki shall reluctantly lend you his shoulder, albeit temporarily. Yet, how shall I put this? It is fortunate that Tsunade does not possess the ability to read minds. Otherwise, it would be a shame to squander this seemingly pleasant atmosphere. At the front lines of the Land of Fire, time on the battlefield passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several months have elapsed. And we are nearing the end of the 44th year of Konoha. The events of that day seem to have been tacitly forgotten by those present, as if not worth mentioning again. Indeed, even Obito falls into this category. In this world, wars between ninja villages, particularly in their early to mid stages, rarely escalate into large-scale bloodshed. Subtle infiltration, sabotage, and assassination are the norms. Only when one side feels it can overturn the situation do they unleash thousands or even tens of thousands of ninja in a grand battle. Of course, there exists another scenario wherein repeated failures during probing lead to a point where failure to act is no longer an option. At such times, it essentially boils down to a single decisive battle. Presently, it seems that the Sand Shinobi are nearing their limit. "What? You are returning to Konoha?" Early in the morning, Mizuki witnessed Ruri and Hirashi preparing their belongings. Out of curiosity, he inquired, only to be informed that Team Hachi was heading back to Konoha for a break. Speaking of which, this is a battlefield, is it not? How could one hear the word vacation in such a context? Mizuki scratched his head in confusion, pondering why he was unaware of Team Hachi's break. Uchiha Ruri glanced at him and remarked, "Haven't you recently transferred to Minato's team? Did they not inform you that squads on the battlefield have rotation breaks?" "I did not transfer to Minato's team," Rather, I formed a temporary squad alongside Captain Minato. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Ruri regarded Mizuki with an odd expression. She continued, then who is it that spends every day alongside members of Minato's team? I see someone quite pleased with the situation. Instinctively, Mizuki felt it prudent to maintain silence. Mizuki, why not inquire with Lord Minato? Hirashi suggested, observing Mizuki's silence. That sounds reasonable, but I suspect it is futile. The recent missions executed alongside Captain Minato have gone smoothly, and it appears the village has tacitly accepted that my small team with Minato shall continue. Uchiha Ruri interjected. Ah, ninjas are mere tools for the higher-ups. The village would not forsake a useful asset. Ruri's return to Konoha was not solely for a rotation break. More importantly, during these past months on the battlefield, she had fully adapted to the powers of her Sharingan. She intended to return and request resources for training from her clan, such as advanced genjutsu compatible with the 3-tomo Sharingan and higher-level fire release techniques. Hirashi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Mizuki. If this continues, you will undoubtedly become a prominent figure within the village, perhaps even the Hokage one day." Hirashi genuinely felt joy for Mizuki, a rarity in a world where individuals like him are born without freedom. Once they witness the brilliance of others, it ignites a flame of aspiration within them. There exists a segment of individuals who harbor jealousy and resentment, while another segment merely feels envy and bestows blessings. Hinata Heiji exemplifies the latter. There are always those who, despite being mired in hardship, can still smile at the flowers blooming under the sun. Thank you, Heiji, but becoming Hokage feels a bit premature for me. Indeed, if it pertains to Mitsuki, there is no issue at all. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a cigarette in one hand while perusing a scroll in the other. This scroll was sent by Minato Namikaze, containing recommendations for Kakashi and Mitsuki to advance to Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the recommendations and picked up Kakashi's mission record. Kakashi Hitaki, Ninja ID 009720, 16 D-rank missions, 49 C-rank missions, 30 B-rank missions, 13 A-rank missions, and 1 S-rank mission. Though he had only recently graduated as a genin, the majority of his missions were brief war tasks. However, this record undeniably qualifies as commendable for a chunin, if not exceptionally remarkable. He had engaged in tasks across various ranks, with a significant number of high-ranking missions completed. Among them was a particularly perilous S-rank mission, which left a lasting impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He vividly recalled that it was a rescue mission aimed at saving the entire team of Shurhai. They were initially supposed to rendezvous with a spy from the Sand Village, bringing back crucial intelligence to the Hidden Leaf. However, this task was intercepted by a Sand Village spy embedded within the leaf. By the time the leaf apprehended this spy, it was already too late. The information had been compromised. Fortunately, due to a timely window, the Shurhai team had already concluded their meeting with the spy and successfully acquired the intelligence. Nevertheless, there remained a significant likelihood that the Shurhai team was being pursued by the enemy, jeopardizing the safe return of vital information to the village. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched the highly mobile Namikaze team to rescue Shurhai. Yet, rather than merely rescuing personnel, the mission was fundamentally about recovering intelligence. While saving lives was paramount, retrieving the information was equally essential. Though this may seem harsh, it is the reality that a ninja must confront. Fortunately, the Namikaze team arrived just in time, rescuing the Shurhai team, who were being pursued by over a dozen sand ninjas. Mitsuki's contributions were instrumental in this success. The task report submitted later by Minato noted her presence during the mission. She volunteered to join this perilous, time-sensitive task, and thanks to her superior sensing ability, which surpassed that of Minato, they were able to precisely locate the Shurhai team. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but smile. This mission would not only be etched in his memory, but would also serve as a teaching example in the Ninja Academy. It epitomized the very essence of the will of fire. To witness the next generation of the Hidden Leaf flourish is, in his view, the most beautiful thing of all. With a deep exhale of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again picked up the mission records of Kiyoshi Minazuki. Kiyoshi Minazuki, Ninja ID 0, D-rank missions 0 times. C-rank missions 1 time, B-rank missions 2 times, A-rank missions 76 times, S-rank missions 13 times. It could be said that he had a pronounced specialization. However, this was hardly surprising. as Minazuki had only recently stepped onto the battlefield, showcasing formidable ninjutsu prowess. Subsequently, he formed a temporary team with Namikaze Minato, which had a somewhat experimental nature. The collaboration between these two on the battlefield yielded results that could only be described as extraordinary. The synergy of Minato's mobility and Kiyoshi's destructive power produced an effect where 1 + 1 equated to an astonishing 10. Within mere months, they obliterated all supply transport points of Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers, even penetrating deep into the Wind Country and forcing Sunagakure to nearly withdraw entirely from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Their accomplishments surpassed what thousands of Konoha ninjas had been unable to achieve over the years. Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself increasingly approving of Danzo, for it was Danzo who proposed the formation of the duo of Minato and Kiyoshi. As for Danzo's subsequent remark about assigning command of this team to himself, Hiruzen chose to disregard it. He aimed to extract the essence while discarding the dross. With a decisive gesture, Sarutobi Hiruzen inscribed Kakashi's Chunin appointment letter. When he reached Minazuki's section, he paused momentarily, hesitating. Ultimately, he altered what was meant to be a Chunin designation to that of Special Jonin. The term Special Jonin refers to an individual whose abilities in certain respects have reached the level of a Jonin, yet when viewed holistically, they do not qualify as such, existing in a tier between Chunin and Jonin. However, this is the official definition of Special Jonin in Konoha. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Minazuki as a Special Jonin was not because he believed Minazuki's strength was limited to that rank, but rather because Konoha ninjas must pass the Jonin exam to be officially recognized as Jonin. Even in times of war, the Hokage can only bypass the Special Jonin assessment to appoint a particular ninja directly. After all, Jonin is ostensibly the highest rank available to ninjas, allowing them to participate in most significant village meetings. Even as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen belongs to the Jonin tier. Thus, despite being the leader of Konoha, he cannot arbitrarily designate anyone as a Jonin. His fingertips lightly tapped the surface of the Hokage's desk. In an instant, masked Umbu operatives appeared in the office. "I entrust this to you." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Umbu took 2 appointment letters from Sarutobi Hiruzen and retreated a few steps before vanishing in an instant. Having addressed the promotions of Kakashi and Minazuki, Hiruzen rose and approached the window of the Hokage office, contemplating other matters. In his view, Sunagakure was on the brink of collapse. This was not merely a personal opinion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but an evident reality laid bare before him. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sunagakure suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Konohagakure, incurring immense losses, including the death of Chiyo's son at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukuyomi Hitaki. Shortly after that war, Sunagakure, citing the assassination of the 3rd Kazekage by Konoha, tore up the peace treaty previously signed with Konoha and reignited hostilities. It is worth noting that even as the victorious nation, Konoha had yet to fully recover, let alone the impoverished Sunagakure. Consequently, Sunagakure was merely relying on sheer morale to sustain its efforts on the battlefield. The status of the village's leader held significant esteem among the ninja. With this wavering morale, Sunagakure managed to contend evenly with the dispersed forces of Konoha. However, that is a tale of the past. Now, under the active leadership of Minato Namikaze and Kiyoshi Mizuki, the frontline fortifications that Sunagakure painstakingly established in the Land of Rivers have crumbled entirely. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen could ascertain that the war with Sunagakure was approaching its climactic conclusion, and it was highly probable that Konoha would emerge victorious. Yet, unlike the barefooted Sunagakure, Konoha has steadfastly occupied the most fertile lands in the ninja world and held the title of the foremost ninja village. Its adversaries are never limited to just Sunagakure. Therefore, winning the war against Sunagakure was not the dilemma. Rather, the challenge lay in achieving that victory at minimal cost, which had been a source of constant concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Presently, Sunagakure resembled a starving wolf driven to desperation, baring its vicious fangs, yearning for one last bite of the hunter's flesh. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke and summoned Danzo and the elders. An Umbu, adorned with a cat-faced mask, swiftly materialized in the Hokage's office, addressing him with respect, "Hokage-sama." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns across the corridors of the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate Yin walked side by side. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to the Hokage's office. Danzo's shadowy gaze swept over the emblem on the door, and a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk played upon his lips. Shikaku appeared more composed, yet his eyes shimmered with resolve and determination. Mito Gate Yin bore a serious expression, seemingly lost in contemplation of weighty matters. With a creak, they stepped into the chamber imbued with an aura of authority. The Konoha F4 had assembled. Danzo was the first to approach the desk. Settling into his chair with arms crossed over his chest, reclining slightly as he scrutinized the other two. Shikaku and Mito Gate Yin followed suit, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the occasional soft sound of breathing. Observing the inaction of his old comrades, Mito Gate Yin felt a hint of frustration. These aging allies had become increasingly petty, compelling him to initiate the conversation. Clearing his throat, he began, "So, Hiruzen, your sudden gathering of the elders suggests there is a matter of significance at hand, perhaps concerning the situation in the Land of Rivers? Recently, intelligence from Root indicates that Tsunagakure is preparing to make a desperate gamble." Danzo narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Indeed, while the precise timing remains uncertain, it is anticipated to occur before the year's end. Sarutobi Hizashi, as he spoke, replenished his supply of tobacco leaves. Meanwhile, Tezuki Koharu, deep in contemplation, suddenly inquired whether reinforcements should be dispatched to the front lines. If this truly is a decisive battle, the number of ninjas stationed in the Land of Rivers would likely pale in comparison to the full-blown mobilization of the Sand Ninjas. Upon hearing Tezuki Koharu's analysis, Mito Gate expressed his concerns, stating that the village currently lacks sufficient ninjas. The situation in the Land of Mist and the Land of Earth is far from as favorable as that in the Land of Sand. If a large contingent of ninjas is withdrawn to the Land of Rivers, it could spell disaster. Such a statement holds merit. Sarutobi Hizashi shared these concerns. For the Hidden Leaf Village is presently engaged in a three-front war against the Sand, Mist, and Rock villages. The geographical positioning of the Land of Mist, perched precariously above the sea, renders it nearly impossible for the Hidden Leaf to transport a significant number of ninjas if the ports of the Land of Water remain under their control. Conversely, due to the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the Hidden Leaf appears akin to a lion blinded in both eyes, possessing great strength but unable to impede the infiltrations of the Mist ninjas overseas. Consequently, the front lines remain firmly established along the coastline of the Land of Fire, frequently allowing the advanced forces of the Mist Village to breach the border defenses and wreak havoc within the Land of Fire. It is noteworthy that the battlefield here is primarily contested by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who serve as the main fighting force. Thus, despite the unfavorable conditions, the two prominent clans of the Hidden Leaf alleviate concerns regarding troop numbers on the Mist front. However, the situation with the Rock Village poses a greater challenge, as there exists a vast expanse of smaller nations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. This region, serving as a buffer zone for warfare, offers advantages not found on other fronts. Yet, it is precisely this characteristic that has historically led to the Hidden Leaf and Rock Village battles being the most draining in terms of ninja resources. This particular front is under the command of one of the legendary three, Orochimaru. His innate talents are well recognized, but the Tsuchikage, Inoki, is no ordinary opponent. Renowned for his extraordinary intellect and cunning during the Second Great Ninja War, he earned the moniker Two Scales Inoki. Therefore, while Orochimaru may not be suffering outright defeats in the war against the Rock, he is frequently finding himself at a disadvantage. With two of the three battlefronts in a state of vulnerability, the Hidden Leaf Village is indeed unable to spare any reinforcements for the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Today, Sarutobi Hizashi has lost count of how many times he has replenished his old tobacco pipe. "Do not hesitate, Hizashi." Tsunade's voice suddenly pierced the silence of the Hokage's office. "We must withdraw ninjas from the Rock battlefield immediately, before the Sand Village can mobilize. The Hidden Leaf must strike decisively to capture the Sand Village at the fastest pace, and only then can we assist the Rock front." "That is not feasible," Sarutobi Hiruzen countered, asserting that Inoki was undoubtedly waiting for them to withdraw the ninjas from that area. The moment they did so, he would certainly launch an offensive against Konoha during their decisive battle with Tsunagakure, leading to dire consequences. Upon hearing Hiruzen's rebuttal, Danzo let out a dissatisfied huff and spoke again, suggesting they withdraw from the battlefield of Kirigakure. During wartime, neither the Uchiha nor the Hyuga clans would dare to defy the village's orders. Mito Gate and Zai pondered Danzo's suggestion carefully, deeming it precarious. He expressed his concerns, noting that if Kirigakure was short-staffed, the enemy would likely mount a large-scale invasion of the Land of Fire's interior, which would undoubtedly prompt the daimyo to hold Konoha accountable, potentially leading to a reduction in funding. Tsunade Koha nodded in agreement, recalling that prior minor disturbances had already caused the populace of certain regions within the Land of Fire to lose faith in Konoha. Should Kirigakure launch a major incursion into the interior, Konoha's reputation would be utterly tarnished. After listening to the analyses from Mito Gate Inzai and Tsunade Koha, Hiruzen concurred that withdrawing ninjas from the Kirigakure battlefield was ill-advised. He remarked that if the people of the Land of Fire lost confidence in Konoha, it would directly impact the volume of missions the village could receive after the war's conclusion. For most ninja villages, their revenue typically stemmed from two sources: funding from the daimyo, their financial benefactor, and a portion of the fees collected from various missions completed by the village's ninjas. In Hiruzen's view, once this war concluded, Konoha would undoubtedly be severely weakened. If withdrawing ninjas from Kirigakure led to an invasion of the Land of Fire's interior, Konoha would undoubtedly be blamed by the daimyo, likely resulting in a reduction of funds. Coupled with the loss of public trust, the income from missions would also diminish. And without sufficient resources, the village's recovery would be significantly delayed. This was a scenario Hiruzen wished to avoid. Danzo looked at his three old comrades with disappointment, feeling only one word resonating within him: foolish. Indeed, Danzo believed that the decisive battle with Sunagakure should occur sooner rather than later. Rather than passively waiting for Sunagakure to prepare for war, it would be better to assemble a ninja force and launch an attack directly. As for Iwagakure, what did it matter if they ceded the front lines of small nations? Once they dealt with Sunagakure, handling Iwagakure would be a trivial task. Regarding the potential invasion of Kirigakure, it was even simpler. As long as Konoha could win this ninja world war, what would it matter if those regions suffered some damage? As long as they firmly maintained their position as the foremost ninja village. Even a reduction in mission volume would not diminish their status as the top among the 5 great shinobi countries. What of a slower recovery? As long as they were faster than their enemies, that sufficed. Danzo realized that he could not change Hiruzen's mind. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his shadowed gaze, leading him to conceive a new idea. Since there were no surplus troops available, why not utilize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? No, absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade Koha, and Mito Gate Inzai nearly interrupted Danzo simultaneously, cutting off his unfinished statement. Coughing awkwardly, Hiruzen became aware of his lapse in composure. Tawanzo, Kushina is the village's final safeguard. Should she be placed on the battlefield and encounter peril, Konoha cannot bear the consequences. Tawanzo silently raised his head, surveying the room, while Tintin and Mito turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Ultimately, Tawanzo's eyes landed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did not shy away from his scrutiny. "Hiruzen, you truly have aged," Tawanzo remarked. To which Hiruzen responded firmly, "I am the Hokage." That phrase irked Tawanzo the most. Had he not brought it up in the first place, things might have been different. Tawanzo chose silence, turning on his heel to exit the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him in frustration. He had no desire to remain there for another moment. Days later, at the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, the command center at the Konoha front was bustling with energy. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, Nara Shikaku, and the recently promoted special jonin, Mitsuki, were all present. The group was gathered around a large map. Ordinarily, Mitsuki's qualifications would not warrant attendance at such a high-level meeting. However, exceptions exist. As one of Konoha's greatest contributors in gaining an advantage over Sunagakure, Mitsuki had become a prominent figure among the new generation of Konoha shinobi, already earning a reputation in the region. Even enemies from other battlefields had heard whispers of this prodigious ninja from Konoha. Tsunade, arms crossed, spoke up. "We have received news from the village today." The others shifted their focus from the map to her. "The village will dispatch 1,000 ninjas here for support." "Only 1,000. Our combat strength still has a significant gap," Nara Shikaku pondered, considering how to optimize this reinforcement. Upon hearing the meager number, Jiraiya expressed his disappointment, exclaiming, "What is going on? The old man should borrow more from Orochimaru." Minato, maintaining an objective stance, interjected, "The third Hokage must have his reasons. After all, the situations at the other 2 battlefields are not favorable." Although Minato found himself in the Sunagakure battlefield, his thoughts had already aligned with that of a Hokage. his gaze firmly fixed on Konoha's overall war front. Indeed, this 1,000 strong contingent was the maximum Sarutobi Hiruzen could muster. Tsunade turned her attention to Mitsuki, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Mitsuki?" Mitsuki did have some ideas but hesitated to share them, as he believed the most effective strategy would be for Konoha to take the initiative, launching a direct assault on the interior of the Land of Wind. When Tsunade was forced to respond, Minato could employ the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself directly through the main battlefield into the heart of Tsunade, where he would unleash his ultimate jutsu to obliterate the village. This approach was, to be honest, rather devious, with the blade aimed squarely at the vulnerable civilians and children left behind in Tsunade. Moreover, Mitsuki was deeply concerned that if he and Minato were absent from the main battlefield, Rin and Kakashi might find themselves in jeopardy. For him, Rin's safety outweighed the victory of the war. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, he demurred, apologizing to the commander, stating that he lacked tactical understanding and preferred to heed the counsel of Shikaku. Observing his evasion, Tsunade clasped him in her embrace, her other hand playfully tousling his white hair. "What did you just call me, you little rascal?" "I was mistaken, Sister Tsunade. This is a meeting, and one ought to address titles here." With a huff, Tsunade released him and returned to her seat. From Tsunade's perspective, Jinyu had now gained her approval. She envisioned a future unattainable by the sacrificed rope tree through him. Moreover, Jinyu's extraordinary chakra reserves likely indicated a lineage connected to the Senju clan of Konoha. She resolved to investigate the clan's genealogy upon her return. From Jinyu's perspective, ever since Tsunade had brought him to tears months ago, she insisted on him calling her sister. Naturally, he was reluctant, for his actual age was not necessarily lesser than hers. Furthermore, he had clearly triumphed in their previous contest. If titles were to be exchanged, it should be Tsunade addressing him as brother. Jinyu declared that even if he were to leap from Hokage Rock, he would not utter the word sister to Tsunade. "Do you desire the Flying Thunder God technique? Call me sister, and I shall impart the method of its mastery to you." Logically, Jinyu ought to remain impervious to such temptations to achieve greatness. However, the allure she offered was simply too great. Sighing, he acknowledged that those destined for greatness often overlook trifles. Jinyu considered himself capable of achieving significant feats, which led to the earlier exchange. Reality proved Jinyu to be still quite youthful. Tsunade assured him she would teach him the Flying Thunder God technique, but only upon their return to Konoha. For what she intended to provide was not the Konoha version of the sealing book, but an internal edition from the Senju clan. In truth, there was little difference. Both were penned by Tsunade's granduncle, Senju Tobirama. However, obtaining the Konoha sealing book required seeking out the third Hokage, and memorizing it was a cumbersome task that Tsunade found bothersome. Her original words were, "The sealing book? What a hassle. When we return to Konoha, I will simply give you the original. You can peruse it whenever you wish." One must admit, the youthful ignorance of the affluent can be quite charming. With the backstory recounted, let us return to the matter at hand. The options before the gathered forces were limited. Either they could take the initiative and compel Tsunade to engage, or they could await Tsunade's offensive, with Konoha adopting a defensive counter-strategy. The former bore greater risk, while the latter was decidedly more prudent. After considerable contemplation, Nara Shikaku finally spoke. "Everyone, please lend me your ears." The meeting had concluded. Jinyu emerged from the command tent, stretching languidly before returning to his quarters. Illusion technique, magical restraint. Upon entering his tent, Jinyu sensed a familiar chakra attempting to disrupt the flow of his own. With the power of his 6 eyes, he effortlessly controlled the chakra within his mind, rendering it impervious to influence. How naive, Ruri. Illusions are ineffective against me. Jinyu surmised that it was that woman, ever eager to assert dominance over him. What of Pingzi? Uchiha Ryuri snorted softly, responding that he had not arrived. Upon returning to the village, he had been reassigned by the Hyuga clan to the battlefield in the Land of Mist. Ryuri had initially believed that she had acquired the advanced Sharingan Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, finally hoping to surpass Jinyu in some regard. However, reality proved her overly optimistic. Her Genjutsu had been ineffective even with the double Tomo, and now, with the triple Tomo, it remained ineffectual. This was entirely reasonable. As in the world of ninjas, chakra serves as the foundation for casting Genjutsu. The caster manipulates their chakra, particularly their mental energy, to influence the flow of the opponent's chakra, thereby achieving control over their mind. Given Jinyu's mastery over his own chakra, only a genjutsu of the magnitude of infinite Tsukuyomi could possibly affect him. After addressing Jinyu's inquiry, Ryuri executed a graceful turn, her long, inky hair tracing an elegant arc through the air. She approached the chair and seated herself, crossing her long, slender legs. Jinyu settled on the edge of his bed, contemplating in silence. Ryuri, as a member of the Uchiha clan, was indeed impressive. Setting aside her personality, her appearance was undeniably striking, and her long, straight black hair somewhat intrigued him. "It's your turn," the black-haired beauty remarked. "Pardon?" Jinyu replied, confusion evident on his face. "You held the pre-battle meeting, didn't you? What will our next course of action be?" "That's classified information, and you'll likely know by tomorrow," Jinyu said, attempting to evade the question. This was not merely a stalling tactic. Based on the discussions from the recent meeting, the camp would commence pre-battle mobilization the following day. "Given our relationship, is there really a need for secrecy?" Ryuri suddenly confronted him directly. "When I express confusion, it doesn't indicate my uncertainty, but rather suggests you have something to clarify. We are teammates, are we not?" Jinyu was uncertain of Ryuri's intentions. "Oh, aren't we living together?" Ryuri tilted her head, playfully twirling a strand of her long hair around her fingers, which coiled and then unfurled. It was an endearing gesture, yet Jinyu had little time to appreciate it. "Miss Ryuri, we merely share a space as part of a team, and previously, Heiji was also present. For frontline ninjas, a tent is merely a place to sleep. In fact, they often sleep in their combat attire to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. But he is no longer here, is he?" For some reason, Ryuri exhibited a particularly assertive demeanor today. All right, I concede." Jinyu raised his hands in surrender. "I cannot divulge the details of the plan, but I can share the general direction." "What is it?" Ryuri adjusted her chair closer to Jinyu. As she leaned in, Jinyu paused momentarily before continuing. "Similar to our previous strategy, we will focus on defense and counterattacks. Currently, we hold a significant advantage in the land of rivers. There is no need to take unnecessary risks." "Indeed, that is quite characteristic of the village's approach," Ryuri replied, her expression one of knowing agreement. As Jinyu glanced at Uchiha Ruri's indifferent expression, he remarked, "Your words will likely see you enlisted in the combat division." The prowess of the Uchiha clan can generally be inferred from the rank of their Sharingan. As an Uchiha who has activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Ruri's overall strength is not insignificant among Jonin. Ruri, being a few months older than Jinyu, has achieved an impressive activation speed of the Sharingan, ranking among the elite in Uchiha history. Isn't that obvious? You two will be on the front lines, won't you? Uchiha Ruri turned her head away, feigning casualness in her inquiry. Indeed, though I have little desire to be at the forefront, Jinyu replied honestly. Why? Uchiha Ruri suddenly turned back, her curiosity piqued. Given Ruri's understanding of Jinyu, she knew he was not one to shy away from battle. With Lin, Kakashi, and Obito assigned to the rear to protect the medical unit, I find myself somewhat concerned, Jinyu admitted. He had mentioned during the meeting his wish to guard the medical unit, but was rebuffed by Narashikaku. Your wide-ranging wind release techniques would prove more advantageous on the front lines, were Narashikaku's exact words. However, Tsunade seemed to discern something, assuring that she would safeguard Jinyu's companions. Although it felt somewhat unreliable, Jinyu had no reasonable grounds to reject the order. His status remained insufficient. Jinyu resolved to exhibit his true abilities during the impending decisive battle, aiming to accrue significant merit to bolster his influence within the village. After all, it was acceptable to follow orders on the battlefield of Sunagakure, but on the battlefield of Awagakure, he could not afford to overlook the troublesome figure of Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Uchiha Madara posed a considerable dilemma. Yet, at that moment, Jinyu seemed to find himself facing an even greater predicament. As he pondered, a sudden chill in the air caught his attention. He turned to find Uchiha Ruri dangerously toying with a kunai, occasionally directing it towards his thigh. Hey Ruri, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Oh, you don't wish to go to the rear? I have an idea. Allow me to cut you just once. Then you can linger in the medical unit for as long as you wish. At that moment, Jinyu found himself yearning for Hinata's company. Having him and Ruri share a living space indeed seemed perilous, literally speaking. The following morning, just as Jinyu had discussed with Ruri the previous night, the ninjas of the camp were gathered. Tsunade was delivering a pre-battle speech. Though it may appear that our numbers are at a disadvantage, let us not forget that at this very moment, Standing upon the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, it is still we of Konoha who hold the absolute advantage. Tsunade's voice resonated in the ears of all present, instilling an unparalleled sense of confidence and resolve. Undoubtedly, in this brutal and intense war, the ultimate victor shall be none other than us, Konoha. At that moment, Tsunade emanated an unmatched aura of dominance, evoking a sense of awe among those gathered. At this moment, everyone firmly believed that victory would undoubtedly belong to Konoha. Although Tsunade was delivering a speech based on a script written by Narashikaku, it must be acknowledged that, despite her usual carefree demeanor, she exuded the commanding presence of a leader at this critical juncture. Without a doubt, her rallying call before the battle was commendable. Jinue glanced at the reactions of those around him, and indeed, they were all brimming with excitement. Ah, this is wonderful. I knew Konoha would emerge victorious. Yes, we will win. However, upon overhearing the discussions among the surrounding ninjas, Jinue felt a sense of foreboding. Declaring confidence before the decisive battle was not a wise practice. Once this war concludes, I will return to Konoha and get married. How splendid. Don't forget to send me an invitation when the time comes. Of course, we all must survive and return to the village. Jinue thought he should be inside the tent rather than listening to this group of fools discussing marriage back home. Nearby, Uchiha Ruri, having finished listening to Tsunade's speech, remarked disdainfully, "Such eloquence. Yet isn't it just the turtle strategy? How audacious. This is a strategy devised collaboratively by Jinue and Master Minato. How dare you say such a thing?" A familiar voice resonated from behind. Uchiha Ruri turned to see the notorious underachiever of the Uchiha clan, Obito, her younger brother. A sarcastic smile crept onto Uchiha Ruri's lips. Of course, you would find the turtle strategy appealing, given that you cannot even activate your Sharingan. What? You? Obito's greatest insecurity was his inability to awaken his eyes, and being reminded of this by Uchiha Ruri immediately ignited his anger. Ignoring Obito, it was unusual for him and Ruri not to bicker when they met. "Lin, aren't you with Master Minato?" Jinue instinctively walked over to Lin's side. Lin noticed that Jinue's forehead protector seemed a bit askew. She tiptoed and gently adjusted it for him. In the meantime, she replied, "Master Minato went to consult Shikaku. It seems he intends to reorganize the combat teams." Jinue instinctively lowered his head, allowing Lin to easily reach his forehead. After a few adjustments, satisfied with her work, Lin clasped her hands together and smiled. "All right, this will do." Uchiha Ruri observed their interaction and then turned her gaze back to the still chattering Obito. Suddenly, she found the situation rather dull. She decided she no longer wished to engage. However, upon noticing Uchiha Ruri's sudden silence, Obito thought to himself, "This violent girl must be feeling guilty." With newfound confidence, he proclaimed, "I will soon awaken my eyes and surpass you, becoming the future Hokage." Uchiha Ruri felt that conversing with Obito was diminishing her intelligence. She retorted, "Go drown in your dreams, fool," before turning to leave. Such aggression, Jinue couldn't help but reflect. "Idiot," Kakashi remarked succinctly. "Indeed, Kakashi, you too find this violent girl's mind rather peculiar, don't you?" Obito agreed wholeheartedly, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. "Idiot. I was referring to you," Kakashi explained, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. "What?" A few days after Tsunade's pre-war mobilization, Jiraiya, accompanied by an intelligence team, uncovered a critical situation. Sunagakure had amassed a multitude of ninjas and was advancing menacingly towards the frontline command center of Konoha. This was one of the reasons why the village had long believed they could await Sunagakure's proactive assault. Compared to the skirmishes preceding the grand battle, the true warfare was difficult to conceal from either side's intelligence network. Upon receiving accurate intelligence at the Konoha command center, they promptly adhered to their original strategy. Aside from leaving a few small teams to guard the rear, they dispatched all combat divisions that had been reorganized to confront the enemy. Among those left behind was Minato's team. Not only Minato's squad, but most of the recently graduated genin classes had not been reassigned. Instead, they remained as combat-ready forces in the rear. Their mission was to safeguard the medical unit at the back. It is noteworthy that Konoha's ability to withstand a three-front confrontation despite being outnumbered by the enemy was largely attributable to the medical system established by Tsunade. While ostensibly tasked with protecting the medical unit, their true purpose was, in fact, to shield the younger generation of ninjas from Konoha. The medical unit, serving as a critical rear support, would typically avoid direct assaults in the climactic battles. For Sunagakure to target the medical unit, they would first need to deploy a sufficient number of ninjas to hold back Konoha's main forces. Furthermore, they would require exceptional mobility, meaning they could not afford to bring large contingents, but rather must rely on elite teams for surprise attacks. Additionally, if they could not swiftly neutralize the medical unit, they risked facing a counteroffensive from Konoha's main forces, which could lead to encirclement. Susanoo's high-level combatants were already limited. If the majority were dispatched to assault the rear, Konoha would be left unchallenged on the front lines. The main battlefield for Susanoo would surely crumble at the slightest provocation, especially with Tsunade stationed at the rear. Thus, it was nearly inconceivable for the medical unit to encounter danger. The younger generation of Konoha would be protected, allowing them to flourish and eventually safeguard the new sprouts of the village. This encapsulates the will of fire of Konoha. Consequently, one might question why Mitsuki and that fierce woman could advance to the front lines. Upon hearing the command center's arrangements for Minato's team, Obito voiced a futile protest. In the land of rivers, where the terrain is relatively low, an immense volume of rainwater flows annually from the direction of the land of rain. This unanchored water courses toward the sea, ultimately eroding the land to create a unique rugged karst landscape. Mitsuki suddenly recalled having learned about this geological phenomenon in his previous life, recognizing it as karst topography. Although the details were not entirely clear, he remembered enough. In any case, the land, ravaged by war for several years, was finally approaching its decisive battle. At this moment, through Mitsuki's 6 eyes, he could already discern the ninjas of Susanoo. Both Konoha and Susanoo had committed thousands of ninjas to this location. With the recent reinforcement of 1,000 combat ninjas, Konoha has deployed approximately 3,000 ninjas to this battlefield, excluding those left behind for defense. Although the exact numbers are unclear to Susanoo, they are undoubtedly greater than this figure. A disparity in combat strength remains evident. To maximize the balanced advantage of Konoha's ninjas, Advisor Jikyu has reorganized the ninja forces into 5 combat formations. Among them, Jin gets assigned to the first assault squad, not as mere cannon fodder, but to leverage his formidable wide-range ninjutsu, preemptively striking against Susanoo to deliver a significant blow. This is precisely what Jin has been eager to witness. Once the main forces clash, the battlefield will transform into a chaotic melee, making it challenging for Jin to employ his potent ninjutsu. Prepare for battle, echoed the reminders among the surrounding ninjas. As Jin observed Susanoo entering his attack range, he hesitated no longer. He swiftly formed a massive Raisen Shuriken with his hands. The comrades charging alongside him in the first formation felt a rush of wind sweep past, accompanied by a slight sting against their skin. Some recently arrived reinforcements from the village gazed in awe at the colossal chakra shuriken. What is this? Could it be an experienced ninja who had fought on the battlefield of the land of rivers for years, enthusiastically explained to several newcomers. Indeed, do not blink, for you are about to witness the ninjutsu that established Konoha's absolute dominance in the land of rivers. Surrounding Jin were gazes filled with shock, fear, and admiration, all directed at the immense Raisen Shuriken in his hands. While some had heard of it, only those who had worked alongside the shining Spiral Gale Blade legendary Storm Zero squad on missions were familiar with its true power. Many had merely heard tales of a genius named Mizuki Jin from Konoha, who, right after graduation, developed an S-rank ninjutsu that secured a significant advantage for Konoha in the war against Susanoo. The ninja world, after all, is one that reveres strength. Despite being a mere child just graduated, Jin commands respect and admiration due to his formidable prowess. Now, brace for an explosion. Jin hurled the massive blue chakra shuriken with all his might. Wind release, Raisen Shuriken. The violently compressed wind chakra blade howled and spun, shredding everything in its path. Racing towards the Susanoo forces, it becomes evident that when one feels all is well, it is precisely the moment trouble is imminent. The Susanoo ninjas at the forefront, upon seeing the familiar giant chakra shuriken, were suddenly gripped by an overwhelming dread. This apprehension is well-founded, as since Jin and Namake's Minato formed a surprise attack squad, they have frequently infiltrated various camps and transit points in Susanoo. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Although the name of the Swift Wind Shining Spiral First Squad has not circulated widely, its reputation looms large. However, the iconic colossal chakra shuriken, wielded with the wind release technique, has instilled profound psychological shadows in numerous sand-hidden ninjas. At this moment, the frontline sand ninjas felt as though they were doomed even before the battle commenced. Suddenly, 3 figures clad in white emerged swiftly from the ranks of the sand army, stacking upon one another in a formation reminiscent of a pyramid. The technique known as the 3 treasures of puppet technique was activated. Before them, a vast zone of wind materialized, emanating a tremendous gravitational pull. The gigantic shuriken, launched by Jin Yu, was instantly drawn into this vortex. A series of excruciating slicing sounds resonated within the wind zone. Observing the shuriken ensnared by the enemy, Jin Yu relinquished his plan to direct it into the heart of the enemy formation for maximum devastation. Instead, he formed seals with one hand, preparing to detonate the shuriken directly. However, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. With his 6 eyes, Jin Yu discerned faint, serpentine black markings on the outer wall of the wind zone that ensnared the shuriken. It was a sealing technique, Jin Yu contemplated, realizing that none of the 5 great hidden villages were to be underestimated. His technique, while immensely powerful, lacked any intricate external manifestations. The sand village had evidently prepared extensively to counteract his jutsu. At this moment, an elderly woman boldly surged forth from the sand ranks. From her 10 fingers extended 10 chakra threads, connecting her to 10 puppets, including the 3 currently executing the 3 treasures of puppet technique. White secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. This was a highly advanced technique, regarded as the pinnacle of puppet mastery in the ninja world. Designed by the original puppet master, Bunzaman, these 10 puppets each possessed unique weapons and offensive methods. They could even combine to form formations, unleashing power far exceeding that of a single puppet. It was Chiyo, who had thwarted that accursed ninjutsu. Splendid. Many ninjas from the sand, witnessing the once dreaded technique that had haunted their nights being countered, erupted into jubilant cheers. And the morale of the sand forces surged dramatically. There was no denying it. Jin Yu's technique had struck a severe blow to the sand ninja psyche. Chiyo swung her right hand, continuing to manipulate the puppets, further compressing the wind zone formed by the 3 treasures of puppet technique, pushing the sealing technique to its utmost limits. The once massive chakra shuriken was redispersed and condensed into a highly refined sphere of chakra. Here, I return this to you, Leaf Village's brat. As Chiyo's words fell, the highly refined chakra sphere shot forth like a bullet towards its original trajectory. The tides of fortune had turned. The frontline ninjas from the Leaf Village sensed a looming danger. Although the pressure exerted by the returning chakra sphere was far inferior to that of the original colossal chakra shuriken. However, should an explosion indeed occur, it would hardly be a trivial matter. Minato Namikaze sensed the situation and was poised to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to divert the threat. Although expending chakra before a battle is unwise, allowing this chakra sphere to detonate within the confines of Konoha would undoubtedly have a significant detrimental effect on morale. Allow me to handle this, Captain Minato, Jinue interjected, obstructing Minato's advance. Before employing his ninjutsu, he had heard the words of admiration from the surrounding ninjas. Yet his first move had been repelled by the enemy. Should he require Minato's assistance to clean up his mess, even Jinue's thick skin would struggle to endure the embarrassment. Fortunately, aside from feeling somewhat awkward, he found the situation manageable. Jinue drew his sword, Mist Cutter, and with a swift motion declared, full counter. Minato had witnessed Jinue's technique numerous times, yet he remained perplexed by its mechanics. It appeared to defy the laws of physics. No matter the nature or direction of an attack, Jinue's technique would flawlessly rebound it. It required no chakra at all. Just as now, the compressed chakra sphere created by Chiyo entered the realm of Jinue's full counter and instantaneously surged back towards the 3 puppets that had originally launched the attack with greater speed. Observing this, Chiyo attempted to employ the same tactic once more. However, Jinue was not one to stumble in the same place twice. He had already utilized the 6 eyes and discerned the nature of the opponent's technique, which severed the connection between him and the Rinnegan through an unknown sealing technique. That sealing technique had only succeeded in compressing the Rinnegan under extreme conditions. Thus, utilizing a more potent ninjutsu would naturally be the most direct means of breaking the deadlock. Jinue sheathed Mist Cutter and once again gathered Wind Attribute Chakra in his left hand, though this time the Chakra Shuriken was considerably smaller than before. This was a standard version of the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. Simultaneously, Jinyue's right hand conjured a more conventional Rinnegan. However, it would soon transcend its ordinary nature. Having long regarded Uchiha Madara as a temporary hypothetical adversary, Jinyue had reserved a few trump cards for himself. The technique he was about to unleash was one such card. From within the Rinnegan in Jinyue's right hand, a blazing fire attribute chakra began to surge forth. The originally azure orb of chakra underwent a remarkable transformation. Its once clear and transparent radiance was gradually replaced by a searing and tumultuous crimson hue. This red was not merely ordinary. It resembled the molten lava churning in the depths of the earth. The entire Rinnegan became enveloped in this scarlet glow, each flicker of red light akin to a leaping fire dragon, clawing and stretching outward, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. Fire release, Great Flame Rinnegan. To the untrained eye, it was merely a spectacle, but to the discerning, it revealed its intricacies. Standing nearby, Minato immediately recognized that the essence of this technique lay in maximizing the transformation of fire attribute chakra and integrating it into the Rinnegan. Although lacking first-hand experience of its might, it is indisputable that, based solely on its complexity, it qualifies as an S-class ninjutsu. Indeed, the reality aligns with the conjecture of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The destructive force of the Great Flame spiraling sphere surpasses even that of the spiraling shuriken. Yet, at this moment, this ninjutsu made its debut for only a fleeting few seconds. In a brutal display, Jinyu forcefully thrust it into the core of the spiraling shuriken held in his left hand. This audacious act sent a shiver down the spines of Minato and the surrounding ninjas. Could this truly be mere tape? Would it not explode? These thoughts echoed collectively in their minds. However, it soon became evident that not only would it not detonate, but they would witness, in mere moments, the grandest fireworks of their lives. Fire and tempest are indeed the finest of companions. The Great Flame spiraling sphere seamlessly merged into the spiraling shuriken, reminiscent of swallows returning to their nests. Flames erupted on the blade formed by the raging winds of the spiraling shuriken, as chakra surged with wild fervor. The crimson chakra enveloped the blue shuriken entirely, transforming it, along with the flames, into a dark purple hue that reeked of annihilation. From the core sphere of the shuriken, two conical spikes erupted, resembling volcanoes. Jinyu had previously employed this technique in a clandestine training ground with Rin, albeit with a mere fraction of chakra, almost 1% of what he wielded now. Nevertheless, even then, the technique's power was formidable. Now, as he utilized it for the second time, the infusion of chakra was incomparably greater. "Let us see if you can withstand this, Chiyo," Jinyu proclaimed, hurling the spinning ninjutsu toward her direction. Combined ninjutsu, fire release, blazing wind detonation. The velocity of the blazing wind detonation rivaled, if not exceeded, that of the spiraling shuriken. It overtook the chakra sphere that had just been rebounded by Jinyu's full counterattack and consumed it, causing its form to swell further. In the ninja world, there is no term for top. To Chiyo and the sand ninja behind her, what approached them was not merely a ninjutsu. The overwhelming aura seemed poised to envelop the very heavens and earth in dark purple. It was as if two volcanoes were colliding with them. Faced with the visually striking blazing wind detonation, Chiyo understood she had no choice but to intercept it before the formation of the sand ninja troops. This chapter has more to offer. Dear reader, please proceed to the next page for even more thrilling content. Although the ninja world is rife with deception, the development of ninjutsu remains remarkably straightforward. It seldom presents flashy effects that mask mediocrity. When one observes a ninjutsu with a lackluster aura, it does not necessarily imply weakness. Rather, it could possess a subdued presence yet wield formidable strength. Conversely, when one witnesses a ninjutsu of grandiose presence, one need not ponder. It is assuredly powerful. Having fought for a lifetime in the service of Tsunagakure, Chiyo's wealth of experience led her to a swift decision. She raised her hands in unison. The 10 puppets of Chikamatsu have all been deployed, forming a configuration akin to the 10-Arhut formation. The 3 treasures of puppet technique. Devastation of 10 represents the ultimate manifestation of this technique, boasting unparalleled suction that creates a swirling black vortex, reminiscent of a black hole, at the heart of the wind zone. In this form, the suction power and sealing capability of the 3 treasures are magnitudes greater than those of the 3 standard puppet forms. Moreover, it enhances the ability to absorb chakra, providing sustenance to the user. Even if sealing and compressing the contents within the wind zone proves temporarily unfeasible, the absorption of chakra allows for a tugging effect. Through this interplay of absorption and expulsion, victory in battle can be achieved. However, the seemingly flawless ninjutsu harbors a critical flaw. The cost of activating the ultimate form of the three treasures is exorbitantly high. This form inflicts irreparable wear on the core of Chikamatsu's puppets. Thus, what fate awaits the pinnacle achievement of puppet mastery in the ninja world when confronted with the self-assured creation of Mitsuki? Before the gaze of all, the black hole that attracts everything collided with the sun that incinerates all. Chiyo, disregarding all costs, activated the mechanisms of the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. The formidable suction drew the blazing wind explosion directly into the wind zone. As Chiyo employed her puppet technique to thwart that terrifying assault, the shinobi from Sunagakure could not help but erupt in ecstatic shouts. Splendid! Long live Lord Chiyo! We have triumphed. Yet, Chiyo sensed an unusual scent in the air. It was too seamless. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, she recognized that Konoha truly deserved its reputation as a cradle of genius. This Mizuki was the most talented ninja she had encountered in the ninja world, even surpassing the legendary White Fang. Is it truly so simple for such a genius ninja to unleash his confident strike? With this doubt in her heart, Chiyo's hands moved with remarkable speed, her fingers dancing with agility that belied her age. The instant she captured the blazing wind explosion within the wind zone of the three treasures, she promptly activated the sealing technique embedded within the puppet mechanism. Through Mitsuki's 6 eyes, he observed every defensive maneuver of Chiyo, yet these efforts proved futile. Fire release. Blazing wind explosion was far from an ordinary ninjutsu. Unlike the spiral shuriken that can stabilize into a compact form when compressed, the blazing wind explosion is an exceedingly unstable, high-intensity chakra conglomerate. The chakra within is in a constant state of superposition. Even when cast from Mitsuki's hand, all the chakra within the explosion remains under his control. Under such circumstances, the trajectory of the blazing wind explosion is nearly impossible to hinder. Much like the chakra spheres it had previously consumed, most attacks cannot influence it enough to trigger an early detonation. It will only explode under 2 conditions. First, if Mitsuki relinquishes his active control over the chakra within the blazing wind explosion, or second, as is the case before him now, under Chiyo's command. The sealing technique of Sanbao swiftly manifested, coiling upwards from the center of the wind zone like a great serpent. Just as it had severed the connection between the great jade spiral shuriken and Tsukujetsu, it also disrupted the chakra link between the blazing wind explosion and Tsukujetsu. A soft sound akin to a bolt snapping echoed, devoid of the thunderous explosion that accompanied the previous shuriken. The moment the blazing wind explosion was enveloped by Sanbao's sealing technique, it emitted a brilliant light, casting the surrounding area into a deep purple hue, nearly illuminating a radius of 1 kilometer. A purple sun began to rise where the blazing wind explosion had been confined by the wind zone. Chiyo felt every cell in her body flashing an alarm. We will die? These 3 words incessantly flickered in her mind. With a swift motion of her hands, she commanded the Nirsen-10 to abandon the continued release of Sanbao's technique and retreat rapidly, shouting for everyone to disperse and flee from the jutsu. This world is often fraught with drama. Just a moment ago, the Sand Shinobi were celebrating Chiyo's formidable entrance. In the next, they were frantically scattering in all directions, regretting not having been granted an extra leg by their parents. Those far away still had time to regret, while those near the blazing wind explosion had already begun cursing their fate. Around the dark purple orb created by the blazing wind explosion, a pull more ferocious than the combined might of the Nirsen-10's Sanbao technique emerged. Trees were uprooted, the earth began to collapse, and fragments were drawn towards the purple sun. Under the omnipresent gravity, the fleeing sand shinobi appeared to be ensnared by an invisible hand, helplessly drawn towards the radiant orb. Curse it, if that is the case. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. One sand shinobi, controlled by the gravity, suppressed his fear and boldly launched an attack towards the purple sun. Inspired by his bravery, others who believed they were doomed also joined the fray, each employing their own techniques. Taste this. Wind release. Air slash. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Those without ranged ninjutsu affixed explosive tags to their kunai and hurled them towards the source of the gravitational pull. However, if the blazing wind explosion could be so easily countered, Tsukuyomi would not have considered it one of his trump cards. The Sand Shinobi's counterattack proved futile. The kunai and shuriken disintegrated into molten iron long before they could reach the purple sun, creating no ripple of impact. This was, in fact, a fortunate outcome. As for the various long-range ninjutsu, not only did they vanish without a trace, but their chakra was also absorbed by the blazing wind explosion, causing the purple orb to visibly swell even larger. Now, they truly found themselves at a loss. Within the dark purple radiance of the blazing wind explosion, all things were drawn into the orb, incinerated into ash by the extreme heat. This was one of Tsukuyomi's carefully developed trump cards. Flame release. Burning wind explosion is not characterized by a violent detonation. Rather, it embodies a silent combustion. When ensnared by its gravitational pull, it signifies that the scythe of death has been poised upon your neck. Chiyo deftly manipulates the 10 puppets of the Nara clan, each grasping a sand shinobi, herself included. In the fleeting moment of relinquishing the technique of the 3 treasures absorption, she expends her strength to hurl Chiyo and her companions as far away as possible. Upon confirming her escape from the technique's range, Chiyo swiftly unfurls a scroll upon the ground. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupts, revealing 6 half-puppets atop the scroll. This is the sealing scroll of the Nara clan, containing not only various puppet components, but also possessing the capability to summon puppets from a distance. The presence of only 6 half-puppets starkly indicates the grim fate of those absent. The Sand Shinobi, whom Chiyo had fortuitously rescued, display expressions of terror as they behold their comrades, ensnared by the gravitational force, scream in anguish as they are melted by the searing heat of the dark purple sun. Lady Chiyo, they. Yet, Chiyo pays them no heed. Her act of salvation bore no particular significance. She merely seized the opportunity to save a few. This was merely the initial clash, and the Sand Village had already faced a harsh awakening, though they still retained their reserves. At this juncture, the paramount concern was to bolster the morale of her troops. Returning to the ranks of the main Sand Shinobi force, she issues a series of commands. Alter the course of movement. Circumvent that ninjutsu ahead. Accelerate towards the enemy. Their technique does not discriminate between friend and foe. Moreover, although the majority of Konoha's shinobi were unaware of the intricate interplay of probing and countering within that recent exchange of ninjutsu, they nonetheless grasped that Konoha's prodigious new generation, Mizuki, had once again unleashed a formidable technique, delivering a harsh lesson to the Sand Shinobi. To inquire why they were so assured, one could only attribute it to Mizuki's ninjutsu, which has never failed to impress. Even from several kilometers away, the Konoha forces could behold the dark purple orb of light, akin to a second sun, gradually ascending. Surrounding this orb floated a ring of remnants, akin to a meteor belt, aglow from the flames. The surrounding dark purple radiance reflected ominously, and this terrifying ninjutsu, which had consumed over 100 Sand Shinobi, paradoxically displayed a unique beauty. This spectacle was sufficient to instill awe and trepidation alike. The perceptive abilities of Minato Namikaze were exceptional. Having observed the entirety of the technique's release from Mizuki to its full eruption, he was nearly certain that the ninjutsu Mizuki had just unleashed rivaled, if not surpassed, the formidable forbidden arts he had previously encountered in the Book of Seals. Minato gazed at the ongoing technique in the distance and turned to Mizuki, posing a question that resonated with many of the Konoha shinobi present. Mizuki, does your technique possess a name? Within the depths of his heart, Minato Namikaze felt a stirring desire. He was prepared to propose his own naming suggestion to Katsuki as soon as she expressed that the technique bore no name. Unbeknownst to him, Katsuki was unaware of Minato's intentions. She promptly replied that the technique was called Fong Fong Explosion, a creation born of chance, the efficacy of which had exceeded her expectations. This was a falsehood. Ever since acquiring the 6 eyes, this man had been experimenting with various ratios to blend chakra, striving to develop a bloodline limit akin to ninjutsu. With the chakra control and observational capabilities afforded by the 6 eyes, Katsuki could attempt myriad chakra combinations with minimal risk. It is worth noting that had an ordinary individual engaged in such experimentation as Katsuki, they would have long rendered themselves incapacitated. Through countless trials devoid of substantial cost, Katsuki was ultimately able to discover a ratio that enabled a qualitative transformation in the fusion of wind and fire chakra within a few years. The formidable ninjutsu she had developed was a result of this successful combination. The dark purple flames produced were exponentially hotter than ordinary fire techniques, at least. Katsuki had yet to encounter anything that could withstand their intensity. Furthermore, these flames possessed the ability to devour wind and fire chakra, converting them into fuel. Upon hearing that the technique was already claimed, Minato felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. He then commenced with his customary praise within the camp. Truly remarkable, Katsuki. You are the most talented and gifted ninja I have ever encountered. Minato, without hesitation, expressed his profound admiration, reiterating his sentiments with the use of superlatives. It is worth mentioning that the foremost individual in his esteem was Kakashi. Prepare for battle. A few kilometers posed no challenge for a ninja's agility. At this moment, Leaf and Sand ninjas were already engaged in combat. A flurry of shurikens flew towards Katsuki and Minato. Drawing Mist Cutter, Katsuki effortlessly deflected several shurikens. You, the Leaf Ninja. That ninjutsu just now was yours, wasn't it? Chiyo's abilities were well-rounded, complemented by her keen chakra-sensing skills. She recognized the familiar chakra emanating from Katsuki. Upon seeing Katsuki's white hair, her brows furrowed as a troubling memory surfaced. Chiyo of Sunagakure, you Sand Ninja no longer stand a chance. Instead of depleting your village's forces here, it would be wiser to surrender now, Minato suggested, hoping words might avert this impending conflict, mindful of the looming threat from Iwagakure. After all, a few words cost nothing to try. Chiyo erupted in laughter, akin to a neighborly matron, surprised that the yellow flash of Konoha harbored such naive thoughts. It seemed that battle was inevitable. Minato sighed, acknowledging the reality that both sides had reached a point of no return. Chiyo unfurled a scroll, summoning 7 puppets that materialized amidst a cloud of smoke beside her. In a brief moment, Chiyo had managed to restore a semblance of strength to the half-recovered puppeteer 10. With her demeanor signaling an unwillingness to engage further in conversation, Minato Namikaze readied his kunai, prepared for battle. Chiyo flicked her hands, and the puppeteer 10, now reduced to the puppeteer 7, armed themselves with an array of weapons and advanced towards Minato. The two engaged in fierce combat, leaving Chiyo's original target, Mizuki, neglected on the sidelines. In the realm of ninja, the principle of overwhelming numbers leading to unjust victories holds no weight. Mizuki, seizing the opportunity while Minato was preoccupied with the puppets, intended to strike at Chiyo's true form. However, another figure materialized before him. You shall not escape before I bring you down, she declared. Upon seeing her attire, Mizuki instantly recognized her as the hero of Sunagakure, Yakura, wielder of the unique bloodline limit, Scorch Release. Actually, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you, Mizuki inquired, his tone devoid of urgency. What is it? Yakura responded, unable to recall any prior exchanges with this renowned Leaf Village prodigy. Aren't you afraid of sunburn while wearing backless attire in the Land of Wind? With that, Yakura unleashed her Scorch Release technique, for orange-red spheres of energy emerged from her hands. This was her distinctive bloodline limit, akin to Mizuki's Fire Release. Both forged from the fusion of wind and fire chakra, albeit manifesting in different forms. Though these spheres appeared unremarkable in size, they harbored unimaginable power. Even the slightest contact could instantaneously evaporate the bodily fluids of a robust adult ninja. Now, under Yakura's manipulation, the 4 Scorch Release spheres traced various arcs, swiftly converging upon Mizuki. With his right hand wielding a blade and his left forming seals, the lightning chakra of the Chidori surged through Mizuki, invigorating his very cells. Chidori 1 flash. The electrical arcs climbed the blade, and with unmatched brilliance, Mizuki evaded the approaching spheres at breathtaking speed, launching a fierce downward slash at Yakura. Once again, while ninjutsu was Mizuki's forte, melee combat had never been his weakness. A beautifully executed silver arc of the blade flickered into existence and vanished in an instant. A gaping wound appeared on Yakura's chest as Mizuki landed his strike, swiftly retreating to create distance. The blow had missed its mark, as the Yakura he had struck transformed into a cloud of smoke. The true Yakura, concealed in the shadows, witnessed Mizuki being deceived by her clone and promptly directed the Scorch Release spheres to launch a surprise counterattack from behind. Simultaneously, her true form emerged, kunai in hand, aimed directly at Mizuki. Now caught between two foes, it seemed Mizuki was on the verge of defeat. I have succeeded. This victory is mine, Yakura smirked, a cold smile of triumph gracing her lips. Mizuki, however, returned the smile, not one of triumph, but rather one that reflected his innate joyfulness. Full counter. An invisible field expanded around Mizuki, as if the very rules within began to reconfigure themselves. As the luminous sphere generated by the scorching escape technique entered the realm of total counterattack, it was entirely repelled. Yi Tsong was bewildered, feeling as if she had been struck by an invisible force. With a thud, she was sent crashing to the ground. From the very beginning, Jinyue's 6 eyes had perceived the truth. When Yi Tsong launched 4 scorching light spheres, what remained on the field was not her true self, but merely a clone. Jinyue feigned a misstep, deliberately striking at Yi Tsong's clone, with the intent of delivering a devastating blow when Yi Tsong believed her strategy had succeeded. This bait-and-switch tactic had become second nature to Jinyue. Scorching escape, oversteaming kill. A vibrant orange-red sphere re-emerged around Yi Tsong, floating protectively beside her. Observing Yi Tsong slowly rising, Jinyue inquired with genuine curiosity, "Do the ninjas of Sunagakure have a penchant for popping champagne mid-battle?" Yi Tsong, bewildered by the reference to champagne, sensed the implication of malice in the remark. At that moment, she felt a heaviness in her chest, clearly affected by the recent blow. Disregarding Jinyue's question, Yi Tsong focused on recalling the events that had transpired. The opponent must have employed some form of intangible ninjutsu capable of omnidirectional defense. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how my simultaneous attacks were thwarted. But why? She should have had the perfect opportunity to strike when I was sent flying. Why did she not act? With her talent, it cannot be a matter of slow reflexes. Surely she is not simply merciful. As Yi Tsong was engulfed in her thoughts, Jinyue, realizing the lack of response, shrugged in boredom. The timing seemed right. Earth-style, heart-beheading technique. Suddenly, hands erupted from the ground, seizing Yi Tsong's ankles and dragging her down into the earth. In response, she attempted to incinerate the area around her with the scorching escape. However, Jinyue had already blinked into her presence, crouching before her exposed head. The edge of his blade, mist cutter, pressed coldly against her throat, sending a chilling sensation coursing through her body. To make matters worse, arcs of electricity danced along the blade, a manifestation of lightning chakra that rendered her completely paralyzed. Lady Yi Tsong. Quickly, save Lady Yi Tsong. The surrounding sand ninjas, witnessing her peril, were willing to risk injury to abandon their own battles and rush to confront Jinyue, striving to rescue her. A flurry of sound pierced the air as several shurikens sped toward Jinyue. Sensing the impending danger, Jinyue executed a swift retreat, avoiding the barrage of projectiles. Meanwhile, a dozen sand ninjas hastily approached the spot where Yi Tsong was ensnared by the heart-beheading technique. Lady Yi Tsong, are you all right? Fools, does this look like I'm fine? I possess the ability of Earth Release. Allow me to rescue you at once. The sand ninjas, having sustained numerous injuries in their effort to approach this battlefield, are nonetheless resolute, believing that saving Yekong is worth every sacrifice. I am profoundly grateful to you all for your invaluable assistance. Yekong understands that their motivation to rescue her stems largely from a desire to preserve the strength of the Sand Village. Her demise here would be a grievous loss. Without a formidable kekkei genkai user, even a victory over Konoha would be hollow, as they would still have to contend with the threats from the mist and rock villages. The future of the Sand Village hinges upon her survival. Despite this, Yekong remains deeply appreciative of her comrades who risked their lives to support her in this perilous moment. With the aid of a ninja skilled in Earth Release, Yekong is on the verge of emerging from the ground when she suddenly feels an intense heat emanating from beneath. This is dire. Below, the shadow clone of Jinyue, wielding the Earth Release, heart decapitation technique, has yet to dissipate. Fire Release, Great Fireball. The Great Fireball, which had appeared for only a fleeting moment before, now manifests not as a mere advanced fusion technique, but as an enhanced version of Fire Release. The shadow clone of Jinyue hurls a dark purple sphere, imbued with terrifying heat, upward with great force. The seemingly solid earth offers no resistance to the Great Fireball. At the instant Yekong shouts a warning, the Great Fireball erupts from the ground, piercing through her chest. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Furthermore, the dark purple orb in the air begins to radiate a blinding light from within, as though on the verge of explosion. Scorch Release, overheating. Yekong realizes that her demise is inevitable, yet in her final moments, she yearns to save her comrades who have braved danger to rescue her. The 4 orange-red spheres formed from Scorch Release spiral together into one. Reducing in number, but expanding to more than 4 times their original size. The swirling spheres, albeit diminished, lurched towards the great fireball, attempting to envelop it. However, Jinyue can effortlessly manipulate even a flying shuriken, let alone the smaller great fireball. The great fireball, akin to a nimble hound in the mountains, deftly evades the now massive orange-red sphere. With all her strength, Yekong swings her arm to control the scorch release, aiming for a second interception. Coughing violently, she expels blood from her mouth and nose, unable to suppress the spasms. Her injuries are grievous. Her upper body has been seared through, a gaping hole in her chest. Yet no blood flows from the wound, as it has already been cauterized. The tremendous loss of blood has rendered her barely conscious. I am sorry. I could not protect the future of the Sand Village. The orange-red spheres of scorch release gradually extinguish in the air, mirroring the fading of their master's life. The explosion of the great fireball occurs as anticipated, the terrifying heat instantaneously reducing over a dozen sand ninjas within several meters to mere ash. In the distance, avoiding the surprise attack of the kunai, Kayazuki slowly lowered his left hand, which had just completed the hand signs for the shadow clone technique. His shadow clone was also within the fiery range of the great flame Rinnegan. Once the clone was struck, all its memories and sensations would be relayed back to the original. Kayazuki had no desire to experience the sensation of being incinerated by his own great flame Rinnegan. Upon witnessing over a dozen sand shinobi recklessly rushing to rescue Yitsong, he conceived the idea of using Yitsong as bait to ensnare these rescuers. To ensure a lethal strike, he employed fire release chakra to propel the great flame Rinnegan. Since the trump card, the blazing wind explosion, had already been revealed, there was little point in concealing the fire release bloodline limit any longer. Damn those leaf brats, I'll fight you to the end, one sand shinobi exclaimed, seeing Lord Yitsong and his comrades being slaughtered. With blood-red eyes filled with fury, he swung a ninja sword toward Kayazuki. Holding the mist cutter, Kayazuki effortlessly blocked the attack. The anger had evidently not granted this sand shinobi any real strength. With a one-handed seal, Kayazuki channeled the electrical current of the Chidori through the blade of the mist cutter directly into his opponent's body, incapacitating him. With a surge of force, Kayazuki knocked the ninja sword aside and swiftly beheaded the foe. Don't make it seem as if I am some grand villain, Kayazuki remarked as he flicked the blood from the blade of the mist cutter. The battle here had reached its conclusion. The confrontation between the blazing wind Yitsong and the Leaf's prodigy, Kayazuki, had culminated in victory for the latter. This outcome was confirmed by countless eyes on the battlefield. To this day, many sand shinobi still find it hard to believe that a mere 12-year-old child from the Leaf Village could slay their elite jonin in just a few exchanges. Yitsong, a wielder of the blazing wind, was even rumored to be a candidate for the 4th Kazekage after the disappearance of the 3rd. Was this the caliber of Leaf's prodigies? The shock was mutual on the Leaf side. Kayazuki's name had always been associated with the legendary Minato Namikaze. The consensus was that he was the village's foremost genius, excelling in ninjutsu and having developed an exceptionally powerful wind release technique. The future seemed bright. Yet now, it was evident that such potential had already been realized. He could effortlessly dispatch elite jonin with bloodline limits at such a tender age, emerging unscathed. If he matured further, would he not become another god of ninja from the Leaf? Not to mention the profound shock felt by ordinary shinobi. In another part of the battlefield, Minato Namikaze, witnessing Kayazuki's triumph over Yitsong, felt an exhilarating thrill. If this continued, the Leaf might secure victory over the sand with minimal losses. Chiyo, embroiled in a fierce battle with Minato, also noticed Yitsong's defeat. As Kayazuki used Earth Release to pull Yitsong underground, she attempted to rush to his aid. However, Minato quickly discerned her intent and executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Thousands of shurikens swept Chiyo and her puppets into the line of attack. With no other option, she was compelled to deploy Sanbao Suikue for defense. However, this technique required her physical body to maintain continuous control, rendering her unable to assist Yakura. Although Chiyo mourned Yakura's demise, this was not the time for lamentation. Her brother, Kaizo, was valiantly stalling the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, while she found herself firmly restrained by Minato Namikaze. The Konoha ninja Mizuki had not only proven to be immensely powerful, but also possessed a high level of combat intelligence, having dispatched Yakura without sustaining any injuries. Moreover, to Chiyo's perception, Mizuki's chakra response remained unchanged, indicating that his chakra reserves were still abundant. This was utterly absurd. Such prodigious strength at such a young age hinted at extraordinary talent, but could he truly possess such an immense amount of chakra? Intelligence reports had indeed speculated that this young boy's chakra levels might be considerable, yet this was beyond reason, especially with that dark purple fireball still hovering in midair. Was it possible that the Senju or Uzumaki clans had exchanged their children at birth? There was simply no one among the Sunagakure ninja forces capable of matching him. Now, we can only hope that Rasha and the others succeed, Chiyo mused internally. After dealing with Yakura, Mizuki was preparing to support Minato. In Mizuki's view, eliminating or capturing Chiyo would inevitably demoralize the Sunagakure forces, causing them to lose their fighting spirit. Even if they maintained a resolute mindset and chose to fight to the last, the duo of himself and Captain Minato could nearly dominate the battlefield. The failure of Sunagakure was merely a matter of time. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Raising his hand, Mizuki utilized Mist Cut to deflect several shurikens launched in a surprise attack. He formed his left hand into a pistol shape, aiming at the Sunagakure ninja who had just attempted to ambush him. The Sunagakure ninja, bewildered by Mizuki's gesture, observed the boy who had slain Yakura standing still without any apparent action for several seconds, mistakenly believing that Mizuki might be running low on chakra. Realizing his ambush had failed, he hastily retreated. Despite his desire for vengeance for Yakura, he knew his meager skills were insufficient. Even throwing a few shuriken would be futile, and he doubted he could withstand even a single exchange in a real confrontation. In the chaos of war, Mizuki had never been one to show mercy. Since he dared to attack him, he must have been prepared for the consequences. A spiraling sphere, the size of a coin, coalesced at his fingertip in the shape of a gun. Gun spiral. With a swift motion, the gun spiral shot forth, piercing the heart of the retreating Sunagakure ninja. He fell lifelessly, propelled forward by inertia until he collided with a tree, coming to a halt. Witnessing the grim fate of their comrade, the surrounding Sunagakure ninja, who had surmised that Mizuki would exhaust a significant amount of chakra after slaying Yakura, now fell silent. The area around Mizuki quieted. Yet an unsettling feeling continued to gnaw at him, refusing to dissipate. Jianyu surveyed the battlefield with his 6 eyes. Observing that Chiyo was still engaged in a fierce struggle with Captain Minato, while Jiraiya was being held back by Hoshigaki. This chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Itsong had just been dealt with. During this period, the only one capable of shouldering the responsibilities in Sunagakure was Raza. If we were to assess combat strength, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu, could also be included. Initially, Jianyu did not spot either of these individuals among the Sunagakure forces, yet he did not dwell on it, for the enemies of Sunagakure were never solely from Konohagakure. It was imperative for Sunagakure to have someone capable of overseeing the situation remain in the village, and that person could only be Raza. It would be quite unwise for Sunagakure to mobilize its entire force, leaving Raza and the Jinchuriki to assault the rear of Konohagakure. Surely, they would not be so foolish. Moreover, even if Raza and the one-tailed Jinchuriki were to attack the rear, Tsunade was stationed there, and even if she were to struggle, it would not be insurmountable for her to hold out until Jianyu and his comrades could return to defend. Jianyu resolved to suppress his inner doubts for the moment and assist Captain Minato in subduing Chiyo. This way, even if something were to transpire at the rear, they could rely on Captain Minato's Flying Thunder God technique for immediate reinforcement. Just as Jianyu was preparing to act, he suddenly perceived something and promptly leaped to the top of the nearest large tree, gazing in the direction of the Konohagakure front lines. Before him loomed a colossal mushroom cloud billowing in the distance, and the faint sound he had heard moments earlier was indeed the echo of an explosion. The distance to the Konohagakure front lines was no less than 100 kilometers, and to hear an explosion from such a range spoke volumes of its magnitude. Jianyu lowered his gaze, sheathing his blade, as a cold, lethal intent coursed through him. Time rewound a few minutes prior. To the medical department of the rear camp of Konohagakure. Tsunade was commanding the medical ninjas treating the injured, her current condition rendering her unfit for direct engagement. However, with her medical ninjutsu expertise, most injuries could be healed through the use of slugs. Sama, please check the supplies of Camellia and Zikawa in the warehouse, she instructed. Yes, Lady Tsunade, responded a medical ninja clad in a Konohagakure vest, promptly springing into action. While the front lines were embroiled in fierce combat, the rear was equally bustling. One could observe the lively scene within the Konoha camp. Apart from the injured soldiers resting in the tents, nearly everyone else was busily engaged in various tasks. The entire camp thrummed with vitality, with each individual striving diligently for victory. Why was it said to be nearly everyone? It was reasonable for Jinyu to be at the front lines, but why was that violent woman also present? Was it merely due to her rapid reflexes? Obito's frustration was palpable as he vented his grievances loudly, his voice infused with anger, despair, and resentment. Tsunade had promised Jinyu that she would look after his companions. Thus she had taken Kakashi, Rin, and Obito under her wing as well. At this moment, Tsunade had stepped out to inspect the work, leaving the three of them in her expansive office within the medical department. Kakashi fixed his lifeless gaze on Obito, mercilessly remarking, "Didn't you say that Uchiha Ruri had already awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan? Yet here you are, unable to even activate a single tomo. I truly wonder how you dare speak such nonsense." Fool. Obito, adhering to his own rationale, retorted defiantly, "That violent woman couldn't defeat Kakashi even after awakening her eyes. I am no match for Kakashi either, so what makes her superior to me? If she can go, then why can't I?" Kakashi felt that conversing with Obito was akin to playing a lute to a cow, and thus chose silence. However, Obito had not yet exhausted his grievances. "You surely wish to join the main force at the front, don't you, Kakashi?" Kakashi remained unresponsive. Suddenly, Obito seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Oh, by the way, the night before last, I saw you speaking to your short blade, uttering something about 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west." Upon hearing Obito mention that night, Kakashi sensed trouble brewing, and his suspicions were confirmed. He quickly covered Obito's mouth, desperate to prevent any unsavory revelations. Damn it, he thought. He had assumed the coast was clear that night, and had picked up the short blade his father had passed down to him after retiring. Murmuring a few words of encouragement to himself, only to be witnessed by Obito. Essentially, he had been caught indulging in a moment of youthful folly. In this world, Tsukuyomi Hatake did not take his own life, and Kakashi's mental state was far better than that of the mission-driven shell he would later become in the original storyline. However, there was a hint of excessiveness in his current demeanor. Lately, Kakashi had developed a penchant for reading ninja novels. Of course, the novels he indulged in were not of the salacious variety like Paradise of Affection, but rather the trending tales of grassroots ninjas rising to prominence within the ninja world. The words he had spoken to his blade that night were merely lines from a protagonist in a recent novel he had been reading. At this point, Kakashi had not yet reached the stage where his students would call him out for reading inappropriate literature without a trace of shame. As Obito broadcasted this scene live, Kakashi felt his face redden, yet thankfully, his black mask concealed his embarrassment. "Help me, Rin, I'm dying." Rin, who had been lost in thoughts of Kakashi, was suddenly jolted by Obito's cries for help. She quickly rushed forward to stop Kakashi, urging him to cease, as it seemed something was escaping from Obito's very being. Yet, Kakashi appeared oblivious, his gaze vacant, though his hand remained steadfastly clamped over Obito's mouth and nose. Upon completing her work, Tsunade returned to her office with Shizune, only to be met with an astonishing sight. There lay Obito on the floor, rolling his eyes, while Rin employed her medical ninjutsu to save him, and Kakashi stood there, eyes vacant, clutching his short blade, muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening here?" At times, Tsunade found this world truly remarkable. She had been away for just a brief moment, and already one of the youngsters lay dazed while another seemed to have lost his mind. It is no wonder that Mitsuki is concerned about them. Anyone would be troubled in such a situation. True to my brother's nature, even amidst the relentless worries posed by friends, he remains ever thoughtful of their well-being. Thanks to the combined efforts of Rin and Shizune, Obito's soul has finally returned to his body, and he slowly opens his eyes. The first sight that greets him is Tsunade standing directly before him. In a daze, Obito mutters, "Is this the underworld? Have I arrived in hell?" Tsunade's expression darkens, and she promptly delivers a punch to his head. "You foolish brat. What nonsense are you spouting?" This jolts Obito back to reality, and he quickly searches for Kakashi. Upon spotting Kakashi, he immediately accuses, "You arrogant Kakashi. Do you intend to kill me? I swear I just saw the Sage of Six Paths." Kakashi had regained his senses after Tsunade's return, and as he opens his mouth to respond to Obito's outburst, the ground suddenly begins to tremble. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is just beginning. Tsunade furrows her brow and swiftly exits the tent, followed closely by Kakashi and the others. Raising their eyes, they behold countless grains of sand and gold rising around the Konoha frontline camp, resembling a waterfall in reverse, encircling the encampment. The suddenness of the event causes many ninjas within the camp to halt their tasks. A patrolling ninja rushes over to report to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, these grains of sand and gold have just erupted from the ground. Is anyone injured? Not yet. Tsunade breathes a sigh of relief, her mind racing with thoughts. These grains of sand and gold must be the result of Suna's bloodline limit, magnet release. Given this state, are they about to deploy some form of barrier technique? Tsunade decisively commands, send the combat squad to break through these walls of sand and gold and contact the outside guard ninjas to ascertain the number of approaching enemies. My lord, look outside. At this, Tsunade gazes once more at the perimeter of the camp. Suddenly, the cascading grains of sand and gold shift, revealing something all too familiar to every ninja present. It is the explosive tags. Countless explosive tags. They nearly blanket the entire torrent of sand and gold. And most alarmingly, these explosive tags have already begun to ignite. Tsunade takes in the scene, but there is no time left for reaction. Oh no! In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberates throughout the Konoha frontline camp. Boom, boom, boom. Red flames surge forth, thick black smoke spiraling skyward, transforming into a colossal black mushroom cloud. Elsewhere, Mitsuki silently gazes at the distant, lingering mushroom cloud, unable to shake its ominous presence. With a lowered gaze, he sheaths his blade. Drawing in a slow breath that settles deep within his core, a chilling aura of intent emanating from him. Without hesitation, Mitsuki leaps down from the treetops, ready to take action. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze is engaged in battle with Chiyo, and it is impossible to ask her to use the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly return to the camp. The Flying Thunder God technique, when employed to transfer an object of considerable size or distance, demands an exorbitant amount of chakra. Presently, Minato Namikaze is far from the reanimated corpse of the past. Having engaged in battle for quite some time against Chiyo, even if he were to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the camp, he would likely be unable to partake in the subsequent conflict. The current predicament reveals that Minato's solitary flight back would prove futile. Relocating Ketsuki would create a significant gap in the frontline's combat strength, thereby bestowing an advantage upon Tsunade. Ketsuki remains indifferent to the state of the main battlefield, his sole desire being to return to the Leaf's rear camp without delay. Conversely, Minato places greater emphasis on the outcome of the frontline battle, for it directly influences Konoha's ultimate fate in this war. This stands in stark contrast to Ketsuki's perspective. Thus, seeking Minato's counsel at this juncture would yield little benefit. Indeed, Minato might even urge him to first address the Sand Shinobi before returning to provide support at the camp. Given the circumstances, Ketsuki can only return to assist alone. He resolved that upon the conclusion of this war, he must master the space-time ninjutsu. He determined that as long as Rin and the others remain unharmed, once he learns the Flying Thunder God technique from Tsunade, he shall leave a mark on each of them. After all, there are no exams in the ninja world. As he prepared to stimulate his leg cells and enter a sprinting state, the full force of the Chidori surged forth. Suddenly, Minato appeared beside him, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. Ketsuki bore the kunai that Minato had previously gifted him. Ketsuki, you heard that too, didn't you? Minato inquired upon his arrival. Although his tone suggested certainty rather than inquiry, it was the sound of an explosion emanating from the rear camp. Minato nodded. As expected of you, Ketsuki. Your hearing is exceptionally keen. Ketsuki, wishing to avoid wasting time on idle conversation, was eager to return to the fray. Moreover, Minato's presence and his words seemed to imply a desire for Ketsuki to prioritize the greater good. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Ketsuki prepared to speak. But Minato's next words took him by surprise. Ketsuki, ready yourself. I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport you directly back to the frontline camp. As Minato finished speaking, he reached to place his hand on Ketsuki's shoulder. However, Ketsuki interjected, but Captain Minato, your chakra. Minato interrupted him with assurance. It's all right. Although it may be a strain, I can leverage my speed to bring Chiyo to Master Jiraiya. Minato smiled gently at Ketsuki, his expression tinged with regret as he continued. I apologize, Ketsuki, for leaving you to support the rear alone. It is my inadequacy that has led to this. Observing the guilt etched on Minato's face, Katsuki realized that he had consistently made a grave error. He had unwittingly imposed his preconceived notions from his previous life onto these characters, who are all too real. What a folly it is to assume that a mere 700-plus dialogue could encapsulate the entirety of these flesh-and-blood individuals. Genkai extended his fist towards Kakashi Hatake, displaying a confident smile. Captain Minato, you have misphrased one thing. Although I am returning alone, it does not signify that I am the sole support. Upon hearing Genkai's words, Minato paused momentarily, grasping the underlying meaning, and responded with a smile. Indeed, carry with you our spirit. We shall undoubtedly prevail in this war. With that, Minato reached out to collide his fist with Genkai's. Channeling the Flying Thunder God technique with utmost vigor, Minato's chakra swiftly depleted. In an instant, Genkai vanished from sight. Minato then turned his gaze towards the front lines of Konoha. Kakashi, Rin, Obito, please remain safe. He harbored concern for his students. Yet he understood the necessity of stabilizing the main battlefield first. I entrust this to you, Genkai. At the Konoha frontline camp, a multitude of explosive tags concealed within the sand were detonated simultaneously, causing an immense cascade of sand to fall. The rear camp of Konoha had entirely vanished, replaced by a vast pit. Raza ceased his magnetic jutsu, reflecting inwardly. The plan is proceeding quite smoothly. It seems the One-Tail's Jinchuriki will not be needed. Indeed, Raza was the mastermind behind this scheme, which had been plotted by Tsukuyomi long before. Utilizing Raza's unique magnetic abilities, Tsukuyomi scoured the desert for mineral veins to amass wealth, subsequently purchasing an exorbitant amount of explosive tags. Fortunately, the buyers were affluent nobles with excess funds, where the sudden influx of gold into the market might have aroused suspicion among the observant. During the initial sabotage mission executed by Genkai and Minato, Yukura had sacrificed the defense of other warehouses to maintain a vigilant watch over the 7th warehouse discovered by Minato. This warehouse housed a significant quantity of explosive tags, regrettably sealed within scrolls, rendering Genkai's Byakugan ineffective in unveiling its contents. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. Tsukuyomi had initially planned to keep this trump card hidden should the situation in the Land of Rivers prove favorable, intending to unleash it after defeating Konoha to subsequently obliterate Iwagakure. However, the emergence of Shimizu Mitsuki on the battlefield had unexpectedly altered the tide of war against Tsukuyomi. Consequently, they were compelled to reveal this trump card prematurely, lest they fall behind Konoha, which was poised to declare victory. At present, the outcome appeared promising. Raza advanced into the Konoha camp, surveying the desolation with satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, numerous large, plump slug-like creatures emerged from the rubble. It was the giant slug. In the seconds leading up to the assault, Tsunade had utilized the summoning technique, conjuring a colossal slug. This massive slug then instantaneously multiplied into countless smaller slugs that dispersed throughout the camp, enveloping the Konoha ninjas in their bodies. Naturally, even the stoutest of slugs could not withstand such explosions. Thus, Tsunade promptly released the sealing technique, continuously supplying medical chakra to the divided slugs. Under Tsunade's relentless drive of chakra, the majority of Konoha's ninja miraculously survived. At this moment, the slugs emerged, each regurgitating the Konoha ninjas within them, as Tsunade had exhausted her chakra and could no longer sustain the summoning technique. Though these Konoha ninjas had preserved their lives, they were only alive. Had they not been expelled, they would have been entombed beneath the rubble. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the slugs dissipated into smoke, returning to the wet-bone forest. Raza surveyed his surroundings and spotted Tsunade leaning against a massive boulder. At this point, Tsunade was nearly devoid of chakra, having dispelled the 100 healings technique. She could no longer maintain the diamond seal of the Yin seal. She lacked even the strength to rise. Logically, rather than attempting to protect everyone amidst the explosion, it would have been wiser to focus on safeguarding a select few key individuals, at the very least. This would have prevented the current predicament where not a single combatant remained. Nonetheless, Raza could empathize with Tsunade's actions. Had a similar situation arisen in Tsukuyomi, he might have acted in kind. Tsunade of Konoha, you are a ninja deserving of respect, Raza sincerely remarked. However, respect aside, he would show no mercy. He raised his right hand. A strand of sand gold floated upwards, coalescing into a golden spike aimed directly at Tsunade. This is the end, Princess Tsunade of Konoha. With a swift motion, Raza sent the floating sand gold spike hurtling through the air, targeting the incapacitated Tsunade. In that critical moment, a chakra sphere the size of a coin shot in from another direction, disintegrating the golden spike. Raza turned to behold the source of the attack, surprised to find a girl of around 12 years old standing in his path. "You are the one who caused such destruction to Konoha's camp." Witnessing the usually formidable Tsunade now lying weak and vulnerable ignited a flame of fury within Rin's chest. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Shizune rushed to Tsunade's side, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, yet her movements were precise as she conducted a thorough examination of Tsunade's condition. "Shizune, Rin, how did you return?" Tsunade rasped, her chakra nearly depleted, and her condition dire. Fortunately, thanks to the 100 healings technique, she bore no severe injuries. Seeing Shizune and Rin filled her with concern. There was no way they could contend with the enemy. "You shouldn't have come back." Tsunade struggled to rise. But after several attempts, she could not succeed. "Lady Tsunade, your body can no longer withstand battle," Shizune exclaimed, quickly supporting Tsunade to prevent her from collapsing. "We are ninjas of Konoha. We will never abandon our comrades to flee," Rin declared resolutely. "If I choose to escape now, Tsukuyomi would surely be disappointed in me." Lin did not glance back at Tsunade but instead fixed her gaze on Rasha, remaining vigilant for any of his movements. Prior to the explosion, Tsunade employed a summoning technique, enshrouding Lin, Shizune, Kakashi, and Obito within a protective layer of slugs. She also infused these slugs with additional healing chakra, enabling them to maneuver amidst the chaos of the explosion, and stealthily transported the four of them to a concealed hollow in a tree outside the encampment, all while honoring her promise to take care of her companions as an elder sister. Her intention was to ensure that at least Lin and Shizune could escape with their lives. However, to her surprise, they had not considered fleeing. Instead, they had returned to rescue her. "This is troublesome," Tsunade sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. Rasha, noticing his attack thwarted, remained unconcerned. After all, they were merely children. Under his command, a substantial amount of sand gold began to gather once more. Just as he was about to launch his assault, fire style, great fireball technique, Obito shouted from behind Rasha, forming hand seals, his chest swelling, before unleashing a massive fireball. Rasha swiftly responded, manipulating the sand gold to erect a wall behind him, which absorbed the impact of the fireball without yielding an inch. Suddenly, a shrill cry of thunder echoed through the air. Lightning style, 1,000 birds. Kakashi surged from another direction, wielding dazzling lightning, accelerating towards Rasha with the force of the technique. Yet, Rasha's sand gold moved even faster. He discerned that Kakashi's trajectory was linear. Consequently, he raised another wall of sand gold in Kakashi's path. Just as Kakashi was about to collide with the wall, he deftly spun aside, evading Rasha's defense entirely. A smirk appeared on Kakashi's lips. The ninjutsu developed by Obito was far from ordinary. The modified 1,000 birds, crafted by Obito, comprised 4 seals, with an additional seal enhancing the ocular nerves. The seals merely served as guidance. The true essence lay in the chakra flow that Obito had helped Kakashi memorize through repeated trials. With the fortified ocular support, Kakashi could adeptly maneuver while in the sprinting state of 1,000 birds. During previous missions, numerous foes had fallen victim to his evasive and swift strikes. However, Rasha was not an adversary of the same caliber as those Kakashi had faced before. In the brief moment it took for Kakashi to evade the sand gold wall, Rasha reacted swiftly, manipulating the wall to sprout numerous spikes, which pierced through Kakashi as he narrowly avoided colliding with the wall. Thud! The spiked Kakashi suddenly transformed into a plume of smoke, revealing it to be a shadow clone. Instinctively, Rasha searched for the real body, but another wave of attacks surged towards him. Under the cover of Obito and Kakashi's shadow clones, Lin completed her technique. Fire style, Wind God Flower Claw Red. Lin hurled a shuriken, then formed hand seals, breathing flames that engulfed the weapon. She proceeded to seal once more. The technique of the shuriken shadow clone unleashed a flurry of shuriken enveloped in flames, instantly multiplying into hundreds. A deluge of crimson fire surged toward Rasha. Yet, it was all in vain. The magnet release, a potent bloodline limit, offered both offense and defense. Rasha merely commanded the sand to swirl around him, successfully deflecting all the shuriken. Moments later, as the rain of shuriken ceased, Rasha prepared to dissipate his sand defense, only to witness the shuriken. which should have transformed into smoke, flickering with red light. Boom, boom, boom. A series of small explosions erupted incessantly upon Rasha's sand. Is Kakashi not done yet? Obito called out anxiously. Completed, Kakashi announced, having finally finished preparing a technique in conjunction with his shadow clone. A powerful blue-white current crackled between his right hand and the left hand of his clone. Taste this, lightning release, lightning transmission. This technique was developed by Kakashi, based on the characteristics of the Chidori, allowing both him and his shadow clone to simultaneously unleash the Chidori while controlling the current that connected the two, resulting in an exceptionally sharp blade of lightning. Despite its formidable power, it required a lengthy preparation time, hence Obito's earlier inquiry. Their plan was for Obito and Rin to buy time, leading to this moment. Kakashi and his shadow clone wielded the razor-sharp lightning blade, slicing through the sand defenses surrounding Rasha's body, cleaving both Rasha and the sand in two. Seeing this, Obito raised his fist in exhilaration. We did it. In utter shock, Rin stood speechless, marveling that their plan had truly succeeded. Suddenly, Kakashi's shadow clone dissipated into smoke, and the Chidori in his hand faded away. He was still too young. And after unleashing the technique so many times, his chakra was running low. Tsunade sensed something amiss and urgently cautioned, Kakashi, be careful. Initially believing he had successfully neutralized the enemy, Kakashi intended to take a deep breath. However, upon hearing Tsunade's warning, he instantly became alert. But it was too late. The Rasha that had been cleaved by the lightning transmission transformed into scattered sand. The real Rasha had appeared behind Kakashi, wielding a kunai aimed at his back. Sand instant body. Kakashi, Obito exclaimed in horror, his eyes now a frightening red, faintly revealing two black dots. Just as the kunai glimmering with lethal intent was about to pierce Kakashi's heart, a figure materialized between them. Miketsu wrapped his right arm around Kakashi's waist, spinning to pull him away from Rasha's attack. With his other hand, he transformed it into a knife hand strike, precisely blocking the joint of Rasha's wrist. As he knocked the kunai from Rasha's grasp, he seamlessly transitioned to a grappling hold, executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent Rasha crashing away. The flying Raza rolled several times upon hitting the ground, ultimately colliding with a protruding piece of debris and sending up a cloud of dust. Jinyu, accompanied by the nearly depleted Kakashi, utilized the body flicker technique to appear beside Tsunade. Jinyu, Rin exclaimed, relieved to see Jinyu arrive just in time to save the imperiled Kakashi. You came at the perfect moment, my good brother. Obito, unaware that he had almost unleashed his Sharingan in anger, felt the crimson hue in his eyes quickly fade as the immediate crisis subsided. Thank you for coming, Jinyu, Kakashi said, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to swiftly consume 2 soldier pills. He needed to regain his strength quickly. That adversary was formidable, and Jinyu might require his assistance soon. Jinyu? With Shizune's support, Tsunade managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Observing Tsunade's frail state, Jinyu found himself grappling with a tumult of emotions, gratitude, guilt, regret, but above all, relief. His aspirations had always been simple, to become a family with Rin and to live joyfully with friends like Kakashi and Obito. Yet, this simple dream seemed almost unattainable in the harsh reality of the ninja world, had it not been for Tsunade's nearly depleted chakra to save them. And Minato's timely flying thunder god technique, Jinyu would have undoubtedly lost the life he had longed for. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Unlike his usual playful banter, this time, the term sister was spoken with heartfelt sincerity. Tsunade, fully aware of Jinyu's capabilities, reassured him, Jinyu, just hold them off for now while I recover my chakra. No need, Sister Tsunade. Please rest well. Seeing that Rin and the others were unharmed, the heavy burden that had weighed on Jinyu's heart finally lifted. However, this did not signify the disappearance of his fury. On the contrary, he was now in a state of intense agitation. Raza, having retrieved the scattered grains of sand and gold, regained his stance. Although his previous flight had been clumsy, he had not sustained any serious injuries, as a thin layer of sand and gold consistently enveloped his body for protection. Rin, ensure Sister Tsunade's safety, he instructed before walking deliberately towards Raza without employing the body flicker technique. Clapping his hands together, Jinyu invoked a technique he had yet to utilize. Rinnegan. Streams of azure chakra emerged, coalescing around him into 9 orbs, each the size of a fist and radiating a blue luminescence. These orbs circled around Jinyu before hovering behind him. Raza was aware of Shimizu Mitsuki's information, though it might now be somewhat outdated. Prior to the decisive battle at Sunagakure, Mitsuki had only revealed a single spiraling shuriken technique. Raza, uncertain of the purpose of the hovering chakra orbs, controlled the sand and cautiously launched an attack. Sand gold drizzle. Such is the marvel of ninjutsu, that gold can rain down from the heavens. Countless grains of gold coalesced into a myriad of shimmering projectiles, enveloping Jinyue like a torrential downpour. At the moment Jinyue's thoughts stirred, a spiral jewel floated behind him, instantly transforming from within into a deep purple hue. It swiftly expanded, morphing into a colossal shield that shielded Jinyue beneath its formidable embrace. This gigantic shield, forged from fire-release chakra, radiated extreme heat, warping the surrounding air. Before the myriad projectiles could pierce the dark purple shield, they were already melted into golden liquid by the intense temperature. Luo Sha intended to maneuver the grains of gold to launch an assault from behind Jinyue when suddenly, beneath the dark purple shield, two spiral jewels erupted forth. One of the spiral jewels rapidly enlarged, spinning wildly, while four razor-like blades extended from its surface, resembling the familiar spiral shuriken that sand ninjas knew well. With an unwavering momentum, the spiral shuriken hurtled towards Luo Sha. The other spiral jewel transformed into a chaotic surge of electricity, crashing to the ground and then racing along the surface, outpacing the spiral shuriken. So swift. Before Luo Sha could react, it reached his feet and swiftly began to ascend, the lightning-infused chakra paralyzing him in place. Simultaneously, the spiral shuriken closed in, magnifying infinitely in Luo Sha's pupils. A thunderous explosion erupted, giving rise to a massive blue sphere of light, swirling with a tempest that unleashed countless sharp blades, indiscriminately slicing through everything in its path. The rain of golden grains abruptly ceased, and Jinyue gradually retracted and dissipated the dark purple shield. As the tempest born from the explosion of the spiral shuriken subsided, Kakashi and his companions anxiously observed the unfolding battle. They beheld Luo Sha sprawled on the ground, his body drenched in blood, desperately attempting to rise, but failing time and again. He had just encased himself within a sphere of sand in a futile attempt to defend against the horrifying wind release. However, the sand he employed for his defense proved utterly inadequate against the extremities of the wind blades. Regrettably, the wind blades of the spiral shuriken, while destructive, were merely cutting rather than disintegration like dust release. Realizing this, Luo Sha exerted every ounce of strength to reassemble the shattered grains of sand using magnetic release chakra, laboriously maintaining the sand shield at the cost of vast amounts of chakra. Yet, it only barely preserved his life. His entire body bore countless small lacerations, with hardly any intact skin remaining. The excessive bleeding began to induce a state of shock in his limbs, and his attempts to rise had repeatedly ended in failure. It was evident that the outcome had been determined. So powerful, Susanoo murmured in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. She was aware of Jinyue's prodigious talent, but witnessing Kakashi's struggle made her realize that their adversary was exceptionally formidable, potentially even stronger than Lady Tsunade. Yet, astonishingly, Jinyue had managed to save Kakashi and defeat the enemy in merely a few exchanges. Even the ninjutsu employed by Ketsuki, which summoned 9 chakra orbs, concluded the battle after consuming merely 3, imparting an ethereal dreamlike sensation to Susanoo. Beside her, Rin, having overheard Susanoo's murmurs, proudly lifted her little head and confidently declared, "Of course, you can always trust Ketsuki." Rin was well aware of Ketsuki's formidable strength. Regardless of the adversary, she believed that as long as Ketsuki was present, all would be well. In contrast, Obito, breaking from his usual demeanor, hesitated to speak, realizing he might be jinxing the situation. Every time he exclaimed, "Success!" an unexpected turn of events seemed to follow. Damn it, what is the intelligence department doing? What on earth is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Reikage inwardly cursed the Sunagakure intelligence department, feeling utterly despondent. Moreover, he could not comprehend Ketsuki's ninjutsu. The chakra orbs appeared capable of instantaneously transforming into various elemental techniques. What a preposterous ninjutsu. Indeed, it was absurd. Unlike the ninjutsu realized under the coincidence of burning wind explosion, Spiral Sphere was a technique that Ketsuki had painstakingly developed. Although its name bore similarity to the Rinnegan, the differences were substantial. The interior of the Rinnegan was filled with chaotic, random chakra currents, while the spiral sphere contained chakra that rotated slowly in a clockwise direction. Katsuki had previously demonstrated numerous destructive ninjutsu, yet the spiral sphere diverged from them, leaning towards a functional approach. Each spiral sphere contained pure, attribute-less chakra, which Katsuki could manipulate freely as the core of his techniques. Instantly utilizing the spiral sphere as a vessel to replicate various ninjutsu he could unleash. At first glance, the effectiveness might seem equivalent. After all, they were both ninjutsu. What distinguished his body from the spiral sphere? In truth, the distinction was profound. The more Katsuki developed powerful techniques, the more he understood the limitations of the human body. He possessed only 2 hands, and at best, could execute 2 ninjutsu simultaneously. If employing a combination technique like the burning wind explosion, it was an utter waste of time, akin to a lavish bank equipped with merely 2 service windows. With the refined chakra control bestowed upon him by the 6 eyes, it was indeed a case of great talent being underutilized. Thus, Katsuki purposefully developed the spiral sphere, as exemplified in the recent battle, showcasing its advantages. When Rinnegan launched his sand gold rain attack against Katsuki, Katsuki simultaneously deployed an Inferno-style fire giant shield for defense while unleashing lightning release, earth walk, and wind release, spiral shuriken, totaling 3 ninjutsu in a fluid combination that swiftly defeated Rinnegan. This exemplified the advantage of the spiral sphere in combat. Returning to the battlefield, with a mere thought, another spiral sphere shot forth from behind. Amidst the cacophony of 1,000 thunderbirds' cries, it transformed into a lightning spear, hurtling towards the beleaguered Rinnegan at incredible speed. Attempting to conjure a wall of sand gold before him, Rinnegan found himself in dire straits. His condition was far too poor, and mere wisps of sand gold floated momentarily before helplessly cascading to the ground. Move, dead sand gold. The current scene resembles the moment when Rasha, akin to a controlled sand gold spike, was aimed at Tsunade. At this instant, the tides of battle shifted. Just as Rasha was about to meet Yakura at the Sanzu River, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. A crimson figure emerged from the depths, pushing him aside at the last moment, saving him from the impending strike of the Raijin spear. The Chidori Raijin spear plunged into the ground, and Rasha felt as if he had brushed against death, a mere fraction of a second away from being pierced through the skull by that electric lance. Clad in a red chakra cloak and possessing a tail, it was evident that this was Fubuki, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunigakure. This revelation did not surprise Mitsuki. The moment he was teleported back by the Flying Thunder God technique used by Minato, he had employed his 6 eyes to scan the area within several dozen kilometers surrounding the camp. Naturally, he did not overlook this one-tailed Jinchuriki, which is precisely why he opted to approach Rasha cautiously on foot rather than resorting to body flicker techniques for close combat. He was wary of Fubuki potentially launching a surprise attack on Rin and Tsunade while he dealt with Rasha. Had Fubuki chosen to attack Tsunade and the others from behind, Mitsuki was confident he could have intervened instantaneously. Although Fubuki was portrayed as a peace-loving monk in the original narrative, Mitsuki would not allow those characterizations to cloud his judgment. Such information served only as a reference. He would rely on his own observations to discern the truth. Ultimately, Fubuki opted not to strike from the shadows, but instead chose to save Rasha. What shall we do next? Fubuki, enveloped in his crimson-tailed beast cloak, inquired of Rasha. We must find a way to eliminate him. Once he is dead, the others here pose no threat. Rasha understood the dire circumstances of Sunigakure. They had gambled everything on this mission. If they could not eradicate the Konoha ninjas, especially Tsunade, failure was the only path that awaited them. For the sake of Sunigakure, even if he were to perish here today, he must fulfill this assault mission. With Fubuki now engaged, Mitsuki no longer had any concerns. He instantly flickered to the edge of the pit created by the spiral shuriken, looking down upon the beleaguered Rasha. For this ambush, it seems your Sunigakure has truly committed significant resources, even deploying a Jinchuriki. Rasha remained silent. During the prior operational meeting of Sunigakure, he had vehemently opposed involving the Jinchuriki in battle. In his view, armed with a multitude of explosive tags, he believed one person sufficed to execute this task. Yet, it was evident now that he had miscalculated. The explosive tags had indeed proven effective, nearly obliterating the entire front line of Konoha's camp. However, problems had arisen on his side. It was embarrassing to reflect on the fact that he had been defeated in a single encounter by the much-discussed Shimizu Mitsuki. What had the young ninjas of Konoha been nourished on? Upon hearing Rasha's command, Fubuki concentrated his chakra in his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. He could not allow it to be unleashed. There were still numerous unconscious Konoha ninjas around, and Mitsuki had yet to employ any of his more powerful jutsu. The lightning spear, embedded in the ground, suddenly twisted and instantaneously transformed into an expansive, irregular web of electricity, ensnaring both Luosha and Finfu in its grasp. The ferocious current promptly severed the tailed beast ball that Finfu had been conjuring in his mouth. Given that Jianyue had already discerned Finfu's presence, it was inconceivable that he would not have taken precautions in advance. 2 spiral orbs shot forth from Jianyue's back, one enveloped in a dark purple flame, Great Flame Spiral Shuriken. The other fragmented into countless chakra spheres the size of coins, Needle Gun Spiral Shuriken Barrage. Finfu's chakra cloak rapidly expanded, enveloping the electrified web of the lightning spear in a torrent of crimson chakra. A series of tadpole-like runes crawled across its surface, sealing away the previously raging lightning chakra. With newfound freedom, Finfu seized Luosha and swiftly darted to the right, narrowly evading the deluge of needle-like shurikens that threatened to rain down upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The area where Luosha and Finfu had been trapped was now engulfed in a cloud of smoke from the relentless bombardment. Before they could even exhale in relief, a dark purple fireball erupted from the smoke, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. What? Finfu realized that there was no escaping this technique and could only brace himself to endure the impact. A torrent of sand surged from the ground, enveloping both Finfu and Luosha, its volume steadily increasing. Was he attempting to use the sand as a shield to prevent the Great Flame Spiral Shuriken from striking? Futile. Jianyue, utilizing his 6 eyes, could clearly perceive the positions of Finfu and Luosha within the sand. The Great Flame Spiral Shuriken directly collided with the colossal sand mass, and the terrifying heat instantaneously melted the sand, effortlessly penetrating within. Yet, to Jianyue's astonishment, after the Great Flame Spiral Shuriken vanished into the depths of the sandball, the surrounding sand began to writhe, filling the void created by the melting. Simultaneously, Finfu and Luosha emerged from the sandball, and under Finfu's command, sealing techniques swiftly manifested upon its surface. Jianyue immediately sensed the disruption of the chakra connection between himself and the Great Flame Spiral Shuriken. Sealing technique, truly effective. Jianyue mused internally, having been ensnared by sealing techniques before. To the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, if you surrender now, I might consider sparing the life of the individual beside you. Jianyue was reluctant to engage in battle with the One Tail here, as the numerous injured and unconscious leaf ninjas nearby severely limited his options. Moreover, capturing the tailed beast would signify that the Sand Village had lost its final potential for warfare, effectively withdrawing from the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War, leaving them unable to stir any significant waves. Finfu heard Jianyue's proposal of surrender but remained silent, contemplating. Ultimately, he was a man of the Wind Country, and relinquishing the One Tail to the Leaf would mean that the Sand Village would directly forfeit a weapon capable of intimidating the other great hidden villages. The Wind Country could very well lose its esteemed position among the 5 great nations, resulting in suffering for its common folk. This was a fate he wished to avoid. Luosha, of course, would not be swayed by a mere few words from his opponent. Moreover, given the implications in the speech of Qingshui Jianyu, it was evident that for Luosha, death was inevitable. What more was there to discuss? Furthermore, there was another point. His chakra is nearly depleted. Luosha observed the spiral orbs behind Jianyu, noting that from the original 9, only 3 remained after continuous usage. He also discerned that although the opponent's techniques were diverse, multiple orbs could not simultaneously unleash the same elemental jutsu. Whether it was the initial lightning release and wind release or the previous attacks, had they been pursued by 2 fireballs, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail would have faced a far greater challenge. Feeling as though he had deciphered Jianyu's techniques, Luosha grew confident. If he could withstand the remaining 3 chakra orbs, victory would ultimately belong to Sunagakure. Unbeknownst to Jianyu, he could only surmise Luosha's thoughts from his expression, which likely hinted at the anticipation of a celebratory toast, a long-standing tradition among the Sand Shinobi. Sighing, Jianyu felt a sense of helplessness. He was not an obstinate individual, and if circumstances demanded, he would not hesitate to sacrifice some Konoha ninjas. However, the dilemma was that although he wished to capture the One-Tail alive, he lacked any sealing techniques. "Just don't die on me during this battle, Jinchuriki of the One-Tail," Jianyu murmured as he slowly drew out his mist cutter. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, accompanied by the resounding chorus of Chidori, Jianyu, wielding the mist cutter, struck towards Luo Sha with a swift slash. Chidori stream, one flash. "Damn it, Xingshui Jianyu." After conversing with the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail for so long, the real target turns out to be me? As Luo Sha defended against Jianyu's attack with his sand clone, he hastily consumed several soldier pills and blood-boosting pills. He could now summon a slight amount of magnet-release chakra, but it was barely sufficient. A few strands of sand gold failed to even graze Jianyu's body, being instantly shattered by the violent arcs of Chidori, scattering onto the ground. Reacting swiftly, the sand clone controlled the sand to form a massive hand that descended fiercely upon Jianyu from behind. Yet, under Jianyu's unerring six-eyed gaze, the attack was completely anticipated. With a mere thought, a sphere of chakra shot forth, enveloped in dark purple flames. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal flaming shield, the terrifying heat melting the giant hand of sand. However, while the sand clone unleashed the giant hand, it simultaneously maneuvered the sand to ensnare Luo Sha's feet. With a surge of power, it pulled Luo Sha away from the path of Jianyu's blade. The sound of blood spraying filled the air. Jianyu's cutting speed was too swift. Even with the sand clone's desperate assistance, it was a moment too late. And Luo Sha's left arm was severed at the root by the mist cutter. "You truly are hard to kill. Can't you just die obediently with such low health?" Jianyu couldn't help but scoff. "Haha, perhaps I am just fortunate." Luo Sha managed to chuckle, staunching the wound on his left arm with sand gold. Although he spoke of his good fortune, deep down, Luo Sha was painfully aware that he might very well meet his end here. However, he deemed it inconsequential to perish here. As long as the mission ensured the victory of Sunagakure, he would willingly sacrifice himself. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. With a resolute spirit, Rasha astonishingly forced a considerable amount of chakra from within his body. This characteristic of chakra, unlike that of the humans from the previous life of Tsukuyomi, allows ninjas to manifest extraordinary power even in the throes of intense rage. Rasha commanded the sand gold to move, and this time it was not merely wisps. Sand waterfall dragon. A colossal mass of sand gold surged upward, resembling a waterfall in reverse. Under Rasha's relentless urging, the magnetic chakra attracted the flowing sand waterfall with formidable magnetic force, solidifying it into a magnificent golden dragon. The dragon roared toward the heavens, exuding an unmatched might, and struck toward Tsukuyomi with a mighty sweep. This was his final assault. He did not expect it to vanquish Tsukuyomi in one fell swoop, but hoped to exhaust the remaining chakra of his technique, thereby granting a chance for success in the ensuing battle. Though it was a grim prospect, after fighting for so long, he understood well that his opponent was a true monster. "Bunfuku, you must fulfill the mission, otherwise, Sunagakure truly has no future. I implore you." Rasha poured every last grain of sand gold, even the meager amount used to staunch the gaping wound on his left arm, into the sand waterfall dragon, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth and stain the ground crimson. He wagered everything on this strike. Even if he were to reach the afterlife, he could stand tall before the ancestors of Sunagakure. Regrettably, he would not witness the birth of his first child with Karura. He recalled her worried expression before his departure, knowing he had been a failure as a husband. Thus, he clung to the thought, "I must emerge victorious in this great ninja war." To ensure a prosperous upbringing for my child with Karura, he tirelessly exploited the magnetic release to extract gold from the desert, scarcely allowing himself any respite. He had already failed as a husband. He could not afford to become a failure as a father. Yet now it seemed, he must apologize to Karura. "If the child were a girl, as you suggested, let her be named Shimaru. It truly is a lovely name." Bunfuku keenly sensed Rasha's determination. It is worth noting that prior to the mission, Rasha had consistently referred to himself as the Jinchuriki of One-Tail. Indeed, in Sunagakure, people had nearly forgotten Bunfuku's name, and many referred to him simply as One-Tail. However, in his final moments, this man chose to honor himself by invoking his true name in his plea for Bunfuku to fulfill the mission. At this moment, Both Bunfuku and Rasha shared a singular aspiration to protect the land of wind. Realizing this, Bunfuku enveloped the golden dragon created by Rasha with sand, as if adorning it with a suit of sand armor. Simultaneously, he unleashed the sealing technique, and the tadpole-like seals swiftly crawled over the body of the golden dragon. Thus, he could no longer utilize that fiery defense. Funfu contemplated inwardly. The Sandfall Flow Dragon was no ordinary technique. Its interior, imbued with high-density magnetic chakra, allowed it to reconstitute itself like an indomitable insect, relentlessly reforming until it crushed its adversary to death. The Sand Gold Dragon, glistening with a metallic sheen under the sun, roared fiercely as it charged towards Shimizu Mitsuki. Despite the stark contrast in size, with Mitsuki being significantly smaller, an air of tragic heroism enveloped the latter, reminiscent of a valiant warrior daring to challenge a demon king. This was the fervent synergy of their combined technique. To his astonishment, Mitsuki discovered that magnetic ninjutsu possessed such captivating aesthetic appeal, surpassing even his own firestorm explosion, though he remained uncertain about its overall potency. As he gazed at the metallic dragon hurtling toward him, he felt no hint of trepidation. Instead, he took a moment to appreciate its grandeur, offering his critique. Why, you may ask? As previously stated, defense had never been a concern for Mitsuki. With the Kiri blade in hand, he deftly flicked away the blood of the previous battle. At this moment, the Sand Gold Flow Dragon was less than 5 meters away. Rojja was bewildered by the apparent inaction of his opponent, but his mind was too consumed by the singular obsession to execute the Sandfall Flow Dragon and vanquish Shimizu Mitsuki. Meanwhile, Funfu furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Suddenly, Mitsuki positioned the Kiri blade across his chest, and with a gentle flick of the blade, declared, "Full counter." In an instant, an invisible domain rapidly expanded from Mitsuki's presence. The once majestic Sand Gold Dragon, mere moments ago a formidable force, appeared to suffer a devastating blow, its form curling inward from the head. The sound of cracking echoed, akin to a broken toy, as the Sand Gold Dragon disintegrated amidst metallic wails. Moreover, the sand that had been scattered by the full counter failed to reassemble under the influence of magnetic chakra, instead shooting backward like a barrage of projectiles. The sound of bullets piercing flesh resonated as Rojai found himself engulfed in a rain of flowing sand. In his final moments, his thoughts lingered on his wife and unborn child. As for the sand-hidden village, let those who live worry for it. In the realm of the living and the dead, he wished them success. Rojja suddenly realized he was not as detached as he had imagined. Shimizu Mitsuki, how wonderful it would be if you were born in the sand-hidden village. Thus, the future 4th Kazekage of the Sand-Hidden Village succumbed to the 3rd Shinobi World War. For Rojja, this seemed a fitting end, preferable to perishing under an ambush by Orochimaru. The deluge of sand gold continued unabated as Funfu tirelessly directed the sand for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Mitsuki unleashed the last 2 Rinnegan, for to let a chance slip away would be foolish. Under the vigilant gaze of Mitsuki's 6 eyes, the sandstorm's impact on the ground stirred up clouds of dust that did little to obscure his vision. 2 spiraling orbs surged forth like they were equipped with satellite navigation, unerringly directed towards Fuku. During their flight, they each transformed. One instantaneously splintered into countless smaller spirals, while the other resonated with the sound of 1,000 chirping birds. This was the pointing gun spiral bombardment and the Chidori Thunder Spear. War is no trivial matter, and neither is the fate of the Jinchuriki when Mitsuki strikes. It is a lethal move. The fallen Jinchuriki will still render Tsunagakure incapable of continuing the conflict. Only the failure to capture alive remains. A living Jinchuriki could still deal a significant blow to Tsunagakure. On the other front, beneath the layers of sand's formidable defenses, Fuku had sustained little harm. However, in a sudden turn, a swift bolt of lightning pierced through the sand shield's defenses in the blink of an eye, directly impaling Fuku in the abdomen and pinning him in place. The chakra cloak of the tailed beast was utterly powerless against the sharpness of the thunder spear. Fuku hastily attempted to employ sealing techniques to bind the lightning chakra, seeking to free himself. Yet, it was already too late. The pointing gun spiral bomb arrived barely a moment after the thunder spear, leaving no time for Fuku to escape the paralysis. He could only watch helplessly as a barrage far more potent than the sand gold rain struck him directly. But that was not the end. As Mitsuki unleashed the last two spirals, his core was also at work, weaving a great fire spiral and hurling it forth. The initial two attacks were mere preludes. The true spectacle lay in the fire style, Great Fire Spiral. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn the page to continue savoring the thrilling content. Without the interference of sealing techniques, the Great Fire Spiral finally exhibited the devastating power befitting an S-rank ninjutsu designed for single-target assault. At the moment it struck Fuku, the tailed beast's chakra cloak was engulfed in flames. Witnessing the successful hit, Mitsuki formed hand seals with one hand and commanded, "Explode." Dark purple flames surged forth from the explosion of the Great Fire Spiral, enveloping Fuku entirely. The terrifying heat seemed potent enough to ignite human thought itself. Fuku found himself devoid of the energy to even perform sealing techniques. He felt as though his body had ceased to exist. He could not even sense his fingers, let alone utilize a sealing technique. He was on the brink of death. Tick-tock. In the depths of a shadowy cavern, a droplet of water softly fell upon the serene surface, where Fuku sat cross-legged, reminiscent of his days overseeing the Jinchuriki's confinement in Sunagakure. Clearly, this was the sealing space deep within Fuku's heart. Stinking monk, do you realize you are about to die? A massive creature with a single tail emerged from the darkness behind Fuku. Indeed, I am about to die, Fuku responded with a calm acceptance of his fate. Humph. I have long said that those humans only intend for you to perish. Konoha is the village established by that person, the one-tail remarked coldly. Thank you for your concern. Fuku replied, uncertain of the identity of the person referred to by the tailed beast, yet sensing its underlying goodwill. Stinking monk, is it worth it? Is it merely for those who confine you for eternity, these humans? Fushin offered no reply to Ichibi. Instead, he slowly raised his hands, each emblazoned with the characters for suffering and heart. Then, trembling yet resolute, he brought his palms together in prayer. In that moment, suffering and heart united to form love. Perhaps this was Fushin's answer to Ichibi. Shoha fell into silence, its tail gently swaying behind, as if bidding a final farewell. How peculiar. Although Shoha regarded Fushin as a commendable monk, even finding his character reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths, it was a matter of principle. Shoha held no disdain for Fushin, yet it had no intention of perishing alongside him. For should the Jinchuriki perish, the tailed beast would vanish with him. While chakra may endure, who could say if Ichibi would be reborn years hence, and whether that rebirth would truly retain its essence? The tail behind Shoha was not waving goodbye to Fushin, but rather gathering chakra. Its two plump paws were currently forming seals, among the few scholarly tailed beasts. In this moment where Fushin's physical form teetered on the brink of collapse, Shoha could utilize its own abilities to release the sealing technique and emerge from Fushin's body. Under the watchful gaze of Kagesuki, as Fushin was engulfed in the infernal flames of the spiral fire bomb, intricate sealing formulas manifested across his body, shattering like chains broken by brute force. Waves of ominous chakra surged forth from within Fushin, ultimately coalescing into a colossal tanuki adorned with purple patterns. Ichibi Shoha made its grand entrance. The moment Shoha broke free, it let out a primal howl to the heavens, yet the sound bore no joy of liberation. Instead, a somber atmosphere enveloped it, as if bidding farewell to someone dear. Indeed, though unvoiced, the years spent alongside Fushin had imparted much wisdom from this benevolent soul. Shoha's emergence from Fushin signified the latter's complete demise. After all, Fushin was but an ordinary man, unlike Kushina, who belonged to the robust Uzumaki clan. The instant Shoha breached the tailed beast's seal, Fushin's spirit had already departed for the afterlife. Kagesuki, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. He had held nothing back. And ordinarily, any Jinchuriki would have faced certain death in such a scenario. Only Shoha, proficient in sealing techniques, was an exception. This complicates matters, Suki mused, furrowing his brow. Ichibi was not an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps to an ordinary ninja, a tailed beast represented a calamity, but to a true powerhouse, only at least the 8 tails could truly be deemed a significant threat. Suki's concern lay in the multitude of injured and unconscious leaf ninjas. Even if he restrained himself from employing high-powered jutsu, Ichibi would not cooperate. As Suki contemplated how to swiftly resolve the situation with Ichibi, he suddenly noticed Tsunade making a move. She had regained some chakra, biting her finger and forming hand seals before striking the ground. Summoning technique. The enormous slug reappeared. Upon witnessing the situation, Tsunade immediately spoke. Slug, quickly divide and transport all the unconscious leaf ninjas away from the battle with the one tail. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug replied in a soft voice. It then began to split, with numerous smaller slugs swiftly enveloping the fallen leaf ninjas and fleeing from the battlefield between Jiue and the one tail. Excellent, Sister Tsunade, Jiue exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. Tsunade was indeed reliable, allowing him to finally unleash his full potential. Meanwhile, Shikaku, residing within the body of Fu, was able to observe the outside world. It recognized that the human confronting it was an enemy from Sunagakure. If it were any other tailed beast, it would have already erupted in fury, wreaking havoc upon humanity in retaliation, indifferent to the animosities among humans. However, Shikaku, being a prodigious-tailed beast, resolved to temporarily refrain from conflict with this particular human. This individual was evidently different. Even in his stance, it was clear that he was not afraid of Shikaku. Moreover, during its time with Fu, Shikaku gradually understood that there were indeed benevolent beings among humans. Perhaps this was the message the Sage of Six Paths intended to convey to them. Additionally, after decades of confinement, Shikaku believed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Thus, when the slugs relocated the surrounding humans, it did not intervene. With its coin-patterned eyes fixed on Jiue, Shikaku attempted to speak. Human, you, on that. Oh no. Shikaku thought to itself, sensing an ominous turn of events. It had only spoken with Fu for decades, and now, faced with a stranger, it was at a loss for words. Jiue noticed that Shikaku seemed somewhat off, having stood silently after emerging from its seal and not reacting much as the slugs moved about. Now, it was stammering, unsure of how to communicate. Nevertheless, as a reincarnator, Jiue held no prejudice against tailed beasts and thus spoke up. Though I am uncertain of your intent, you do not wish to fight. Do you, Shikaku? Still deliberating on its words, Shikaku considered Jiue's statement and, realizing it aligned with its own thoughts, nodded in agreement. This is peculiar. Wait, how do you know my name? Shikaku inquired, abruptly realizing it had never revealed its name to any other human. How did this human know? Understanding that Shikaku had no intention of fighting, Jiue decided to leave it be. According to his memories from a past life, this phase of Shikaku was one of being influenced by Fu. In the future, as Fu approached death, Sunagakure intended to replace the Jinchuriki for Shikaku. However, due to the qualifications of the Jinchuriki, Shikaku frequently broke free from its seal, leading to bouts of conflict before being sealed again and eventually ending up sealed within Gaara. During this period, the heart of Shoha, which had been gradually opened by the kindness of Fubik for decades, closed once more. Nevertheless, memories remain memories, now that Jianue has received Shoha's response. She has also confirmed Shoha's safety. After all, although the tailed beasts are often regarded as natural disasters, their thoughts are rather simple, at least they do not lie. As long as you have no intention of fighting, I am not one who relishes conflict either, so please feel free to go about your business. Oh, by the way, regarding your name, Jianue propped her chin in contemplation for a few seconds before looking up and speaking in a relaxed tone. I can't explain it all at once, so let us do it this way. My name is Shimizu Jianue, and now you know my name, so we're even. Canner. With that, Jianue prepared to return to Tsunade to discuss their subsequent actions. As Shoha observed Jianue about to depart, it hastily called out, "Why are you not afraid of me, and even willing to converse?" Shimizu Jianue. Shoha clearly understood the disdain and fear that humans harbored towards tailed beasts. Yet it felt no malice from this person who introduced themselves as Shimizu Jianue. Curiosity piqued. It pondered over the perspective of this third individual willing to engage with it calmly since it gained consciousness. Jianue raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, saying, "Afraid of you? Why would I fear you? You are not a mindless beast. Is it strange to converse with you? Has no one ever wished to speak with you before?" Upon hearing Jianue's reply, Shoha was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was not a mindless beast, although it often mocked itself as such. That did not imply a fondness for being labeled in that manner. Thus, it was eager to inquire further. Shimizu Jianue, if it were you, having been imprisoned for decades, what would you do now? After pondering Shoha's question for a moment, Jianue responded, "I do not know your thoughts, but if it were me, having endured such confinement, I would surely seek vengeance against those who imprisoned me, and then pursue the life I have longed for but never lived." With that, Jianue dismissed Shoha from her mind and turned, departing without hesitation. she took with her only Rashi's corpse. For Fubik's remains had been utterly consumed by the flames of the great fire Rinnegan, leaving nothing behind. Only Shoha remained, its yellow eyes wide open, pondering in silence. After bidding farewell to Shoha, Jinyu swiftly made her way to Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade and Rin had already relocated the injured from Konoha to a flatter area on the outskirts of the camp. Jinyu appeared beside Tsunade and the others in an instant, casually dropping Rashi's body onto the ground. Jinyu, how are you? Are you unhurt? Rin rushed over to inspect Jinyu's body. Despite her unwavering confidence in Jinyu, belief and concern are two distinct matters. It's all right, Rin. Jinyu is not only fine, but also effortlessly defeated 2 opponents single-handedly. Truly worthy of being my brother. Katsuyu's perceptive abilities are far from inadequate. She recognized that Ketsuki's chakra response remained remarkably steady throughout. It seemed as though the recent battle had been as effortless for him as a leisurely evening jog. Hesitatingly, Katsuyu inquired, "What shall we do about the one tail? Shall we simply leave it be?" Indeed, it showed no inclination to fight, and given the current circumstances of Sunagakure, they lacked the capability to capture the beast. Ketsuki's decision to release the one tail was certainly deliberate. The only remaining elite force in Sunagakure was Chiyo, while others, like the likes of Chiyo's elder, were comparatively weaker than the Kage level. However, Chiyo's prowess lay predominantly in her puppetry, while she could manage against ninjas. Facing a tailed beast, known for its resilience, would pose a considerable challenge for her. At that moment, a number of leaf ninjas within the camp began to regain consciousness. "I'm still alive. It's Lady Tsunade's summon. Lady Tsunade saved us," someone exclaimed upon noticing the surrounding slug summons. Tsunade did not consider herself particularly heroic. Had it not been for Ketsuki's timely assistance, she and the others would inevitably have met their demise. Once the battle concluded, she intended to relay Ketsuki's contributions to the 3rd Hokage, embellishing the tale to ensure he received proper recognition. Meanwhile, Obito approached the corpse of Rasha, observing it for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. I thought this sand ninja was formidable, yet he was no match for Ketsuki." Kakashi shot Obito an exasperated glance, retorting, "Weren't you just shouting that Ketsuki was in danger?" Obito's laughter abruptly ceased, and he stammered defensively, "Who could blame me? That dragon made of sand was so." He hesitated, realizing that his words might unintentionally bolster Ketsuki's reputation while diminishing his own. After all, the metallic dragon had been swiftly dispatched by Ketsuki. "Don't give me that cheeky grin. Even if you 3 couldn't defeat the enemy, you should have been able to hold your ground together. How did it end up like this?" Ketsuki crossed his arms, frowning. He was well aware of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin's abilities, having trained them since childhood, which made him all the more stern in his reprimand. "Fortunately, Captain Minato brought me back. Otherwise, you'd be facing dire consequences," he added, feeling that he hadn't chastised them sufficiently. Kakashi and the others dared not retort, bowing their heads in apology. "We're sorry." Seeing their remorse, Ketsuki felt there was little more to say. Raising children was indeed a laborious endeavor. "I must return to the front lines. You should remain here and reflect on what you could have done better in the recent battle." Hearing that Ketsuki was about to return to the battlefield, Obito longed to accompany him, but, having just been reprimanded, dared not voice his desires, fearing it would only incite further anger. "If only I could awaken my Sharingan." He sighed inwardly, preoccupied with the speed at which Uchiha Ruri had unlocked hers, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Kakashi and Rin harbored no grand ambitions. They were acutely aware of their limitations and understood that their presence on the battlefield would only serve to distract Jinyu. After exchanging a few words of caution with Tsunade, Jinyu did not linger, but promptly set off towards the front lines. Amidst the sturdy branches of the trees, a blue flash darted swiftly. It was none other than Jinyu, whose legs intermittently sparked with arcs of electricity, a manifestation of lightning chakra gently stimulating his leg cells. This was the most efficient method for conserving his stamina while expending chakra. Having traversed half the distance, Jinyu suddenly paused on a branch. "Why do you persist in following me, Shikaku?" he inquired. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground beneath the tree began to rise, sand surging forth from within. This was the technique known as sand submarine technique, and soon, a plump raccoon-like creature emerged before Jinyu. "Shikaku, you intend to confront the people of Sunagakure, do you not?" "Count me in," Shikaku replied without hesitation. Previously, Shikaku had posed a question to Jinyu, and after attentively considering his response, It found itself perplexed, uncertain of the life it truly desired. However, the prospect of causing trouble for Tsukuyomi intrigued it. Having been sealed away for so long, it was not prepared to let the matter rest. Upon hearing that Shikaku wished to join in the confrontation against the Sand Ninjas, Jinyu did not decline, yet he felt it necessary to clarify a few points. Since our goals align, we may journey together. However, the battlefield ahead is fraught with chaos, rife with both Konoha and Tsukuyomi ninjas. Given your extensive range of abilities, what would happen if you inadvertently harmed my comrades? Shikaku had not considered this aspect, scratching its head with its pudgy paw. What do you suggest I do? It redirected the question to Jinyu, the human who now piqued its curiosity. Will he persuade me to retreat? Shikaku mused internally. After contemplating Shikaku's inquiry, Jinyu lowered his gaze, deep in thought. A few moments later, he spoke. How about this? You will stay by my side and follow my lead. Upon hearing that Jinyu did not intend to dismiss it, Shikaku eagerly agreed. All right. So, what is our current relationship? Taken aback by Shikaku's peculiar question, Jinyu casually responded, consider us partners. Partners? Shikaku exclaimed, immensely pleased with this designation. Before the old man of the 6 paths departed, he had instructed the 9-tailed beasts to aid humanity and coexist harmoniously with them. Most crucially, he had foretold of a human who would one day emerge to enlighten the tailed beasts about the true nature of power. Shikaku felt it was a paragon among its kind, a model of excellence. It now perceived its fellow beasts as foolish, realizing that only it, the illustrious Shikaku, had successfully forged a genuine connection with humanity. Moreover, the individual before him, who referred to himself as Shimizu Mitsuki, exhibited no biases towards his identity as a tailed beast from their very first encounter. Instead, he engaged in a dialogue with him on an equal footing. Shikaku felt that he was indeed the person the sage of 6 paths had foretold, capable of guiding the tailed beasts correctly. Indeed, he understood that the number of tails was inconsequential, that wretched fox was undoubtedly still residing within another Jinchuriki. Only he had genuinely fulfilled the last wishes of the sage of 6 paths. Contemplating this, Shikaku extended his large, pudgy hand and excitedly addressed Kitsuki. Allow me to guide you forth, Shimizu Mitsuki. Naturally, Kitsuki welcomed the offer. With a leap, he landed upon Shikaku's hand, pointed out the direction, and proclaimed loudly, let us embark. Shikaku responded with a peculiar cry and cautiously closed his palm. He then burrowed back underground, employing the sand submarine technique to swiftly propel himself towards the direction indicated by Kitsuki. On the battlefield, Minato Namikaze skillfully evaded a volley of shurikens launched by Chiyo, who was controlling 10 puppets, while calling out, Jiraiya-sensei. Understood. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Instantly, a swamp materialized beneath Chiyo's feet. Jiraiya's assault did not cease there. Upon witnessing the successful containment of Chiyo within the Yellow Spring Swamp, he formed additional seals and unleashed a formidable barrage of fire. Fire-style, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. This was an advanced fire technique developed by Jiraiya, which utilized the unique oil of Miyaboku Mountain to significantly enhance the temperature and adhesion of the flame bombs. Chiyo found her feet ensnared in the swamp and, upon discovering her inability to escape, made a decisive choice. She swiftly maneuvered her fingers, commanding 3 of her 10 puppets to return and form a defensive barrier. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. A powerful suction emerged once again, this time drawing Jiraiya's fire technique into the windy domain. Meanwhile, her right hand directed the remaining 3 puppets to continue their assault on Minato. During their previous intense battle, one of her puppets had been marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, which she was compelled to abandon, leaving her with only 3 puppets under her control on each side. Wind style, Hurricane Tornado. Seeing his sister had managed to control the puppets defensively, Kankuro employed a high-level wind technique to target Jiraiya, who was still releasing the fire technique. Jiraiya, forced to cease his Toad Oil Flame Bombs, attempted to evade Kankuro's wind technique. However, with the cessation of his fiery output, Chiyo was likewise able to halt the absorption of the 3 treasures, redirecting the flames already within the wind area to disperse and compress. A chakra energy orb was launched from the wind domain controlled by Chiyo, aimed directly at Jiraiya. Observing the dual onslaught approaching him, Jiraiya helplessly raised his hands in exasperation. Oh dear, Minato, you truly have no consideration for your teacher. He then bit his finger and swiftly formed seals once more, striking the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A vast cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing a colossal toad standing in place. It produced a shield resembling an enormous bowl from behind, raising it defensively before itself. Hurricane-like tornadoes and chakra energy projectiles struck against the shield, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward. The summoning smoke accompanying the giant toad was violently dispersed by the force of the shockwave, simultaneously propelling the massive creature backward several dozen meters. Nevertheless, this seemingly battered and comical bowl-shaped shield steadfastly withstood the fierce onslaught of both attacks. Jiraiya crouched atop the giant toad, striking an impressive pose with his hands, announcing the arrival of the sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. Truly, he is the illustrious Jiraiya-sensei. Meanwhile, Minato, while dodging Chiyo's puppet attacks, did not forget to provide a supporting role for Jiraiya. Gamachan, go assist Minato, Jiraiya instructed the toad beneath him. Then leaped down from its head. I may be quite inadequate, but I shall do my utmost, Gamachan replied, springing forth to approach Minato Namikaze. Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Kiyoshi to the moon from a distance, expending a significant amount of chakra. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. In his current state, Minato found it rather challenging to contend with Chiyo alone, prompting him to decisively lure her toward Jiraiya. The outcome seemed promising. However, he wondered about Kiyoshi's situation. Given the Sand Village's intense focus on this war, it was highly probable that they would dispatch a Jinchuriki to launch an attack from the rear. Although this maneuver carried immense risk, if successful, it would inflict severe losses upon Konoha, considering the circumstances on other fronts. Konoha's best hope was to find a way to negotiate peace with the Sand Village at a significant cost. Kiyoshi, I entrust this to you. Logically speaking, the optimal solution at that moment was not for Minato to expend vast amounts of chakra sending Kiyoshi back to the camp for support, but rather to allow Kiyoshi to operate freely on the front lines, efficiently eliminating Sand Ninja. Even if the rear were to fall, Konoha would still retain a chance of victory if the Sand suffered significant casualties in the front lines. Yet for reasons unknown, Minato still chose to believe in Kiyoshi, trusting that he would effectively handle the enemies emerging from the rear. Because he is a genius 100 times more exceptional than I am. Of course, even with Minato's unwavering confidence in Kiyoshi, he could never have anticipated the manner in which Kiyoshi would return to the battlefield. Chiyo was now anxious, for she had yet to receive the signal indicating the success of Raza's plan. The time had far exceeded their anticipated schedule, leading Chiyo to entertain the worst possible outcome, that both Raza and the one-tailed Jinchuriki had been defeated. She dared not ponder further. Yet the grim reality persistently reminded her that the Sand Village might be in dire straits. Previously, when Minato had abruptly vanished from Chiyo's sight only to reappear, his chakra response had diminished significantly. Coupled with the long-absent chakra response from Kiyoshi, the foreboding sense of impending doom loomed ever closer. It is evident that Namikaze Minato has employed space-time ninjutsu to transport Shimizu Keigen back to the rear camp of Konoha. Shimizu Keigen, Chiyo murmured softly. She considered herself experienced in the ways of the world, yet she had never encountered a ninja of Shimizu Keigen's caliber. Other prodigies had emerged gradually through the trials of battle, much like the present Minato, whose path was discernible. However, Shimizu Keigen unveiled his formidable prowess the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. The crux of the matter was that he was a master of ninjutsu. In the consensus of the ninja world, ninjutsu practitioners are the most challenging to cultivate and the most enigmatic in their growth. Such ninjas are inherently the uncrowned kings of the battlefield. At this juncture, overthinking would serve no purpose. She could only seize the opportunity while Minato was in a precarious state and attempt to eliminate him. In fact, she proceeded to do just that. 3 puppets, wielding various weapons such as great swords, katanas, and dual blades, launched a coordinated assault on Minato, encircling him. Boom. Fukasaku, wielding a harpoon, struck towards the 3 puppets surrounding Minato, yet with a deft flick of her finger, Chiyo commanded the puppet to evade through its legs. Consequently, Fukasaku's strike met the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With a nimble leap, Minato propelled himself off Fukasaku's massive harpoon, landing atop Fukasaku's head. His chakra was running low. It was prudent to remain in a safer position for a moment. He retrieved 2 exquisite soldier pills, the latest creation of the Akimichi clan, rumored to have a ramen flavor. These had been procured for him by Kushina. Previously, He had swallowed soldier pills whole, but this time he decided to savor a few bites. To his surprise, the flavor was quite pleasant. Observing the enormous, grotesque toad before her, Chiyo furrowed her brow. A giant summoning beast, indeed. Jiraiya, you truly are remarkable. As a specialist in human-targeted assaults, Chiyo found herself ill-suited to contend with such a colossal summoning beast. With the protection of this gigantic toad, her plans to swiftly eliminate Minato seemed thwarted. Yet, where you have a clever stratagem, I possess a bridge to cross. Chiyo commenced maneuvering the remaining 6 puppets across the battlefield, harvesting the lives of ordinary Konoha ninjas. Aside from a select few, most ninja battles in the ninja world predominantly revolve around taijutsu, which is where the strength of puppetry shines. Due to the mechanical structure of the puppets, they can perform movements that are beyond the capability of ordinary humans in taijutsu confrontations. Imagine, while you are engaged in combat with an opponent's puppet, you manage to strike from their blind spot, only for the puppet's head to rotate a full 180 degrees, unleashing a barrage of shuriken. It is thus evident how challenging it was for Minato to contend with Chiyo. Relying solely on his taijutsu and reflexes to navigate their skirmish and ultimately shift the battlefield towards Jiraiya, especially with Chiyo having poisoned the weapons of her puppets. The Leaf Ninja, who had become mere puppets under her control, would inevitably exhibit symptoms of poisoning within mere seconds, even if they had not suffered severe injuries. And before they could administer any antidote, they would fall victim to other sand ninjas. What say you, Minato Namikaze? In this scenario, how will you choose? Clearly, this is the dilemma that Chiyo has posed to Minato, given that Minato is atop the giant toad, rendering Chiyo unable to reach him. It equally signifies that Minato cannot further disrupt Chiyo's actions. This is precisely the situation that Minato fears the most. On the battlefield beneath the toad's feet, a puppet wielding a large blade ambushed a Leaf Chunin from behind, who had just dispatched a sand ninja, aiming a lethal strike at his neck. Shin, behind you. A teammate of Sarutobi Shin cried out in an attempt to warn him. Yet, there was one who acted quicker. A tri-pronged kunai whizzed past Sarutobi Shin's back in that instant. Raisengan. Minato Namikaze struck the large-bladed puppet with his Raisengan. Just as the Raisengan was about to make contact with the puppet, Chiyo in the distance smirked. She had finally lured him in. Her fingers danced rapidly in the air, as if manipulating an invisible intricate device. In an instant, the large-bladed puppet disintegrated, its components scattering through the air. Minato, having missed his strike, quickly sensed the deception. He attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but his chakra reserves were critically low. The recent space-time maneuver and the Raisengan had depleted nearly all of the chakra he had barely managed to gather. This is bad, Minato thought grimly. Under Chiyo's control, the scattered parts of the large-bladed puppet illuminated with a blue chakra glow as countless sharp blades emerged from them, arranged menacingly. Simultaneously, chakra threads shot out from the components, intertwining with one another. These components, now brimming with poisoned blades, converged on Minato in a flurry of mechanical clicks, closing in on him like a deadly trap. In a moment of dire urgency, it was Sarutobi Shin who grasped Minato's arm, pulling him away from the center of those needle-like puppet parts. The components clashed together, retracting their blades before reforming into the large-bladed puppet once more. Cursed Minato Namikaze. Chiyo seemed unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, controlling several other puppets to launch another assault on Minato. However, the giant toad's attacks were relentless, its massive harpoon thrusting forward, forcing the puppets back. Thank you, Gamaken. Though I may be of little use, I shall strive to protect you. Sarutobi Shin sighed in relief, knowing that if Minato were to sacrifice himself to save him, no amount of repentance would suffice for his guilt. Yet, calamity often strikes when least expected. A circular mechanism suddenly erupted from the ground, expanding into a lion's head nearly a meter high, baring its fangs, and, in the blink of an eye, it struck Minato, pinning him against a large tree. The sealing technique, Lion's Veil, manifested upon the tree trunk, thoroughly sealing away the scant chakra that resided within the body of Minato Namikaze. How infuriating! Sarutobi Shinnosuke approached Minato, intent on rescuing him, yet he found himself utterly bewildered by Chiyo's sealing technique. His lack of understanding was glaringly apparent. In the distance, Chiyo's expression softened slightly. At last, there was a glimmer of hopeful news. The disintegration of the puppets was merely a diversion, a ruse to attract attention. while the real lethal strike lay concealed underground in the form of Lion's Veil. Chiyo's initial strategy was to allow Minato to evade the puppet's disintegration attack using his space-time ninjutsu, only to then launch a surprise attack with Lion's Veil. As long as the sealing technique successfully hit its mark, no matter how miraculous the space-time ninjutsu, it would be rendered futile. Who would have thought that Minato, having regained such a meager amount of chakra, would dare to continue the fight? However, it mattered not. The outcome remained unchanged. Puppet technique, machine spear assault. Chiyo manipulated her puppet, leaving no room for Minato to catch his breath. His chakra was firmly sealed away and under Kushina's guidance. He was indeed an expert in sealing techniques. Yet, as the adage goes, a healer cannot heal themselves, while he could assist others in dispelling techniques. Being sealed first left him at a disadvantage. You must leave this place, Minato urged Sarutobi Shimizu anxiously. At that moment, Shimizu was desperately attempting to erase the sealing technique inscribed upon the tree trunk with a kekkei. Although his idea was creative, it was futile. Even demolishing the entire tree would not lift the sealing technique once it had been initiated. Farewell, the yellow flash of Konoha. Chiyo's gaze was icy. Seizing an opportunity against such a speedster was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Puppet technique, machine spear assault. The blue spear surged forward in an instant, poised to pierce Minato's body. A youthful voice, imbued with confidence, rang out. Shikaku. Understood. Countless grains of sand erupted from beneath Minato and Shimizu's feet, enveloping them entirely. The blue chakra spear collided with the sand-formed sphere, producing violent tremors. Waves of force radiated from the point of contact between the spear and the shield. The spear began to slowly penetrate the interior of the sand sphere. Yet, this was its limit. Puppet technique, machine spear assault was not a sustained ninjutsu. After a few seconds of stalemate, the blue spear flickered weakly before dissipating. In the contest of spear versus shield, Shikaku's sand shield, crafted by its own will, proved to be superior. Could it be? Chiyo's pupils constricted. She understood all too well what this sand shield represented. The great spirit of the Tanuki returns. You scoundrels of Sunagakure. Shikaku declared loudly as it emerged from the ground, announcing its presence to all around. The moonlight leaped from Shikaku's palm to its head. First, break that sealing technique and rescue Captain Minato. As Shikaku heeded the command of Jinyue, it promptly dispersed the sand shield, revealing the immobilized Minato Namikaze ensnared within. With both hands forming seals, the grains of sand on the ground swiftly spread over the lion's roar that confined Minato. The black sealing technique manifested, obliterating the original seal that belonged to Chiyo, just as the lion's roar was on the verge of being undone. Chiyo was too flustered to ponder why a tailed beast had appeared in this location, standing alongside Konoha. She gestured with her hands, directing her 6 puppet masters to launch an assault on Minato. Some unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons, while others expelled flames and wind blades from their puppet mechanisms. Chiyo cared not whether these attacks would prove effective. It was her sole opportunity to eliminate Minato. Her expression was grim, seething with frustration at the detestable Jinyue. Unlike before, this time her anger was palpable. Witnessing such absurd onslaught, Jinyue needed no words. Shikaku merely flicked its tail, effortlessly deflecting all incoming attacks. It is no wonder that tailed beasts are regarded as the ultimate power of the ninja villages. Those ninjutsu strikes hardly produced a sound upon hitting Shikaku's tail. As for the series of poisoned projectiles, what posed a lethal threat to ninjas only became a source of amusement against the tailed beast. Remarkably, within mere seconds, Shikaku had undone the seal that bound Minato. With the sealing technique nullified, the mechanism of the lion's roar ceased to function effectively. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted force with both hands and yanked the lion's head from the tree. Jinyue. Minato, having successfully freed himself, called out loudly. Jinyue understood his meaning and responded. Rest assured, the enemies at the camp have been dealt with, and Tsunade and Rin are safe. Jinyue deliberately raised his voice, not only for Minato's benefit, but also to bolster the morale of Konoha's forces while suppressing the spirits of the Sand Ninja. Under Jinyue's watchful eyes, he could see Chiyo's face turn pale from a distance. Delighted within, Jinyue stood atop Shikaku's head, surveying the battlefield from an elevated position. Clear the field, Sand Ninjas. A deafening, unsettling hum reverberated once more, inducing a sense of physiological discomfort. The violent wind chakra, under Jinyue's meticulous control, was compressed to its limits, forming 2 massive chakra shurikens in his hands. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. With a vigorous motion, Jinyu hurled the two spiraling shurikens one after the other. The familiar formula. The familiar sound. Sand ninjas were on the verge of developing PTSD from this technique. In Jinyu's keen observation, the battlefield resembled a game map with full visibility. Laid bare before him. Under the mastery of Shimizu, two spiraling shurikens darted across the battlefield like azure racing cars, annihilating every foe marked as an adversary within Shimizu's sight. Amidst the chaos, a sand ninja, poised to thrust his kunai into a leaf ninja who had just vanquished another sand adversary, was caught off guard by an unexpected ambush. As his pupils dilated and his mind spiraled into turmoil, a flash of blue light traversed the scene, accompanied by a resonating buzz that filled his ears. The very sand ninja who had threatened to extinguish his life lay severed in two, convulsing upon the ground. Such scenes of relentless carnage unfolded continuously on this battlefield where the leaf and sand ninjas clashed. Although Shimizu had unleashed merely two spiraling shurikens, the efficiency with which he claimed the lives of ordinary ninjas was unparalleled. Even with Chiyo's 6 puppets, or the combined efforts of Jinsuke's 10-man squad, they could scarcely keep pace with his lethal prowess. Should any sand ninja survive this war to return to their village, they would undoubtedly carry the haunting memory of the spiraling shuriken technique with them forever. Meanwhile, Jiraiya taunted, "Ha! Hozo, are you still unwilling to surrender? If this continues, the men of your sand village will all perish. Don't blame Lord Jiraiya when that happens." Engaging in a physical confrontation with Hozo, Jiraiya simultaneously unleashed a barrage of mockery to rattle his opponent. Hozo, who had led a meticulous life, prided himself on his composure. Yet today he found himself thoroughly unsettled by Jiraiya's relentless banter. The sight of the tailed beast seemingly under Shimizu's control only added to his distress, suggesting that their ambush had failed. The string of defeats left him agitated, and Jiraiya's taunts nearly robbed him of breath. An opening. Ninja art, Wild Lion's Mane. Seizing the moment when his taunts bore fruit, Jiraiya exclaimed as he instantaneously unleashed his technique, directing his hair to strike at Hozo. It was Hozo's first encounter with such an unconventional attack, and he found himself at a loss for words to describe the experience. He dodged Jiraiya's onslaught with great urgency, narrowly escaping danger at every turn. In truth, despite his flamboyant demeanor, Jiraiya had been alarmed by the situation involving Minato just moments prior. He had nearly been paralyzed with fear until Shimizu arrived in the nick of time to rescue Minato. He could hardly fathom the consequences had Minato sustained grave injuries here. He would have faced the wrath of Kushina. Speaking of Shimizu, the young man was truly formidable, having already dispatched numerous sand ninjas in such a short span. It was difficult to imagine the bounty he would command on the black market in the future. Furthermore, even the tailed beast seemed willing to heed his command. In that moment, Jiraiya found himself questioning whether the prophesied child he had been seeking was truly Nagato after all. Chiyo felt a headache brewing. She could not allow Shimizu to continue his rampage. If he persisted, how many more sand ninjas would he claim? Chiyo hastily divided her focus, manipulating 3 puppets with each hand to pursue the 2 spiraling shuriken that were wreaking havoc on the battlefield. 3 treasures absorption. The 2 groups of puppets arranged themselves in a stacked formation, attempting to draw the 2 spiraling shuriken into the vortex they had created. However, Kagyuki had anticipated Chiyo's move. "Guard Crane, fill it with sand." "Understood, partner." Following Kagyuki's command, Guard Crane swiftly directed the sand to pour into the wind vortex created by 3 treasures absorption as if it were water. Simultaneously, several black sealing techniques emerged from the sand, clashing with the sealing technique of the 3 treasures absorption itself. This left Chiyo unable to manage the pile of sand in time. Buzzing Kagyuki, always adhering to the philosophy that missing an opportunity is foolishness, immediately maneuvered the 2 spiraling shuriken around the wind vortex that had previously caused him trouble. They struck directly at several puppets that were immobilized by their internal mechanisms. 2 beams of blue light erupted, and a fierce wind howled, forming blades that tore apart the remaining 6 puppets of the Chikamatsu. Under the onslaught of high-density wind chakra, the chakra threads from Chiyo's hands snapped completely. Thus, the legendary white secret technique of Chikamatsu, which had instilled fear in countless ninjas since the time of the first puppet master, came to an end. The ninja world is indeed marvelous. An individual's immense power can sway the course of a large-scale war. Clearly, after Kageyuki and Guard Crane re-entered the battlefield like divine warriors. The situation for Konoha against Sunagakure had become overwhelmingly one-sided. Boom, Lord Ibi. Misfortune struck again. Chiyo turned to see her brother, Ibi, being flung away by Jiraiya, crashing through 3 large trees before hitting the ground heavily. Ibi was already no match for Jiraiya, and having fallen prey to Jiraiya's cunning psychological tactics, he made a fatal error that allowed Jiraiya's attack to land. Had he not reacted in time to awkwardly block with a kunai, he would have been impaled by Jiraiya's wild lion's mane instead of merely being sent flying. This was the last straw for Chiyo. She pressed her lips together, her face a mask of unwillingness. Why does Konoha have the upper hand? With Kakashi Hitaki in the lead, Minato Namikaze following, and now Kageyuki Mizuki. Why do all the good fortunes fall to Konoha? Not far away, Kageyuki Mizuki, standing atop the One Tail, had already begun to gather chakra once more. Chiyo could no longer use 3 treasures absorption to counter Kageyuki's techniques, though she could not fathom why the One Tail would serve him. The reality was that under the One Tail's protection, all ninjutsu and projectiles aimed at Kageyuki were ruthlessly intercepted by the sand. The sand ninjas could scarcely approach Kageyuki. In contrast, every swipe of the One Tail's massive claws or flick of its tail claimed the lives of several Sunagakure ninjas. After forming a spiraling shuriken, Kageyuki did not rush to throw it. The spiraling shuriken, emitting a cacophony of noise, instilled an insidious pressure upon the surviving sand ninjas. Chiyo surveyed her surroundings. Among the living sand ninjas, some bore expressions of hatred, while others appeared numb. Yet, without exception, they all harbored a deep-seated fear of one individual, or rather, one technique. No one wished to find themselves abruptly bisected by a chakra shuriken that seemed to appear from nowhere during their battle with the enemy. The ruthlessly efficient harvest by Mitsuki had already cast a profound psychological shadow over the remaining sand ninjas on the battlefield. Chiyo closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a resolute expression adorned her face. She issued the command, "Convey this, retreat for all of Sunagakure." Though termed a retreat, it was merely a euphemism. Both sides, including the lower-ranked ninjas, understood that it signified surrender. Mitsuki, observing the sudden intensity in the old woman's gaze, worried that she might become overly aggressive, leading to a fight to the death. Fortunately, that was not the case. For Konoha, a crippled sand ninja was preferable to a dead one, as it would alleviate some of the pressure from a Wagakure. The orders were swiftly communicated, and soon, the ninjas from both Konoha and Sunagakure concluded their battles and retreated to their respective sides of the battlefield. At the center of the battlefield, aside from the scattered remnants of fallen ninjas, only the representatives of both factions remained. It was hard to fathom that mere moments ago, these individuals had been embroiled in fierce combat, and now they were engaged in dialogue. Kaizo stood beside Chiyo, supported by a sand jonin, as the ninjas retreated. Chiyo had managed to administer some basic treatment to him, allowing him to move somewhat. At this point, they were the only 2 from Sunagakure capable of holding up the facade. The 2 sand jonin serving as bodyguards appeared unfamiliar to Mitsuki, their chakra responses rather weak. In stark contrast, Konoha's contingent was far more illustrious, featuring Nara Shikaku, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and of course, Mitsuki himself. As the principal contributor to the war effort, Mitsuki could hardly avoid stepping into the spotlight. On the way here, many Konoha ninjas had already begun to address him as Lord Mitsuki. In the shinobi world, strength reigned supreme. Despite his youth, Mitsuki's achievements were undeniably formidable. Chiyo regarded Mitsuki with a complex gaze. This unheard-of young man had managed to turn the tide of a precarious situation for Konoha. Moreover, he was a platinum-haired individual. Chiyo had 2 long-standing aversions. One was the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Tsukuyomi Hitaki, and the other was an old man from the Land of Rain with a breathing tube. Now, she had added Mitsuki to that list. Is Rasha still alive? Chiyo asked directly, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. This inquiry stemmed not from a personal bond with Rasha, but from Sunagakure's dire need for skilled warriors. As for the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, who had accompanied Rasha, the beast had already escaped. The fate of the Jinchuriki was, therefore, all but sealed. Perhaps later, they might seek to redeem the body from Konoha. Given that the Jinchuriki bore Sunagakure's sealing techniques, which would be of great value to Konoha, Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku turned their gazes towards Mizuki upon Chiyo's inquiry. They had already heard that Mizuki had been teleported back to the camp by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, They remained unaware of the specifics of the battle situation. As all eyes were upon him, Mizuki spoke up, but for the Tsukuyomi, his words heralded grim tidings. It was death. Death. Nara Shikaku inhaled sharply, contributing to the warming of the ninja world. Jiraiya and Minato, on the other hand, maintained their composure. As the vivid memory of Mizuki effortlessly dispatching Yakumo lingered in their minds. Though both were wielders of bloodline limits, the superiority of magnet release over scorch release was limited. Chiyo took a deep breath, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to deepen. Is that so? Regarding the redemption of the One Tail and the body of its Jinchuriki, can you make decisions on this matter? Let us discuss this during the formal negotiations later, Nara Shikaku suggested. A common tactic employed by ninja villages when capturing each other's bloodline users. Conduct thorough research before selling them back. The negotiations between Nara Shikaku and Tsukuyomi ensued. Best left to those specialized in such matters. Jiraiya, Minato, and Mizuki simply stood by, exerting pressure as needed. Moreover, this was merely preliminary dialogue. Formal negotiations would require the involvement of the leaders from both villages. However, Tsukuyomi would likely need to select their fourth Kazekage first. After listening for a while, Mizuki began to feel somewhat bored. Yet, Chiyo's next statement piqued his interest. So, will you of Konoha return the One Tail to us? At that moment, the One Tail lay lazily on the ground, dozing off. Upon hearing the mention of it by the bothersome Tsukuyomi, it opened its yellow, coin-like eyes. In the past, it would have been enraged, ready to swat them away for daring to discuss it as if it were mere property. Yet, times had changed. It aspired to be a distinguished-tailed beast, not one of its foolish peers. Furthermore, it was no longer alone. Shikaku was now its partner, and their collaboration had yielded fruitful results. Unless Shikaku itself wished to return to Tsukuyomi, well, that was another matter entirely. Mizuki's words dripped with veiled threats. This left Chiyo flustered. In her eyes, it appeared as though the One Tail was under Mizuki's control through some technique, evidenced by the name he had given it. Now, to consider the One Tail's opinion was akin to telling her that Mizuki had no intention of returning it. This sentiment was shared among all ninjas from Konoha and Tsukuyomi after witnessing the One Tail's unusual behavior on the battlefield. For these locals, tailed beasts and humans represented irreconcilable adversaries. Moreover, did the success of their collaboration imply they had jointly slain nearly half of Tsukuyomi's ninja on the battlefield? Was this a threat? It was undoubtedly a threat. Regardless of whether it was indeed a threat, given Tsukuyomi's current predicament, if Mizuki was unwilling to return the One Tail, they found themselves with little recourse. However, Chiyo was determined to exert her utmost efforts, for the tailed beasts were of paramount importance to the currently weakened Tsukuyomi. She organized her thoughts. The ransom was not an issue, and possessing two tailed beasts would not only invite envy from other hidden villages, but also seemed to contradict the will of the first Hokage. Her assertions were both logical and substantiated, even invoking the historical context of Senju Hashirama's distribution of tailed beasts. Chiyo's words stirred unwelcome memories in Shikaku, who had initially been indifferent to her. In an instant, it lost its composure. You Tsukuyomi scoundrels, if you keep prattling on, I, the great Tanuki, shall slay you all. At that moment, the previously nonchalant demeanor of Shikaku vanished. Mizuki Kayasuke had no desire to engage in verbal sparring with Chiyo at that juncture, and he spoke forthrightly. Dream on, Chiyo, old woman. Instead of wasting energy here, you would be better off investigating who else went missing alongside your third Kazekage. You might uncover a surprise. Chiyo was perplexed by Kayasuke's insinuation. Surely he could not be suggesting that her mention of the first Hokage warranted a reference to the third Kazekage. Confounded, she glanced toward the other members of the Konoha delegation, hoping at least one of them would be willing to discuss the matter of the One Tail in depth. However, Minato Namikaze remained silent, choosing to trust Kayasuke. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned. In his view, an abundance of pests was hardly worrisome, as Konoha had always faced assaults during each ninja world war. Conversely, Nara Shikaku considered the One Tail a veritable hot potato for Konoha, yet his intelligence prevented him from expressing such opinions at this moment. Even if a decision were to be made, it would be the Hokage's prerogative. He would not reveal internal discord during negotiations with an adversary. Chiyo reluctantly relinquished the notion of retrieving the One Tail for the time being, as the impending battle had already put Tsukuyomi in a precarious position. She could not afford to incite unnecessary conflicts over the One Tail. Reflecting on this, She inwardly cursed the third Kazekage, who not only had acted foolishly, but had also caused the deaths of her son and daughter-in-law at the hands of Hitaki Kakashi, all while mysteriously going missing. Now, Sunagakure was left to grapple with the ensuing chaos. Not long after, the preliminary negotiations between the high-ranking officials of Konoha and Sunagakure reached their conclusion. The remaining formal discussions would be indefinitely postponed. As Konoha was engaged in other fronts of war, while Sunagakure faced not only the looming threat from Iwagakure, but also had yet to select their own Kazekage. Each village had its own challenging circumstances. With the negotiations concluded, the ninja forces from both sides re-entered the fray, not for combat, but to collect the remains of the fallen on the battlefield. The bodies of the ninjas retained a wealth of information, which was precisely why Chiyo was insistent on retrieving the corpses of Rashi and the one-tailed Jinchuriki. However, Kayasuke had already informed her that the one-tailed Jinchuriki's body had been reduced to ashes. Whether Chiyo chose to believe that was her own concern. Thus, the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure came to an end. At the Konoha camp, although on their way back, Minato and his companions had already gleaned detailed accounts of the events that transpired from Kayasuke. However, it was only upon witnessing the scene with my own eyes that I truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. First and foremost was the colossal sinkhole, an expanse so vast it could warrant a complete reconfiguration of maps. The sheer financial resources of the Sand Village must be immense to utilize explosive tags to create such devastation. More importantly, despite the destruction, Tsunade managed to preserve the lives of nearly all the Leaf Village ninjas. She truly is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Then there were the numerous craters scattered across the battlefield, remnants of unknown jutsu that had caused such widespread devastation. It is difficult to fathom the ferocity of the battles that had unfolded here. In fact, had the main forces returned from the front line earlier, they would have witnessed patches of sand gold strewn across the ground. After Jinue departed, Tsunade, on Shizune's suggestion, dispatched individuals to gather it all. By this time, the sun had long set, leaving only the faintest remnants of light cast upon the earth. Jinue found himself alone outside the camp. "Shikaku, come forth," he called. The ground cracked open, and a torrent of sand surged forth, revealing the massive form of Shikaku as he emerged from the sand submarine technique. "What is it you wish from me?" Shikaku queried, perplexed. "You are free now. You may go wherever your heart desires," Jinue replied with a smile. To be honest, he had grown quite fond of this large tanuki. He was quiet, unobtrusive, and capable of aiding him in battle. Their previous interactions had been pleasant, and there was no need for feeding. However, as a modern adult deeply influenced by the ideals of equality, Jinue understood the significance of freedom for a being with its own consciousness. Yet, to his surprise, Shikaku stared at him wide-eyed and exclaimed, "Are you sending me away?" Jinue was perplexed by Shikaku's reasoning and cautiously responded, "What do you mean by that?" Without hesitation, Shikaku plopped down onto the ground and declared, "Of course. I want to live with you. Did you not say we are partners?" Upon hearing Shikaku's response, Jinue scratched his head. "Well, I meant more of a cooperative partnership. But never mind." Though their relationship had begun as a mere collaboration, having fought alongside each other in battle, it was not an exaggeration to call them comrades. Thus, Jinue acquiesced to Shikaku's request. "If you wish to accompany me, then I wholeheartedly welcome you." That was close, Shikaku thought, relief washing over him at Jinue's affirmative words. Moments ago, he had been startled by the implication of being told to go wherever he wished. He had been counting on Jinue to provide him with the guidance foretold by the Sage of Six Paths, to help him understand what true power really is, and then to carry that understanding to boast before the other-tailed beasts, especially that insufferable fox. Ever since joining Jinue, Shikaku could hardly contain his fantasies of the day he would confront the foul fox, lying on the ground and exclaiming, "Lord Shikaku, please tell me, what is true power?" Just thinking about it brought him immense excitement. Shikaku? Jinue noticed Shikaku with his mouth agape, his eyes narrowed into slits, and his tail wagging restlessly behind him. He attempted to call out to it several times, but received no response. Thus, he leapt onto the head of Shikaku and delivered a powerful punch to its feline visage. "Shikaku, are you back to your senses?" The beast, trapped in a reverie, was jolted back to reality by Jinue's loving yet forceful intervention. "You may accompany me, but your size is rather substantial. I simply cannot accommodate you in my home." Jinue recalled that the form of tailed beasts was not immutable. In his past life, The Nine Tails had notably diminished in size after being partitioned by Minato Namikaze's dead demon-consuming seal, resulting in a significant reduction of its chakra. Oh, that can be easily remedied. I shall bestow upon you the majority of my chakra, Shikaku replied, having recognized Jianyue as the individual foretold by the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, it was resolute in complying with any request from Jianyue. And how might you do that? Jianyue inquired curiously, as he descended from the top of Shikaku's head. In response, Shikaku merely smiled with pride before forming a series of hand seals. Suddenly, a radiant blue aura emanated from Shikaku's body, and in the twilight's embrace, an immense stream of chakra surged skyward. It cascaded down like a galactic deluge, enveloping Jianyue's form in its embrace. The spectacle was nothing short of surreal. However, the enchantment was abruptly interrupted as an inky, tadpole-like sealing technique ascended, gradually compressing the tumultuous flow of chakra. Ultimately, it manifested as a unique sealing pattern upon Jianyue's abdomen. Why was it deemed unique? Because this design differed from the four-symbol seal of the Uzumaki clan, it belonged to Shikaku. Characterized by patterns and hues reminiscent of its own purple markings, resembling a blooming violet. Oh no, Jianyue can no longer take the civil service examination. At that moment, there was a resounding pop. Shikaku's once massive form shrank dramatically amidst a cloud of smoke, now appearing nearly the size of an ordinary cat. Completion, Shikaku exclaimed, though its voice had shifted from the deep timbre of its former size to a somewhat high-pitched tone, akin to that of a duck in Jianyue's ears. I have granted you 90% of my chakra. Feel free to utilize it as you wish, Shikaku proclaimed with a flourish. In truth, Shikaku was indeed generous. For the chakra of tailed beasts is not limitless. After excessive expenditure, they require time to replenish their chakra reserves. However, instances where a tailed beast depletes its chakra are exceedingly rare, hence the widespread belief in the infinite nature of tailed beast chakra within the ninja world. After attuning to the sealing technique and chakra within him, Jianyue opened his attribute panel, ready to check in for the day. System panel. Host, Clearwater. Moon, skills, chakra refinement technique, shadow clone technique, rewriting seal of eternal standing, one-time use, magnet release, undeveloped, Rinnegan, Rasen shuriken, secret sword flash, fire release, phoenix fire claw, fire release, fireball, fire release, majestic flame Rinnegan, lightning release, earth walk, lightning release, thousand birds, lightning release, thousand birds flow, lightning release, thousand birds lightning spear, lightning release, thousand shadows of lightning clone technique, wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, spiraling shuriken, wind release, wind shuriken shadow clone technique. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Earth release, earthly return, earth release, earthquake core, flame release, majestic flame Rinnegan, flame release, burning wind explosion. Naruto release, wishes received, eye of the heavens, six eyes, full counterattack. No new emails. Unlike the Jinchuriki, who seals chakra, Shikaku has bestowed its chakra upon Moon. This implies that Moon possesses greater control over this chakra than Shikaku itself. However, correspondingly, Moon cannot wield the powers of the tailed beast as other Jinchuriki do. For instance, he cannot utilize abilities such as tailed beast bomb or tailed beast chakra cloak. The sole exception lies in the magnet release displayed on the panel, which is an inherent attribute of Shikaku's chakra. Although Moon and Shikaku do not share a symbiotic relationship like other Jinchuriki and their beasts, the advantage is that they maintain sufficient privacy from one another. Moreover, this seal imposes no restrictions and can be undone at any time, avoiding any fatal consequences. Impressive. My crane, where did you learn such sealing techniques? Moon inquired with genuine curiosity, initially believing this to be Shikaku's innate talent, but it now appeared otherwise. Upon hearing Moon's praise, Shikaku, with its paws crossed, wore an expression of pride. Humph, you see my prowess now, right? Well, as my partner, it's fine to share this with you. Moon glanced at the sky. It was getting late. He crouched down and extended his right hand toward Shikaku. Tell me slowly on the way back, Shikaku. Of course, Shikaku exclaimed in its newly acquired distinctive voice, climbing from Moon's outstretched hand to perch on his shoulder. Together, the pair ambled back to the camp, stepping into the last remnants of the setting sun. The wind carried Shikaku's excited voice. Let me tell you, this is a tale from long ago. At that time. Today, the Hidden Leaf Village was especially lively. The villagers spontaneously formed long lines at the village entrance, many having arrived early to secure a good vantage point. This day marked the return of the heroes who had triumphed on the battlefield of the Sand Village. Despite the approaching year-end and the increasingly cold weather, the enthusiasm of the villagers showed no signs of waning. The Hidden Leaf desperately needed a grand victory. If one were to find a singular adjective to describe the Third Great Ninja War, torturous would undoubtedly be the most fitting. Since the onset of the war, the Hidden Leaf Village had oscillated between gaining and losing advantages in a relentless cycle, not only in Konoha, but also in other villages. The relentless struggle of an uncertain future has severely eroded the will of the people. Many harbor the belief that this ninja world may ultimately self-destruct amidst this interminable conflict. As the saying goes, the greater the pressure, the more explosive the release. When the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's resounding victory on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers spread, Konoha erupted into a fervor, quite literally boiling over with excitement. Sarutobi had already conspired with Tsunade and Mito to arrange a grand welcome ceremony upon the return of their comrades. The reason for not consulting Danzo was that they had encountered some minor disagreements regarding the war situation in the Land of Rivers, leading to a slight rift between them. Danzo had sequestered himself in the roots for several days now. However, Sarutobi remained untroubled. He understood that Danzo would not harbor resentment for long, and soon the matter would resolve itself. What truly mattered at present was the welcome ceremony, which must be impressive enough to convey to the entire ninja world who truly stands as the foremost ninja village. To his surprise, when the order was issued, there was no need for mobilization. The villagers had already begun preparations as if the new year were approaching, with every household adorning themselves with new omamori. The enthusiasm nearly convinced Sarutobi that everyone had collectively fallen under a genjutsu. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, the main forces from the battlefield of the Land of Rivers began to make their way into Konoha. Leading the charge was Tsunade, who reached out to pull Shizune alongside her. Shikaku rested quietly on Shizune's shoulder, typically silent in the presence of others, particularly in such a bustling crowd. Shikaku surprisingly shut its eyes and fell into a deep slumber, a state of rest that many modern individuals from Shizune's past life would envy. Incidentally, after discussing Shikaku's situation with Tsunade, she remarked that she would reason with the third Hokage about it. For now, they would publicly declare that the One-Tail had fled. Given Shikaku's current demeanor, no one could possibly perceive it as a tailed beast. Meanwhile, a battlefield hero, Jiraiya, was fidgeting with anticipation. He had heard the jubilant cheers of the villagers from afar and hurriedly adorned his face with striking paint, eager to restore some of his dignity lost from peeping on the women's bathhouse. Minato stood together with his 3 apprentices, as the cheers of the villagers reverberated through the main street of Konoha, powerful enough to shatter the clouds above. Long live Lady Tsunade. I love you, Lady Tsunade. Lord Minato is so handsome. Lord Jiraiya is not bad either. Enraged, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself, veins bulging on his forehead. He widened his eyes, scanning the crowd to identify the audacious brat who dared to besmirch his reputation as the sage of the toads. Don't be like this, sensei, his apprentice urged. Realizing that Jiraiya was on the verge of storming out of the formation, Minato quickly pulled him back. As the procession advanced, the villagers' chants grew synchronized. Wind of Konoha. The Gale of Konoha. Standing at the forefront alongside Tsunade, the young Shimizu Mitsuki could not help but feel his cheeks flush with embarrassment. An amusing sight that did not escape Tsunade's keen observation. Oh, why are you blushing? The title Konoha's Gale had only recently gained traction within the village. Initially coined by the Sand Shinobi. Although the Sand Ninja had suffered several surprise attacks on significant strongholds by Shimizu Mitsuki, they still maintained a sense of pride and bestowed upon him the moniker of Konoha's Gale. However, as time passed, the Sand Ninja grew increasingly aware that this so-called Gale seemed to engage in no other tasks but to accompany the likes of Minato Namikaze to various sand strongholds, where they would drop wind-style explosives and flee without a trace, devoid of any semblance of a true master. Consequently, the title Konoha's Gale fell into disuse, and Mitsuki was referred to as the detestable explosive-loving brat. As the war intensified, his notoriety surged, and he became known as the accursed Shimizu Mitsuki among the sand. If one were to create a list of Konoha ninjas that the sand wished to eliminate most fervently, the esteemed White Fang would likely find himself relegated to second place. Yet, as the saying goes, what is poison to the enemy can be a blessing to oneself. Recently, the title Konoha's Gale began to resurface amongst the Konoha shinobi, as they now privately referred to him as Gale Mitsuki or Konoha's Gale. But how did the villagers come to know this? I hope I find out who leaked this information. Mitsuki pondered, all the while warmly greeting the enthusiastic villagers. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the reactions of the villagers and returning shinobi with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. His efforts in commissioning reports detailing the feats of the ninjas at the battlefield, particularly those of Mitsuki, had not gone in vain. He had ensured these accounts were posted on several bulletin boards throughout Konoha, informing the entire village that the youth standing beside Lady Tsunade was indeed the paramount contributor to their victory in this conflict. "Oh, Mitsuki, look. The villagers are welcoming us," Obito exclaimed, brimming with excitement, a scene he had only ever envisioned in his dreams. Kakashi, ever the realist, countered, "Idiot. Can't you hear that the villagers are only calling for Mitsuki?" Unperturbed by Kakashi's words, Obito remained blissfully naive. "So naive, Kakashi," he retorted. Kakashi, perplexed, could not fathom Obito's train of thought. With a knowing gaze directed skyward at a 45-degree angle, Obito deliberately adopted a somber tone. "I foresee a future not far off when our teacher, Minato, will ascend as the 4th Hokage, and Mitsuki will follow as the 5th. By then it shall be I, Obito, who claims the mantle of the 6th. Haha?" Kakashi could only shake his head in disbelief. "Even if I were to become the 6th Hokage, you would never attain that position." Obito, momentarily taken aback, had not realized that Kakashi harbored aspirations of becoming Hokage himself. The thought amused him, and he could not suppress a chuckle at the image of Kakashi with his dead fish eyes, donning the Hokage hat. "Huh. Silly Kakashi, what are you saying? If you could ever become the 6th Hokage, I might as well be the second sage of the 6 paths." Thus, the triumphant ceremony proceeded seamlessly, culminating in a speech delivered by Sarutobi Hiruzen atop the Hokage building. The following day, Mitsuki indulged in a rare slumber. After returning home, he had intended to rest, but was drawn into the festivities of Konoha, which had persisted until the midnight hour. Shikaku, having rested sufficiently during the day, clamored to explore the lively stalls outside. Reluctantly, Mitsuki acquiesced and accompanied Shikaku through the various attractions until the villagers dispersed, allowing them to return home and succumb to sleep once more. In the days leading up to the new year, the conflicts with the Wagakure and Kirigakure had begun to ease. Those who had recently returned from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, like Mitsuki and his companions, were poised to enjoy a brief respite. After preparing a simple breakfast, Mitsuki set out with Shikaku. Today, Captain Minato had invited Mitsuki to his residence for a meal, promising to bestow upon him a sealing technique as per their agreement. Although Mitsuki felt such formalities were unnecessary, he graciously accepted the invitation. With time to spare, he first visited the grave of Kiyomizu Kinen, placing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, freshly purchased from a roadside florist, at the tombstone. This world indeed harbors realms of purity. Although Mitsuki understood that his words would not reach the departed, he began to recount the experiences and observations he had gathered during the war. The Land of Rivers, he noted, possesses remarkable scenery, marred only by the ravages of conflict. Mitsuki shared numerous anecdotes, primarily trivial matters. Listening quietly, Shikaku finally spoke, lowering his voice to convey solemnity. "Is this your family?" "Partners," Mitsuki responded with a gentle nod. "His name was Kiyomizu Kinen. He was my father in this lifetime." Tilting his head in curiosity, Shikaku inquired, "What is it like to have family?" Mitsuki momentarily faltered, recognizing that many in the shinobi world might struggle to articulate such a sentiment. Fortunately, he was not among them. "Family is akin to the bond shared between tailed beasts and the sage of 6 paths," he mused thoughtfully. Reflecting on his time with the sage, Shikaku concluded, "Family seems to be a precious entity, albeit one destined to be lost in due time." Meanwhile, at the Namikaze household, Minato observed Kushina as she brought forth an array of dishes from the kitchen. "Kushina, don't you think you might be preparing a bit too much?" he ventured to ask, unable to contain his curiosity. However, a mere glance from Kushina silenced him immediately. "I am fully aware that Mitsuki's mother passed away when he was very young, and his father also fell in the line of duty during the war," she asserted, casting a stern look at Minato. "Yet, he has persevered through sheer determination and emerged as a hero in the conflict against Sunagakure. How could I possibly refrain from preparing more for such a wonderful child?" Minato suddenly felt as though his conscience had been pierced by Kushina's words. leaving him petrified on the sofa. However, he suddenly reacted and asked, "Kushina, how did you come to know about these matters?" Kushina cast a curious glance at him, then, as if struck by a revelation, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, you just returned and are unaware." Lord Third has elevated the heroic deeds of Mitsuki as a quintessential example of the will of fire, frequently mentioning it in recent speeches. Having said that, Kushina paid no further heed to Minato and returned to the kitchen. After commemorating Kenrin, Mitsuki felt that the time was ripe. Following the small map provided by Captain Minato, he effortlessly found his way to the Namikaze residence. He knocked on the door. Creak. It was Captain Minato who opened it. "Minato, is that little Mitsuki? Quickly let him in." Kushina's voice echoed from within. After changing into the guest slippers, Mitsuki politely announced his arrival and stepped into the Namikaze household. The ambience of the Namikaze home was exceedingly warm and inviting. The furniture appeared meticulously arranged, all in harmonious warm tones, creating an impression that a blissful family surely resided there. At that moment, Kushina was nearly finished with her tasks. She hadn't even removed her apron from cooking. Upon seeing Mitsuki, she immediately enveloped him in her embrace, affectionately stroking his white hair. "Oh my, what an adorable child. Minato mentioned you wished to learn sealing techniques. You should have come directly to me. Barring the more perilous ones, I can teach you any that you desire." Minato chuckled helplessly from the side. Mitsuki was genuinely curious about what Kushina was like in reality. She seemed rather akin to Tsunade. "That scent, it's that obnoxious fox," Shikaku whispered to Mitsuki. Kushina, too, noticed the small raccoon. "What is this? Quite adorable. Is this little Mitsuki's pet? It can even speak. Is it a summoning beast?" "I am not a summoning beast," Shikaku declared loudly. Mitsuki, never one to conceal the truth from those close to him, promptly informed Kushina that this was Shikaku. Kushina exclaimed in disbelief. "A tailed beast shouldn't be so cute, should it? Or is it just the nine tails that appears this way?" At this moment, the nine tails within the ceiling space could no longer remain still. That scent, could it be that foolish raccoon? The nine tails opened its enormous eyes, attempting to send a trickle of chakra outside to perceive the situation. Kushina immediately sensed the nine tails movement, and just as she was about to activate the sealing technique to suppress it, the nine tails hastily interjected, "Wait, Uzumaki Kushina, is there a foolish raccoon outside?" Upon hearing this, Kushina mentally replied, "Yes, but that is of no concern to you." The nine tails smirked. "Uzumaki Kushina, there seems to be a battle with the one tail outside. I could grant you my chakra, thus ensuring that the one tail would be no match for you. What do you say?" Having lived for so long, the nine tails, based on its experience, surmised that a confrontation must be occurring outside. If Kushina accepted its chakra, it might have a sliver of hope to break free from the seal. To its surprise, Kushina completely disregarded it and retorted with a dismissive comment. "Do not indulge in fantasies, Nine Tails. There are no Jinchuriki outside. And how could you ask me to strike such an adorable little raccoon? You truly are a malevolent entity." With that, I resolutely activated the sealing technique, tightening the chains of the adamantine prison to firmly restrain the fleeting chakra of the Nine Tails. Unlike the luxurious confinement within Naruto's being, the Nine Tails had been bound by the adamantine prison within Kushina, struggling even to flick its tail. Yet, at this moment, the Nine Tails was indifferent to such constraints. Its thoughts consumed by Kushina's recent words. "Adorable? That foolish raccoon? What has become of the outside world? Am I truly the only one sealed away?" Leaving the self-doubt of the Nine Tails aside, Kushina quietly reinforced the seal and warmly welcomed Mitsuki. This scroll contains the four-symbol seal. Mitsuki accepted the scroll handed over by Minato, who cautioned, "The four-symbol seal is an S-rank sealing technique, quite challenging to master. However, knowing your potential, I am confident you will learn it swiftly." Kushina added, "Feel free to ask me any time if you have questions, and if you wish to learn any other sealing techniques, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." After politely expressing gratitude, Mitsuki bid farewell to the Namikaze family. On a splendid sunny morning, Mitsuki awoke on the tatami mat of a quaint room. After spending a considerable time on the battlefield, returning to Konoha made time feel fleeting. Several days had passed since visiting Kushina's home. After rising and refreshing himself, Mitsuki traversed the lengthy wooden corridor to the backyard. Coo. He retrieved a few eggs from the chicken coop and turned to enter the kitchen. Fire release, cooking flame technique. Under Mitsuki's precise control, the chakra-generated flames danced perfectly to his command. How comforting it is to be home. I never wish to see those tattered tents from the battlefield again. Tsunade stretched lazily as she descended the staircase from the second floor, spotting Mitsuki spreading jam on bread. She greeted him, "Good morning, Mitsuki." "Good morning, Tsunade-san." Tsunade's eyes lit up when she saw the sandwiches on the table. Oh, they look fantastic. Indeed, this was Tsunade's residence, a lavish and expansive estate. Since returning to Konoha, Mitsuki had eagerly inquired about the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade had replied, "Just come to my house. It's quite spacious." Having already respected Tsunade in his heart, Mitsuki felt no embarrassment. Thus, after attending to his own matters, he directly sought Tsunade's guidance. To facilitate his studies of the Flying Thunder God technique, Mitsuki had been residing at the Senju estate for several days. Moreover, Tsunade had generously opened the study of Hashirama Senju to him. Recently, aside from learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Mitsuki had been delving into various theoretical notes penned by Hashirama Senju. To be honest, the knowledge gained was immense. Hashirama was truly a genius. He perused some of Hashirama's experimental records and hypotheses. Genua felt that his previous exploration into the nature of chakra was rather superficial. Recently, he has been engrossed in two enlightening manuscripts, speculations on the nature and morphological changes of yang attribute chakra and on the malign influence of high-purity yin attribute chakra on the human spirit. These readings have granted Genua a profound comprehension of the unique attributes of yin and yang chakra. In addition to his studies, Genua also took the opportunity to acquire a certification. Upon stepping out of the examination hall yesterday afternoon, he had officially become a Leaf Village Jonin, having reached the pinnacle of ninja ranking. Accompanying him for the examination was Uchiha Ruri, who had demonstrated remarkable prowess during the climactic battle with Sunagakure. With her 3-tomo Sharingan activated, her strength surpassed that of a typical Jonin, augmented further by her mastery of complementary genjutsu. She had successfully eliminated numerous Sunagakure ninjas on the battlefield, including several Jonin. Like Genua, her abilities and accomplishments were sufficient for her to be recognized as a Jonin. In the Leaf Village, there exists a cherished tradition wherein comrades present gifts to one another upon attaining Jonin status. While Genua might have been uncertain about the preferences of others, Uchiha Ruri was an exception he understood well. He thoughtfully crafted a handwritten ninjutsu scroll of lightning release, Chidori, as a gift for her. Although she received it with her characteristic aloofness, the subtle upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner delight. In return, Uchiha Ruri gifted him a leather sheath for his kunai. The material was unknown to Genua, but it bore an exquisite pearl-like pattern and fit his mist blade perfectly. This reminded Genua of Pingqi, who would undoubtedly be surprised to learn that he and Ruri had already ascended to Jonin status before him. At that moment, Pingqi was likely still engaged on the battlefield of the mist. Stepping outside, Genua settled onto the wooden corridor, admiring the rare white hydrangea blooms in the courtyard, an uncommon sight in the land of fire. According to Tsunade, these white hydrangeas were a variety brought from the land of whirlpools by her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. Glancing at Tsunade, who was still enjoying her meal, Genua unconsciously touched the necklace around his neck, a congratulatory gift from Tsunade for his recent elevation to Jonin. Though Tsunade had refrained from elaborating on the necklace's significance, Genua was well aware of its history. Tsunade had hesitated when presenting it, seemingly uncertain about the appropriateness of bestowing it upon him. Recognizing her concerns regarding the necklace's previous two owners, Genua promptly accepted it and donned it around his neck. His desire for the necklace was not rooted in materialism, but rather in the belief that if he could wear this seemingly cursed necklace and emerge unscathed from the Third Great Ninja War, perhaps it would also alleviate Tsunade's burdens. As Genua made his way to the Hokage Tower, he received a notification from the Umbu that Sarutobi Hizashi wished to speak with him. After passing through the Umbu's announcement at the entrance, Genua entered the Hokage's office. In the dimly lit office, it appeared as though Sarutobi Hiruzen was the sole occupant. However, from Jiue's perspective, for Umbu operatives were discreetly concealed within the shadows. This modest room possessed an exceptional ability to conceal its secrets. Upon noticing Jiue's arrival, Sarutobi's face broke into a warm smile. "At last, you have come, Jiue. I have longed to meet you. Your accomplishments in the land of rivers have been commendable." "You flatter me," Jiue replied, fully aware that the title of Konoha's Gale was a reflection of this venerable elder's influence. Despite his initial annoyance at being labeled, He found it difficult to harbor resentment towards this man who had dedicated his life to Konoha. Perhaps the title of Gale wasn't so bad after all. The more Sarutobi observed Jiue, the more his satisfaction grew. From the mission report provided by Nara Shikaku, he had gleaned a general understanding of Jiue's capabilities: powerful, humble, courteous, and valuing camaraderie. Sarutobi's smile became increasingly radiant as he continued. The village has decided to reward you with the opportunity to select a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. With that, Sarutobi retrieved the meticulously prepared Book of Seals. He formed intricate hand seals, causing elaborate sealing techniques to emerge and then intertwine before vanishing once more. He unfurled the scroll, inviting Jiue to step forward and make his selection. Curiosity piqued, Jiue pondered the enigmatic techniques that had been passed down from the first Hokage within this legendary tome. As he contemplated his choice, Sarutobi's gaze fell upon the peculiar creature perched on Jiue's shoulder. According to Tsunade, this small, raccoon-like being was Shikaku. Despite Tsunade's repeated assurances, having even patted the Hokage's desk to emphasize her confidence, Sarutobi found it hard to believe that a human could coexist harmoniously with a tailed beast to such an extent. Nevertheless, he chose not to interfere with Shikaku's presence. Jiue's strength was sufficient to manage the beast, and compared to the Nine Tails, Shikaku's threat to Konoha remained manageable. Shikaku, sensing Sarutobi's scrutiny, shot him an irritated glance. For reasons unknown, the elder's gaze unsettled the creature. I have made my choice. Jiue's clear voice rang out. Sarutobi's eyes followed the direction of his finger, his expression turning complex as he realized the technique selected. This was not due to reluctance in granting it. Rather, it was the last known user of this technique, Kato-dan. Indeed, the ninjutsu Jiue ultimately chose was the spirit transformation technique. Undoubtedly powerful, this S-rank technique allowed the soul to detach from the body, transforming into a spiritual entity capable of traversing distances to annihilate foes. It also provided the ability to control another's body and enter their mental realm. Since Kato-dan's sacrifice on the battlefield, no one had successfully mastered this formidable technique. Are you certain about choosing the spirit transformation technique? The difficulty of mastering this technique is among the highest tier of S-rank ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Yet, beneath his words lay a genuine hope that Mitsuki would succeed in mastering the spirit transformation technique. Its significance in warfare was unparalleled. The ability to exert control over minds from an immense distance conferred an absolute advantage in intelligence gathering and dissemination that no other ninjutsu could rival. Mitsuki had made her decision, and there would be no turning back. Yes, I am certain, Lord Hokage. Very well. If you find it beyond your grasp later on, you can always seek your grandfather's guidance for an alternative. He chuckled, radiating warmth like a true neighborly elder. The conversation felt less like a discussion about an S-rank ninjutsu and more akin to an ordinary exchange. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored such thoughts. Despite Mitsuki's exceptional talent, the spirit transformation technique was not merely a skill that could be acquired through innate ability alone. Unlike techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique, which demanded high learning requirements, the spirit transformation technique imposed enigmatic criteria upon its user. To this day, no one could ascertain why a gifted ninja might fail to master it, while an underachiever could meet its demands. Even the last practitioner, Kato-dan, could not elucidate the differences that allowed him to wield it while others could not. Having bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitsuki departed the Hokage building. Clutching the scroll detailing the spirit transformation technique along with some hastily compiled notes from Hiruzen, salvaged from a pile of old scrolls. These notes had been left by previous ninjas capable of using the technique, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had deemed them potentially useful, entrusting them to Mitsuki. Upon returning to the Senju residence, she pondered, Rin? Ino? Since their return to the village, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito had spent most of their time training with Minato at the 6th training ground. Mitsuki occasionally joined them for some camaraderie and friendly sparring matches. Notably, upon learning of Mitsuki's promotion to Jonin, Kakashi finally displayed a newfound vigor, even reducing his leisure reading time. This shift, however, had left Obito lamenting. He had anticipated surpassing Kakashi, who had previously seemed distracted, only to find Kakashi's progress visibly accelerating after each training session. If this continued, the position of the 6th Hokage might truly slip from his grasp. As for Ino, she had taken the opportunity to enjoy a break. Reveling in the care Mitsuki provided for Tsunade, and had returned home. During one of her flower shopping outings, Mitsuki had encountered Ino and Yuhi Kurenai strolling together. "What brings you two here today?" Tsunade discerned Mitsuki's confusion. With a mischievous grin, she explained, "Rin is my newly accepted apprentice, and as her senior." Ino naturally came to meet her. Rin chimed in, "I requested Lady Tsunade yesterday to take me on as her student." Though Rin possessed modest chakra reserves, many of Mitsuki's formidable techniques would be impractical for her in real combat, even if she met the required skill levels. Thus, she conceived the idea of apprenticing under Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, of course, would not refuse, whether it be due to her relationship with Mitsuki or her own perspective. Had it not been for Rin blocking Rasha's attack, she might have perished in the land of rivers long ago. At this moment, Tsunade pulled Rin into her ample embrace, affectionately ruffling her hair. "What did you just call me?" "Tsunade-sensei." Upon hearing the satisfactory response, Tsunade released her. "Congratulations, Rin. Tsunade-sensei will undoubtedly be an exceptional mentor." Mitsuki genuinely felt elated for Rin. He had recently been contemplating her future development. Unlike himself, Rin did not possess the Byakugan, which could balance chakra refinement and consumption, allowing for enduring stamina. Now that she had Tsunade as her teacher, he felt considerably more at ease, as Tsunade's teaching prowess was well acknowledged. The in-sealing technique could address Rin's weakness of insufficient chakra, while medical ninjutsu was perfectly suited to her exceptional chakra control abilities nurtured under Mitsuki's guidance. Most importantly, with the conclusion of the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, Tsunade would essentially remain stationed at the Konoha hospital. With Rin safe in the village learning from Tsunade, he could indulge in his own adventures. After all, he still had some unfinished business with the Hidden Mist. Tsunade gazed at Rin and Mitsuki, a playful spirit suddenly seizing her. "Oh my, is that all the congratulations I get? Yesterday, when you weren't around, Rin boldly declared that she wanted to learn medical ninjutsu to protect you." Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. After finishing her declaration, Tsunade eagerly looked toward Mitsuki and Rin, hoping to witness the youthful shyness on their faces that would excite her. However, she was met with disappointment. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Mitsuki unhesitatingly replied, "Given the relationship between Rin and me, isn't this only natural? Right, Rin?" Rin smiled helplessly. To her, Mitsuki was often a reliable family figure akin to an older brother. Yet, at times, she also sensed that he resembled a childish younger brother in need of her care. Thus, she playfully responded, "Hee, I will take good care of Mitsuki." Tsunade suddenly felt foolish, teasing a couple that resembled an old married pair. In the evening, after concluding his training in the Flying Thunder God technique, Mitsuki prepared to venture out to purchase groceries, as their supplies were running low. Just as he was about to leave, Tsunade called out to him, "Be sure to buy extra. Starting today, Rin and Shizune will also be living here." Tsunade, having mysteriously acquired a reclining chair, was leisurely rocking in it. "All right," Mitsuki replied, taking Shikaku along as he set out. Upon returning with a bounty of groceries, he found that Rin and Shizune's training had also reached a pause. "Let me help you." Mitsuki. Rin, noticing Mitsuki laden with ingredients, hurried over to assist him. "Hey, Mitsuki, when did you start liking fish?" "Ah, that is for Shikaku. He loves it." Lin nodded, silently noting that Shoha had a fondness for fish, and then she and Jianyue entered the kitchen in succession. "I will assist as well." Jingyin had taken a brief respite lately, allowing herself a moment of relaxation, a privilege afforded by Jianyue. "All right," Lin responded upon hearing Jingyin's words. As Jingyin made her way toward the kitchen, Tsunade quickly pulled her back and exclaimed, "Jingyin, come help me massage my shoulders." The kitchen can be entrusted to Jianyue and Lin. Weren't you just saying come? In the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Ryori was meticulously studying the Chidori scroll gifted by Jianyue. She had observed Jianyue perform this lightning technique numerous times, noting not only its formidable power, but also its vast potential for development. Unable to contain herself, Uchiha Ryori chuckled softly in her room. After a few giggles, she suddenly felt somewhat foolish and quickly stifled her laughter, gently patting her cheeks to restore her usual aloof demeanor. Tidying up her notes on the desk, she prepared to embark on her daily training. As she stepped out of her room and passed through the living room, Uchiha-in unexpectedly called out to her, "Wait, Ryori." Uchiha-in was seated on the living room sofa, several empty bottles scattered nearby. "What is it?" Uchiha Ryori replied coolly. "Haha." Uchiha-in chuckled awkwardly. gesturing for Uchiha Ryuli to take a seat beside him. Observing her father's serious expression, which suggested he had much to convey, she turned and opened the front door, walking away without looking back. She needed to practice the ninjutsu that Jianyu had bestowed upon her and had no time for idle chatter with her inebriated father. However, after taking a few steps outside, she noticed a sudden shift in her surroundings. She found herself back in her own living room. Upon glancing back, she realized the door she had just opened had transformed into the door to her bedroom. Uchiha Ryuli's gaze sharpened, and she instantly comprehended the situation. She formed hand seals. Genjutsu, release. Yet, the environment remained unchanged, and Uchiha-on's voice echoed once more. Now we can talk, right, Ryuli? No one knows a daughter like her father. Uchiha understood his daughter exceedingly well. He had long suspected that Uchiha Ryuli would ignore him entirely, so when she had posed the question, "What is it?" he had already ensnared her in the genjutsu. He had subtly prepared. He gazed at Uchiha Ryuli with satisfaction. Frowning, Uchiha Ryuli walked to the farthest corner of the sofa and sat down. The moment she settled, the genjutsu was voluntarily dispelled. The surroundings shattered with a crackling sound, and the living room door had never actually been opened. It was as if Uchiha Ryuli had directly walked from her room to sit on the sofa from the very beginning. Uchiha Ryuli regarded her father coldly, realizing she could only listen to what he had to say now. Surely he did not intend to rekindle their long-lost father-daughter bond. Ryuli, you have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, haven't you? Yes, and what of it? Uchiha Ryuli replied affirmatively. Uchiha-in continued, do you yearn for power? Uchiha Ryuri tilted her head in confusion, pondering the absurdity of the question posed to her. Who doesn't desire power? Uchiha-yin did not allow her to dwell in uncertainty for long. Have you heard of the Mangekyo Sharingan? He inquired. Of course, I've heard of it. It was once awakened by Uchiha Madara and is said to rival the first Hokage's would release. As soon as the topic arose, Uchiha Ryuri found herself more talkative. Rivaling the first Hokage? It's merely a worthless ability that cannot even protect those I cherish. Uchiha Yin seemed to possess a different perspective, continuing. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not merely a power of the Uchiha clan. It is a curse. When a member of the Uchiha experiences love and subsequently loses it, this curse is unleashed. Why are you telling me this? Do you? Uchiha Ryuri's words were abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Yin. Indeed, I once had a very important companion who died, and it was then that I awakened these eyes. As he spoke, an inexplicable chill enveloped the room. Under Uchiha Ryuri's astonished gaze, Uchiha Yan's pupils transformed. Within his blood-red eyes, 3 water-drop-shaped patterns connected seamlessly, a stark deviation from the usual tomo of the Sharingan. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, the cursed eyes of the Uchiha clan. His voice took on an icy timbre. Uchiha Ryuri struggled to comprehend Uchiha Yan's words. And after a moment of calm analysis, she replied, why do you say that? The Mangekyo Sharingan is merely a tool. Even if, as you claim, you acquired this power after losing someone dear, the root cause of it all lies in your own inadequacy. Uchiha Yin sighed. There was a reason behind his statement, and he proceeded to elucidate further. The Sharingan is also known as the Eye of Mind's Reflection. The Mangekyo Sharingan derives its name from the fact that the one who awakens it gains unique techniques reflective of their inner state. My ocular technique is named Tenshi no Juritsu, which allows me to perceive and manipulate the flow of time within a specific area. Uchiha Ryuri was unsure why her father was sharing this, though she concealed her confusion. Are you trying to boast? Uchiha Yin closed his Mangekyo and, without addressing Uchiha Ryuri's remark, continued his narrative. When I awakened the Mangekyo, I felt a sinister chakra attempting to invade my mind. It was only through utilizing Tenshi no Juritsu that I managed to revert my condition to normal. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan gradually loses its light with each use of its powers. Eventually, this malevolent chakra will infiltrate my mind, and at that point, I may act in ways I cannot foresee. In the basement of the Uchiha clan's Nanha Shrine, there exists a stone tablet passed down through generations, inscribed with information regarding the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a relative can one attain eternal light and infinite ocular power, enabling the perpetual use of Tenshi no Juritsu, maintain oneself. Ryuli, if you truly yearn for power, then slay me to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and subsequently transplant my eyes to obtain its infinite might. Uchiha Yan's demeanor was remarkably calm, as if he spoke of his own demise with indifference. Uchiha Lioli's pupils constricted. The revelation that her perpetually inebriated father had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan was already astonishing enough. Now, he was imploring her to take his life? Though Uchiha Lioli harbored a disdain for her alcoholic father, he remained her kin. Indeed, she craved power, yet she was not deranged. How could she possibly choose to kill her own family to acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan? Without hesitation, she repudiated his request. I refuse. Even without those eyes, I can still become a true warrior. Uchiha Lioli paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the inscriptions on that stone tablet may not necessarily be true. You intend to imply that, do you not? Uchiha Yen interjected, affirming her assertion. Uchiha Lioli fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Yen, eager to hear his rebuttal. You are correct, he conceded, surprisingly abandoning his earlier perilous notion. What does this mean? The tablet suggests that the greater one's ocular power, the more information one can perceive. When I activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and gazed upon it, I sensed a malevolent chakra attempting to seize control of my mind, compelling me to unconsciously accept the words inscribed upon that stone. It was only after I employed Tianji Chang Li to revert my body that I could rationally assess the content of the tablet. Therefore, Lioli, I have an idea. Do share. Uchiha Lioli replied coldly. If you intend to urge me to kill you, spare me the trouble. Should you wish for death, go to the battlefield of mist. I will avenge you. Uchiha Yen understood his daughter's disposition. He knew from the outset that Lioli would never resort to patricide for the sake of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, she had always been a gentle soul. In truth, if Lioli were to accept his initial proposal, it would lighten his burden. Listen to me. Is it truly feasible? Uchiha Lioli questioned, her brow furrowing in skepticism after hearing Uchiha Yen's second proposal. Uchiha Yen seized a half-empty bottle of liquor beside him and took a hearty swig, belching slightly as he spoke. I cannot say for certain, but isn't it worth a try? Rather than waiting for my ocular power to wane and fall victim to that malevolent chakra, I would prefer to harness its potential. Uchiha Lioli's gaze drifted to the empty bottle strewn about the floor beside the sofa. So, are you saying that your continued indulgence in alcohol was merely to stave off the influence of that malevolent chakra? Not entirely. The drink is genuinely enjoyable, he replied. Spring of the 45th year of Konoha. Over 3 months had passed since Konoha's victory over Sunagakure. The ninja world, which had momentarily softened due to the new year, was once again heating up. A seasonal war was upon them, primarily igniting the conflict between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The third Raikage's son and the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, shone brightly amidst this turmoil. The combined effort of the two in executing the absolute Bull Thunder Plow Hot Knife can only be described as a nightmare for the Rock Ninja. This left the Rock Hidden Village, engaged in a two-front battle, in a state of retreat. However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The third Tsukuyomi, Inoki, renowned for his cunning, seemingly employed some unknown means to seize the moment during Rock's vulnerability, encircling the forces led by the third Raikage with a formidable army. The Raikage, a true warrior, valiantly faced thousands of Rock ninjas to protect his subordinates, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Nevertheless, he successfully delayed the Rock army, allowing his men to return safely to the Cloud Hidden Village. Thus, the war between the Cloud and Rock Hidden Villages concluded, with Rock emerging victorious. Following this battle, Rock Village became one of the only 2 hidden villages to have triumphed over one of the 5 great hidden villages in the ongoing Ninja World War. Yet, the matter did not end there. In the wake of their defeat, the Cloud Village, spurred by public outrage and seeking to divert internal discord, declared war on the Leaf Village. This is the current predicament unfolding. In response to the challenge posed by the Cloud, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a conference of Jonin within the village. Although it was termed a Jonin conference, not all Jonin were entitled to participate. Only a select few were permitted to gather in the Hokage office for deliberation. The remaining Jonin possessed merely the right to vote on the decisions made during the meeting, and their votes were often uninformed, as they primarily consisted of subordinates of those present. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A spotted bird with a red tail leisurely preened its feathers on a branch, occasionally calling out. Unbeknownst to this bird, it had caught the attention of a predator. Shikaku, you're being a bit too conspicuous, whispered a companion. Quiet, partner, I'm about to strike. Indeed, it was Shikaku, now crouched on a nearby branch. Inching closer to the spotted bird, when he was less than half a meter away, a leaf fell. Now was the moment. Go, Shikaku, shouted Genetsu. With a powerful leap, Shikaku sprang from the branch, aiming for the spotted bird. Yet, the bird remained motionless, while Shikaku, upon jumping, barely covered 10 centimeters before plummeting back to the ground. "What foolishness are you engaging in?" Tsunade interjected, her brow furrowed in dismay as she watched the spectacle unfold. The origin of this commotion lay in the recent arrival of spring, during which the spotted bird had taken to incessantly chirping around the Senju residence. Genetsu, thoroughly annoyed by the noise, had enlisted Shikaku's help to bring the bothersome creature down with a sand shot. However, Genetsu felt it was rather undignified for a tanuki to resort to ninjutsu to catch a mere bird. Offended by the underestimation, Shikaku resolved to prove his worth. Otherwise, everyone might truly believe he was nothing more than a mere construct of sand. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Observing the still chirping spotted bird on the branch, Ino found herself in agreement with Tsunade's sentiments. Lin observed as Shoha failed in its first hunting attempt and hurried over to comfort it, lifting it from the ground. "It's all right, Shoha. You were remarkable. You almost had it." Shoha mournfully covered its face with its paws. Lin cast a pleading glance towards Jianhua. With no other option, Jianhua joined Lin in soothing Shoha. "If I had known, it would have been better to let Shoha shoot that foul bird down with sand pellets." Just as they were enjoying their camaraderie, a member of the Umbu arrived, presenting a scroll to Jianhua. "Lord Jianhua, this is a message from Lord Hokage for you and Lady Tsunade." "Understood," Jianhua replied, sending the Umbu off before returning to the courtyard with the scroll. After reviewing its contents with Tsunade, both sighed in unison. Alas, another war awaits. The scroll conveyed a simple message. Jianhua and Tsunade were to attend a meeting at the Hokage building at 8 the following morning. As the clock neared 8 the next day, Jianhua and Tsunade arrived punctually at the meeting room of the Hokage building, randomly selecting 2 chairs to sit. The room was already filled with numerous individuals, predominantly clan leaders or their representatives from various ninja families within the village. Among those Jianhua recognized were Hayashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga clan, Fugaku Uchiha, the leader of the Uchiha clan, and the familiar figure of Danzo, who had recently begun to emerge from the shadows of the root. As for the others, Jianhua found it difficult to identify them solely by appearance. Save for the Akimichi clan, he observed them, and they, in turn, were intrigued by this young elite shinobi who had rapidly risen from humble beginnings to prominence. Recently, representatives from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had even exchanged pleasantries with him. Coughing to gather attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen noted the time and the presence of those gathered, thus commencing the meeting. Unlike his speeches, Hiruzen was succinct during the meeting. In summary, he outlined 3 key points. First, to select capable leaders to confront the hidden cloud. Second, to dispatch reinforcements to the increasingly intense battlefield in the hidden mist, ideally comprising skilled ninjas. And third, there was no third point, as the situation in the hidden stone had stabilized under Orochimaru's management, with gratitude owed to the third Reikage. This raised a pertinent question. Who among the ranks of Konoha were the skilled shinobi available? The hidden cloud had dispatched their new generation, the Abai duo. Who would they send in response? The speaker, an elite shinobi adorned with face paint, addressed the assembly. The Abai duo was a historically significant team from the hidden cloud, consisting of 2 ninjas raised together since childhood, fostering a profound bond. They referred to each other as brothers. This generation of the Abai duo was exceptionally formidable, having already shown their prowess during the wars against the Hidden Rock. Both were masters of physical combat, particularly A, whose speed was his greatest asset. A seasoned Earth-style ninja from the Hidden Rock had fallen to his lightning release chakra mode. The other, renowned as the perfect Jinchuriki, could wield the power of the 8 tails at will. Thus, among the selected ninjas dispatched by Konoha to confront the enemy, there must be individuals with sufficient speed, as well as those endowed with considerable strength, ideally capable of restraining the tailed beasts to effectively withstand the onslaught. Prior to the commencement of the Jonin Conference, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already conferred with the elders on this matter, allowing him to directly designate the candidates. "Minato, will you take charge of confronting the forces from Kimobukure?" he inquired. Naturally, Namikaze Minato would not decline. He responded with a bright smile. "Yes, Lord Third." However, it was clear that one individual alone would not suffice, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon several skilled ninjas from various clans to assist Minato. Following deliberations among those present, it was resolved that Minato would serve as the commander. With Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Inoichi, Inazuka Kiba, and others as his aides, leading 3,000 Konoha ninjas to the battlefield against Kumogakure. It was at this moment that Mitsuki learned the name of the man, adorned with face paint, who had spoken earlier, Inazuka Kiba. One cannot help but commend Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangements, for Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling him to match the speed of A from Kumogakure. Akimichi Choji was the strongest jonin of his generation, and his multi-size technique, combined with Yamanaka Inoichi's mind techniques, would likely succeed in restraining the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had wished to send Mitsuki and Jiraiya to the battlefield in Kumogakure. However, Jiraiya had informed him in advance of his intention to assist Orochimaru at Iwagakure, assuring him that Minato was reliable. Unable to persuade Jiraiya otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded, and sending him to guard against the treacherous Inoki was indeed a prudent choice. As for Mitsuki, this ace in the hole was intended for a different purpose. With this matter resolved, the next important agenda of the Jonin Conference was to determine the personnel to support the battlefield in Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen first sought the opinions of Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi, as these two clans were the principal forces against Kirigakure. Fugaku, is the situation in Kirigakure still under control? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Uchiha Fugaku calmly replied, the situation remains manageable. The Uchiha clan can continue to withstand Kirigakure. However, Hyuga Hisashi, hearing Fugaku's words, found himself at a loss for words. Are you serious? Just look at the state our clans are in on the battlefield. Are you not aware of the circumstances? Or do you believe your Uchiha clan has not suffered enough losses? My Hyuga clan has already lost one of our Byakugan. And you still call this under control? He retorted. Suddenly, Danzo, who had been sitting silently beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a cold laugh. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from responding. Consequently, the atmosphere in the conference room grew rather awkward, as most attendees felt that Fugaku had been boasting. While they might not be fully informed about the specifics of the situation at Kirigakure, it was clear to them which side held the advantage and which was at a disadvantage. After all, the coastline of the Land of Fire was rapidly becoming a backyard for Kirigakure, was it not? In the past, it was merely the 7 ninja swordsmen who ventured in and out, but now, the Mist Village has escalated to a collective invasion of the Land of Fire, wreaking havoc in squads. This situation is particularly clear to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the daimyo of the Land of Fire has recently expressed considerable anger over these developments. In an effort to ease the tension, Hyuga Hisashi took the initiative to speak. Lord Hokage, our Hyuga clan has fought valiantly on the battlefield of Mist, yet regrettably, the numerical advantage of Mist Village is overwhelming. Even our Byakugan. Alas, I sincerely apologize for disappointing my esteemed comrades from Konoha. His words were heartfelt, and upon finishing, he bowed deeply to those present. The attendees expressed their understanding. Indeed, the Hyuga clan has made significant sacrifices for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen also displayed a look of shame. This is not your fault, Hisashi. As Hokage, I bear a share of the responsibility. No, Lord Hokage. It is I who have failed to lead my clan effectively. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, feeling out of place in the conference room, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He suddenly found Hisashi's demeanor rather pretentious. How could he dare to voice such sentiments in public when he couldn't even protect his own bloodline limit? It truly shamed the Hyuga clan, which, like the Uchiha, was one of Konoha's prestigious families. Sensing it was time to speak up, Mizuki Kiyoshi, a jonin of Konoha, addressed the third Hokage. I, Mizuki Kiyoshi, request to join the battle at the Mist battlefield. At this declaration, Hisashi's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Excellent. A skilled warrior has come forth. The name of Mizuki Kiyoshi, known as the Gale of Konoha, had recently spread throughout the ninja world. He had caused significant trouble for the Sand Village since his debut, swiftly rising to prominence by single-handedly defeating the Sand's hero, the user of Scorch Release, Yakura. The chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Following this, he had even managed to overpower both the wielder of Magnet Release, Rasha, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki in a 1-on-2 scenario. After consecutively vanquishing multiple formidable foes, he compelled the Sand Village to surrender to Konoha. Such a formidable warrior was precisely what they needed on the battlefield of Mist. Hisashi quickly interjected, if Jonin Kiyoshi joins the Mist front, it would be splendid. He then cast an expectant glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alas, the Hyuga clan was truly at their limit. They could hardly muster enough strength and had even sent out members from the main family, gritting their teeth. After hearing Kiyoshi's request to join the battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen readily agreed. Very well, I consent. In truth, he had already intended to dispatch Kiyoshi to the mist, as he had recently learned that Kiyoshi had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With Kiyoshi's immense chakra reserves, he could swiftly provide support along the coastline of the Land of Fire, delivering a decisive blow to the invading mist ninjas. Ultimately, after further discussion, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively commanded. Thus, as we have just deliberated, Jonin Kiyoshi will lead a reinforcement of 1,000 Konoha ninjas to the mist battlefield. Furthermore, I hereby appoint Jonin Mizuki Kiyoshi as a senior advisor for the mist battlefield in my capacity as Hokage. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen has deployed his trump card, Mitsuki, he naturally would not allow him to take orders from others on the front lines of the mist, thus assigning him a prestigious position as a senior advisor. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's final decision, the crowd unanimously concurred. Agreed. Agreed. Although meetings are often seen as a nuisance, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot quite shake the habit. With such thoughts in mind, Mitsuki and Tsunade exited the Hokage's office, believing that after settling the two most crucial matters, there would be little left to discuss. However, to their surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a plethora of other minor proposals that required deliberation and voting. Thus, in the latter half of the meeting, Mitsuki transformed into a relentless voting machine. Expansion of the Konoha Hospital? Agreed. Adding classes to the Ninja Academy? Agreed. Establishing barrier techniques around the Konoha bathhouse? This one needs to wait. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's intense gaze, Mitsuki ultimately raised his hand. Disagreed. It was not until the afternoon that Mitsuki and Tsunade concluded the meeting and returned to the Senju residence. A few days later, on a crisp morning, at the village entrance of Konoha, Minato Namikaze and his team prepared for departure. As Mitsuki's departure was still a few days away, he brought Rin along to bid farewell to Minato and his companions. As Mitsuki had anticipated, after becoming Tsunade's apprentice, Rin found herself inundated with knowledge to absorb and was thus unable to accompany Minato to the front lines of the cloud. Kakashi, Obito, I have something for you, Mitsuki stated, retrieving two specially made kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With two fingers threaded through the iron rings at the end of the kunai, he presented them to Kakashi and Obito. These are special kunai inscribed with my Flying Thunder God coordinates. Take them with you. Mitsuki had gained a rudimentary understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he was not as adept as Captain Minato, with the aid of Shikaku's chakra, he could teleport larger and farther than Minato. The two reached out to accept the kunai from Mitsuki. Kakashi examined it against the sunlight, noting that it resembled Minato-sensei's kunai, save for the different Flying Thunder God markings inscribed upon them. So, different users have distinct Flying Thunder God markings, Kakashi pondered thoughtfully. Obito hefted the kunai in his hand, gauging its weight before scrutinizing the inscriptions. He then couldn't help but jest, the kunai is excellent, but Mitsuki, your marking is a bit. What about my marking? Mitsuki inquired, his tone sharp. And no, it's nothing, Obito stammered, swallowing his words in the face of Mitsuki's dangerous glare. Nearby, Minato felt compelled to interject upon hearing his apprentice's jest. This marking was a collaborative effort between Mitsuki and me, Obito. If you take a moment to reflect, you will surely grasp its unique significance. Minato produced two kunai, one of which was Mitsuki's Flying Thunder God kunai, a gift Mitsuki had presented during his inquiry into the technique's application. Each kunai bore its own inscription, sort of enduring love and justice descends from heaven. Upon hearing the words of Minato Namikaze, Obito once again glanced at the kunai. He struggled to comprehend the situation, yet failed to understand why it was so difficult to simply draw a normal pattern. After bidding farewell to Captain Minato and his team, the next day, the reinforcements led by Kiyomi were swiftly assembled to support the Hidden Mist Village. Notably, among the departing team was Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. In fact, he had also been on the front lines of the Hidden Mist last year, though the reasons for his subsequent return remained unclear. With the send-off from Tsunade and Rin, Kiyomi set off towards the Hidden Mist Village, a place he had long desired to visit, traversing the paths amidst the grand forests characteristic of the Land of Fire. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku approached Kiyomi and initiated a conversation. Kiyomi, I have heard that there was a member of the Uchiha clan in your previous squad. Kiyomi, unsure of Fugaku's intentions, responded nonchalantly, indeed. After a brief pause, Fugaka noticed Kiyomi had no intention of elaborating further, prompting him to inquire again, "What impression do you have of the Uchiha clan?" Realizing he was somewhat ensnared in the conversation, Kiyomi thought it best to engage, as there was little else to occupy his time on the journey. "I only know 2 individuals from the Uchiha clan, and their personalities are quite contrasting. Therefore, I cannot clearly articulate my impression of the Uchiha clan." Fugaka nodded, aware that his visit to this rising hero of Konoha was deliberate. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he pondered daily about the future path for his people. Ultimately, he concluded that their best course lay in aligning with a powerful ally, with a keen and agile mind. Fugaka deduced that Hiruzen Sarutobi was likely to choose Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage. Thus, if the Uchiha clan could earn Minato's trust, they would secure a period of safety during his governance for at least several decades. During this time, he could gradually devise ways to integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha. To this end, he sought out the 3rd Hokage, hoping to have a member of the Uchiha clan assigned to Minato's team. Hiruzen, wishing for the Uchiha clan to genuinely integrate into Konoha, readily agreed. Originally, Fugaku had favored Uchiha Ruri for this role. However, it was ultimately Uchiha Obito who was chosen by the 3rd Hokage. Yet, it seemed that fate was favoring the Uchiha clan. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Although Uchiha Ruri did not join Minato's team, she became a comrade of Kiyomi. From Fugaka's perspective, Kiyomi, who resided in the Senju clan's territory, had clearly gained Tsunade's recognition and was marked with the legacy of the Hokage. Moreover, the fact that the 3rd Hokage consistently referenced Kiyomi's deeds in his speeches to exemplify the will of fire indicated that he held Kiyomi in high esteem. With his formidable talent, it is highly probable that he will become the 5th Hokage in the future. Furthermore, judging by the response that Shimizu Mitsuki gave to his inquiry earlier, he does not seem to share the innate prejudice against the Uchiha clan that most of the villagers in Konoha possess. Although Uchiha Fugaku finds it somewhat perplexing. As a commoner ninja, one would typically not hold a favorable view of clan ninjas, particularly the Uchiha clan. However, astute as he is, Uchiha Fugaku quickly deduces that this change in perspective must be attributed to Uchiha Ruri. It is she who has altered Shimizu Mitsuki's opinion. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku feels a sense of relief wash over him, and a subtle smile graces his lips. Regardless of Danzo's machinations, as long as he holds the trump cards of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Ruri, he can connect with both the future 4th and 5th Hokage. Given sufficient time, he is confident that he can gradually influence his kin. He remains oblivious to how the Uchiha clan could possibly falter. Kiyotsuki, having been prompted by Uchiha Fugaku's remarks, finds himself at a loss for words. Feeling the journey is tedious, he decides to reignite the conversation. It seems that Fugaku cares deeply about the perceptions others hold toward the Uchiha clan. Internally, Uchiha Fugaku muses, "The opinions of outsiders do not warrant my concern. My focus lies solely on you and Minato." Yet, he cannot voice such sentiments aloud. Am I being too obvious? He chuckles inwardly. After all, the Uchiha clan is not known for their communication skills, and they often find themselves misunderstood. Upon the mention of communication, Kiyotsuki nods, recalling his former teammate Uchiha Ruri, who exemplifies the typical taciturnity of the Uchiha clan. "Fugaka-sama, you mentioned earlier that my teammate is a member of the Uchiha clan. Do you know her?" "It must be Ruri. I am quite familiar with her father. I have encountered her on numerous occasions, and she is very polite." This, however, is a fabrication. Uchiha Fugaku indeed knows of Uchiha Ruri, but only in terms of her ninja prowess. Beyond that, he is aware that she has an elite Jonin father who possesses the Sharingan. He vaguely recalls that her father's name is Uchiha Heian. Though he has not seen him on missions for many years, having heard he was injured and recuperating at home. Yet, he hopes to foster a good relationship with Shimizu Mitsuki and cannot afford to admit, I am not well acquainted with Uchiha Ruri's family. Kiyotsuki, upon hearing this, instantly realizes that Uchiha Fugaku is spinning a tale, yet he remains indifferent, as his next inquiry is of greater significance. Does Fugaka-sama know what Ruri has been up to lately? As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku indeed possesses this knowledge. Regarding Ruri, she applied to be deployed to the battlefield in the Land of Mist last month. At that time, the situation was not as tense as it is now, but she seemed eager to be at the front lines, so I consented. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's response, Kiyotsuki is enlightened. realizing that the reason he has not seen Uchiha Ruri recently is that she has been restless and ventured to the battlefield on her own. Having conversed extensively with Uchiha Fugaku, Kiyotsuki discovers that he is quite amiable, devoid of the typical arrogance associated with the Uchiha clan, and instead, he displays a commendable humility in their discourse. No wonder the third Hokage believed he could lead the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village. During the remaining travel time, Jinyu found himself with a pleasant conversational partner, which was rather fortunate. The battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure lay within the borders of the Land of Fire. Consequently, Jinyu and his companions arrived at the main camp of the Konoha-Kirigakure battlefield in less than a day. The conditions here were considerably better than those in the Land of Rivers. This location had originally been constructed shortly after the founding of Konoha as a precautionary measure against Kirigakure, even in times of peace. Ninjas were deployed here on a rotational basis. The size of the camp was nearly that of a small village, filled with a plethora of multi-storied wooden structures that clearly bore the marks of age. After Jinyu and Uchiha Fugaku arranged their ninja forces, they set off together toward the main command office of the camp. Along the way, Uchiha Fugaku eagerly introduced him to the various facilities surrounding them. Previously an ordinary genin, Jinyu had little regard for such matters, but now, as a senior advisor on the Kirigakure battlefield, he naturally needed to familiarize himself with the territory he was to oversee. Without hesitation, they entered the main command office. Inside, several ninjas were busy organizing various documents, and upon closer inspection, most were from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Just as Jinyu was observing the office environment, a ninja from the Hyuga clan hurried over and whispered, "Lord Fugaku, Lord Jinyu, Lord Hizashi is already waiting for you inside." Given that the primary forces of Konoha against Kirigakure had always been the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the previous commanding officers of this main camp had only been two individuals, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi. As the head of the main house, Hyuga Hayashi, even if he wished to go to the battlefield, the elders of his clan would not permit it. Thus, his brother, Hyuga Hizashi, became the most suitable candidate. Hizashi was not difficult to get along with. Upon Jinyu and Uchiha Fugaku's entrance into the office, he took the initiative to greet them. "So, you are the renowned Konoha Gale who concluded the sand-hidden battlefield? It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Jinyu's expression was complex. Indeed, he was worthy of being Hayashi's brother, as both spoke in such eloquent terms. "You flatter me. It is all thanks to Captain Minato and the others. I merely did what I could," he replied modestly. Seeing the amicable interaction between the two, Uchiha Fugaku got straight to the point. "Let us delve into the matter at hand. Recently, the incursions of ninjas from Kirigakure along the coastline of the Land of Fire have been increasing. How shall we respond?" Jinyu pondered for a moment before inquiring. "What strategies have you employed previously?" Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances, and Hizashi answered, "Previously, the ninjas of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans generally acted separately." Jinyu found this somewhat peculiar. Feeling more familiar with those present, he directly asked, "Why take such an approach? Shouldn't the Hyuga and Uchiha clans be combined to leverage each other's strengths?" Uchiha Fugaku sighed, acknowledging, "Initially, we did indeed attempt this approach. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. The coordination between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans has proven to be rather lackluster." "Ah, I see now. Perhaps the harmonious atmosphere cultivated between Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi since the arrival of Shimizu has led to a momentary forgetfulness of the historically antagonistic relationship between our clans. Ever since the Senju clan relinquished their surname and chose to assimilate wholly into Konoha, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have become the two most prominent families in the village. It is said that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and considering both clans are adept in ocular techniques, the ninjas from both sides have been subtly vying for supremacy as the so-called foremost clan of Konoha. To expect them to unite and collaborate seamlessly is, quite frankly, asking for the impossible." Before Shimizu's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi had experimented with teams composed of 2 Uchiha members and 2 Hyuga members. However, the number of completed missions by such teams paled in comparison to those comprised solely of members from either clan, falling nearly short by half. Subsequently, the higher-ups from the Mist Front conducted several more experiments, even engaging in discussions with the Uchiha and Hyuga members involved, hoping to inspire them to prioritize the village's interests. Yet, the outcomes remained disappointingly mediocre. Forming a team with a few compatible personalities might yield somewhat better results. But piecing together ad hoc groups simply failed to produce sufficient numbers to influence the broader battle strategy. Since then, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi ceased their efforts in this regard. As discussions progressed, Kiyomizu became less involved. After all, the majority of the ninja forces present were from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and his intervention was rendered unnecessary. Observing that the deliberations between Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi would likely take considerable time, Kiyomizu seized an opportunity to interject. "Gentlemen, your comprehension of the situation here far surpasses mine. Though I serve as an advisor, I have complete confidence in your command." Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi turned their attention to him, with Hizashi articulating, "You mean to entrust the camp's command to us while you venture out for independent action?" Upon finishing his statement, Kiyomizu rose to prepare for his departure, having long since been unable to contain his eagerness since arriving at the mist front. Uchiha Fugaku, noticing Kiyomizu's imminent departure, quickly urged, "It is far too dangerous to go alone. At the very least, allow me to select some capable Uchiha to accompany you as guards." Uchiha Fugaku harbored hopes that Kiyomizu would one day ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage. He could not permit him to venture out alone in search of battles against mist ninjas. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hizashi found himself somewhat perplexed. Having previously sensed an odd intensity in Uchiha Fugaku's concern for Kiyomizu, even if he were a senior advisor dispatched by the 3rd Hokage, such attentiveness seemed unwarranted. Kiyomizu turned to Uchiha Fugaku with a confident smile, assuring him, "Fear not, I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as I wish to depart, no one can impede my passage. In fact, I find that operating alone enhances my efficiency." Upon concluding his words, Jinue promptly demonstrated his abilities. Vanishing from the office in the blink of an eye, prior to entering the camp, he had already left a Flying Thunder God mark outside. There was no need to visit the mission hall, for Jinue intended to employ the 6 Eyes for an extensive search. Almost immediately, he made a discovery. A 4-man ninja squad, adorned with the headbands of the hidden mist village, was located 48 kilometers away. Without hesitation, he hurled a Flying Thunder God kekkei and instantaneously transported himself to its location, his rapid flickering allowing him to swiftly approach the mist ninjas. This remarkable feat was made possible largely due to the ample chakra provided by Shikaku. Otherwise, such a rapid expenditure of chakra would have been unsustainable, even with the aid of the 6 Eyes, necessitating a brief respite to recuperate. "Shall I intervene?" Shikaku inquired, eagerly preparing to showcase its prowess. Jinue deemed it unnecessary. "No need. The enemy's chakra response is rather weak. The battle should conclude swiftly." Upon hearing this, Shikaku acquiesced, deciding to remain obediently on Jinue's shoulder, assisting him in refining chakra. Amidst the dense woods, the team of mist ninjas advanced hastily, tasked with wreaking havoc within the Land of Fire, specifically in the Shagu area. This so-called war disruption essentially entailed acts of murder and arson, embodying the epitome of malevolence. Trained under the oppressive regime of the Hidden Mist Village, these ninjas bore no psychological burden in committing such atrocities. Instead, they reveled in the thrill of destruction. As they made their way towards their objective, a kekkei whizzed through the air, embedding itself in their path. Almost instantaneously, a figure materialized at the kekkei's location. "Apologies, gentlemen, but this route is blocked." Jinue had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the mist ninjas. He swiftly drew his sword, Mist Cutter. Chidori Stream, one flash. A graceful arc of his blade sliced through the air, yet remarkably, the lead mist ninja evaded the strike. "Oh, quite the quick reflexes, aren't we? What is your name?" Jinue inquired with keen interest, refraining from pursuing the attack immediately. Embarking on a simple task and encountering the renowned Leaf Gale. It seems fortune smiles upon me. My name is Kagaya Shinizuke. Remember it well, for it belongs to the one who shall bring about your demise." As Kagaya spoke, his gaze bore intently into Jinue's, a manic smile gracing his lips. He indeed possessed the confidence to back his words, as he considered himself the strongest among the current generation of the Kagaya clan. Mastery of both bloodline limits and family secret techniques was his forte. Upon learning that his opponent was a ninja from the Kagaya clan, Jinue understood the evasion of his strike. The Kagaya clan had been renowned for their formidable physical prowess since the Warring States period. It was no surprise that he could dodge that blow. Had it been a ninja from the Sand Village, the outcome would likely have been fatal. "I have heard that the ninjas of the Kagaya clan are notoriously arrogant and combative. Why do they not launch an attack?" Jinyu, unfazed and unhurried, continued speaking, his relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting with the tense expressions of the four mist ninjas. One rather disheveled mist ninja seemed unable to withstand the palpable pressure in the air and tentatively addressed Kagaya Shinsuke. "Captain, what should we do?" "Perhaps we should retreat." Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing bird cry echoed through the air. In an instant, Jinyu seized the opportunity, swiftly beheading the unfinished words of the mist ninja. Kagaya Shinsuke reacted with remarkable speed. The moment Jinyu struck, he flattened his hands, unleashing bone projectiles from the tips of his 10 fingers. Corpse bone path, 10 finger-piercing bullets. The bone projectiles sliced through the air, targeting Jinyu's vital points. Shikaku formed hand seals, and sand instantaneously morphed into shields, successfully blocking the 10 bone projectiles. Is that magnet release? Yet it feels slightly different. Although Kagaya Shinsuke was combative, his intellect proved surprisingly agile. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Jinyu had no inclination to explain himself to his adversaries. After dispatching one mist ninja, he retaliated by hurling several flying thunder god kunai. Kagaya Shinsuke drew a bone knife from his shoulder, deflecting all the kunai aimed at him, while the remaining 2 mist ninjas evaded the attacks. With the bone knife in hand, Kagaya Shinsuke approached Jinyu with an uncanny footwork. Jinyu effortlessly used Mist Cutter to block the bone knife. Arc after arc of electricity crackled as the current of Chidori attempted to traverse the bone knife, aiming to reach Kagaya Shinsuke. Yet the conduction speed of bone paled in comparison to that of metal. As long as Kagaya Shinsuke withdrew the bone knife swiftly before the current could reach him, he could launch a secondary attack, thereby evading a direct lightning release strike. Corpse bone path, large dance. Several bone spikes erupted from Kagaya Shinsuke's body, transforming him into a dancer wielding his own form as a weapon. After using the bones in his arms to block Jinyu's strike, the interlocking bones ensnared the Mist Cutter. With a swift rotation for leverage, he aimed a kick at Jinyu's head, the tip of his foot sprouting a sharp bone spike. Kagaya Shinsuke's mouth twisted into a manic grin, seemingly envisioning his imminent victory. However, just as his attack was about to connect, Jinyu vanished in an instant, evading the onslaught. Simultaneously, he reappeared at the location of one of the previously thrown flying thunder god kunai. "All right, the warm-up is over. Allow me to pose a question. Where are the 7 ninja swordsmen? If you tell me, I might grant you a chance to escape." Kagaya Shinsuke and the other 2 mist ninjas swiftly turned, their gazes fixated on the figure that had suddenly disappeared from sight, now appearing behind them. What on earth is this? After a few seconds of silence, Jinyu received no response to his query. "Do you wish to protect your comrades?" Jinyu extended his left hand, forming it into a gun shape, aiming at the 3 before him. It appears that the so-called cold-blooded ninja from the mist does not hold true to reality. However, it matters little, since we are all on this battlefield. We shall inevitably cross paths. Thus, I shall send you on your way. As the words left his lips, his left hand subtly curved, forming the shape of a firearm. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the several mist ninjas. In an instant, his fingertips began to shimmer with a deep azure glow, coalescing into a sphere the size of a fist, a spiraling ball of energy. This sphere emanated a formidable chakra fluctuation, warping the surrounding air, which resonated with a low, ominous hum. Under his command, the spiraling sphere surged forth like a cannonball, rapidly splitting into countless small chakra energy projectiles, encompassing Kagaya Shinjike and the 2 other mist ninjas within its destructive range. Gun of the Spiral Sphere Rain. One of the mist ninjas swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water wall. The projectiles rained down upon the water wall like celestial flowers, the tremendous impact shattering it to pieces in an instant. Observing this, Kagaya Shinjike's expression shifted. He realized that his comrades' defenses were utterly futile. Without hesitation, he activated his bone bloodline limit, allowing chakra to surge through his body, creating an impenetrable layer of bone armor that enveloped him like a sturdy suit of armor, shielding him from harm. However, the remaining 2 mist ninjas lacked such means of defense and were swiftly transformed into mere husks, riddled with holes from the onslaught of the spiraling projectiles, bidding a regrettable farewell to this world. It must be said, the disparity between ninjas endowed with bloodline limits and ordinary ninjas is indeed vast, akin to the chasm between man and dog. The forceful display of Gun of the Spiral Sphere Rain left the forest floor ravaged, pockmarked with craters of various sizes. Remarkably, Kagaya Shinjike remained unscathed within his bony encasement. Witnessing this, Jinyu pondered whether even his spiraling shuriken could penetrate this individual's formidable defense. Yet he deemed it unnecessary to test. The prowess of this member of the Kagaya clan was commendable, but it was limited nonetheless. Sheathing his weapon, Mist Cutter, Jinyu had no intention of engaging in close combat with this Kagaya clan member. He was not equipped to contend with such formidable bones. Meanwhile, Kagaya Shinjike, observing his opponent retract his weapon, felt no sense of relief. Clearly, his adversary was not inclined to continue employing physical techniques. All of his capabilities were honed for melee combat, and he needed to devise a strategy to close the distance. With this thought in mind, Kagaya Shinjike reached behind him, extracting his own spine, eliciting a phantom pain even from Jinyu. He then wielded the entire vertebral column like a whip, unleashing it with tremendous force. Empowered by the formidable strength of the bone bloodline, the whip extended astonishingly, surpassing the distance between Jinyu and Kagaya Shinjike. The bone whip arced through the air with a shrill whistle, as if seeking to tear through the very atmosphere. Its blade glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Dance of the iron thread flower of the bone bloodline. This was a technique developed by the Kagaya clan specifically to counter foes who fought beyond the range of physical techniques. In the past, whenever Kagaya Shino used this technique, the surrounding area within a radius of several meters would be assaulted by his bone whips, leaving no room for special defensive measures. It was essentially a matter of death upon contact and injury upon mere brush. Upon witnessing this, Tsukuyomi's gaze sharpened, and with a swift clap of his hands, a torrent of dark purple flames erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a towering circular wall of fire several meters high right before him. Fire release, Great Flame Wall. This wall radiated an intense heat and formidable energy waves, the extreme temperatures distorting the very air around it. The bone whips of dance of the iron flower melted upon striking this shield of terrifying heat. Kagaya Shino was taken aback. He understood that this flame was anything but ordinary, its power far surpassing that of typical fire techniques. It is worth noting that the bones of the Shikatsumaku possess exceptional hardness and resilience. Ordinary fire techniques would scarcely affect them, let alone melt them. Yet, this flame effortlessly accomplished such a feat, leading Kagaya Shino to ponder, could it also be a bloodline limit? While analyzing his opponent's ninjutsu internally, Kagaya Shino's movements remained uninterrupted. The moment dance of the iron flower was thwarted, he executed the second form of the technique, transforming his entire left arm into a massive spear of bone. This technique was the most penetrating of the Shikatsumiyaku, placing a significant burden on the user. However, for him, it sufficed to breach the daunting dark purple flame shield before him. With a mad grin, Kagaya Shino brandished the colossal spear formed by the technique, fearlessly lunging directly at the flame barrier. As the bone spear pierced the great flame wall, Kagaya Shino summoned the full force of the Shikatsumiyaku, continuously enhancing the calcium concentration of the spear, drastically increasing its hardness until it ultimately pierced through the flame barrier, drawing perilously close to Tsukuyomi. The cost was extensive burns covering his body. Although the protection of the bone membrane spared his life, his appearance was grievously disfigured. Nonetheless, such injuries were merely commonplace for the battle-hungry Kagaya Shino, and the Shikatsumiyaku possessed a remarkable ability to heal wounds rapidly. With wisps of smoke rising from his injuries at that moment, gazing upon the glimmering bone spear before him, Tsukuyomi, showing no regard for martial decorum, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly relocating to the position of the kunai he had initially cast. Tsukuyomi suddenly realized that the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku surprisingly countered his entire counterattack strategy. In the past, whenever confronted with powerful assaults, he could effortlessly deflect attacks with a casual swipe of his mist cutter, even against techniques like the mighty strength. However, the Shikatsumiyaku, which directly employed bones to stab, truly fell outside the scope of his counterattack's rebound. This was because the Shikatsumiyaku indirectly controlled the osteoblasts and osteoclasts of one's own body, and these bones were indeed genuine, devoid of any additives. Regrettably, the Kagaya clan can only cultivate their own bones. Otherwise, if this ability were to manifest in the past life of Suki, it would undoubtedly lead to the downfall of numerous factories dealing in counterfeit bones. Meanwhile, Kagaya Shinsuke, witnessing his well-aimed strike miss its target, felt a grimace contort his features. He hastily turned to locate the position of the leaf scale, only to be met by a dark purple fireball radiating intense heat. Damn it, Kagaya Shinsuke cursed inwardly. The opponent had employed some technique, moving with astonishing speed. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that move. Just as the great flame spiral was about to strike him, he suddenly began to spin rapidly in place. With each rotation, sharp bone spears erupted from the ground, swiftly surrounding him to form a dense forest of bone spears, glistening with a chilling light. Simultaneously, his body melded into the nearest bone spear, evading the initial wave of the great flame spiral attack. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The number of bone spears continued to multiply rapidly, soon spreading to the feet of Suki. Dance of the Corpse Bone, Early Fern. This was the final technique of the Corpse Bone bloodline limit, the ultimate dance, capable of transforming the area within hundreds of meters into a forbidden zone of life, a forest of bones. Historically, any member of the Kagaya clan who employed this technique ultimately succumbed to an early demise due to the excessive consumption of their life force. Shikaku, take me up. Understood. Partner. Shikaku finally seized the opportunity to act, swiftly gathering sand beneath Suki's feet, and then directly lifted Suki into the air. Now, Kagaya Shinsuke found himself at a loss. The Kagaya clan possessed no effective means for aerial combat. At this height, he could only launch a few piercing attacks, but such efforts would be futile against the leaf scale. Suspended in the air, Suki controlled the great flame spiral, bringing it back to his side, and then extended both hands, continuing to infuse it with a substantial amount of chakra. The great flame spiral rapidly expanded in size, nearly reaching that of a small house. Suki waved his hands as if performing Tai Chi, propelling the great flame spiral forward while simultaneously commanding it to rotate around him, melting all the bone spikes on the ground. With all the bone spikes destroyed, Kagaya Shinsuke was forced to disengage from the fusion with the white bone forest created by the early fern dance. In that fleeting moment of his emergence, Suki formed a single-handed seal, guiding the colossal great flame spiral to undergo a transformation, elongating at both ends and ultimately shaping into a massive fiery arrow, which hovered quietly beside him. With a thought, the arrow shot forth as if propelled by an invisible bowstring, directly targeting Kagaya Shinsuke. Flame Release, Great Flame Extinguishing Arrow. This technique was developed by Suki after studying the research notes on chakra attributes by Senju Tobarama, possessing greater penetrating power than the Great Flame Spiral itself. Faced with such a formidable strike, Kagaya Shinsuke could only exert all his strength to activate the corpse bone, thickening the bone membrane around his body. However, this defense proved utterly insufficient in the face of the overwhelming power of the Great Flame Extinction Arrow, infused with a substantial amount of fire-release chakra by Kitsuki. The immense dark purple flame arrow, akin to a burning meteor, bore with it an inexhaustible heat and destructive force, mercilessly melting through the astonishingly thick membrane of bone. With an unstoppable force, it pierced directly through the chest of Kagaya Shinjike. The power of this arrow was so immense that Kagaya Shinjike's body was instantaneously perforated. No blood flowed from the wound, for as it appeared, the surrounding tissue had already been carbonized. His eyes widened in shock and agony, as if he could scarcely believe he had sustained such a grievous injury. The dark purple flames continued to rampage within his body, ruthlessly scorching his internal organs and muscles. Kagaya Shinjike let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body trembling violently, as he attempted to control the growth of his bones within, striving to resist this terrifying force. Yet to no avail. Within mere seconds, his life force rapidly waned, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, his stillness now profound. The air around his corpse was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and smoke, bearing witness to the brutal conclusion of this fierce battle. Upon the cessation of combat, Mamoru Tsurugi guided the sand clouds to descend to the ground. Katsuki approached the lifeless body of this member of the Kagaya clan, retrieving a sealing scroll, and performed hand seals to enclose Kagaya Shinjike's corpse within it. Katsuki refrained from detonating the Great Flame Extinction Arrow, intending to preserve Kagaya Shinjike's remains as much as possible. It was not out of profound respect for this adversary, but rather due to the research value of his corpse as a wielder of a bloodline limit. Katsuki planned to transport it back to Konoha. Nothing more than that. To be candid, this opponent was indeed formidable. Katsuki had initially thought he was merely a slightly stronger mist shinobi. The bone release was undeniably a comprehensive and powerful bloodline limit, although there were certain factors that countered it. If one were to compare Kagaya Shinjike with other adversaries Kitsuki had encountered along the way, he might be approximately as strong as 1.5 Rasha. Given that the recent battle did not consume much time, with both sides exchanging blows for only about 7 or 8 rounds, Kitsuki tidied up the battlefield a bit and reclaimed the flying thunder god Kekkei before continuing with his sweeping plan, remaining true to his original intent. By evening, Kitsuki returned to the main camp, feeling invigorated. A member of the Uchiha clan, upon seeing his safe return, promptly departed to report to Uchiha Fugaku. During this half-day, Kitsuki had been quite industrious, sweeping through a vast expanse of the coastline of the Land of Fire. He had slain no fewer than 10 mist shinobi squads, and had also rescued several teams from Konoha. Regrettably, however, he had still not obtained any intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the 7 ninja swordsmen. On a brighter note, Kitsuki had received several intriguing bits of news. Currently, on the battlefield of the mist, 2 leaf shinobi had carved out their own names due to their formidable strength. One, as expected, was known as Shunshin no Shursui, while the other, a familiar face, was referred to as Chidori Ruri. Indeed, it is Uchiha Ruri. Jianyu did not anticipate that merely a few months would witness Uchiha Ruri's prowess flourishing to such an extent. Previously, on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, she could merely contend with the level of a jonin. Is it possible that the Chidori technique is truly so suited to the Uchiha clan? As Jianyu pondered these thoughts, he made his way to the mission hall before returning to his assigned quarters. The following day, Jianyu arose early, intent on continuing his mission to scour the coastline of the Land of Fire, a plan meticulously laid out in his mind. As the saying goes, one must tidy their home before inviting guests. Once he had thoroughly searched the Land of Fire, and if the 7 ninja swordsmen were still elusive, he would directly venture into the hidden village of the Land of Water. He was resolute that he would eliminate the 7 ninja swordsmen, undeterred even by the Sage of 6 Paths. After another day of sweeping the area, Jianyu found himself still lacking the desired intelligence. Instead, he had taken down a number of other squads from the hidden mist. The news of Konoha's whirlwind presence on this battlefield had spread widely within the underground black market, and had it not been for the presence of Konoha's spies among these markets, Jianyu would have been inclined to deal with them as well. Upon returning to the main encampment, Jianyu headed straight for a ramen shop within, despite the camp resembling a small village in size. The variety of food was rather limited. Lifting the curtain, Jianyu called out to the kitchen, "Hey, Uncle Kenta, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen and 1 bowl of seafood ramen. How about you, Shikaku? I'll have cod fish dumplings," replied Shikaku. Kenta, peering from the kitchen, responded enthusiastically, "Ah, it's Jianyu and Shikaku. Make yourselves comfortable. Your ramen will be ready shortly." Choosing a seat further inside, Jianyu noted that it was still relatively early, and the shop was not crowded. He had arranged to meet someone, and by his calculations, it was nearly time. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hinji concluded his task for the day, stretched his shoulders, bid farewell to his teammates, and made his way to the ramen shop within the camp. He had received a message from Jianyu in the mission hall the previous day. "Tomorrow at 5 p.m., ramen shop of Uncle Kenta, my treat. Don't be late." Since he had proactively requested a transfer to the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, it had been several months since he last saw Jianyu. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, Hinji shook off his recent dismal mood, maintaining his usual demeanor as he lifted the curtain to enter. "Long time no see, Jianyu," he greeted as he stepped inside. "Ah, Hinji, you finally arrived. I've already ordered you seafood ramen. Come take a seat." Jianyu had spotted Hinji at the entrance, but was unsure what was causing his delay. It was quite frustrating. Had he lingered a moment longer, Jianyu had considered going out to escort him back. "Shikaku, this is my good friend Hyuga Hinji," Jianyu introduced. Shikaku leaped from Jianyu's shoulder to the table, casting a glance at Hinji, an air of pride evident in his demeanor. "Since you are a friend of Jianyu, I shall allow you to address me as Lord Tanuki." Raising 2 fingers, Jianyu playfully tapped the head of the cat-like creature known as Shohei, admonishing, "Speak properly." "Ouch," Shohei exclaimed, covering its head with its paws, and quickly added, "I understand, my name is Shohei. I am Hinata Heiji. It is a pleasure to meet you." This was the first encounter for Hinata Heiji with such a breed of shinobi beast. While undeniably adorable, it seemed to lack a certain sharpness of intellect. Once the introductions were concluded, Jianyu seized the opportunity to express his frustrations to Hinata Heiji, taking advantage of the absence of Uchiha Ruri. "I heard from Ruri that you were reassigned to the battlefield of Kirigakure. You have no idea how it was when Ruri and I were living together. She, At that moment, a cool voice interrupted from outside, as Uchiha Ruri entered and immediately took a seat beside Jianyu. Jianyu inwardly cursed his oversight. He had been so engrossed in his conversation with Hinata Heiji that he had failed to notice her arrival. Just as he racked his brain for a way to navigate this situation, Uncle Kenta arrived, carrying bowls of ramen and fried dumplings. Here you go, your noodles. With the ramen served, Uchiha Ruri let go of the previous topic and clasped her hands together, saying, I shall begin. Jianyu sighed in relief, picking up his chopsticks and echoing her sentiment before diving into his meal. By the way, I heard that both of you have been promoted to Jonin. I apologize for not having prepared gifts for you yet. Hinata Heiji displayed an apologetic expression. Jianyu waved his hand dismissively. No need to concern yourself with such trivial matters. Heiji, once we resolve the situation in Kirigakure, just remember to replenish our supplies when we return to the village. Uchiha Ruri cast a sidelong glance at Jianyu's sword sheath before contentedly averting her gaze. As he had stated, there was no need to dwell on minor issues. Observing Hinata Heiji, Jianyu noted a weariness about him, recalling his earlier demeanor at the ramen shop. He inquired, by the way, Heiji, have you been facing difficulties lately? You appear unwell. Jianyu had been striving to showcase his prowess in the land of rivers, aiming to enhance his influence within the village to better safeguard his companions. If Heiji was struggling on the battlefield of Kirigakure, he could seek assistance from Hinata Hayashi to arrange a brief respite for Heiji, allowing him to return to the village for some much-needed rest. Noticing Heiji's hesitance to speak, Jianyu encouraged, if there is anything troubling you, do share with me. Together, the three of us can devise a solution that is certainly more effective than facing it alone, right, Ruri? Speaking of which, how many bowls have you consumed? While Jianyu conversed with Hinata Heiji, several bowls had already accumulated beside Uchiha Ruri. Recently, Uchiha Ruri had been assigned missions with great frequency, leading to an increase in her appetite. At that moment, as she was focused on devouring the noodles in her bowl, she was suddenly addressed. Looking up at the two chatty men, a frown of discontent crossed her face. How shallow-minded you are, unaware that interrupting a lady during her meal is quite impolite. Go on, speak your mind. Hinata Heiji pressed his lips together, seemingly resolved to share something of significance. I apologize, but this matter cannot be shared with you. If you choose not to speak, I shall personally inquire with Hinata Hayashi. Oh, I neglected to mention that I am currently the highest-ranking advisor of the Kirigakure front. Upon seeing Hinata Heiji's morose expression, it was evident to Tsukugetsu that this taciturn individual would not readily divulge information. Had it been anyone less familiar, Tsukugetsu would not have pressed the matter further. However, Heiji was different. He was a quintessential good-natured person. As a member of the branch family of the Hinata clan, branded like a caged bird, he had never harbored resentment towards anyone, always bestowing blessings upon the happiness of others. His optimistic disposition even influenced Tsukugetsu's perception of other branches of the Hinata clan. Recently, having spent considerable time on the battlefield of Kirigakure, Tsukugetsu discerned that most ninjas from the Hinata branch, including Hinata Hayashi, often bore a glimmer of resentment in their eyes. This resentment could stem from the main family, or perhaps from their fate. Of course, these matters had little to do with Tsukugetsu. He simply could not stand to see a good person oppressed, especially when that person was his friend. Upon witnessing Tsukugetsu's firm stance, Hinata Heiji found the words of refusal lodged in his throat, and after a brief silence, he finally spoke. In truth, I volunteered to come to the battlefield of Kirigakure. Hinata Heiji's gaze seemed to drift, as if lost in memories. Tsukugetsu and Ruri exchanged glances, remaining silent so as not to disturb Heiji. You must have heard that not long ago, Kirigakure seized a Byakugan from the Hinata clan. That Byakugan belonged to my elder brother, Hinata Yuji. Hearing this, Tsukugetsu pondered internally. Was he hoping to reclaim that Byakugan for his brother? However, to his dismay, Heiji's subsequent words negated this conjecture. Yuji was 3 years my senior and had been groomed as the heir of our clan since childhood, leaving little room for interaction between us. After his sacrifice, a vacancy arose among our clan's main family members. According to tradition, my sister, Hinata Yui, could take Yuji's place as a member of the main family. Yui was born later and had yet to bear the caged bird seal, but this reasonable request was dismissed by certain elders of the main family, who believed that our branch had failed to protect the Byakugan and thus should be stripped of its status. Thus, I sought to come here. I wish to reclaim the stolen Byakugan, so that Yui may become a member of the main family and attain freedom. Yet, I feel utterly powerless, as I have not found any hope of recovering that Byakugan despite my time here. As Heiji spoke, pain and fury etched across his features. He slowly lowered his head, his hands clenching into fists, nails digging deeply into his flesh. What could be so troubling? Tsukugetsu's clear voice rang in Hinata Heiji's ears. Startled, Heiji looked up to find Tsukugetsu's confident smile. Fear not, leave it to me. I happen to have a score to settle with Kirigakure as well. I am more than willing to take on anything that would cause them distress. Hinata Heiji's eyes glistened with moisture, ever since his arrival here. His thoughts frequently drifted to the charming visage of his sister, Yui, her beautiful forehead. How could such a lovely face be marred by that grotesque curse mark? Yet, the harsh reality illuminated the fragility of his existence. A mere branch of the Hyuga clan, possessing a pair of shattered Byakugan. How could he possibly hope to reclaim the Hokage from one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Hidden Mist? It sounds utterly laughable, does it not? However, the individual before him held a different perspective. There was no hint of mockery in their gaze, only a willingness to assist him. This seemingly weak, yet insatiably ambitious soul. I recall that the mist ninja who acquired the Byakugan was named Ao, correct, Ruri? After a moment of contemplation, Jianyu turned to Uchiha Ruri. Clearly, Uchiha Ruri had done her homework more thoroughly than Jianyu. Within mere seconds, she unearthed Ao's information from her memory. Ao, a jonin of the Hidden Mist, had ambushed the sensory unit of Konoha during the previous large-scale invasion, successfully seizing a Byakugan when Hinata Yuji, a main family member of the Hyuga clan, committed suicide to destroy his eyes. He was henceforth dubbed the Byakugan Killer. After explaining this to Jianyu, Ruri began to ponder the strategy for targeting the Byakugan Killer. Given that the opponent possessed Byakugan, employing a stealth tactic would prove challenging. Considering the target's high strategic standing within the Hidden Mist, we must prepare to confront multiple elite jonin simultaneously. Uchiha Ruri furrowed her delicate brows, resting her chin on one hand as she contemplated the operational plan. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany and asked aloud, "Did you not mention that you are a senior advisor here?" "Indeed, Jianyu." Having finished his ramen, yet feeling unsatisfied, pilfered a few dumplings from Shikaku's plate. "You must have quite a few subordinates. Let them distract the target's guards," Uchiha Ruri suggested. Upon hearing Ruri's proposal, Jianyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, for as a senior advisor, he had already entrusted all command responsibilities to Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Nichi. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Ruri questioned, puzzled by Jianyu's reaction. Jianyu hastily waved his hand. "It's nothing. You need manpower, right? Leave it to me." He resolved to seek assistance from Uchiha Fugaku the following day, confident that he would not refuse. Meanwhile, Hinata Heiji found himself at a loss for words. All expressions of gratitude that came to mind seemed woefully inadequate. He had never imagined that a humble individual, destined to be confined within a cage since birth, could be so fortunate as to forge friendships with such remarkable companions. To encounter Jianyu and become his friend in a life that seemed to stretch towards a certain conclusion was truly a blessing. The following morning, Jianyu located Uchiha Fugaku at the command center and articulated his intent. Unlike the recently quiet and enigmatic 7 ninja swordsmen, the Hidden Mist's Byakugan Killer, Ao, had been notably active on the battlefield as of late. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before he spoke. "I comprehend. It appears I have an exceptionally suitable candidate at hand." With the support of Uchiha Fugaku, Kitsuki felt considerably more at ease. After all, for him, eliminating Ao was not an insurmountable challenge. However, retrieving the Byakugan intact while executing the kill posed a more complex dilemma. This endeavor necessitated a ninja with formidable control abilities. Although Ruri's genjutsu would have been the optimal choice, she lamented that her vision had recently been troubling her, resulting in a decline in the precision of her illusions, an unusual admission for one as proud as she. Contemplating this, Kitsuki discreetly reminded Uchiha Fugaku. He inquired whether the individual Fugaku mentioned was adept in genjutsu, for if Ao could not be controlled through illusions, the Byakugan risked destruction. Uchiha Fugaku responded with unwavering confidence. "Rest assured, if his genjutsu is insufficient, then it is quite likely that Konoha possesses no ninja who meets your criteria." Observing Fugaku's self-assured demeanor, Kitsuki felt he could surmise the identity of the person in question. Uchiha Fugaku clapped his hands, summoning a Uchiha ninja, to whom he conveyed a brief directive before the ninja promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in," Uchiha Fugaku called out. Apologies for the intrusion, a figure entered. Indeed, Ketsuki's conjecture was correct. The newcomer sported short black hair and donned a black ninja combat outfit. His chiseled features epitomizing the archetype of an Uchiha heartthrob. "This is Uchiha Shursui, currently the strongest ninja of our Uchiha clan," Uchiha Fugaku introduced. He then proceeded to introduce Ketsuki to Shursui. "This is the newly appointed advisor from Kirigakure, Ketsuki Shimizu." Thus, Ketsuki and Uchiha Shursui made their initial acquaintance. "May I inquire why I have been summoned?" Uchiha Shursui asked first, having been unexpectedly called by Fugaku and still uncertain of the circumstances. "I shall elucidate the matter." Ketsuki offered willingly. After articulating the mission requirements, Shursui nodded solemnly in understanding. "Understood, clan leader, esteemed advisor. I shall strive to accomplish this task." Ketsuki rose from his seat and casually patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder. "No need to be so formal. Simply call me Ketsuki." Uchiha Shursui quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "That is out of the question. You are the advisor personally appointed by the Hokage. I cannot. It is perfectly fine. Come. Allow me to introduce you to the members of this operation," Ketsuki said, grasping Uchiha Shursui's hand and leading him outside. Uchiha Fugaku watched with a subtle smile, fully aware that this was all part of his scheme. As a senior combat asset, Uchiha Shursui could hardly be idled within the encampment. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, had already gleaned information regarding Hyuga Hinata through his own channels. Thus, he had postponed all of Shursui's recent tasks to extend a favor to Ketsuki Shimizu. As it appeared, not only had he successfully rendered the favor, but Uchiha Shursui also seemed to be getting along quite well with Ketsuki Shimizu. Uchiha Fugaku approached the window, gazing at the sky, appreciating the splendid weather. He felt fortunate of late and pondered whether he should return home to discuss with Mikoto the possibility of having another child for Itachi. After gathering with Uchiha Shursui, Hinata Heiji, and Uchiha Ruri, they first visited the intelligence department to acquire information regarding the suspected appearance of Ao from the Hidden Mist Village. Without delay, they departed from the camp. This was largely thanks to the title of senior advisor held by Mitsuki. Otherwise, such high-level intelligence would not have been easily divulged. After searching for approximately half a month, during which Mitsuki also sought traces of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they regrettably found no leads. Based on the intelligence Mitsuki had gathered, it was clear that the 7 individuals were unlikely to be residing in the Hidden Mist Village, yet despite the passage of time, their whereabouts remained elusive, which was quite perplexing. Finally, at the end of the month, Mitsuki and his companions obtained specific information regarding Ao. Without any delay, they promptly organized their gear and assembled for action. As they exited the camp, Mitsuki took the lead. The information was relayed by a high-ranking spy from the root of the Hidden Mist Village and was deemed highly reliable. However, according to the intelligence, Ao had multiple missions upon infiltrating the Land of Fire, the specifics of which remained unclear. The spy had included a map, speculating based on the internal climate of the Hidden Mist Village, indicating several potential locations where Ao might appear. Mitsuki's task now was to systematically eliminate these locations in the shortest time possible. Behind him, Uchiha Ruri and Uchiha Shursui walked as if they were strangers, exchanging not a single word along the way. Initially, Uchiha Shursui had warmly greeted Hinata Heiji and Uchiha Ruri, to which Heiji responded politely. Ruri merely glanced at Shursui and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Mitsuki had previously thought they were acquainted, having heard their titles from the Leaf team he had rescued. But it seemed he had overestimated their familiarity. At point A, there was nothing. At point B, nothing. At point C, Mitsuki exerted his full effort, utilizing his 6 eyes to confirm several suspected target locations from an extraordinary distance. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he swiftly changed direction. Found it. Uchiha Shursui was momentarily taken aback. Had they truly found it? Without hesitation, Hinata Heiji and Uchiha Ruri followed Mitsuki's lead, making a sharp turn toward another direction. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui quickly kept pace, suspecting that Mitsuki possessed some powerful sensory ability. Indeed, he was worthy of being hailed as the greatest genius in the history of the Leaf Village. Within a dense forest in the Land of Fire, a 6-member ninja team traversed the underbrush, each adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist. Leading the group was an individual wearing an eye patch over his right eye, none other than Ao, the very person Mitsuki and the others had been searching for. They infiltrated the Land of Fire on a vital mission, and to safeguard the intelligence from being leaked by deeply concealed spies. The Mist Village formally assigned the Qing squad several fabricated tasks as a ruse. Regrettably, they encountered the peculiar Jianyue, who promptly deduced their true intentions through sheer elimination. The six-member team, led by Qing, sprinted swiftly among the towering trees when, suddenly, two members in the middle of the formation collapsed, clutching their heads and emitting anguished cries. Faced with this unforeseen incident, Qing immediately halted. Observing his subordinates on the ground, seemingly babbling incoherently due to witnessing some horrific sight, he hurriedly attempted to rouse them. "Calm down, is it an illusion? When did it occur?" Suddenly sensing something, he turned to the shadowy depths of the forest, forming a hand seal to channel chakra into his right eye. Byakugan. With the activation of his Byakugan, Qing's vision expanded, revealing a Konoha ninja standing atop a distant tree. In an instant, he comprehended the dire reality. It was Konoha's body flicker water, indicating that their mission information had been compromised. Damn it! Has the village's intelligence network become a sieve? In any case, continuing the mission was no longer feasible. To prevent the Byakugan from being reclaimed by Konoha, Qing resolved to retreat immediately. Just as he turned to announce his decision to the team, a uniquely designed trident shuriken hurtled toward them at great speed. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Jianyue, perched on a nearby tree, formed a hand seal, and as chakra flowed, the flying shuriken instantly multiplied into countless replicas. Each shuriken, akin to a floating artillery shell, shattered the once dense forest, causing trees to topple and the ground to erupt with craters of various depths and sizes. The entire scene resembled a fierce bombardment, leaving devastation in its wake. The six mist ninjas, who had been hastily advancing, suffered immediate casualties from this onslaught. The two novices, previously incapacitated by the illusion, perished on the spot. The remaining four narrowly escaped the range of the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, using their body flicker technique. Qing's expression darkened as he stared at the direction from which the shuriken had come. The earlier illusion was merely a distraction. The real attack originated from an enemy concealed in the blind spot of my Byakugan, wasn't it? Just as Qing had surmised, Jianyue had indeed followed Hyuga Hirachi's suggestion to launch an attack from a position of concealment. While the normal clan members could detect such an assault, the limitations of a single eye provided ample opportunity for maneuvering. Suddenly, the sound of birds chirping resonated as Uchiha Ruri, wielding the lightning of Chidori, lunged behind a mist ninja with a bandaged head. The mist ninja, reacting swiftly, realizing he could not turn in time to counter, attempted to stab backward with his kunai in a desperate bid to exchange injuries. Ruri's body twisted sharply, demonstrating remarkable agility even amidst rapid movement. In a swift motion, Uchiha Lioli flicked her left hand, sending forth several shuriken infused with lightning chakra that swiftly pierced the bandaged head of the mist ninja. The violent currents instantly paralyzed the enemy, rendering them immobile. Faced with such a helpless foe, Uchiha Lioli had no chance of missing her target. A flash of azure lightning darted through the air, and Uchiha Lioli efficiently dispatched one adversary. Meanwhile, on another front, Hyuga Pingshi was engaged with a mist ninja, but lacked Uchiha Lioli's swiftness, relying instead on gentle fist techniques to hold his opponent at bay. A massive blue chakra shuriken buzzed as it spiraled into the battlefield, rapidly closing in on the mist ninja locked in combat with Hyuga Pingshi. Qing, the last mist ninja with a row of shark-like teeth, noticed the imminent danger to his comrade and prepared to assist. However, Uchiha Shursui had already appeared beside them in an instant. Surrounding Qing and the shark-toothed mist ninja were numerous clones of Uchiha Shursui. These were not mere shadow clones. They were his renowned technique, the Shursui version of body flicker technique. Unlike other jonin, Uchiha Shursui's body flicker technique allowed him to leave behind an illusion resembling a shadow clone at the point of disappearance. This illusion bore no offensive capability. Yet when enemies underestimated it, Uchiha Shursui could exploit his ghostly speed to overlap with the illusion, taking its place and delivering a fatal strike. Just as it was now, the myriad of non-threatening illusions encircled Qing and the shark-toothed mist ninja, yet both remained cautious. For those who belittled these illusions had met their demise beneath the chilling title of Shursui of the body flicker. Without the support of allies, the spiral shuriken controlled by Jianyue effortlessly cleaved through the mist ninja, fighting Hyuga Pingshi. This blue shuriken, once a formidable force on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Returning to Jinyue's side like a fledgling returning to its nest, hovered obediently. However, Shoha could hardly tolerate the noise and shouted at Jinyue, "Partner, why not use that technique from yesterday? This one is far too loud." In truth, Jinyue was not particularly fond of the noisy technique either, as he too found the spiral shuriken excessively loud. Previously, during battles against the Sand Shinobi, it was unavoidable, but now that he had mastered the Great Flame Destruction, he felt differently. Originally, he intended to use the Great Flame Destruction, but suddenly remembered his title as Leaf Gale. Since both Lioli and Shursui had unleashed their signature techniques, how could he refrain from joining in the spectacle? For the sake of appearances, or rather, reputation, Jinyue feigned ignorance towards Shoha's complaints. "Huh, what did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." Shoha ignored Jinyue and instead covered his ears with his claws, burrowing into his chest garment. He had resolved to remain there until the battle concluded. Jinyue shrugged his shoulders and, in an instant, appeared beside a shadow clone of Uchiha Shursui, who was surrounded by Chin and the shark-toothed Mist Ninja. Uchiha Shursui's body tensed suddenly, for the location where Jinyue had materialized was precisely where his true self resided. "Ah, little mice, catching you has proven quite a challenge," Jinyue taunted, his tone dripping with disdain, as though mocking the ninjas of the hidden mist village for their cowardice in not daring to enter the land of fire openly. Such words ignited a fire of fury within Chin, yet he refrained from immediate retaliation, choosing instead to gaze coldly at his adversary, a flicker of anger glinting in his eyes. He understood that, for Konoha, they were undeniably invaders. Had the roles been reversed in the Land of Water, he would not have shown any kindness to intruders. Realizing the overwhelming power arrayed against him today, he concluded that his fate was sealed. The illustrious presence of Shursui of the Body Flicker, Chidori Ruri, and the one who single-handedly concluded the war between Konoha and Sunagakure. Konoha's Gale was far too formidable. Typically, upon spotting even one of these formidable figures from a distance, he would choose to retreat, yet now, he faced three at once. While Chin remained silent, others did not. The shark-toothed Mist Ninja retorted angrily, "Survival of the fittest. This is the law of the ninja world, you little brat. Only your Konoha would engage in such hollow bonds." His tone was laced with mockery and disdain, as if he scoffed at the very notion of bonds, his eyes betraying a cruel indifference. At that moment, Uchiha Ruri and Hyuga Heiji approached, their brows furrowing at the words of the Mist Ninja. Uchiha Ruri regarded the Mist Ninja before her with a glimmer of contempt and disgust. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she curled her lips into a cold smirk and softly declared, "Isn't your grotesque appearance precisely what you refer to as the weak and worthless?" Her voice was frigid and piercing, akin to a sharp blade that struck at the heart. Her crimson Sharingan blazed with intensity, fixating on the Mist Ninja as if to penetrate his very soul. Her tone rich with derision and disdain, sending a chill through the air. "What?" The shark-toothed Mist Ninja was instantly incensed by Uchiha Ruri's words. His face flushing crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Fixating his gaze on Uchiha Ruri, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Ignoring the surrounding shadows of Uchiha Shursui, he swiftly began forming hand seals. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui wasted no time. In less than a heartbeat, he appeared behind a shadow clone of the shark-toothed Mist Ninja and struck down with his blade. To his surprise, however, the strike failed to make contact with flesh, instead slicing through an aqueous substance. Indeed, it was water, for this shark-toothed Mist Ninja belonged to the Hozuki clan, adept in the secret art of hydration. At that moment, the shark-toothed Mist Ninja completed his hand seals. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave. With a resounding proclamation, he unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, inundating the surrounding shadow clones of Shursui. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Jinyue felt a surge of inspiration. He directed the spiral shuriken, which had been persistently creating noise beside him, towards the shark-toothed Mist Ninja. Upon nearing him, it erupted with a thunderous explosion, enveloping the shark-toothed Mist Ninja in a tempest of azure blades. However, the shark-toothed Mist Ninja maintained his water-formed state, utilizing the small water domain created by the explosive wave to evade the shuriken's destructive radius. Chin seized the moment to escape from Uchiha Shursui's shadow clone. Shursui's clone was dispersed by the torrent of water unleashed by his teammates, while he skillfully employed the body flicker technique to evade the indiscriminate water jutsu. Meanwhile, his allies exerted every ounce of strength to shield him and his Byakugan from the forces of Konoha. With tears of gratitude streaming down his face, he fled back to the hidden mist village, where he was met with a hearty commendation from the third Mizukage and elder mentor. Wait, why was he rewarded despite failing the mission? Never mind, he thought. After a lifetime of battle for the hidden mist village, didn't he deserve a moment of enjoyment? In reality, Jinyu and his companions stood upon the water's surface, observing Qing, who, ensnared in an illusion, began to chuckle foolishly. Curiosity piqued, Jinyu inquired, Shursui, what kind of illusion did you cast on him to elicit such joy? Uchiha Shursui, uncertain, replied, I am not entirely sure. The illusion I used is called Drunken Dream, which traps the victim in an endless realm of blissful dreams from which they cannot awaken. This technique, a family jutsu of the Uchiha clan, is notoriously difficult to master, purportedly crafted by an ancestor who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, drawing upon their unique powers. Upon hearing Shursui's explanation, Jinyu comprehended that Qing must be the type of person who, though often serious, harbored a playful spirit within. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to smile, even in a dream. For Shursui, however, his concern lay not with the captured Qing, but rather with the elusive ninja from the Hozuki clan, who had vanished into the waters. Thus, he cautioned, Jinyu, that Hozuki ninja seems to be making a getaway. Indeed, as he had predicted, the shark-tooth mist ninja, after unleashing the great exploding water wave and merging into the depths, began swimming away from Jinyu and his companions. Ridiculous. While banter was one thing, allowing him to confront those three monsters alone was tantamount to seeking death. He could only hope that the trio of monsters were pressed for time, which might afford him a reprieve once they captured Captain Qing. After all, locating a water-formed member of the Hozuki clan amidst the vastness of water was no simple task. Though the analysis was astute, it was unfortunate that he was up against Jinyu today. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's warning, Jinyu calmly raised a finger. Fear not, he won't escape. Uchiha Shursui, somewhat perplexed, decided to trust his superior and captain's words, ready to follow the command. Jinyu concentrated a spindly sphere of lightning chakra at his fingertips, a manifestation of the spear-like Rinnegan imbued with the essence of lightning nature transformation. As a member of the Hozuki clan, his hydration technique rendered him immune to most physical assaults, much like the recent spiral shuriken. However, even the most flawless ninjutsu harbors its flaws. The lightning release, capable of generating electrical currents, perfectly counters the hydration technique. Even the weakest of lightning techniques, upon striking the Hozuki in their fluid form, would leave them paralyzed and incapacitated. Jinyu narrowed one eye, aimed slightly, and unleashed his attack with seamless precision. The shark-toothed mist ninja, concealed beneath the water and navigating through the aquatic domain, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, followed swiftly by a numbing paralysis that forced him out of his hydration state against his will. How did he locate me? The entire water realm was composed of his chakra, and having melded with it in his hydrated form, he believed that even the Byakugan could not discern him so swiftly. The shark-toothed mist ninja's reasoning was not without merit. Yet, regrettably, some individuals are inherently unreasonable. He fancied himself well hidden amidst the tumultuous waters, oblivious to the fact that under Jianyu's six-eyed gaze, he was as exposed as if he were naked. After dispatching the shark-toothed mist ninja with another Rinnegan, Jinyu and his companions swiftly tidied the battlefield. To avert protracted complications, Jinyu signaled Uchiha Shursui to hand over Ao to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinyu extracted Ao's Byakugan and placed it into a pre-prepared container filled with nutrient solution. One might wonder whether to commend Ao's fortitude or to acknowledge the formidable prowess of Uchiha Shursui's genjutsu, as he remained ensnared in his dreams, his muscles trembling involuntarily from the pain. Is he not to be killed? Uchiha Ruri inquired, her head tilted in bewilderment. Jinyu regarded her with a hint of confusion. You seem rather extreme, Ruri. Uchiha Ruri shot him a bemused glance. When it comes to the count of lives taken, who among the graduates of this ninja academy could rival you? And now you dare label me as extreme? Uchiha Shursui interjected, elucidating that Ao held a significant status within the hidden mist village, and employing genjutsu to interrogate him could yield a wealth of valuable intelligence. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Jinyu secured the container and casually tossed it to Hyuga Hirachi. Hirachi hastily caught it with both hands. Gazing at the precious Byakugan within, he could not help but ask, "Is this truly mine?" Jinyu replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Is this Byakugan not your brother's? Furthermore, possessing this Byakugan will facilitate your negotiations with the main family, allowing your sister to inherit your branch's position, will it not? However, the mission—" "There is no however," Jinyu interjected with a wave of his hand. "This mission was initiated by me. I merely require the capture of Ao alive. Everything beyond that falls outside the mission's scope. Moreover, as the mission sponsor, I believe I should bestow upon you some rewards." Hinata Heiji promptly declined, feeling that he had already received ample assistance from Mitsuki and the others. To seek a reward for the task would indeed be akin to biting the hand that feeds him. However, Uchiha Ruri seemed intrigued, raising an eyebrow as she inquired, "Oh, what rewards does our esteemed advisor intend to bestow upon us? Let me ponder this carefully." Mitsuki crouched down, using the still-present water to cleanse his fingers, which had just been involved in the eye extraction, and surprisingly began to contemplate the details of the reward earnestly. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui immediately took it upon himself to enlighten Mitsuki. He explained that on the front lines, the war tasks assigned by the higher-ups typically served merely as records, documented in the ninja files, with rewards dispensed only after the war's conclusion. It was uncommon for rewards to be distributed immediately upon task completion. Upon hearing this, Mitsuki nodded in understanding and suggested, "Given the difficulty and strategic significance of reclaiming the Byakugan, I shall record an S-rank mission for each of you upon my return. How does that sound?" Uchiha Ruri was indifferent, primarily focused on enhancing her own abilities. After all, for the Uchiha clan, even the most significant contributions would not grant them access to the high-level ninjutsu contained within the Book of Seals. However, Uchiha Shursui held a different perspective. He believed that if the Uchiha clan could achieve substantial merit on the battlefield of the mist, the villagers would undoubtedly begin to reassess their views on the Uchiha and potentially cultivate trust in them. Seeing that everyone accepted this outcome, Mitsuki waved his hand and proclaimed, "I hereby announce the completion of the S-rank mission reclaiming the Byakugan. Hunter Squad, commence your return." "Have you heard?" "What?" "The Byakugan killer from the mist has been captured alive by a squad led by Konoha's Gale. Is that true?" "Absolutely. This news has spread throughout the village." "Oh, I know some insider information. It is said that Shunshin Shursui and Chidori Ruri were both involved." "Indeed, with those two in action, it's no wonder they managed to capture the Byakugan killer alive. However, I believe the true prowess lies with Konoha's Gale. After all, he is the captain." "Exactly. Without his adept leadership, success would have been quite challenging. I feel that as long as these three collaborate, there is no ninja from the mist who could stand against them. Naturally, they are the creme de la creme of Konoha. Haha, it seems the mist will surely face a setback now. Konoha is destined to triumph." Not long after Mitsuki and Shursui successfully captured Ao, similar conversations frequently arose at the mist frontline. For Konoha, the news of Ao's capture was no longer a secret. Such intelligence regarding the mutual capture of significant enemy village members on the battlefield was typically disseminated to bolster morale. Much like the Mist Village, which, after seizing the Byakugan, began to promote Ao by bestowing upon him the title of Byakugan Killer. When the information about the loss of the Byakugan first reached the village, the elders of the Hyuga clan convened an emergency meeting late into the night, their heated discussions nearly lifting the roof off the building. Some elders of the Hyuga clan consider this to be the greatest disgrace in the history of the Hyuga family and believe they should promptly petition the third Hokage to take action and compel Kirigakure to return the Byakugan. Others among the clan's elders feel it prudent to wait until the war concludes, exploring the possibility of purchasing the Byakugan from Kirigakure. Notably, no one has suggested a plan to retrieve it by force, which is understandable given that the entire shinobi world recognizes the Hyuga clan's struggle to produce formidable warriors. Attempting to reclaim the Byakugan on their own would be akin to chasing a fleeting dream. As the clan meeting progressed, some elders, fueled by strong emotions, began to invoke the annals of history, vehemently criticizing those who had initially decided to dispatch members of the main family. Consequently, what had originally been convened to resolve an issue soon devolved into a cacophony of grievances. A group of elderly members, nearing their final days, became embroiled in heated disputes, with a few gasping for breath and requiring urgent transport to the Konoha hospital. Ultimately, the resolution was clear. The clan leader must devise a means to reclaim the Byakugan. Otherwise, this incident would be etched into the clan's history, subjecting him to the scorn of future generations. Whether or not he would face such condemnation, Hyuga Hayashi remained unaware. All he knew was that his worries were mounting. During the last Jonin conference, he had subtly hinted to the third Hokage on several occasions, only to have his efforts disregarded as if he were casting glances at a blind man. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn when Mizuki Mikazuki managed to recover the Byakugan, bringing immense joy to the entire Hyuga clan. They promptly dispatched a ninja to inform Hyuga Hisashi to express his profound gratitude to Mizuki Mikazuki and prepare a modest token of appreciation. In the command office on the battlefield of Kirigakure, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hisashi, and Mizuki were engaged in discussions regarding how to handle the situation with Ao. Hisashi proposed that, after extracting all pertinent information from Ao, he should be executed to disseminate the intelligence and instill fear in Kirigakure and other shinobi villages. However, Uchiha Fugaku disagreed, advocating for the use of genjutsu to interrogate Ao first, allowing for a potential exchange of interest with Kirigakure, thereby maximizing Ao's value. Objectively speaking, Uchiha Fugaku's strategy seemed more aligned with Konoha's current circumstances, while Hisashi's notion of executing Ao to intimidate Kirigakure appeared to be entangled with the demands of the Hyuga main family. Nevertheless, Hisashi had his own dilemmas. After Mizuki led a team to capture Ao and return to the camp, it was promptly decided that the Byakugan would be treated as a trophy and entrusted to Hyuga Heiji for safekeeping. While Hisashi did not personally care about the Byakugan's ownership, certain members of the family did, particularly the elders of the main family, who were reluctant to allow a branch family member to possess a Byakugan belonging to the main clan. After all, the brand of a caged bird was meant to prevent branch family members from inadvertently perishing during missions and allowing the Byakugan to fall into the wrong hands. Now, with Hyuga Heiji flaunting a Byakugan from the main family, it seemed utterly incongruous. However, once Hisashi clearly communicated that the decision to give the Byakugan to Hyuga Heiji was in accordance with Mizuki's wishes, the clan elders had no choice but to relinquish their intention of reclaiming the Byakugan from him. Ultimately, he was the benefactor who would help the Hyuga family redeem its honor. At worst, they could grant Hyuga Heiji the treatment befitting a member of the main family, ensuring he would not be sent on missions to prevent further loss of the Byakugan. However, the mandate to eliminate the Byakugan killer is an uncompromising directive from the clan. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. The two individuals maintained their respective stances, failing to reach a consensus, ultimately directing their gaze towards Kiyomizu. Shinobi of the Clearwater, what do you propose? Well, Kiyomizu actually leans towards the notion of eliminating Ao, for he is most reluctant to release the tiger back into the mountains. It is certainly not due to the Hyuga clan gifting him a residence in the heart of Konoha. I believe it is more prudent for us to handle Ao ourselves. Rather than pursuing trivial gains, we should prioritize the sentiments of our comrades from the Hyuga clan. Kiyomizu's reasoning was sound, prompting Hinata Hayashi beside him to cast a grateful glance in his direction. There are still many good people in this world. Uchiha Fugaku attempted to advocate for his stance, but Kiyomizu swiftly interjected. The Mist Village has always been renowned for its ruthlessness. They are unlikely to offer anything of significant value to retrieve Ao, who has lost his Byakugan. Moreover, we could also consider exchanging the corpse as a bargaining chip. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku conceded, recognizing that this was not a matter of great importance. However, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he could not simply acquiesce to all of Hinata Hayashi's demands. At that moment, Kiyomizu's presence served a harmonizing purpose, and he readily embraced the proposal. After all, the current relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans has become delicate and intricate due to the involvement of members in the Byakugan retrieval mission. Thus, any decision requires careful deliberation. Kiyomizu's intervention provided both sides with a new opportunity to resolve their issues in a relatively balanced manner. Joy and sorrow coexisted. When news of Ao's capture by the Konoha Gale reached the Mist Village, it caused an uproar within its ranks. The atmosphere was rife with accusations against Ao. If Ao were indeed exchanged for certain benefits by the Mist Village, perhaps he might avoid a fate akin to that of the original storyline's White Fang, who ultimately succumbed to suicide. However, he might still fall victim to an ambush by the disgruntled within the Mist Village. Such occurrences may seem implausible in other villages, yet in the Mist Village, they are all too common. In the office of the Mizukage building, the third Mizukage, Hakuya, sat in his chair, pondering after listening to a report from one of his subordinates, before dismissing him with a wave of his hand. He then squinted, lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, perhaps a withdrawal is in order. Reclining against the chair's backrest, basking in the warm sunlight, he internally lamented, war is such a hassle. That troublesome Kagaya clan is always stirring up trouble, clamoring for war. Now that it has truly begun, they have yet to demonstrate any significant achievements. Especially that Kagaya Shin no Suk, who boasts of being the strongest in Kagaya history. He was swiftly dispatched by the Konoha Gale shortly after entering the battlefield. I knew it all along. None of these bloodline limit clans are of any real utility. Had it not been for his leadership, guiding the hidden mist village to stealthily develop during the Second Shinobi World War while other ninja villages were embroiled in conflict, they would have found themselves lacking in resources against the frenzy of war. Baizai rubbed his temples, reflecting on the loss of the Byakugan. He had previously arranged for the black market to bolster support, hoping to leverage the title of Byakugan killer to curb the arrogance of those from the bloodline limit clans. To his dismay, however, Ching had proven to be less than formidable, swiftly losing the Byakugan back to Konoha. The presence of Konoha's Mizuki Kiyamizu posed a significant threat to the hidden mist. Ever since he was dispatched by Konoha, the situation had inexplicably spiraled out of control. The hidden mist had initially achieved commendable victories, but it now resembled a game of cat and mouse, with Kiyamizu playing the role of the cat. Due to Kiyamizu's erratic raids along the coastline of the Land of Fire, the ninjas of the hidden mist found themselves in a precarious position. The once effective infiltration tactics had become nearly impossible to execute. Each operation felt like groping in the dark, fraught with uncertainty and peril. Baizai realized that they could not continue in this manner, lest the hidden mist meet the same fate as the Sand Village. A solution to eliminate Kiyamizu was imperative. However, whom to send? The hidden mist still possessed significant high-ranking combatants, yet none seemed capable of decisively handling Kiyamizu. Should they consider recalling the 7 ninja swordsmen for a covert assassination? At the Konoha Hidden Mist frontline camp, Kiyamizu was at the entrance bidding farewell to Hyuga Hirachi, who was returning to attend his sister's inheritance ceremony, accompanied by several members of the Hyuga clan. They had been dispatched by Hinata Nichi to escort Hirachi, or rather, to ensure the safety of the Byakugan he carried back to the village. Given that this precious Byakugan would be entrusted to Hirachi, it was likely he would no longer undertake missions outside the village, enjoying the privileges of the main family in his branch family status. Hirachi gazed intently at Kiyamizu, the fervent light in his eyes impossible to overlook. He had never been adept at articulating his feelings. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he slowly spoke. "Thank you, Kiyamizu." These simple words conveyed his heartfelt sincerity. "Stay sharp, don't lose face," Kiyamizu encouraged, patting Hirachi's shoulder. Hirachi managed a smile. In his memory, Kiyamizu often surprised him with unique remarks. After bidding farewell to Hirachi, Kiyamizu turned back toward the camp. After a few steps, he suddenly addressed the air. "Since you're here, why didn't you come out to see me off?" From the shadow of a wooden building emerged Uchiha Ruri, her tone cool as she replied. "It's not like we won't see each other again. I'm just not accustomed to farewells." Kiyamizu understood her sentiment. Essentially, "I know I'm here to see you off. Whether you realize it or not is of little consequence." He was profoundly aware of Uchiha Ruri's peculiar temperament. It would indeed be strange if she were to candidly express her thoughts. Suddenly, Jiwa seemed to have made a discovery, approaching Uchiha Ruri and circling around her. His gaze filled with scrutiny. Uchiha Ruri, bewildered by his inexplicable actions, listened as Jiwa remarked meaningfully, "I've noticed something, Ruri. You seem a bit different from how you were during the New Year." Taken aback by his observation, Uchiha Ruri pondered if his perceptiveness had intensified. Was it truly that outrageous for him to notice? Nevertheless, she was not particularly concerned about her secret being unveiled to Jiwa. However, she had yet to complete this secret. Her initial intention was to conceal it until it was fully formed, at which point she would challenge Jiwa, catching him off guard and regaining some pride. Yet, since it had already been discovered, she might as well acknowledge it openly. She was not one to feign ignorance when her secret was laid bare. "Since you are aware, I must admit, Ruri, you have undoubtedly gained some weight." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Jiwa abruptly interrupted, a smug expression illuminating his face. His eyes seemed to convey a blend of confidence and provocation, recalling the day he had offered to treat her, only for Uchiha Ruri to unapologetically devour 12 bowls of noodles at his expense. He remembered it vividly. Uchiha Ruri gently shook her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. She found herself contemplating whether she truly qualified as a genius of the Uchiha clan, unable to surpass this childish and foolish fool before her since childhood. "Hey, why the silence? What were you about to say?" Jiue inquired, having caught the tail end of Uchiha Ruri's unfinished thought. Leaning closer to Jiue, a mischievous glint in her eyes, she enunciated, "I was just saying, your height hasn't caught up to mine yet." What? Jiue had initially intended to tease Uchiha Ruri, only to find himself on the receiving end of a sharp retort. He began to ramble about how girls develop faster than boys, and at just 12 years old, he had yet to reach his growth spurt, mentioning figures like Obito and Kakashi in a manner that was difficult to comprehend. Instantly, the atmosphere around the camp was filled with a lively energy. Following the successful conclusion of the hunt for Qing, several months had elapsed. During this time, Jiue had finally achieved the remarkable feat of illuminating the entire coastline of the Land of Fire, an accomplishment worthy of celebration. In this process, the Hidden Mist Village suffered significant losses of elite ninjas. Any team detected by Jiue's 6 eyes faced inevitable eradication. Neither the team captain nor the members could escape unscathed. The third Mizukage even issued a decree stating, any mist ninjas encountering Konoha's gale during missions may voluntarily abandon the task without it being counted as a failure. The extent of Jiue's ruthlessness was evident, compelling a village leader to issue such a humiliating command. His notoriety in the Hidden Mist Village had reached a point where he could become the protagonist of children's bedtime stories, albeit as the villain. In correspondence, the line of defense in the Hidden Leaf Village had endured considerable strain for an extended period. The sudden arrival of such an extraordinary warrior on the battlefield undeniably elevated morale. Presently, the conflict between the Leaf and the Mist appears to be evolving similarly to last year's confrontation between the Leaf and the Sand in the Land of Rivers. Should no action be taken, it is only a matter of time before the Land of Water becomes the third nation to face defeat in the Third Shinobi World War. At a small port along the coastline of the Land of Fire, 7 ninjas, each bearing different weapons and adorned with the forehead protectors of the mist, set foot on foreign soil. They are none other than the esteemed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Biwa Juzo scanned the surroundings and, with a stoic expression, declared, "Our target this time is a boy named Mizuki Kajituki." Raiga Kurisuki coldly interjected, "Humph, he is no ordinary child. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences." Wielding the exploding blade, splash, the volatile Wanyu Shohachi clicked his tongue and smirked. "Enough chatter, let us swiftly eliminate him and return to report." Kurozai Kamaru, the bearer of the long sword, Needle, who had partnered with Wanyu Shohachi for an extended period, was acutely aware of his companion's temperament. Although he held little fondness for Wanyu, he offered a cautious word of advice: do not be careless. A warrior's reputation is no mere facade. This Leaf Gale is a prodigy who has developed a bloodline limit according to the intelligence reports. If Kurozai's words managed to penetrate Wanyu's stubbornness, the subsequent remarks from the wielder of the dull blade, Dokatsu, ignited his fury anew. The Leaf Gale is a foe even the Water Shadow dares not underestimate. Having issued orders to abandon the mission upon encountering him. Can you, Wanyu Shohachi, elicit such an order from the third Hokage? Can you? What did you say, bastard? Wanyu erupted in anger, and had it not been for Biwa Juzo's presence, he might have unsheathed his exploding blade, splashed to eliminate Dokatsu right then and there. "Enough," thundered the imposing figure of Suigetsu Hozuki, akin to a demon in stature. "If you do not cease your bickering, we may find ourselves at odds before we even confront Mizuki Kajituki." He continued, "Mizuki Kajituki has consistently operated alone according to the intelligence. Once we ascertain his location, it will be a simple matter for the 7 of us to eliminate him. This mission is of utmost importance to the Water Shadow. Should we fail due to one individual's reckless behavior, the consequences will be severe." With that, Suigetsu Hozuki surveyed the others with a piercing gaze, exuding an aura of authority. Although he addressed the group, Wanyu felt as though the admonition was directed at him, yet he dared not voice further dissent. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, there is no designated leader. However, within the social dynamics of their group, a hierarchy exists. Suigetsu Hozuki, being the most seasoned and the head of the intelligence department within the Mist Village, could be considered the invisible elder brother among them. The qualifications of Loquat Shirzong and Watermelon Hill's pufferfish demon are quite comparable, and with his nimble intellect, Shirzong's suggestions are invariably given due consideration by his peers. The remaining members, namely Wooly Shinba, Lishan Chuanwan, Tongchao Yeren, and Leichu Leia, were similarly discovered by the third Mizukage within a comparable time frame to serve as part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Consequently, frequent disputes arise between Wooly Shinba and Tongchao Yeren, fundamentally stemming from a desire to outdo one another. The final bearer of the twin blades of Flounder, Kirigakure Chiryu, was the last to join the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, his prowess firmly places him in the upper echelon among the group. This is not merely due to his compatibility with the twin blades of Flounder, but rather because he possesses innate strength, having mastered several advanced techniques of the Kirigakure clan. At this moment, Chihiryu refrains from participating in the discussions among the others. Yet among those present, none harbor a more intense desire to eliminate Mizuki Kiyotsuki than he does. For, not long ago, his brother, Kirigakure Yorin, was slain by Kiyotsuki's squad. Indeed, his brother was the very one who served as an elite guard, the Shark-Tooth Mist Ninja. It is well known in the shinobi world that the bond between brothers often outweighs that of parents. The grudge of fratricide is one that cannot be overlooked. Particularly within the confines of Kirigakure, Yorin's failure to protect the Byakugan has led to his disgrace being publicly displayed, with villagers hurling insults at him for days. Chihiryu is exceedingly protective of his younger brother. Upon returning from a mission in the Land of Earth, he had intended to bring back souvenirs for Yorin, only to be met with the devastating news of his brother's death and the villagers' scorn. It is worth noting that the 7 ninja swordsmen had previously been dispatched by the 3rd Mizukage to investigate the conditions of Awagakure after their victory over Kyomogakure. The 3rd Mizukage sought to ascertain the cost Awagakure incurred in this victory and whether Kirigakure could launch a surprise attack. This explains why Kiyotsuki has been unable to locate the 7 ninja swordsmen for some time. The 3rd Mizukage had also contemplated an offensive against the now-crippled Sunigakure. Yet upon reflection, he deemed it unworthy of his efforts, as that desolate place ignited no desire for conflict within him. Presently, Sunigakure finds itself in an awkward yet secure position. Even the formidable Awagakure has failed to extract any gains from it. Should a confrontation arise, it is likely that they would end up expending more resources than they could hope to reclaim. The smaller hidden villages wish to engage but lack the capability, and the only one with a semblance of hope, Amigakure, remains shrouded in mystery, exhibiting no activity whatsoever. This stands in stark contrast to the declarations made by Hanzo of the Salamander during the Second Shinobi World War, where he asserted his intention to elevate Amigakure to the status of the 6th great hidden village. Nonetheless, this turn of events is fortuitous for Sunigakure. At this moment, Kiyotsuki remains blissfully unaware that the very 7 ninja swordsmen he has been obsessively contemplating are en route to confront him, blades drawn. He is currently enjoying breakfast at Uncle Kenta's ramen shop. Although indulging in ramen so early in the morning may not be the epitome of health, he finds it irresistible. For Uncle Kenta's culinary skills are simply exquisite. He is willing to trade a modicum of health for immense gustatory pleasure, and with the wish system at his disposal, he is destined to become the ultimate being. As for the gluttonous Shoha beside him, he harbors no such concerns. Having satiated his appetite, Jinwe prepares to venture beyond the camp to investigate whether any of the Mist Village's sneaky little mice have once again infiltrated the Land of Fire to wreak havoc. This has become almost a daily routine for him. Given the lack of news regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had recently visited a major port to find a merchant ship bound for the Land of Water, where he left a flying thunder god seal. Indeed, he intends to become a stowaway. If he cannot locate anyone in the Land of Fire, he will infiltrate the Mist Village directly. As Jinwe strolls through the camp, he hears the cawing of a crow. Raising his arm, the crow swiftly lands upon it and regurgitates a small scroll. Jinwe takes the scroll and releases the crow, which had been nurtured by Shirzue for the purpose of casting illusions and delivering messages. Without hesitation, he unfurls the scroll, and upon reading its contents, his eyes gleam with excitement. The message is succinct. The 7 ninja swordsmen have been sighted. Previously, during the mission to reclaim the Byakugan, Jinwe had forged a strong friendship with Shirzue, and they had subsequently tackled several challenging missions together. Naturally, Shirzue was aware of Jinwe's solitary pursuit of the 7 ninja swordsmen on the battlefield and had made it a point to gather intelligence on this front while undertaking his own missions. Today, he had indeed uncovered valuable information while operating at a small port, where he had encountered reports of ninjas suspected to be part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Consequently, he summoned his crow to relay this intelligence to Jianyue, resulting in the earlier scene at the camp. At this moment, Jianyue is uncertain of his emotions. But one thing is clear, he is exhilarated. Since arriving on this battlefield, eliminating the 7 ninja swordsmen has been his foremost objective, and he has finally received concrete news. Although Shizue suggested in the scroll that Jianyue could wait for him to complete his mission so they could pursue the swordsmen together, Jianyue is not inclined to wait. What if a delay results in the swordsmen vanishing once more? The Fishwater Port? This was the site of Kenrin's sacrifice. And now the 7 ninja swordsmen have re-emerged in its vicinity. Is this fate? Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Jianyue vanishes from his location in an instant. Over the past few months, while sweeping the coastline of the Land of Fire, he has left Flying Thunder God seals at regular intervals. As long as he is on the battlefield of the mist, he can provide support across the entire map. Why, oh why, do the 7 ninja swordsmen appear here? At this moment, Kai felt that the world was playing a cruel joke on him. He had recently received a prestigious mission from his village and arrived at the Hidden Mist battlefield. Yet, no one had informed him that this mission would lead him to encounter the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Not only Kai, but his 2 companions also felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having chosen this particular task from a plethora of options. In the dense woods of the Land of Fire, the 3 young leaf ninjas stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed ahead. Not far from them, 7 mist ninjas, wielding an array of bizarre weapons, lounged casually upon several massive stones. Ha ha ha, Kamaru. Look at that little brat in the middle who resembles a kappa. What on earth is he wearing? Worry Shinpachi pointed at Kai, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly ridiculous. Kurasame Kamaru sneered in agreement, cruelly stating, just look at the fear etched on their faces. I would love to slice off their faces and stitch them together. It would be a masterpiece. One cannot deny that these 2 truly lived up to the moniker of the Heartless Duo. Don't waste time. Let's finish them off quickly, Suigetsu Hozuki reprimanded Kurasame Kamaru. They were on a significant mission, and to prevent any leaks of classified information that could alert Shimizu Mitsuki, they had deliberately avoided confrontation with the Leaf Ninjas. Along the way, every Leaf Ninja they encountered had met their demise at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What should we do? One of Kai's teammates stammered, overwhelmed by fear. Another teammate echoed a similar sentiment, muttering incessantly, we're going to die, sighing inwardly at his companion's lack of composure. Kai realized escape was impossible. He could only hope to meet his end with some semblance of dignity. For reasons unknown, he found himself reminiscing about his father. If only my father were here, he thought, but he quickly shook his head to dispel that notion. His father, Might Dai, was merely a low-ranking ninja. His presence would only add another casualty to the fray. Perhaps it was better that he did not come. Forgive me, father. Perhaps I truly am not cut out to be a ninja. I am sorry, Mitsuki. I appreciated your support back then, but alas. It seems I shall not see you on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist. With this, Might Kai mentally prepared himself for battle, adopting a fighting stance against his foes. Just then, a green figure descended from the sky, landing before Kai's team. Father! Kai exclaimed in astonishment, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Upon focusing again, he indeed saw his father, Might Dai. At that moment, Dai emanated a vibrant green chakra aura, clearly having activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Might Dai looked tense as he surveyed the still motionless 7 ninja swordsmen, and he let out a sigh of relief. I made it just in time. Father, why are you here? Kai asked, a mix of urgency and confusion in his voice. Might Dai found himself perplexed as to why his father, Might Dai, appeared in this perilous situation. In his memory, his father was merely a perennial low-ranking ninja, relegated to performing only D-rank missions and often looked down upon by various teams. From his perspective, his father's presence here seemed like a harbinger of death. Despite possessing the 8 gates technique to augment his strength, he was about to confront the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen, notorious for their ability to obliterate a small nation within a day when united. However, Might Dai simply turned to him with a nonchalant smile and said, Kai, I will hold them off. You must flee at once. But father, how will you? It matters not. I shall unlock the 8 gates. Might Dai gave a thumbs up over his shoulder. Self-restraint, it was time to release it. Kai was acutely aware of what activating the 8 gates entailed, It signified the end of life, the collapse of the body. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming adversaries, they seemed to have no alternative. He clenched his teeth, striving to make his voice sound resolute and calm. "Father, please don't." However, his words faltered, choked by an invisible force that constricted his throat. He gazed at his father, tears glistening in his eyes, his heart a tumult of conflict and anguish. He wished for his father to abandon the fight for their sake, yet the words remained trapped within him, for this was the essence of his father's ninja way. Self-restraint was not merely about refraining from recklessly wielding the power of the Eight Gates. It was fundamentally about confronting any challenge or adversity with a positive attitude and unwavering will. "How dull," scoffed the masked figure Wori Shinbachi, his bandaged head adorned with an eye patch, as he approached with the explosive blade. The other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen remained still, convinced that the leaf ninjas before them posed no threat to Wori Shinbachi. Suddenly, a uniquely shaped 3-pronged kunai whizzed towards Wori Shinbachi with astonishing speed. Wori Shinbachi, ever perceptive, merely twisted his body slightly, allowing the kunai to whiz past him harmlessly. A tiresome trick, he mused, finding himself amused by such juvenile antics. Yet, in that fleeting moment when he believed the kunai had missed him, a figure emerged from its path. Genjutsu grasped the kunai's handle with his left hand, while his right hand wielded a preformed Rinnegan. With the unparalleled speed of space-time ninjutsu, Wori Shinbachi had no time to react before Genjutsu's Rinnegan struck him, sending his body crashing to the ground with tremendous force. The impact of the Rinnegan caused the earth to tremble violently, scattering debris and creating a small crater approximately 1 meter in diameter. At that moment, Wori Shinbachi lay supine in the crater, a gaping, horrific vortex-like wound marred his chest, as if torn apart by an unseen force. A copious stream of blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the surrounding ground a deep crimson. He opened his mouth in agony, continuously expelling bright red blood. This sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. The entire venue fell into a silence as profound as death. All eyes were fixated on Wori Shinba, filled with astonishment and confusion. Not a single soul, including Might Guy and his companions, could have anticipated that the scene would transform so drastically in the blink of an eye. "What?" Li Xinchuanwan exclaimed, witnessing his longtime partner who had been exuding confidence just moments ago, now lying on the ground, uncertain of his fate. Although he was indifferent to Wori Shinba's life or death, the enemy's displayed speed was enough to astonish him. Shiguashan He Tungue spoke in a grave tone. "First, ascertain if there are any Konoha ninjas in the vicinity." Upon the formidable entrance of Jinyu, he refrained from launching a further assault. Standing resolutely in place with an icy, merciless gaze, he callously placed a foot upon the blood-spewing forehead of Wori Shinba, turning his back to Might Guy and his companions. Jinyu's voice resonated slowly. "It's all right, Uncle Dai. The situation has not yet escalated to the point where you must relinquish your self-restraint." Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Might Guy was the first to react, exclaiming with excitement, "Jinyu." However, his exhilaration quickly faded, for he believed that even a genius like Jinyu could not withstand the formidable might of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although Jinyu had swiftly dispatched an opponent upon his arrival, it was only achievable through a sneak attack. In a direct confrontation, Jinyu would find himself outmatched. Might Dai shared this sentiment. He understood Jinyu's strength, as the village hailed him as Konoha's foremost genius, a hero who had brought an end to the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Yet, no matter how talented he was, he could not conceal the fact that he was still a mere child, akin to Guy. With a serious expression, Might Dai declared, "Jinyu, I am not jesting. The adversary is not one you can contend with at present. You must leave this place with Guy and the others. I will do my utmost to hold them off." Upon hearing the paternal advice, Jinyu let out a slight sigh. "I am not joking either." Bang! Just as he spoke, Jinyu exerted force once more, forcefully pressing Wori Shinba's head into the earth, extinguishing his last flicker of life. Jinyu continued, "Moreover, Uncle Dai, you are mistaken when faced with mere rodents. There is no need for anyone to flee." "Humph! Arrogant." The demon-like Shiguashan He Tungue snorted disdainfully upon hearing Jinyu's audacious proclamation, then revealed a cruel smile. "None of you will escape, especially you, the one with a plump raccoon ninja beast on your shoulder. You must be the Gale of Konoha, Shimizu Jinyu. You are indeed the first on our kill list among the 7 ninja swordsmen." Shiguashan He Tungue could hardly believe that mere moments after arriving at the battlefield of the Land of Fire, they had encountered their target. A stroke of incredible fortune. Upon hearing the opposing party identify himself as a chubby raccoon cat, Shoha's face flushed crimson. Damn that mist ninja. How dare he concoct such a tale about Lord Shoha? Jinyue, unable to resist the urge to mock, interjected, "Oh, I've noticed that the ninjas from your mist village are rather unattractive, yet they constantly indulge in fanciful thoughts." Although Jinyue considered himself not one to indulge in sarcasm, his time on the mist battlefield had unwittingly instilled this habit in him. This tendency was rather undesirable, as it rendered him seemingly devoid of decorum. Nonetheless, at this moment, he found no objection to engaging in a brief exchange with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Prior to revealing himself, he had already prepared contingencies in the surroundings. Today, not a single soul would return alive to the mist village. Qing Shui Jinyue. A furious roar commanded Jinyue's attention. The voice belonged to the least experienced among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure's Chiho, whose eyes blazed with crimson fury, as if he were confronting a sworn enemy. In truth, Jinyue was indeed his nemesis, just as Chiho was Jinyue's. However, in stark contrast to Chiho's contorted visage, Jinyue remained remarkably composed. Perhaps in Jinyue's eyes, the 7 ninja swordsmen were already nothing more than 7 corpses. Observing Chiho's expression, Jinyue remarked indifferently, "It appears you have lost someone dear to you at my hands. If so, how unfortunate, for I do not typically engage in the torment of the weak. Perhaps their demise was too swift." Upon hearing this, Chiho felt the last threads of his rationality fraying. "You bastard. You killed my brother. He was with Ao's team, and you caused him to be branded a disgrace by the Mist Village. He can never become a hero now." This revelation sparked a memory for Jinyue. Indeed, this fellow bore a striking resemblance to the shark-toothed Mist Ninja he had eliminated during his pursuit of Ao. With a light chuckle, Jinyue responded, "Rest assured. Your brother met his end in a rather ignoble fashion." Hizaki Takuzu sensed impending danger and hastily attempted to dissuade Chiho from acting rashly. "Wait, Chiho, yet." It was too late. Chiho could no longer contain the fiery wrath that consumed him. Clenching his twin blades, the Kamehameha, he unleashed the battle form of the ninja sword without hesitation. Instantly, the blades expanded to an immense size. Chiho swung ferociously at Jinyue, releasing a powerful sphere of gaseous chakra energy that hurtled forth like a cannonball, imbued with relentless might and force, aimed straight at Jinyue. This strike encapsulated Chiho's fury and determination, vowing to end Jinyue's life in one fell swoop. "Die! Damn you, Qing Shui Jinyue." In the face of this hate-fueled assault, Jinyue merely drew out his blade, Mizukiri, and with a casual flourish proclaimed, "Counterattack, activate." An invisible domain emanated from Jinyue's form. As the energy projectile released by Chiho's Kamehameha reached the boundaries of this domain, it triggered a mechanism, redirecting all chakra within to swiftly return along its original path. Hozuki Chojiro had never anticipated that his attack would be rebounded. He swiftly leapt to the right to evade it. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the Flounder's assault. Its unique blade structure allowed the wielder's chakra to be transformed into powerful chakra energy projectiles with almost no waste, launching them with astonishing force. The chakra energy projectile struck the original position of the 7 ninja swordsmen, shattering several boulders into fragments. However, this did not affect the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, as Kiba Juzo and his companions had scattered the moment Hozuki Chojiro initiated his attack. Approaching Mitsuki from various directions, Mitsuki deftly flipped his hands, revealing several flying thunder god kekkei nestled between his fingers, which he then cast outward. With a series of swift motions, the kekkei were thrown using a unique technique, embedding themselves in various locations across the battlefield. Faced with the encirclement of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Mitsuki immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to the location of one of the kekkei. Kiba Juzo quickly realized the significance of this maneuver and alerted his teammates. "It's the space-time ninjutsu mentioned in the intel. Pay attention to his kekkei's position." Having spent considerable time on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, Mitsuki had already mastered the intelligence regarding the space-time ninjutsu. With this in mind, Kurasame Shiranui revealed a cruel smile. He abruptly changed direction, charging towards Guy and his companions, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness. The Leaf's gale frequently traversed the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, aiding various teams from the Leaf, a fact that was no secret. Yet, to Kurosame, such actions seemed tedious and inefficient. However, if he could target these weak leaf genin, it was certain that Mitsuki would come rushing in. Mikai tensed up. If there was only one opponent, he could attempt to open the seventh gate. However, Mitsuki would not grant him such an opportunity. The 7 ninja swordsmen must be dealt with one by one. 4 Crimson Sun Formation. 4 radiant crimson pillars shot skyward, connecting in pairs to form a massive red square barrier. This was the contingency plan that Mitsuki had set up prior to his appearance. He had borrowed the chakra of Shikaku, dividing it into 4 shadow clones, each possessing chakra at the level of a kage, and dispatched them to the 4 corners, ready to unleash the barrier technique. As Kurosame confronted the sudden appearance of the red barrier, he tentatively thrust his sewing needle forward, only to be repelled and sent flying by the powerful chakra flowing within the barrier. The 4 Crimson Sun Formation was a high-level barrier technique of the Senju clan, requiring 4 individuals with Kage-level chakra to stand at 4 different locations and simultaneously perform the hand seals. Due to its exceedingly stringent release conditions and formidable isolation effect, it was recorded in the sealing scrolls, typically reserved for the Hokage. However, Mitsuki was fortunate to have an exceptional sister. At this moment, Mitsuki was utilizing the 4 Crimson Sun Formation not only to prevent the 7 ninja swordsmen from escaping, but also to deter anyone from claiming his bounty. Indeed, I am referring to that restless figure outside, the formidable Maida Dai, who seems eager to unleash chaos. At this moment, Maida Dai remains oblivious to the unfolding events, merely witnessing 4 beams of crimson light emerge, subsequently entrapping both Gyue and the 7 ninja blades within. However, he can ascertain that this barrier technique was executed by Gyue, as the very source of the light beams is Gyue's shadow clone, seated on the ground with hands forming seals, within the confines of the 4 Scarlet Sun Arrays barrier. The dazed Kurosame Shuriken felt a slight dizziness and shook his head vigorously. At that instant, the formidable Pai Pa Shirzong appeared, brandishing a beheading blade aimed directly at his back. The clash of metal resonated sharply through the air. Gyue, wielding the mist cutter enveloped in the electric arc of the Chidori style, collided with the beheading sword. Both forces engaged in a fierce struggle. Instinctively, Gyue channeled the electric current of the Chidori style down the blade towards Pai Pa Shirzong. Yet, this adversary was not alone in combat. As Kurosame Shuriken regained his composure, he thrust his sewing needle towards Gyue's abdomen. Nevertheless, Gyue paid no heed to Kurosame Shuriken's assault, continuing to transmit lightning-infused chakra into Pai Pa Shirzong, rendering him paralyzed in place. Simultaneously, Shoha, perched upon Gyue's shoulder, formed seals with both hands, causing a plume of sand to rise from the ground, manifesting a shield of sand before Gyue to deflect Kurosame Shuriken's strike. In an instant, Gyue condensed a spiral shuriken in his left hand, opting not to throw it, but rather wielding it like a weapon as he lunged towards the immobilized Pai Pa Shirzong. In this critical moment, the formidable Akatsuki Chiharu and Reikage Rhea each unleashed their ninja swords, initiating a ranged assault on Gyue. Lightning Release, Lightning Strike, Flatfish Liberation. Both the Lightning Blade and the Double Blade Flatfish granted their wielders the ability to unleash unmarked attack ninjutsu. Any ordinary ninja confronted with such an onslaught would undoubtedly falter, rendered helpless to retaliate. However, Gyue is no ordinary ninja. Unmarked ninjutsu, he has surpassed such limitations. Instead of activating full counter defenses, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant only to reappear at a distant kunai's location. Just as the teleportation concluded, Gyue raised a single finger, declaring, "Boom." Indeed, Gyue had merely transported himself, leaving the spiral shuriken behind. The massive blue chakra shuriken buzzed ominously, rapidly expanding, its interior brimming with countless glimmering blades that sent shivers down the spine. Observing this scene, Pai Pa Shirzong and Kurosame Shuriken were engulfed by a surge of dread, their scalps tingling with fear. With all his strength, Kurosame Shuriken hurled his long knife, the sewing needle, embedding it into a nearby tree, and then forcefully tugged on the thread, striving to escape the terrifying blue orb's attack range. Witnessing this, Gyue swiftly formed seals with one hand, striking the ground, whereupon blue electricity coalesced into a lightning hound, racing towards Kurosame Shuriken. The Lightning Release, Pursuit Hound. In the blink of an eye, the lightning hound clamped onto Kurosame Shuriken's right leg, extinguishing his last flicker of hope for escape. The azure blade storm ruthlessly enveloped him. And the heartless duo, who had partnered with Woolly Shiba for quite some time, ultimately succumbed to the merciless assault of others. Regrettably, the spiral shuriken only left behind the chestnut hail string Maru, failing to achieve a double kill. Paipa Shizu, a seasoned expert from the Hidden Mist, demonstrated his vast combat experience. After Jinyu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away, he swiftly recovered from the paralysis induced by the lightning chakra. He then positioned his decapitating blade before him, leveraging the chakra energy projectile released by the ghost lantern Chickage to propel himself away. This method of evading attacks proved quite innovative, albeit at the cost of 1/3 of the blade's length being severed. Moreover, it appeared that Paipa Shizu's internal organs had also endured significant impact, as he was now leaning on his decapitating blade, gasping for breath. Since Jinyu had appeared on the battlefield and swiftly eliminated Woolly Shiba, within less than 3 exchanges, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had already been dispatched, a feat that left the remaining members of the Suigetsu clan rather astonished. This Leaf Village whirlwind truly possessed formidable prowess. Apart from the current 5 remaining members of the ninja swordsmen, the Might Guy father and son duo, along with 2 ordinary genin stationed at the periphery of the 4 Crimson Yang formation, were left utterly speechless. They had indeed heard tales of Konoha's top prodigy, Shimizu Jinyu, and his formidable achievements, tales of the conclusion of the Land of Rivers battlefield, the extermination of magnetic and incineration ninjas, and the defeat of Jinchuriki. Yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Impressive. It was ostensibly a 1 versus 7 scenario, yet it felt as though Master Jinyu held the upper hand. Hearing his teammates express their awe at Jinyu's remarkable abilities filled Might Guy with pride. After all, the exceptionally gifted Jinyu had once assured him that he, Might Guy, would become an outstanding ninja, a goal Guy had diligently pursued. He yearned to prove that his perseverance and efforts would not be in vain, and that Jinyu's judgment was undoubtedly sound. In contrast to the naive perspectives of these youngsters, Might Guy refrained from overly relaxing in light of the advantageous situation on the battlefield. Meanwhile, within the 4 Crimson Yang formation, Suigetsu Hozuki exchanged a knowing glance with Ghost Lantern Chickage, who immediately understood the cue and formed hand seals. Upon seeing Chickage's hand signs, Jinyu instantly grasped the opponent's intentions. Considering the Ghost Lantern clan's secret technique of water transformation, Jinyu opted not to employ the wind release, spiral shuriken, but instead, much like he had against Chickage's brother, he coalesced a lightning-infused Rinnegan at his fingertips. Without a hint of hesitation, Jinyu formed a pistol gesture with one hand and aimed the spindle-shaped lightning release, fingergun Rinnegan at the hand-sealing Ghost Lantern Chickage. However, the other adversaries present would not simply watch as Jinyu unleashed his assault to interrupt Chickage's ninjutsu. Leichu and Reiga continued to harness the power of the lightning blade, transforming their chakra into an unmarked lightning release to intercept the lightning release, fingergun Rinnegan launched by Jinyu. This delay allowed Ghost Lantern Chickage to complete his hand seals. Before them stood the formidable Kagaya with his chest adorned with the symbol of the Ghost Lantern, from which a deluge of water gushed forth, enveloping the entire 4 Red Yang formation in a thick mist. The water release, great exploding water colliding wave. This was the meticulously devised strategy of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wherein Kagaya unleashed the great exploding water colliding wave to create an expansive aquatic domain, submerging all of Kiyomizu's specialized kunai beneath the surface. However, they did not anticipate that, right from the onset of battle, 2 members of their number would fall. Thankfully, Kagaya was not among the first to be eliminated, allowing their strategy to remain viable. Thanks to the surrounding 4 Red Yang formation, Kagaya did not need to expend excessive chakra to generate more water. He simply covered the battlefield, halting the flow just shy of a meter past the trees. Mizuki of the Watermelon Mountain, with a piercing gaze, directed his attention toward Kiyomizu, who stood unfazed upon the water's surface, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he confidently declared, "This way, you are unable to employ that space-time ninjutsu." At that moment, Biwa Juzo had also regained his composure, and the 5 of them encircled Kiyomizu. Seemingly sensing their advantage, the exuberant Tsukuyomi exclaimed, "While I am pleased you eliminated that bothersome fellow, I am not fond of your tone just now. Thus, I must take your life." Without further ado, Mizuki ordered, "Let us all attack at once." Do not grant him the opportunity to employ his ninjutsu. He then sprang forward with an agility that belied his massive frame, swiftly closing the distance to Shimizu, each spike on his great sword, the Samehada, glinting ominously in the sunlight. The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen likewise advanced with their blades drawn, save for Raijin, whose thunderblade excelled at mid-range combat, preferring to maintain a distance during missions. In the face of such a coordinated assault, Shimizu remained unperturbed, clapping his hands together. Wisps of azure chakra materialized around him, coalescing into 9 orbs, each the size of a fist and radiating a cerulean glow. After a brief rotation, these spheres hovered behind him, representing Shimizu's Ultra S-rank ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere. As the 9 orbs manifested, Shimizu immediately activated 4 of them. One orb rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a tempestuous violet current. Under Shimizu's exquisite chakra control, this surging energy swiftly contracted and coalesced, ultimately forming a spear that shimmered with the brilliance of lightning. This spear, aglow with electric energy, emanated an unsettling radiance from its tip, as if it could pierce through any barrier. With a deft motion of his hand, Shimizu launched the thunderous spear at Kaguya, while the other 2 orbs morphed into spiral shurikens and a great fire spiral sphere, hurtling towards Tsukuyomi and Biwajuzo on either flank. The last orb was further enhanced by Jianyue, who infused it with a greater quantity of fire release chakra, transforming the spiral sphere into a colossal dark purple flame arrow. The shaft of this giant arrow shimmered with a destructive radiance, with countless tiny flames dancing upon its surface. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these flames were no ordinary fire, but rather a manifestation of condensed fire release chakra. The chakra flowed as thick as liquid, creating a flowing curtain of fire that enveloped the entire shaft. This magnificent and seemingly explosive inferno arrow was deftly maneuvered by Jianyue as it swiftly shot towards the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon. The rapid exchanges of offense and defense between ninjas often transpired in such a fleeting manner. The potency of the spiral shuriken was already well understood by Tongchao Yeburen, who recognized it was beyond his capacity to withstand, prompting him to abandon his attack and leap backward. Meanwhile, Biwajuzu was even more cautious. Having already retreated as Jianyue clasped his hands together to summon the spiral sphere, he had narrowly escaped being obliterated by the spiral shuriken left behind. Faced with this unfamiliar ninjutsu, Juzu felt it prudent to allow his teammates to probe ahead first. Jianyue paid little mind to the 2 of them. Unlike Chiyo, who could multitask with ease, he chose to concentrate primarily on the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon and the Ghost Lantern's Chihayakiri. As for Tongchao Yeburen and Biwajuzu, it sufficed to drive them back. Confronted with the onrushing lightning spear, Chihayakiri found himself unable to employ the water transformation technique for defense. Yet he was unwilling to squander this prime opportunity. Thus, he resorted to another secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan, water release, shield Yubitoko. This technique represented the pinnacle of defensive arts within the Ghost Lantern clan, enabling the user to manipulate vast quantities of water to envelop themselves, forming a formidable shield. Simultaneously, this water could morph into monstrous forms to assail adversaries. The water surrounding the battlefield, conjured by explosive waves, began to surge with fervor as if drawn by an unseen force. A colossal sphere of water swiftly coalesced, distorting and reshaping until it materialized into a gigantic water beast, rivaling the size of a tailed beast. Although Shield Yubitoko was also susceptible to lightning release, its vulnerability was markedly less severe than that of the water transformation technique. In the arena, the lightning release, Thousand Bird Spear, simulated by the spiral sphere, pierced directly into the water beast conjured by Yubitoko, with violent currents of electricity coursing through its entire form, accompanied by sharp avian cries. Reassured by the protective embrace of the water release technique, Chihayakiri brimmed with confidence. Did you think that employing lightning release would render me helpless? Cursed Konoha's Gale witnessed the true might of the Ghost Lantern clan. The immense water beast withstood the electrical onslaught, launching its head in a hammering strike towards Jianyue. As Jianyue continued to guide the Inferno arrow in pursuit of the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon, he was compelled to first position his sword, Mist Cutter, across his chest and sweep outward. Full counter. The intangible realm unfurled once more, and at the moment its edge collided with the water creature conjured by the water release. Shielding Black Hat, Kazuki Shinjin felt his ninjutsu slipping beyond his control. The initially formidable water beast began to disintegrate from its head, gradually reverting to liquid and cascading into the waters beneath. As Kazuki Shinjin had been in a state of liquefaction while unleashing the water technique, he suffered no counterattack damage. Meanwhile, Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon found himself under immense pressure. Observing that Biwa Shizo and Tonkatsu Yubito effortlessly evaded the attack from Shimizu Mitsuki, he attempted to mimic their retreat to avoid the evidently formidable ninjutsu. However, to his dismay, the insidious Shimizu Mitsuki demonstrated the ability to manipulate the trajectory of the fiery arrow, leaving Kazuki Shinjin with no choice but to face this assault alone. A massive dark purple flame arrow, infused with high concentrations of fire release chakra, surged towards Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, carving a deep wake upon the water's surface. An abundance of steam billowed from the arrow's tail, lingering like a booster between Ketsugetsu and Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, creating a white, elongated trail. With both hands gripping the hilt of the blade, shark skin, Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon felt the veins in his arms bulge as he raised the sword above his head, channeling all his strength to swing it fiercely at the Inferno Annihilation arrow. The terrifying blade's momentum surged forth like a ferocious beast, cleaving the arrow in two with overwhelming force. The water's surface below erupted into a spectacular display of fountains, sending sprays high into the air, refracting the sunlight into a dazzling array of colors upon the curtain of water. Utilizing the unique property of shark skin to absorb chakra, Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon barely managed to fend off the horrifying bloodline limit ninjutsu. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a tremendous buzzing sound approached from afar, resonating ominously in his ears. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he found his vision obscured by the steam generated prior to the absorption of the Inferno Annihilation arrow. Trouble, he thought, realizing the imminent danger. Years of combat experience honed his auditory senses, allowing him to discern the attack was coming straight ahead. He exerted himself to twist his massive form and once again swung shark skin with all his might. Buzzing, a blue chakra shuriken whirled through the steam, crashing directly into Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, only to meet the same fate as the earlier Inferno Annihilation arrow, devoured by shark skin. Remarkably, Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon had anticipated the attack, confirming that it indeed originated from directly in front of him. This spiraling shuriken had initially been simulated by Ketsugetsu using the Rinnegan to obstruct Tonkatsu Yubito. After repelling the latter, Ketsugetsu had concealed the shuriken within the steam generated by the passage of the Inferno Annihilation arrow across the waters. While water vapor may obscure the vision of an ordinary ninja, for Genua, such concealment is virtually inconsequential. He perceives everything with clarity. Indeed, the intelligence chief of the Hidden Mist Village, his years of combat experience can indeed save one's life. However, how will you evade the third attack? Watch your head. Pippa Shirzong loudly warns Sugawa Shirabuta, who finds himself shrouded in mist and unable to see silhouettes. At that moment, a dark purple fireball, radiating an ominous heat, suddenly appears in midair. This fireball resembles a blazing meteor, hurtling down with unparalleled force and velocity towards Shirabuta's head, the scorching flames distorting the surrounding air. In truth, there was no need for Pippa Shirzong's warning. Shirabuta had already sensed the surge of heat above him as he had just used the shark skin to absorb the spiral shuriken with a vigorous second swing. Naturally, he wished to wield the shark skin once more for defense. However, time was not on his side. In a desperate bid, he activated a secret technique to accelerate the growth of his hair upwards, forming multiple sharp spikes in an attempt to intercept the blazing spiral. Yet, the blazing spiral is a bloodline limit technique, and Shirabuta's hair technique proved utterly ineffective, failing to provide even the slightest obstruction. Those chakra-enhanced hair spikes, capable of piercing solid rock, were incinerated upon contact with the blazing spiral as if they were mere weeds. With every ounce of strength, Shirabuta twisted his enormous body, every muscle straining, every vein pulsing, striving to evade the fatal blow. In this life-or-death moment, his massive physique became a means of survival, driven by an overwhelming instinct to live. However, Jinhua would not grant him this opportunity. Under Jinua's remote control, the blazing spiral detonated with a thunderous roar directly above Shirabuta, engulfing him in dark purple flames. The internal fiery chakra mercilessly elevated the temperature within a radius of several meters to an unimaginable level. The skin and muscles of Shirabuta began to melt under the extreme heat that far surpassed human tolerance, causing him to emit anguished cries. Nevertheless, even in such torment, he clung to his desire to survive. With a surge of determination, he pressed the shark skin against his chest while desperately shouting, "Shark skin, hurry!" Yet, the shark skin did not heed his call. Instead of cooperating, it turned and viciously bit off half of Shirabuta's right arm before plunging into the water, making its escape. "Shark skin you." It was evident that Shirabuta could hardly believe that the great sword, his companion through countless battles over the years, would betray him at the moment he was closest to death. Deprived of the shark skin's aid, Shirabuta was inevitably consumed by the flames of the fire technique. Frankly speaking, this scene was indeed somewhat theatrical. As Jianyu prepared to launch the Rinnegan once more for a decisive strike, he was unexpectedly bitten by his own deception. The Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon. A hearty laugh erupted from Jianyu, echoing through the air. "Your mist village has betrayed its own, even the ninja swords. What remains genuine in such a facade-riddled village? It is indeed a farce that it has endured to this day." The remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, upon hearing Jianyu's scornful remarks, wore expressions of dismay. Even the previously furious Akatsuki Chihiro appeared somewhat unsettled. Before their arrival, they had meticulously gathered all intelligence on Konoha's Gale, identifying the most formidable challenges as his space-time ninjutsu, his fire-based bloodline limits, and the wind release technique that inspired his title. Initially, the tactical arrangement of the 7 ninja swordsmen dictated that Akatsuki Chihiro would create a water domain to seal Jianyu's space-time ninjutsu. Subsequently, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon would serve as the front line to absorb the enemy's ninjutsu attacks, while the others would launch a flanking assault from various angles. Despite having lost 1 member before the battle commenced, they executed their strategy with remarkable thoroughness. Yet, why has it come to this predicament? This question loomed in the minds of the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was not entirely their fault. After all, Jianyu's intelligence on the battlefield was scant, and to have elicited the Rinnegan from him was already a feat surpassing that of other mist teams currently engaged. The weaknesses of the Rinnegan technique were rather transparent, primarily its limited quantity. Pipa Shirzong fixated on the shimmering blue chakra sphere hovering behind Jianyu, swallowing nervously due to the tension. He then calmly assessed, each time that sphere executes a ninjutsu, it will vanish. Only 5 remain now. The others, including Lei Chua Leia, Tong Chao Yier Run, and Akatsuki Chihiro, had also taken note. Logically, they should have coordinated another assault to deplete the spheres created by the enigmatic technique. However, the recent fate of the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon left them hesitant. None wished to become the next target of concentrated fire. If even a frontline tank like the pufferfish demon could not withstand 3 spheres, their fragile forms stood no chance. "Leia, why didn't you charge in earlier?" Akatsuki Chihiro suddenly accused Lei Chua Leia, taken aback by the accusation amidst such chaos. Lei Chua Leia spat in frustration. "I was never meant to be the close-range attacker. With that bizarre rebound technique from the opponent, using a powerful lightning strike would only endanger you all. And what were you doing on the sidelines then?" Chihiro retorted. "What could I do? 4 of you went in and were instantly countered. What was I supposed to do?" Pipa Shirzong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face darkening with incredulity at the unfolding scene. Do these individuals truly possess any sense? Even at this juncture, they are embroiled in internal strife. Meanwhile, Tong Chao Yi'eran furrowed his brow and retreated behind a few others. He had lost the will to fight and merely wished to wait for the likes of Guizhong Qianren to charge forth and divert Qing, Shui, Jinyu's attention, thus affording him the opportunity to breach the barrier and make his escape. The dull blade gouge is a unique weapon forged from an axe and a hammer. Although it lacks the destructive power and agility of other ninja blades, it possesses unparalleled defensive penetration capabilities among them. Though he had never encountered this crimson barrier and was uncertain of its exact strength, he was confident in his ability to utilize the gouge to break through it. The sole challenge lay in evading the watchful eyes of the monstrous foe across from him. Alas, Jinyu was not a mind reader. Had he known Tong Chao Yi'eran's intentions, it would have been intriguing to witness his reaction. Just as Tong Chao Yi'eran was unaware of the barrier's strength created by the 4 red sun formation, Jian Yu was equally ignorant of the true defensive capabilities of the so-called dull blade gouge. However, one thing was certain. No matter how formidable the gouge's abilities, it could never shatter the four red sun formation. Not a moment was spent mourning the demise of the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. The remaining four members of the seven ninja blades were about to confront the second wave of assault from Konoha's swift Qing Shui Jianyu. In an instant, the spiral sphere behind Jianyu seemed to be imbued with life, shooting forth rapidly, tracing a blue arc through the air. It soon collided with the water's surface, sending up a spray while transforming into a powerful surge of blue electricity. This vibrant electric current did not dissipate. Instead, it split at an astonishing speed, forming four massive lightning hounds, their fur crackling with arcs of electricity, charging across the water toward their adversaries. Simultaneously, Jian Yu's own body was once again ensnared and enhanced by the electric arcs of the Chidori flow, propelling him forward in a charge toward Guizhong Qianren. The Thunder Plow and Thunder Fong struck against each other, unleashing a vast surge of electricity that intercepted the four lightning hounds several meters away. Upon seeing Qing Shui Jianyu charging toward him, Guizhong Qianren understood that the liberation attack of his flatfish would be of no use. Rather, it would only inflict harm upon himself. Thus, he employed the secret technique of the Guizhong clan, Grand Water Arm Technique, manipulating the water to coalesce into muscle around his arms. With his augmented strength, he gripped the hilt of the flatfish tightly and unleashed a powerful, decisive slash toward Jianyu. Concurrently, Biwa Juzong swung his decapitating sword towards Jianyu's back. From the moment the Thunder Plow and Thunder Fong intercepted the lightning hounds, despite their recent mutual accusations, the three exhibited remarkable coordination. Without hesitation, Jianyu instantaneously commanded two spiral spheres to launch forth. One of the spheres was ignited by dark purple flames, swiftly transforming into a massive circular shield of fire, firmly positioned behind Jianyu. At that moment, Biwa Juzong's decapitating sword struck fiercely against this fiery shield, yet astonishingly, the seemingly indestructible blade was melted upon contact with the shield. Under the control of Jianyu, another spiral orb was launched toward the water's surface with astonishing speed, seamlessly merging upon contact. Simultaneously, a colossal vortex suddenly formed beneath Guizhong Qianren's feet, as if it sought to consume him. Guizhong Qianren gazed in astonishment at the unexpectedly manifested whirlpool, yet he had little time for contemplation. At that moment, high-pressure water jets surged forth from the vortex, striking him like cannonballs, their immense force propelling him into the air. However, the assault was far from over. Immediately, a gigantic water dragon erupted from the depths, opening its maw and ruthlessly biting down on Guizhong Qianren, the dragon's overwhelming strength rendering him unable to escape. Spiral orb water release, water dragon bite explosion, he exclaimed. Feeling a chilling wave envelop him, Guizhong Qianren hastily employed the water transformation technique, channeling chakra to transmute his body into liquid form. Little did he realize that Jianyu awaited this precise moment. As the water dragon emerged, clamping down on him, Jianyu had already plunged his blade, Mist Cutter, into the dragon's body, connecting with the submerged depths. Chidori Stream, unleash full power. In an instant, a torrent of chakra transformed into a furious blue current. Utilizing the water as a natural conductor, within mere milliseconds, electric arcs enveloped the entire water dragon. Just as Guizhong Qianren, still in his liquid state, began to catch his breath, he suddenly felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. He quickly comprehended that he had fallen victim to Qing Shui Jianyu's cunning scheme, struck by the most lethal lightning release while in his water form. Damn you, Qing Shui Jianyu, he cursed, yet before he could finish his thought, Jianyu formed a hand seal with one hand, commanding the immense water dragon to bite down with tremendous force. This was an S-rank water release technique, renowned for its capability to exert a biting force of 10,000 tons, capable of shredding any defense. Although it may have been somewhat exaggerated, it was indeed a simple task to slay a paralyzed Guizhong Qianren. A copious amount of blood trickled from the corners of the dragon's mouth, and within moments, the jutsu concluded, transforming the massive water dragon into a small, rootless waterfall that plummeted from the sky. Alongside it fell two segments of Guizhong Qianren's body. Meanwhile, Pai Ba Shizong grimaced as he beheld the remaining third of his beheading dagger, feeling a sense of melancholia. The full name of the beheading blade was Broken Blade Beheading, and the name was undeniably Apartment. Although it could absorb iron elements from blood to repair itself, this required striking an enemy. Yet over half of the 7 ninja swordsmen had perished without even grazing Qing, Shui Jianyu. To be frank, Pai Ba Shizong felt a creeping despair. Their opponents had initially set their sights on exterminating the 7 ninja swordsmen, even establishing barriers to prevent any chance of escape. Is it true that he is the hunter, and we are merely the prey? Pai Ba Shizong pondered inwardly. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream emanated from the barrier's edge as a figure was hurled several dozen meters away by the intense chakra coursing through it. The figure that emerged was none other than the infamous Tsukasa Ye. Seizing the opportunity while his comrades engaged in battle with Mizuki Kiyomizu, he stealthily approached the perimeter of the barrier and brought his axe down with tremendous force upon it. To amplify the impact, he also struck the axe's blade with a hammer. The result was as one might expect. The barrier remained utterly intact, while he was violently repelled by the potent chakra. Kiyomizu had long since discerned the intentions of this loquacious member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, aware that under the encirclement of the 4 Red Yang formation, his escape was an impossibility, and thus he chose to disregard him entirely. Having just dispatched the formidable Kaizuki Chihiro, he found himself with an open opportunity as Tsukasa Ye presented himself unwittingly. Seizing this chance, Kiyomizu deftly directed a spiraling sphere towards the airborne Tsukasa Ye, who found himself devoid of any means to evade. The sphere expanded rapidly, infused with dark purple flames, the signature of the Inferno Arrow. As the blazing arrow streaked across the water's surface, it left behind a trail of scalding steam, ultimately piercing Tsukasa Ye through the chest. The extreme heat instantaneously incinerated his internal organs, leaving him no time to utter a cry of despair before his lifeless body sank beneath the water's surface. With the caster, Kaizuki Chihiro, now deceased, the watery domain created by the explosive water wave began to dissipate, although at its current pace, it would take several minutes to vanish completely. This meant that Kiyomizu's previously placed Flying Thunder God Kunai was soon to be activated once more. However, this bore little consequence for Kiyomizu, as, in the mere minutes since the battle began, the once formidable 7 ninja swordsmen had been reduced to just 2 remaining. Pipa Shizu and Reiku Raiga exchanged a resolute glance, each seeing a flicker of determination in the other's eyes. Without uttering a single word, Pipa Shizu, wielding a decapitation blade with only a third of its edge remaining, charged fiercely towards Mizuki Kiyomizu. He could have utilized the corpses of his fallen comrades to mend his blade, but he chose not to. Despite his origins in the mist-shrouded village of Kirigakure, where the ruthless education of ninjas often encouraged the exploitation of allies for personal gain, deep down, he remained a person who genuinely cared for his companions. At that moment, Reiku Raiga abandoned his use of lightning release and coordinated his attack with Pipa Shizu, flanking Kiyomizu from another direction. From the outset of this conflict, all of his abilities had been thoroughly countered by Kiyomizu, relegating him to a position of desperation. Yet, in the prior skirmishes, he had subtly unleashed minuscule currents of lightning beneath the water, hoping to incapacitate the enemy from below. A mere second of immobilization would suffice. However, those feeble currents failed to even approach Kiyomizu, whose six-eyed vision rendered Raiga's covert attempts indistinguishable from a straightforward assault. At this moment, the 2 charging towards Kiyomizu resembled solitary heroes, their actions imbued with a tragic nobility. Regrettably, for Jinhua, the troubles posed by these 2 individuals combined were still less formidable than a mere watermelon-sized pufferfish demon. At the very least, he needed to avoid the shark skin to prevent being drained of chakra. Within mere minutes, Jinhua effortlessly dispatched both Pipa Shizong and Lei Chualeya. The lightning-style techniques of Lei Chualeya were countered, and lacking the strength to match Jinhua, he was swiftly eliminated. Meanwhile, Pipa Shizong, whose weapon had been shattered, found himself firmly restrained in place by Shoha's sand control. After eliminating Lei Chualeya, Jinhua freed his hands, and in less than 2 exchanges, he brought down the last remnant of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pipa Shizong. Thus, the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen, once formidable under the leadership of the 3rd Mizukichi, were all confirmed deceased. At this moment, the vast water domain created by the explosive water wave had dissipated, and Jinhua stood still, gazing vacantly at the sky. Lost in thought, regaining his composure, he formed a one-handed seal, dismissing the shadow clone that maintained the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Boom. Outside the barrier, Might Dai witnessed the disappearance of Jianyue's shadow clone and immediately dashed into the battlefield. The confrontation between Jianyue and the 7 ninja swordsmen had been quite intense, at least in terms of visual spectacle, particularly with Jianyue unleashing S-rank ninjutsu, as if chakra were of no consequence. Shortly after the formation of the 4 Crimson Sun, Might Dai's 8 Gates technique had been closed, and he, along with Might Dai, plunged into the woods. What met their eyes was a forest disfigured by torrents of water, as most of the recent battle had transpired atop the water's surface, leaving minimal traces elsewhere. By several small puddles that had yet to dry, a number of bodies lay scattered, the very same 7 ninja swordsmen who had boasted of stitching up Guy and his comrades. Guy surveyed the surroundings and immediately spotted Jianyue, who was gathering the swords of the fallen ninja. "Jianyue, how wonderful!" he exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Having been so worried outside that he nearly pressed his face against the barrier to witness the battle. Hearing Guy's enthusiastic voice, Jianyue turned and gave him a thumbs up, flashing a confident smile. Meanwhile, Might Dai skillfully approached the other corpses, gathering them along with their weapons, showcasing his unique technique honed over decades of clearing debris from waterways. With someone alleviating his burden, Jianyue took the opportunity to observe the blade in his hand, which resembled a living creature more than a mere weapon, the shark skin. After the battle concluded, Jianyue had intended to seek out this treacherous blade that had abandoned its master, but to his surprise, Shark Skin leapt towards him, eagerly attempting to rub against him. Shoha, incensed by the audacity of such a mere broken sword, sealed it with a flurry of hand seals, encasing Shark Skin in sand and temporarily sealing it away. Jianyue suspected that this shark skin might be akin to the malevolent spirits like the Grudge, remnants of various local demons that had existed before the Otsutsuki sowed the seeds of the divine tree. Most of the powerful malevolent entities had been sealed away by the Sage of 6 Paths, leaving only a handful of less harmful ones to persist. Approaching the gathering of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Jianyue casually remarked, "You have worked hard." He then retrieved an ordinary storage scroll from his ninja tool pouch, sealing the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen within. These remains held significant value, especially that of the formidable Sujetsu, as their minds were likely to harbor crucial intelligence. On the front lines of the mist, a few ninjas from the mountain clan were present, and Jianyue intended to return and entrust these corpses to them, urging them to expedite the extraction of vital information. Subsequently, Jianyue produced a blank scroll and a brush, beginning to inscribe a series of incantations upon it. Observing Jianyue's meticulous work, Guy, in a bid to avoid interrupting him, quietly inquired of Might Dai, "Father, do you know what this is?" Might Dai, at a loss, hesitated, as he seemed to recall having seen something similar but could not pinpoint it. With a gentle chuckle, Jianyue came to Might Dai's aid, explaining, "This is a summoning technique. I intend to replace the summoning seals belonging to the mist on these swords. Otherwise, once the news of the 7 ninja swordsmen's demise reaches the Mist Village, these swords could be summoned back by their people." Within the Mist Village, there existed a scroll inscribed with the summoning techniques of the 7 swords. Should the swords become ownerless, the Mist Village could utilize the scroll to summon the scattered blades back. What Jianyue was now undertaking was to inscribe a new summoning technique onto the swords while sealing the original ones belonging to the mist. A classic example of a technique within the ninja world. However, while the concept sounded straightforward, in practice, there were currently no more than a handful of ninjas capable of such a feat, Jianyue being one of them. His explanation was remarkably clear, allowing even Might Dai to grasp the concept instantly. He exclaimed, "So this is how it is resolved." Truly impressive. Undoubtedly, Jianyue was a figure of great renown, and during these post-victory proclamations, there was never a shortage of those ready to sing his praises. Guy's 2 companions, upon encountering the 7 ninja swordsmen, had initially assumed their demise was inevitable. Although they had heard tales of the esteemed Konoha's swift and compassionate Jianyue navigating the battlefield alone to save lives, they had not expected their squad to be so fortunate as to cross paths with him. At this juncture, Jianyue had completed the summoning inscriptions. He arranged several swords, including the Samahata, upon the unfurled scroll and swiftly began forming hand seals. Shin, Wei, Cho Zien. As Jianyue executed the final seal, the incantations upon the scroll shimmered with light. Sealing, the 7 swords were inscribed one by one onto the scroll, within 7 specially drawn diamond-shaped compartments. leaving behind their respective images. With the technique complete, Jinyu carefully gathered his tools. He turned to regard Might Guy and his companions. Although Guy and he were not classmates in the Ninja Academy, Jinyu possessed a remarkable memory. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, "I recall you are from Class D, Guy." Might Guy responded, "Indeed. However, Teacher Dingzhou mentioned that the front lines in the Land of Clouds are tense, so he has gone to the battlefield in the Land of Soup. Such circumstances are not uncommon. Not only does Akidu Dingzhou take on this responsibility, but many elite shinobi, including the leading Jonin Yamashiro Kai, do not consistently protect their teams during wartime. Why, then, have you come to the battlefield in the Land of Mist?" This question left Might Guy suddenly feeling bashful. There's no need to inquire further. Just a glance at the embarrassed expressions of Might Guy and his companions was enough for Yamashiro to ascertain that they had, for some reason, hastily undertaken a task ill-suited for them. However, one cannot be too critical. After all, being a ninja is inherently a perilous profession, particularly in times of war, where encountering formidable foes like the 7 ninja swordsmen is wholly unpredictable. There is no need for excessive reproach. Meanwhile, Might Guy, witnessing Yamashiro achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 7 opponents single-handedly, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly murmured, "This is youth." Since Might Guy and the others needed to return to the village to report on their mission, Might Guy naturally accompanied his son. After a brief farewell, Yamashiro turned and departed alone. As he gazed at Yamashiro's retreating figure, Might Guy resolved to his father, "Father, I, too, shall protect our village's comrades with my strength." Just like Yamashiro. Hearing his son's resolute words, Might Guy smiled broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth in the sunlight. "What a splendid youth, Kai. Let us run back to the village in a handstand." "Yes, father." With the witness of Kai's 2 teammates, the 2 green beasts swiftly scampered towards the village. Or perhaps one could say crawled. In any case, as Kai's companions, they had grown accustomed to such antics. Meanwhile, Yamashiro, having just parted ways with them, searched for any remaining foes in the direction from which the 7 ninja swordsmen had come. After confirming there were no stragglers, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the front lines of the Land of Mist. Upon his return to the camp, the first order of business for Yamashiro was to deliver the scroll containing the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen to the ninjas of the Yamashiro clan. As the scroll was unfurled, a puff of smoke dissipated, revealing 7 rather incomplete corpses within the interrogation room. Yamashiro had been careful to avoid damaging their heads, ensuring that it would not hinder the Yamashiro clan's secret techniques. However, as he observed the 3 Yamashiro ninjas, they appeared to react peculiarly. One young man, approximately 20 years of age, stammered, "Are you saying these corpses are those of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" The oldest among them, a man sporting a small goatee, suddenly covered his face and shouted in disbelief. To be honest, the serious expression he had worn moments before transformed into shock, startling Yamashiro, something even the 7 ninja swordsmen had never managed to achieve in life. In the heart of the mountains, the sole female member of the clan, Yamashita Miki, clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the 7 bloodied corpses. "Lord Ketsuki, did you single-handedly slay them all?" The precision of this incision is simply astonishing. No, it is truly remarkable. Ketsuki's lips twitched slightly. The personalities of these interrogating ninjas were rather peculiar, perhaps a reflection of the somewhat unorthodox spirit inherent in the interrogation division. However, observing the bodies, he concluded that there was no issue, and thus, he offered a perfunctory remark before hastily seeking an excuse to depart. Upon exiting the interrogation division, Ketsuki hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled through the camp. He resolved to grant himself a day of leisure, opting not to partake in the cat-and-mouse games with the Mist ninjas. Moreover, with the demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the recent series of successful offensives, the Mist battlefield had essentially lost its suspense. Yet, unlike the dire circumstances faced on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, Sunagakure could still muster significant forces to engage in a decisive confrontation with Konoha, even when the tides of war turned unfavorably. In contrast, Kirigakure was constrained, lacking a sufficiently large buffer state between the 2 nations. Its invasions were predominantly executed through small unit infiltrations, although this resulted in considerable losses for the Land of Fire. The rapid deployment of reinforcements from Konoha could swiftly counteract Kirigakure's advances. In summary, Ketsuki felt a sense of fulfillment. After all, He had volunteered to assist in the assault on the mist to eliminate the 7 ninja swordsmen, and now that objective had been achieved, further bolstering Konoha's advantage in the conflict. Particularly, upon hearing from Guy that his mentor, Akimichi Choza, had been dispatched to reinforce the front line in the Land of Water. He felt a growing desire to lend his support to Captain Minato and Kakashi. This wretched sense of responsibility, he mused. However, considering that the advantage on the mist battlefield largely hinged on his own capabilities, and given the improbability of a large-scale conflict erupting, Ketsuki found himself unable to withdraw immediately. Thus, he resolved to take advantage of the merchant ship that bore his flying Thunder God seal, which was en route to the Land of Water. He intended to travel there, capture the Three Tails, and subsequently unleash it upon Kirigakure, delivering a significant blow. This strategy would allow him to decisively conclude the conflict in the mist, freeing him from the obligation of remaining in the area. Following that, he could choose to reinforce the Land of Water. If he coordinated effectively with Captain Minato, employing the Flying Thunder God technique alongside sealing jutsu, he stood a substantial chance of capturing the Eight Tails, thereby swiftly ending the war on the cloud's front as well. After all, he held a considerable disdain for the village of Kirigakure. As Ketsuki wandered through the camp, deep in thought, he remained resolute in his decision to journey to the Land of Water to decisively resolve the situation with Kirigakure before addressing the conflict with Kumogakure. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. It was Uchiha Ruri, leaning against a wall, her fingers gently massaging her temples. Noticing that there was nothing for Mitsuki to do, he strolled over and inquired, "Hey, is that you, Ruri? After a few days apart, why do you seem to have a headache?" Uchiha Ruri did not glance at him but continued to rub her temples, responding, "I felt a bit dizzy this morning, but it should be nothing serious." "What about you? What is wrong with me?" Mitsuki asked, pointing to himself. "You seem rather pleased. Which renowned Mist Ninja squad did you take down today?" As expected of an old comrade, Uchiha Ruri quickly deduced the source of Mitsuki's merriment. "Heh, the 7 ninja swordsmen." Mitsuki smirked, a wicked grin forming on his face, though it was indeed an expression ill-suited to his countenance. Seeing his ghastly grin, Uchiha Ruri could not help but chuckle. Indeed, one often finds humor in moments of extreme exasperation. However, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes widening slightly. "You went to slay the 7 ninja swordsmen without inviting me?" Mitsuki recalled a previous occasion when he had discussed this very matter with Uchiha Shursui and Ruri while executing a challenging mission. They had gathered around a campfire on a coastal shoreline, the flames crackling atop the slightly damp branches. Uchiha Shursui gently placed the firewood he had gathered on the ground. Expressing concern, "Mitsuki, lighting a fire here might attract enemies." Mitsuki waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I have already sensed the area. There are no enemies present." Hearing Mitsuki's assurance, Shursui felt relieved. Throughout their time together, he had come to trust Mitsuki's sensing abilities implicitly. "However, don't you think we are being a tad too leisurely?" Shursui remarked, his gaze drifting to the blazing fire, where Mitsuki was swiftly preparing sizable sea fish. Why was it described as swift? Because Mitsuki's method was not the traditional knife cutting. Instead, he unleashed dark purple flames from his fingertips, piercing the fish's belly. Under Mitsuki's exquisite control, the high temperature instantly melted the fish's internal organs without damaging its flesh in the slightest. In truth, Mitsuki could have simply cooked the fish with the flames directly, but that would have lacked excitement, wouldn't it? He casually handed a prepared fish to Uchiha Ruri, who had just sharpened a stick with her kunai. She took it and smoothly skewered the fish from tail to head before placing it beside the fire. Hearing Shursui's words, Mitsuki sighed, expressing a hint of exasperation. "Shursui, we were not brought into this world merely to endure hardship. But these matters can wait until after the war," Shursui replied. "He's not wrong, Shursui," Uchiha Ruri interjected. "Enduring hardship now does not guarantee enjoyment after the war ends, but enjoying the moment now is truly experiencing joy." In the eyes of Uchiha Ruri, the concepts of war and peace hold no significance. Her sole desire is to continuously grow stronger. If, along her journey of self-improvement, she could experience a more pleasant path, she would certainly not decline such an opportunity. "You're right, Ruri. I leave this to you." While conversing, Mitsuki managed to handle yet another matter. He wholeheartedly agreed with Uchiha Ruri's perspective, at least regarding this particular issue. Shikaku reclined against a stone. crossing his legs while admiring the resplendent stars in the night sky of the land of fire. Slightly turning his body towards the group, he remarked, "Jisue, you should take pleasure in your current life. This sort of existence was something I, the great fox spirit, could never have imagined. Be cautious, for there may come a time when you wish to enjoy it and find no opportunity." Shikaku's playful jab finally breached Jisue's emotional defenses. Oh, am I truly the odd one out? Uchiha Jisue felt bewildered yet profoundly impacted, as this sentiment starkly contrasted with the PUA teachings he had received since childhood, which emphasized enduring all hardships. Nice one, Shikaku. Mitsuki and Shikaku exchanged knowing glances, instinctively giving each other a thumbs up. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted across the shoreline. Upon catching a whiff, Shikaku sprang from his resting place like a ravenous hound, ready to devour the freshly grilled fish. However, in the blink of an eye, Mitsuki snatched the fish from his hands. "Hey!" Mitsuki swiftly struck Shikaku's head with a hand. "Chastising fool, you haven't even seasoned it yet." As he spoke, Mitsuki produced a jar from nearby, evenly sprinkling the meticulously prepared spices over the fish and then handing it to Shikaku, who eagerly awaited. After taking a bite and savoring the delightful flavors, Shikaku spun around in sheer delight. Mitsuki seasoned the remaining fish and distributed them to Uchiha Ruri and Uchiha Jisue. Upon receiving her portion, Uchiha Ruri leaned in to inhale the aroma and exclaimed in astonishment, "You actually brought spices along on a mission?" She genuinely did not expect to be outdone by Mitsuki in such a trivial detail. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for continued excitement. I bought it at the market in that town we passed through during the day. It's a specialty spice from the coastal region. The moment I caught the scent, I knew I had to buy plenty, Mitsuki explained. Uchiha Jisue, realizing, remarked, "Oh, that was when we decided to gather intel on the 7 ninja swordsmen, but you were merely interested in visiting the market, weren't you?" Mitsuki's face flushed with embarrassment as he defended himself. Visiting the market? No way. A ninja must gather intelligence. How could that be just a market visit? I genuinely wanted to learn about the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Jisue chuckled. All right. But Mitsuki, you truly care a lot about the 7 ninja swordsmen. When I acquire any information about them in the future, I will be sure to inform you first. Mitsuki beamed at this. Then it's a promise. The strength of many lies in unity, and Shursui, supported by the entire Uchiha clan and having spent considerable time on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, possesses far superior intelligence-gathering capabilities compared to Mitsuki. Listening to the conversation between these two, Uchiha Ruri suddenly felt like an outsider, merely a bystander benefiting from their camaraderie. As she swallowed a piece of perfectly grilled fish, her previously indifferent expression softened, and she turned to Mitsuki, saying softly, "When you acquire information about the 7 ninja swordsmen, remember to include me." Shikaku, unwilling to be left out, shouted, "And me. I want to go too." Mitsuki was never one to dampen the mood. He readily agreed. Of course. Observing this warm scene, Uchiha Shursui felt he understood Mitsuki's sentiments. Such a delightful existence should indeed be cherished whenever the opportunity arises. Returning to the present, Uchiha Ruri, upon seeing Mitsuki's contemplative gaze, realized he must have remembered something. Her cheeks involuntarily puffed out as she awaited his explanation. Mitsuki indeed recalled something. He initially intended to explain his hasty departure, but upon witnessing Uchiha Ruri's unusual demeanor when angry, he couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter prompted Uchiha Ruri to laugh as well, albeit while delivering a playful punch to his chest. "Ouch!" Mitsuki exaggeratedly exclaimed, his poor acting drawing a slight grimace from Shikaku. Uchiha Ruri tossed her long hair and remarked, "Never mind, your strength surpasses mine. You can do as you please." Her desire to join the battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen stemmed only from concern for Mitsuki's safety, but seeing him so cheerful, she felt assured he would fare well. With this in mind, Uchiha Ruri decided not to dwell on their earlier agreement. "Now that you have accomplished your objective here, what are your plans?" Upon hearing her question, Mitsuki suddenly felt he might be too easy to read. It seemed Uchiha Ruri had been attuned to his thoughts since their first meeting. Suppressing this strange feeling, he replied, "Impressive, Ruri. I was just contemplating whether to stay here or head to the land of hot water for support." Uchiha Ruri inquired, "And then what will you do?" Without hesitation, Mitsuki responded, "I plan to visit the land of water first, and then proceed to the land of hot water, where I intend to teach those unruly mountain folk from the land of cloud a lesson." since they didn't summon you to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen. I can take you along this time." As he mentioned the mountain folk, Mitsuki animatedly waved his fists. It had been a long time since he had engaged in an exhilarating battle on the mist side. If he ventured towards the land of cloud, he was certain to find worthy opponents to stir his interest. Upon hearing Mitsuki mention the land of water, Uchiha Ruri suddenly sensed a voice echoing in her mind, a feeling both strange yet hauntingly familiar, as if she had heard it long ago. "Do not go to the land of water." "What? Do not go to the land of water, or you shall regret it." "What is it, Ruri?" As the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, Jinwe noticed a hint of distraction in Uchiha Ruri's gaze. He leaned in closer, waving his hand before her eyes, calling out loudly, "You don't want me to go to the land of water?" Uchiha Ruri murmured softly. Jinwe's keen ears picked up her words clearly, though he found himself puzzled by their meaning. Driven by curiosity, he boldly asked, "Are you saying you don't want me to go to the land of water? But why would you say that?" At that moment, Uchiha Ruri snapped back to reality. Hearing Jinwe's question, she too was engulfed in confusion. The voice that had felt both familiar and foreign had vanished, along with the inexplicable headache that had plagued her since this morning. It must be said that Uchiha Ruri and Jinwe shared a certain similarity in their personalities. For instance, at this moment, Uchiha Ruri candidly recounted everything that had transpired in her mind to Jinwe. "Jinwe, when you mentioned going to the land of water, that voice suddenly appeared in my head, warning me not to go. It said I would regret it." After listening to Uchiha Ruri's account, Jinwe pondered, stroking his chin. "So, you mean that when I expressed my intention to go to the land of water, that voice emerged, cautioning against it?" Uchiha Ruri nodded, affirming, "Indeed. It repeated this several times. I couldn't have misheard." Jinwe found himself at a loss. This situation resembled the mental mystique of the Yamashiro clan. However, setting aside the improbability of anyone from the Yamashiro clan being present in this camp to target Uchiha Ruri, the familiarity of the voice allowed for its dismissal as a possibility. "Shoha, what do you think?" Jinwe posed the question to Shoha, eager for its perspective. Shoha, intrigued by Uchiha Ruri's narration, began to wag its solitary tail, a subconscious gesture when deep in thought. "Partner, I recall you hadn't disclosed your plans to venture to the land of water to anyone prior." Upon hearing Shoha's words, Uchiha Ruri cast a confirming glance at Jinwe. Jinwe replied, "Yes, that was before I eliminated the 7 ninja swordsmen. At that time, I could not locate them within the land of fire, so I considered launching a direct assault on the hidden mist village." Uchiha Ruri's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You intend to challenge one of the 5 great hidden villages alone? My goodness." It was no wonder Uchiha Ruri often felt overshadowed by Jinwe. With such audacity, she felt she had already lost significantly. With his hands clasped behind his head, Jinwe chuckled innocently. "Haha, what choice did I have? The 7 ninja swordsmen were elusive, leaving me no option but to stake out the entrance to their village. However, my initial objective has been achieved. This time, my focus will be on dismantling their village's infrastructure." Uchiha Ruri glanced at Shoha, as a dawning realization washed over her regarding why Shoha had brought this matter to light. At this moment, Jinwe began to comprehend the situation, addressing Shoha. "Do you mean to say that someone is tracking me, aware of my intention to journey to the land of water, and has conveyed this information to Liuli through some means?" Shoha nodded, continuing his analysis. "It need not be mere tracking. Given your perceptive abilities, this individual must have employed alternative methods to ascertain your plans." Jinwe's gaze sharpened. "Are you suggesting that it could be an acquaintance among us? That would indeed explain why Liuli found that voice familiar." A chill wind swept through, as if shrouding the group in a veil of darkness. The more they analyzed, the more a sense of dread enveloped them, realizing that a formidable entity could be masquerading as someone they knew, secretly observing their every move from the shadows. With this thought, Jinwe suddenly activated his 6 eyes to their fullest capacity, instantly absorbing all information within a radius of several dozen kilometers. However, he found no unusual individuals or any trace of the creature known as Baiju. This was perplexing. No, Jinwe felt the need to shift his analytical approach. The owner of that voice may not have spoken with malicious intent in warning against a journey to the land of water. Furthermore, although this voice emerged when he expressed his intention to go, it did not necessarily imply that he was the intended target of the warning. Jinwe sensed he was grasping something vital. Just then, Shoha exclaimed, "What gives this person the right to presume you would regret your decision?" It can't possibly be a prophecy. Previously skeptical of such predictions, Shoha now felt compelled to acknowledge the reliability of his companions. Uchiha Lioli furrowed her brow, speaking in confusion. But what could this person possibly gain? Surely, they do not believe that a single utterance could compel you to abandon your original plan. That would be absurd. Indeed, for the time being, Jianwei resolved to adhere to his initial strategy. Though it seemed somewhat impulsive, he decided to proceed with the plan to assault the hidden mist village in the Land of Water. In the current shinobi world, Jianwei was confident that no one could detain him, especially with the flying thunder god technique at his disposal. With ample assurance of his own safety, he did not perceive any threats in the Land of Water. Uchiha Lioli remarked, "If that is the case, I shall accompany you." However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed by Jianwei. "No, it is far more convenient for me to act alone. In the event of an unexpected turn, I can swiftly utilize the flying thunder god technique to escape." While previously facing only the hidden mist village posed no challenge in escorting you, the uncertainty of our current adversaries necessitates prioritizing my mobility. After all, confidence is commendable, but arrogance is not. In the Land of Water, in a dim underground lair, resided a sinister old man, Uchiha Madara, who had survived since faking his death after his fierce battle with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. "Madara-sama, here is the intelligence on the Uchiha clan members you instructed me to monitor for potential pawns." A half-bodied creature with spines, Baiju, handed a scroll to the emaciated elder, who was none other than Uchiha Madara himself. At this moment, the elderly Uchiha Madara picked up the information provided by White Zetsu and began to scrutinize it. Upon encountering the first report, he furrowed his brow and expressed his impatience. "Uchiha Ruri, why have you presented me with the dossier of a mere child? Have you become lax in your duties?" With a hint of resignation, White Zetsu replied, "Lord Madara, this Uchiha Ruri possesses exceptional talent. She has already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan." Madara scoffed dismissively. "She is but a girl." The speed of awakening the eyes holds little significance for the Uchiha clan. As he continued to peruse the documents, two names captured his attention. Uchiha Shisui, allegedly on the verge of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Noticing Madara's interest, White Zetsu elaborated, though he has yet to utilize the unique ocular abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His prowess has indeed surpassed that of other Uchiha ninjas with the standard three-tomo Sharingan. Madara was taken aback to discover that even among the short-sighted members of the Uchiha clan in this era, a ninja capable of awakening the Mangekyo could emerge. However, he mused that greater strength often equates to greater difficulty in control. Thus, Uchiha Shisui was not suitable to serve as his agent. Instead, another name from the intel piqued his curiosity. "Uchiha Obito?" White Zetsu remarked with confusion. "Lord Madara, this Uchiha Obito possesses low talent. He has yet to awaken his eyes and seems rather dim-witted. His only redeeming quality appears to be his fondness for assisting the elderly." Madara chuckled coldly. "The most fertile ground for the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan is found among the loving Uchiha, and a simple mind is easier to manipulate. Since he enjoys helping the elderly, let him assist this old man." White Zetsu sometimes found it difficult to comprehend Madara's thought processes, yet he accepted that he was the leader. Madara rose from his seat, stretching his body slightly. He spent most of his time in slumber, awakening only when White Zetsu bore crucial intelligence. After thoroughly reviewing the information on Uchiha Obito, Madara turned to inquire, "Who is this Shimizu Mitsuki?" As soon as the name was mentioned, White Zetsu became animated, eagerly recounting all the war intelligence he had gathered in recent times, as if sharing cherished family lore. If one were to identify the most prominent figure in the ninja world of late, Shimizu Mitsuki would undoubtedly be among them, having played a pivotal role in ending the wars between the two major hidden villages. However, it was evident that Madara placed greater significance on Shimizu Mitsuki's other identity, namely, as one of the individuals most valued by Uchiha Obito. According to the intelligence provided by White Zetsu, the person who influenced Obito the most was neither his teacher, Minato Namikaze, nor his teammates, Kakashi Hitaki or Rin Noara, but rather this Shimizu Mitsuki. Madara's mind began to race with schemes on how to exploit this bond to lure Uchiha Obito into darkness. The simplest method would be to orchestrate the demise of Shimizu Mitsuki, for it was clear that Obito harbored an almost blind admiration for him. If he were to witness the formidable presence of Shimizu Mitsuki, he would inevitably become a mere casualty of the shinobi village war. a notion he would find exceedingly difficult to accept, ultimately leading him to renounce this world. However, this is merely the initial concept of the plan. To plunge Uchiha Obito into complete despair, simply eliminating Shimizu Mitsuki would not suffice. A more profound provocation is required to ensure absolute success. Contemplating this, Uchiha Madara began to ponder what other pawns could be utilized. According to intelligence reports, Shimizu Mitsuki's strength is already on par with the 5 Kage, and he wields the insidious Flying Thunder God technique. Therefore, Madara must possess a card that would prevent Shimizu Mitsuki from escaping, much like the treacherous act of Kineni and Jineni in slaying Senju Tobarama. With this thought, Uchiha Madara raised his gaze and inquired, "What does Shimizu Mitsuki hold dear?" "Master, the chapter continues. Please click the next page to read on for more excitement." The spiky white Zetsu tilted his head, straining to recall, based on Shimizu Mitsuki's current actions. He appears to be a perfect embodiment of the will of fire inherited from Konoha. If he is a ninja from Konoha, he would undoubtedly care for its people. Noticing the displeased expression on Uchiha Madara's face, the spiky white Zetsu hesitated before continuing. However, if we speak of what is most important to him, it would be his childhood friend, Noara Rin. Other significant individuals include Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Ruri, Hyuga Hinata, and Tsunade. Uchiha Madara settled back into his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. The granddaughter of Hashirama, along with Noara Rin and Hyuga Hinata, are currently within Konoha village, making it exceedingly low probability to succeed in an attack against them. Thus, the only viable options remaining are Uchiha Ruri and Hatake Kakashi, who are presently on the battlefield. Yet, the decision of which to use as bait for the fixed battlefield requires further observation. Considering the proximity, Uchiha Ruri and Shimizu Mitsuki find themselves on the same battlefield, which presents a promising opportunity. Ideally, he could lure both individuals to the land of water, allowing him to personally employ Genjutsu to control Uchiha Ruri. He could then manipulate her to eliminate Shimizu Mitsuki, subsequently casting the blame for their deaths upon the Hidden Mist Village. In this way, Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly fall under his dominion. Surveying his surroundings, Uchiha Madara inquired, "Where has Zetsu gone?" The spiky white Zetsu shrugged, "I do not know. He is likely outside observing human waste." "Humph, that fool, truly a waste spawned from Hashirama's cells. I shall enter a period of slumber. Keep a vigilant eye on Uchiha Ruri's movements and devise a means to draw her to the land of water." "Understood, Lord Madara."